Upon graduating from high school and gaining admission to Jianghai University, Chen Yunxian found himself bound to a system of extraordinary wealth. On the very first day of classes, he made a remarkable entrance by driving a Ferrari with one hand, instantly earning widespread acclaim. With the simple act of daily check-ins, his rewards multiplied exponentially, propelling Chen Yunxian toward the pinnacle of the world. Nevertheless, his original intent remained unchanged: to indulge in the pleasures of life. Chapter 1. The Beauty on the High-Speed Train. On a high-speed train en route to Jiangcheng, Chen Yunxian sat with a dazed expression, fixated on the distance ahead. The enchanting young lady beside him couldn't help but steal glances, pondering how such a handsome young man could appear so oblivious. In Chen Yunxian's vision, a virtual screen illuminated before him, revealing the illustrious system interface. He had read countless web novels and had always yearned for the divine system possessed by the protagonists within those tales. Yet, life is not a novel, and he could only indulge in dreams. However, to his astonishment, the system manifested before him. He struggled to contain his excitement as he accessed the system page. Ding! Due to the host's fervent desire, the system has been activated. This system is the Divine Wealth Sign-In System, capable of fulfilling all the host's needs. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a newbie gift package. Would you like to open it? The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, yet it felt remarkably familiar to Chen Yunxian. Open it, he shouted in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Ferrari LaFerrari, now parked in the underground parking lot of Jiangxing high-speed train station. Ding! A master-level driving skill has been included as a bonus. Please check your rewards. The system's frigid voice faded away. Chen Yunxian gazed at the personal dashboard displayed on the system page, rubbed his eyes, and scrutinized the information twice, realizing it was no illusion. Host, Chen Yunxian. Age, 18 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Attractiveness, 85. Physique, 62. Special, 18. Skill, master-level driving. Assets, Ferrari LaFerrari. The car keys and related documentation awarded in the newbie gift package resided within the system space. Chen Yunxian rubbed his eyes once more, confirming its authenticity. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, nearly impossible to suppress. Suddenly struck by a thought, Chen Yunxian tilted his head and slapped himself. The young lady beside him, witnessing his dazed, self-inflicted slap, inwardly sighed, acknowledging that while the handsome fellow seemed a bit slow, this gesture might indicate a touch of madness. Jiangyan shifted in her seat, glancing sideways. Her movement caught Chen Yunxian's attention, and recalling his earlier action, a few dark lines appeared on his forehead. Jiangyan, adorned in a pink top and denim shorts, showcased her long, fair legs. A hint of makeup enhanced her features just perfectly. Ding! Today's host has yet to sign in. The system's icy voice continued to resonate, diverting Chen Yunxian's focus from Jiangyan. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 1 billion yuan. Chen Yunxian was once again astonished by the system. Within just a few minutes, he had transformed into a billionaire. Hello, beautiful. May I add you to my contacts? A voice with a somewhat awkward tone emerged from the adjacent seat. Undoubtedly, this is one of the 3 great delusions of men. She is interested in me. Jiangyan glanced over her shoulder for a fleeting moment before averting her gaze, and one can only say that the young man to her left possesses an indescribable appearance. It is akin to encountering a Yuan-Ma individual who can speak Mandarin. No, I refuse to use the green bubble. Jiangyan resolutely declined. What about adding a penguin? Li Xinlei persisted, feigning ignorance to her blatant rejection. Such thoughts are indeed rather insidious. Jiangyan's expression turned frosty. I also do not need a penguin. Then how about adding a? Li Xinlei's words were left hanging. Hey, did you not hear what she just said? Is it truly so difficult to grasp such an obvious message? Chen Yunxian interjected, casting a glance at Li Xinlei that was laced with disdain. Jiangyan cast a grateful glance at Chen Yunxian, surprised that this somewhat daft handsome fellow would come to her rescue. What business is it of yours? Li Xinlei's irritation was palpable as he glared at Chen Yunxian with ill intent. Huh, you're a man too. You know your own intentions. How utterly disgraceful for a man. Chen Yunxian scoffed. Moreover, she is my girlfriend. What does it concern you? He draped an arm around Jiang Yun's shoulder, looking down on Li Xinlei with contempt. Jiang Yun's cheeks flushed, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Chen Yunxian, finding the young man before her simply stunning. Under Li Xinlei's incredulous stare, Jiang Yun shyly nodded. Li Xinlei turned away, feeling as dejected as a dog stripped of its spine. Witnessing the troublesome situation resolve, Jiang Yun leaned in gently to Chen Yunxian's ear. "Thank you." Her fragrance preceded her voice, and the warm breath against his ear stirred a tumultuous flutter within Chen Yunxian's heart. Chen Yunxian produced his phone, gesturing to Jiang Yun. She quickly grasped his intent, and the two promptly exchanged green bubbles. Li Xinlei's peripheral vision remained fixated on their actions, and upon seeing Jiang Yun lean against Chen Yunxian's shoulder, a pang of jealousy gnawed at his insides. As he beheld the two adding each other on the app, he felt as if he might explode. Since boarding the high-speed train, he had not witnessed a single exchange between them, clearly indicating they were not a couple. However, just moments ago, never mind. Am I truly so unworthy? Li Xinlei mused bitterly to himself, lamenting the emergence of yet another melancholic boy in the world. "Hello, I am Jiang Yun. Chen Yunxian. Wow, what a beautiful name you have. Yours is quite lovely as well. Your name possesses a poetic charm." "Thank you. By the way, I am a sophomore at Jianghai University." "Which university do you attend?" "What a coincidence. I am also at Jianghai University, a freshman this year." "So you are a junior. Quickly call me senior." "Shy. I shall not. Who was the fool that needed me to come to the rescue just now?" Jiang Yun did not respond, glaring at Chen Yunxian in irritation before playfully tapping his arm to express her displeasure. Chen Yunxian found Jiang Yun's pout amusing and pulled her closer, whispering "senior" into her ear. The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing Jiang Yun's face to flush a deeper shade of crimson. A tingling sensation left her feeling somewhat weak, prompting her to quietly lean against Chen Yunxian's shoulder. "By the way, which college are you in, senior?" Chen Yunxian inquired, wrapping an arm around Jiang Yun's shoulders. "I shall not tell you that I am a sophomore in the School of Management." Jiang Yun swiftly typed on her phone. "Senior, what is it? Has anyone ever told you that you are quite adorable? You naughty junior. Such a tease." Jiang Yun playfully smacked Chen Yunxian, releasing her frustration. Their playful banter was observed by Li Xinlei, whose heart felt even more shattered. After finally encountering someone he fancied, he was utterly defeated. If Chen Yunxian knew the turmoil within Li Xinlei's heart, he would only find it amusing. In this era, appearances hold sway. Those who lack the right charm are often mistaken for harassment, while the appealing ones are merely joking, regardless of familiarity. After all, humans are creatures of sensation. Chapter 2. Breitling. The high-speed train swiftly arrived at its destination, and Li Xinlei hurriedly disembarked, eager to escape from this heart-wrenching place. Meanwhile, Chen Yunxian engaged in lively banter with Jiang Yun, who was blushing from laughter. Jiang Yun, with her delicate fair hands held by Chen Yunxian, might easily be mistaken for a couple by onlookers. As the belle of Jianghai University's Business and Management Department, Jiang Yun, renowned as the campus beauty, typically presented herself with an icy demeanor. Those familiar with Jianghai University would be astonished to witness anyone capable of eliciting laughter from this seemingly unapproachable beauty. Her frosty exterior was a stark contrast to her once cheerful nature at the beginning of her freshman year, when she was pursued by numerous admirers. Gradually, she grew more aloof, causing those with ulterior motives to retreat, viewing her as a flower of unattainable beauty, only to be admired from afar. However, from the moment she laid eyes on Chen Yunxian, she found him irresistibly charming, particularly after he appeared lost in thought, his aura becoming even more captivating. "Annoying junior. I'm heading back now. Make sure to call me when you get to school." Jiang Yun turned to Chen Yunxian and declared, "All right, don't ignore my calls, or I shall devise a punishment for you." Chen Yunxian playfully pinched Jiang Yun's flushed cheek. "Farewell, bothersome junior." With that, Jiang Yun departed for the university, where she needed to prepare for the afternoon's freshman orientation. Chen Yunxian, however, was in no rush. It was his first visit to Jianqing, and he wished to explore. Coming from a comfortably middle-class family that owned a thriving hot pot restaurant, Chen Yunxian's father, Chen Feng, was quite skilled in his trade. This time, he hadn't brought many belongings, having planned to purchase clothes upon his arrival. His wardrobe hadn't seen new additions in 2 to 3 years, and with his father providing him with 20,000 yuan, After deducting tuition and a month's living expenses, the remainder was earmarked for clothing. Nevertheless, he was eager to behold one of the finest supercars, the Ferrari LaFerrari. Upon reaching the parking lot, he spotted a striking, low-slung crimson supercar, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The car's sleek, aerodynamic silhouette gleamed under the lights, the golden prancing horse emblem appearing almost lifelike. Spectators snapped photos, careful not to come too close, fearing they might mar its pristine paint. Among them, a heavily made-up woman was fervently photographing the magnificent vehicle. Chen Yunxian sauntered over, blending into the throng. "Hey, buddy, don't get too close," a well-meaning bystander cautioned. Chen Yunxian glanced at him, smiled, and chose not to respond. "Hey, buddy, the man attempted to continue. But Chen Yunxian produced a key from his pocket and pressed it, causing the luxurious car to illuminate. The butterfly doors gracefully ascended as he settled into the driver's seat. "Excuse me, could I have your contact?" The heavily made-up woman approached, her high heels clicking on the pavement as she hurried over, bending slightly and feigning modesty. "Not interested," Chen Yunxian replied, casting her a disdainful glance. The woman's expression froze, and she forced a smile. "I apologize for the intrusion." She understood that if she did not maintain her dignity, this wealthy young man might not afford her any. "Thanks, man." Chen Yunxian acknowledged the bystander as he revved the engine and drove away. In the crowd, Li Xinlei, waiting for a taxi, watched as Chen Yunxian sped off in the Ferrari, letting out a sigh, dismissing further thoughts. The fiery supercar glided along the road, its roar captivating the attention of passers-by and seasoned drivers alike. How stunning! What man doesn't dream of driving a supercar? With one hand on the steering wheel, Chen Yunxian reveled in the envious gazes of those around him. It was pure bliss. As he merged into traffic, he decided to exit the vehicle. Before him stood Jiangxing's most renowned shopping mall, filled with an array of luxury goods. Chen Yunxian entered a Gucci store, where the staff warmly greeted him. "Good day, sir." A sales associate approached, her hips swaying gracefully. Although Chen Yunxian's attire was relatively modest, the professionalism of the luxury store employees ensured no condescension occurred. Unlike tales often told in novels. He mused, eyeing the men's collection, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the choices. The sales associate seemed to sense his dilemma. "Sir, this piece would suit you splendidly. And this one as well," she continued, presenting various options. As Chen Yunxian examined her suggestions, he found himself increasingly drawn to them. After trying on an outfit, he stood before the mirror, feeling more dashing than ever. The youthful exuberance seamlessly blended with a sense of maturity. "Perfect. Let us proceed with the payment," Chen Yunxian declared, exhilarated, as he waved his card, spending nearly 100,000 yuan on merely 5 garments. "We look forward to your next visit." The sales associate's smile was genuine as he exited the store, feeling transformed. Clothes indeed make the man. Venturing into a watch store, Breitling, a brand known for its understated elegance, Chen Yunxian recalled how his father had long coveted their timepieces. With a family income nearing $1 million a year, affording an entry-level watch was feasible, yet his mother, Su Huiling, had always deemed such purchases unnecessary, leaving his father's desires unfulfilled. "Welcome." The Breitling staff greeted Chen Yunxian warmly, recognizing his luxurious attire as indicative of potential business. He pointed to a watch in the display case, and the staff promptly retrieved it, placing it on a tray for him to examine closely. "May I try it on?" Chen Yunxian inquired. "Of course, sir." The staff carefully placed the watch on his wrist. Chen Yunxian lifted his arm to inspect it. "How much is this?" "Sir, this is our Breitling Aviation Chronograph B19, the staff explained habitually. "Just tell me the price," Chen Yunxian interjected. 220,000, the staff promptly replied. Chen Yunxian removed the watch, and the staff's expression fell slightly, realizing they would miss out on a commission. However, Chen Yunxian's next words sparked her interest. "Do you have anything more expensive?" "Yes, sir, we have some exclusive pieces," the staff responded eagerly. "Could I see them?" Chen Yunxian asked. "I'll need to consult the manager." "As my authority is limited," the staff said, immediately calling for the manager. About a minute later, the store manager arrived, accompanied by the staff, bearing a tray. "Good day, sir. This is one of our exclusive collections. It belongs to the B19 series, crafted with exquisite techniques," the manager announced. "How much for this piece?" Chen Yunxian inquired, his eyes fixed on the watch. "For 58 million, the manager replied without hesitation. "Very well, please proceed with the payment," Chen Yunxian declared. The store manager suppressed his astonishment and completed the transaction for Chen Yunxian. May the Breitling bless Mr. Chen with unwavering determination and resilience in life. The manager and staff congratulated. Chen Yunxian donned the watch on his wrist and exited the store. From the moment he entered the mall to his departure, he seemed transformed, his aura markedly different from before. As he strolled through the mall, he captivated the attention of numerous young women. All right, I should head back now, Chen Yunxian mused silently. Realizing he had yet to purchase his daily necessities, he still needed to acquire bedding and make some arrangements at school. The fiery red Ferrari merged into the traffic, heading towards Jianghai University. At the entrance, Zhang Yun was seated at the freshman registration area, the sweltering heat causing her to perspire lightly. A male student beside her incessantly chattered, eliciting visible impatience on Zhang Yun's face. Huang Mingho, are you ever going to stop? I've told you it's unnecessary. Zhang Yun replied coldly. Yun. A flicker of darkness crossed Huang Mingho's eyes, but he maintained his composure. Yet, he thought to himself, once you fall into my grasp, you will see. Student Huang, please conduct yourself appropriately. Zhang Yun shot him a disdainful glance before ignoring him entirely. Huang Mingho, also a second-year student at Jianghai University, was a wealthy heir. He had persistently harassed Zhang Yun before, much to her annoyance. Anger flashed in his eyes, yet he restrained himself. This was not the time for outbursts. The surrounding students, including a few senior students, observed the scene, whispering among themselves. Damn it, what a nuisance. You will regret this. Huang Mingho silently cursed as he prepared to leave. However, a thunderous roar of an approaching beast reverberated through the air, sending a jolt through the crowd, prompting them to turn their heads. A sleek, low-slung, fiery red supercar was gliding towards them. No way. That's a Ferrari. What a stunning car. I would do anything to drive it. Even let me live in a mansion, I'd agree. The crowd was captivated by the shimmering beast under the sun. Their eyes filled with envy. What the hell? Which brother has traded for a Ferrari? Huang Mingho exclaimed in surprise. As the Ferrari drew nearer, everyone recognized the model. No way. That's a LaFerrari. One of the 3 top-tier supercars, the LaFerrari. A multi-million-dollar supercar. I can't believe I'm seeing it today. It's simply breathtaking. As the crowd beheld the majestic LaFerrari, discussions erupted. A LaFerrari? When did the school acquire such a top-tier heir? It can't be a freshman, can it? Huang Mingho's eyes widened. He was familiar with most of the wealthy heirs at Jianghai University and knew none could afford a LaFerrari. Thus, it must be a newcomer. The butterfly doors rose, and Chen Yunxian emerged from the driver's seat with his black handbag. He instantly spotted Zhang Yun at the registration desk, but Huang Mingho beside her furrowed his brow. Senior, who is this? Chen Yunxian approached and inquired. Zhang Yun, astonished by Chen Yunxian's emergence from the Ferrari, gasped, her rosy lips parting. Junior, I have no relationship with him. Zhang Yun quickly asserted, standing up. My apologies, brother, it was my mistake. I didn't realize Zhang Yun was your girlfriend. Huang Mingho hastily apologized. Such a top-tier heir was beyond his reach, and he recognized the watch on Chen Yunxian's wrist. Breitling, a brand of mid-range luxury watches, was favored by his father for its understated design. He recognized that Chen Yunxian wore a limited edition watch worth over 400,000, while he could theoretically afford it. The presence of the LaFerrari made him acutely aware that they were not of the same caliber. So are you done? Chen Yunxian shot a cold glance at Huang Mingho. I'm Huang Mingho. I mean no offense. I just wanted to get to know you. Huang Mingho forced a smile and extended his hand. Chen Yunxian. Chen Yunxian replied without shaking hands, merely stating his name. Huang Mingho, undeterred by the slight, withdrew his hand naturally. Chen, I'll take my leave now. Huang Mingho said quickly, eager to alert his fellow wealthy peers about the arrival of a top-tier heir. Junior. Zhang Yun blushed and said, how come you? Don't ask. I'm still the same junior from the train, Chen Yunxian remarked, pinching Zhang Yun's cheek. Zhang Yun understood his meaning and did not dwell on it. As long as he was still the familiar junior, that was sufficient. Chen Yunxian's enrollment procedures were swiftly completed, and under the admiring gazes of seniors and fellow freshmen, he followed Zhang Yun away. The senior girls looked at Zhang Yun beside Chen Yunxian with envy, for it was rare to find such a handsome and affluent junior. However, he was already claimed, leaving them to merely gaze. So many are pursuing you at school. You truly are my beautiful senior. Chen Yunxian chuckled. Humph. They annoy me to no end. Zhang Yun pouted. The duo chatted and laughed their way to the dormitory building. Since it was the start of the new academic year, the dormitories were open for entry. In room 119, Chen Yunxian pushed the door open to find 3 individuals already inside, presumably his future roommates. The tasks were divided. Zhang Yun organized Chen Yunxian's wardrobe while he set up his bedding. Junior, I'm done. Zhang Yun wiped the sweat from her forehead and announced. Yes, I'm finished too. Chen Yunxian replied, smiling at the sight of the perspiring Zhang Yun. Silly junior. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yun feigned anger. My senior is simply too adorable. Chen Yunxian responded. Humph. You just know how to tease me. Zhang Yun's cheeks flushed. The 3 roommates nearby stared wide-eyed, wearing expressions of disbelief. Just arriving at the dormitory, they were already inundated with a mouthful of dog food. Who could endure this? Chapter 4, Roommates. Junior, I'm heading out now. I still have to attend to my duties. Jiang Yun said reluctantly. She needed to assist with the newcomers and couldn't linger with Chen Yunxian. All right, I'll treat you to a grand dinner tonight, Chen Yunxian declared, pinching Jiang Yun's cheek. Okay. Chen Yunxian escorted Jiang Yun out of the building, watching her depart. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, 3 piercing gazes fixated on him. Bro, impressive. Your girlfriend is stunning. And she is a senior at our school, a dark-skinned student exclaimed. Not quite yet. We're just friends, Chen Yunxian clarified. The group began to converse animatedly. Chen Yunxian had also learned their names. The dark-skinned and burly boy was Wu Xiaolei, hailing from a rural area in Yun province. The boy wearing black glasses, of average build, was named Wang Fan, from southern Jiangsu. The remaining one, with yellow hair, a fair complexion, and a somewhat frail physique, was called Sun Hao, a local resident. Bro, what a talent. The senior sister welcoming the freshman actually wants to win her over, Sun Hao exclaimed enviously. The ones receiving them were the upperclassmen at the registration office, while the beautiful senior sister merely observed from the side, and they too wished to be greeted by her. Chen Yunxian smiled, choosing to remain silent. Sun Hao was engrossed in his phone. Whoa, quick look. Old Chen, you're in deep trouble. That senior sister is actually the campus belle of our school. Sun Hao suddenly shouted, turning his phone screen towards the others. Several threads had exploded on the university's online forum. Shocking. The aloof campus belle is taken. Rich senior underclassman makes an appearance. Shocking. The aloof campus belle actually does these things. Chen Yunxian felt somewhat speechless. Were all these people from the UC department? So much astonishment. Whoa, old Chen. Please don't date the campus belle. Sun Hao lamented. TSK, what are you talking about? They are a match made in heaven. A golden couple. Wu Xiaolei chuckled. No way. Boo-hoo. Sun Hao continued to wail. Old Chen, you're that underclassman. Wang Fan remarked. The blind spot was discovered, Watson. Wang Fan glanced at other threads and realized that old Chen bore an uncanny resemblance to that wealthy underclassman, if not identical. Huh, old Chen, you're so rich. Sun Hao exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Wait, what on earth is a Ferrari? Wu Xiaolei scratched his head in confusion. Sun Hao and Wang Fan looked at Wu Xiaolei in disbelief. How could he not know? Why are you staring at me like that? I've only heard of brands like BYD and Volkswagen. Wu Xiaolei insisted. A Ferrari is one of the world's top luxury cars. Just one tire could buy you several of those cars you mentioned. Wang Fan explained. What the heck? Aren't they all just cars? How could they be so expensive? Wu Xiaolei's eyes widened, his local dialect slipping out. Old Chen's Ferrari LaFerrari is a $10 million supercar. Sun Hao added. 10 million. Whoa, is it made of gold? Wu Xiaolei was once again astounded. All right, it's just a car, nothing to be shocked about. Chen Yunxian responded nonchalantly. Only old Chen could say it so casually, Sun Hao remarked enviously. Although his own family was not lacking. Owning 4 houses and assets in the millions, Chen Yunxian's single car could match all of his family's worth. Old Chen, how did you get to know the senior sister? It's only the first day of school, and you two seem so familiar. Did you know each other in high school? Wang Fan inquired. Not really, we just met today. Chen Yunxian shrugged. Today? Wu Xiaolei was once again in disbelief, unable to fathom how 2 people could become so close in just a few hours. Yeah, we met on the high-speed train. She was sitting next to me, Chen Yunxian continued. TSK, why is there a big guy sitting next to me? Wang Fan said, looking exasperated. Old Chen, you're only a little bit more handsome than me, Sun Hao lamented again. It seems the difference is more than just a little. Old Chen is much more handsome than you, Wu Xiaolei remarked, glancing between Sun Hao and Chen Yunxian. Old Wu, what are you talking about? Are you jealous that I'm more handsome than you? Sun Hao retorted. We're both about the same. Wu Xiaolei laughed. After chatting with them for a while, Chen Yunxian stepped out. Within Jianghai University, the sight of numerous fair legs made Chen Yunxian somewhat dizzy. The senior sisters frequently turned to glance at him. Such a handsome underclassman was truly captivating. Dressed in a white short shirt and black casual pants, he exuded youthful charm that was quite striking. He had yet to register his license plate, so his car could not enter the campus and had to be parked outside for the time being. He casually bought a bottle of chilled sparkling water from a shop. As he passed by the school gate, Jiang Yun was seated under a sunshade, holding a small fan to cool herself. Chen Yunxian approached her quietly from behind, observing her silently. Jiang Yun was registering the information of a new student with red hair. Unaware of Chen Yunxian's arrival, the red-haired student glanced at Chen Yunxian, momentarily captivated, her heart racing. Her face flushed instantly, turning red to the tips of her ears. She swore she had never seen such a handsome boy. Jiang Yun looked curiously at the new student, wondering why she was blushing. Was this beautiful girl perhaps a lesbian? A smile emerged on Chen Yunxian's face, surprised to see the senior sister in such a dazed state. Senior sister, behind you, the new student stammered. Sensing Jiang Yun's odd gaze, Jiang Yun turned around and saw Chen Yunxian standing behind her. Underclassman, Jiang Yun exclaimed joyfully. Here, for you. Chen Yunxian offered the chilled, sparkling water in his hand. Thank you, underclassman, Jiang Yun said, her eyes curving into a sweet smile. All right, I'm heading out now, Chen Yunxian stated. Okay, see you, Jiang Yun replied. As Chen Yunxian departed, he glanced at the information on the table. Li Xinyu. After completing the registration, Chen Yunxian felt a bit bored, unsure of what to do next. The Ferrari merged into the flow of traffic as Chen Yunxian sat in the driver's seat, listening to music. I must say, the thrill of driving a sports car is exhilarating. No vehicle dared to come near him, maintaining a safe distance. The seasoned drivers beside him were cautious not to scrape this immensely valuable supercar. Although luxury cars were not uncommon in this new first-tier city, a $10 million supercar like the Ferrari LaFerrari remained a rarity. After cruising on the elevated road for half an hour, Chen Yunxian's excitement finally settled. Transitioning from an ordinary person to a billionaire, he had managed to maintain a relatively composed demeanor despite the overwhelming thrill. Chapter 5. Senior sister, you smell amazing. Upon returning to school, Jiang Yun at the registration office had already returned to her dormitory. Amidst the envious gazes of others, Chen Yunxian's car entered the campus. External vehicles were required to pay for parking, a trivial matter for him. Just as he parked, a light knock resonated on the car window. Chen Yunxian looked outside to see a sensually dressed girl leaning over to knock. She wore a low-cut top that exposed her fair waist and a black short skirt, her legs clad in black stockings. Playfully covering her chest, she threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Yunxian through the window. Observing her outfit, Chen Yunxian immediately recognized her as Maida. He lowered the window. Is there something you need? He asked, somewhat impatiently. Underclassman, could I have your contact information? The girl said, shaking her phone, her voice a tad affected. No thanks, why would I give it to you? Chen Yunxian replied, his tone filled with annoyance. The cheap, overpowering scent of her perfume made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Not a junior, but rather a green bubble, Chen Yunxian remarked with disdain. The smell of your old pigeon is wafting for miles. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening as she struggled to catch her breath. She wished to retort further, yet upon witnessing Chen Yunxian's evident impatience and warning, she ultimately refrained, stamping her foot in frustration as she departed. Not far off, a girl observed this scene. As Chen Yunxian reached the dormitory door, she was greeted by excited voices from within. Upon pushing the door open, Wu Xiaolei and her companions turned their gazes towards her. Old Chen, you're just in time, Wang Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. What is going on? Chen Yunxian inquired. You won't believe it. Sun Hao, that pretty boy, actually has a girlfriend, Wu Xiaolei declared. You're just jealous of me, Sun Hao said with a beaming smile. He told his girlfriend that they should have dinner together tomorrow, and bring along her roommate. Wang Fan added. Not bad, little mouse, you're quite thoughtful, Chen Yunxian teased. What the hell? How did you know my high school nickname was Mouse? Sun Hao exclaimed, astonished. It was easy to guess. I thought of it, but didn't say it out loud. Hee hee, Wu Xiaolei chuckled. By the way, you should dress nicely tomorrow. Just in case a beauty takes a liking to me, Wang Fan remarked, revealing a rather lecherous grin. Old Wang, you're so sleazy, Wu Xiaolei couldn't help but comment. Eyeing Wang Fan's smile. Haha. In dorm 217, Jiang Yun was lounging on her bed, messaging her beloved junior. Just then, an attractive girl pushed open the door and entered. Yun Yun, do you know who I saw today? Hee hee, Su Ming exclaimed. Who? Jiang Yun asked, puzzled. Of course, your dear junior. Su Ming replied with a grin. Humph. He is not my dear anymore, Jiang Yun said, a bit haughty. Not now, but perhaps in the future? Su Ming teased, batting her large, expressive eyes. Oh Ming Ming. Stop teasing me. Jiang Yun blushed. Hee hee. Today I saw that Sun Yu looking for his contact information. You must tell your beloved junior to stay away from that woman, Su Ming advised. Sun Yu. How shameless. Jiang Yun exclaimed upon hearing the name. She was well aware of Sun Yu's character. Ever since she started college, Sun Yu had pursued numerous partners, all of whom were wealthy second-generation rich kids. Jiang Yun and her friends were fully aware of Sun Yu's sordid affairs. She would simply move on to another rich heir once she grew tired of one. It was infuriating to think that she had the audacity to seek out her junior. All right, I need to hurry and warn him. I can't let him be deceived by that creature, Jiang Yun said, fuming. Calm down, Yun Yun. It seems your junior didn't even acknowledge her. Whatever he said made that woman storm off. Su Ming continued. Ah, Jiang Yun laughed, envisioning the scene of Chen Yunxian confronting Sun Yu. Seeing Jiang Yun's radiant smile, Su Ming sighed. Such an aloof campus beauty had indeed fallen into the throes of love. Her many admirers would surely be infuriated, but given her junior's prowess, they likely wouldn't dare to say much. Junior, did you encounter a girl today? Jiang Yun messaged Chen Yunxian. Yes, that girl is not a good person. She is, Jiang Yun promptly divulged Sun Yu's misdeeds. I knew it. The moment I laid eyes on her, I sensed she was trouble. Thankfully, I didn't give her my contact information. Chen Yunxian replied. That's good. That's good. Senior, are you feeling jealous? You cheeky junior. I am not. Jiang Yun's ears turned crimson. Let us pretend that's not the case. Anyway, let us go have dinner together later. I'll treat you to something delicious. All right. Chen Yunxian parked his car at the foot of the girls' dormitory, waiting for Jiang Yun. The dormitory they were in had a clear view of the area below. Yun, your junior has arrived. Su Ming exclaimed upon spotting the striking red supercar. Okay. I know. Jiang Yun, seated at her vanity, hurriedly patted her face with makeup before stepping out. As she descended, she immediately spotted Chen Yunxian's supercar. Amidst the gazes of astonishment, envy, and jealousy, she climbed inside. Wow, that's the aloof campus beauty Jiang Yun. I can't believe the icy beauty is a gold digger. I really misjudged her. What she likes has nothing to do with you. You're just worrying for nothing. Wake up, brother. Even if she weren't a gold digger, she is not someone you could pursue. That guy is so enviable. Oh no, my campus beauty. I'm so envious of Jiang Yun. She managed to snag a wealthy junior. Junior, I could too. I don't need a title. As the boys in the crowd watched the admired, aloof beauty Jiang Yun get into that Ferrari, their hearts shattered. The girls were gritting their teeth, wishing they could have such a quality junior, only to see him taken on the very first day of school. Jiang Yun's appearance left Chen Yunxian momentarily awestruck. She wore a crisp, white blouse, the buttons straining against her figure, her fair waist teasingly visible beneath. Below, she donned a pair of black jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs, complemented by pristine white sneakers. Her face was adorned with light makeup, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. Her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding a delicate fragrance. Senior, you smell wonderful, Chen Yunxian remarked with a smile. Humph. Smooth talking. Jiang Yun pouted. With a sudden motion, Chen Yunxian's hand found its way onto Jiang Yun's thigh. Her face flushed instantly. Chapter 6. The Insecure Jiang Yun. Senior, something was on your leg just now. Chen Yunxian commented. Cheeky junior. Just take your hand away, and it won't be there. Jiang Yun chided playfully. Hee, it's just irresistible impulse. Chen Yunxian chuckled, squeezing her thigh lightly, causing her to blush even deeper. Drive carefully. No worries. My driving skills are exceptional, Chen Yunxian assured. Humph, I don't know about your driving skills, but you're undoubtedly a little pervert. Jiang Yun playfully slapped Chen Yunxian's hand, yet she made no move to shift her leg, allowing him to keep it there. In Chen Yunxian's presence, Jiang Yun still felt a twinge of insecurity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed him such liberties. Her family background was average, with a younger brother to support, making it impossible to compare herself to Chen Yunxian, who drove a supercar. All she had to offer him was her beauty, and nothing more. Senior, this is the place, Chen Yunxian announced as they arrived at a five-star hotel. The entrance was lined with luxurious vehicles, including Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs. As the Ferrari approached, the doorman swiftly removed the barriers to make way. Junior, isn't this a bit too hasty? Jiang Yun bit her lip and hesitated as she spoke. What are you thinking? We're here for a meal. Chen Yunxian playfully pinched Jiang Yun's cheek. Observing Jiang Yun's bewildered expression, Chen Yunxian continued, a five-star hotel can serve meals too. They have private chefs. Oh, Jiang Yun replied, her face flushed, realizing it was all the junior's fault for not mentioning it earlier, leading her to misinterpret the situation. This way please, sir. Chen Yunxian picked up the menu, glanced over it, and then handed it to Jiang Yun. Senior, see if there's anything you'd like to eat. Jiang Yun took the menu and began to peruse it. To her astonishment, the prices started at a minimum of 3 digits, and there was even a bowl of clear soup noodles priced at 88. After flipping through a couple of pages, she felt lightheaded. A dish of smashed cucumbers cost a staggering 38, not to mention the other dishes. Junior, these dishes are outrageously expensive, Jiang Yun exclaimed. Just order whatever you want. Jiang Yun looked at Chen Yunxian, whose expression was sincere. Before selecting a signature dish and returning the menu, Chen Yunxian then ordered several other signature dishes and requested a bottle of red wine. Jiang Yun felt dizzy. The total for the meal would easily amount to tens of thousands, and she had also noticed that the bottle of red wine was priced at 666. This meal was equivalent to her family's annual income. Senior, you're simply adorable. Chen Yunxian chuckled as he observed Jiang Yun, who was lost in thought. You mischievous junior. You. Chen Yunxian's hand rested on Jiang Yun's thigh, teasingly squeezing and caressing. Jiang Yun cast a furtive glance around, relieved to see that no one was paying them any mind. Chen Yunxian's hand was restless, roaming freely on her thigh. Jiang Yun allowed his actions, realizing through this meal the true caliber of this junior. She couldn't help but sigh internally. Could she truly be with such a handsome and wealthy junior? A frown creased Jiang Yun's face as her spirits began to dip. "What's the matter, my dear senior?" Chen Yunxian, having noticed the change in her mood, whispered in her ear. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Jiang Yun's face reddened further. "Did I not say not to dwell on such things?" Chen Yunxian continued. "Alas, Junior." Jiang Yun sighed. Chen Yunxian lightly nibbled on Jiang Yun's earlobe, sending a jolt through her body, leaving her feeling weak and flushed. "Junior," Jiang Yun called out softly. Chen Yunxian felt a surge of desire. If it weren't for their dining situation, he would have wanted to take Jiang Yun right then and there. "All right, let us eat," Chen Yunxian said, wrapping his arm around Jiang Yun's waist. Jiang Yun replied with a soft hum. The dishes arrived swiftly, and their delightful flavors elicited numerous compliments from Jiang Yun. Chen Yunxian poured Jiang Yun a glass of red wine, which appeared vibrant under the dim lights. After one sip, a rosy hue appeared on her cheeks, revealing her poor tolerance for alcohol. Soon, Jiang Yun's gaze became a little dazed as she stared blankly at Chen Yunxian. With no way to return to school today, having just consumed alcohol and unable to drive, Jiang Yun felt a bit tipsy and was uneasy about taking a taxi home. Chen Yunxian had booked a presidential suite at the hotel, and he gently assisted the slightly inebriated Jiang Yun into the room. Just as he set Jiang Yun down, he intended to take a shower. At that moment, Jiang Yun grasped Chen Yunxian's hand. "Junior, don't go," she said in a sweet, lingering tone. "All right, I won't go," Chen Yunxian replied, looking at her hand in his. As the lights dimmed, their figures intertwined, and indistinct sounds echoed. A tear of happiness escaped from the corner of Jiang Yun's eye. The glaring sunlight streamed onto Chen Yunxian's face, rousing him from slumber. He then felt something soft in his embrace. It was Jiang Yun. Chen Yunxian smiled. He hadn't anticipated that their relationship would escalate so swiftly. However, now that it had happened, he resolved to treat her well in the future, as he was affluent enough to ensure she would not face any hardships. Jiang Yun slowly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Chen Yunxian, who was watching her intently. In the morning, the 18-year-old Chen Yunxian was still brimming with vigor, having just crossed into a new realm of intimacy. Under Jiang Yun's startled gaze, Chen Yunxian swiftly embraced her, overwhelming her. Afterwards, Jiang Yun lay weakly on the bed, her lips slightly parted, gazing at Chen Yunxian with a hint of reproach. "Mischievous Junior, it's all your fault. I can't go greet the new students today. Hee. It's still your charm that mesmerizes." Chen Yunxian planted a kiss on Jiang Yun, soothing her grievances. "Junior, I know that a remarkable young man like you will attract many women in the future. I only ask that you keep a place for me in your heart." Jiang Yun nestled into Chen Yunxian's embrace and spoke softly. From Sun Yu asking for Chen Yunxian's contact information to yesterday's dinner, she had contemplated much. A young man like him would surely have no shortage of admirers. She didn't wish to leave him, so she had to make her choice. "Senior, now that you've said this, even if you wish to leave in the future, I shall not let you go," Chen Yunxian said firmly as he caressed Jiang Yun's hair. Hearing Chen Yunxian's words, Jiang Yun felt reassured. She then sat up, tied her hair back, and, to Chen Yunxian's surprise, began to move. "Hiss," Chen Yunxian exclaimed, astonished that his senior possessed such a side to her. Chapter 7. The Eye of Insight. Afterwards, Chen Yunxian held his waist, feeling slightly unsteady on his feet as he walked. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, was stifling her laughter. "What are you laughing at? Who was it that begged for mercy earlier?" Chen Yunxian feigned a fierce demeanor. "Humph, I see someone is holding their waist." Jiang Yun burst into laughter. Smack. Chen Yunxian playfully swatted Jiang Yun's behind. "If it weren't for having other matters to attend to tonight, I would surely keep you in bed," Chen Yunxian declared. "I don't believe it." The two began to engage in playful banter. "When would the system grant me a skill for enhancing my physique?" Chen Yunxian pondered silently. "By the way, I haven't signed in today." "System, sign in," Chen Yunxian shouted in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining perfect physique." Ding. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring full shares of the Park Hyatt 5-star hotel. The relevant certificates have been transferred to the system space. Please check." After receiving the rewards, Chen Yunxian felt a rush of warmth flood his body, followed by a sensation of muscles stirring beneath his skin. After a while, the warmth dissipated, and Chen Yunxian touched his abdomen, discovering that the excess fat had vanished, revealing a set of defined six-pack abs. Clenching his fists, he felt as if he could take down a bull. Bull, not again. The Park Hyatt 5-star hotel was precisely the establishment Chen Yunxian had brought Jiang Yun to. He glanced at the towering building behind him, his mood brightening further. Ding. The system has detected that the host has acquired their first confidant. Awarding rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eye of Insight. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Golden Kidney Fighter. Eye of Insight, capable of perceiving the attributes of all individuals. Golden Kidney Fighter, as the name suggests, a man akin to gold. A surge of warmth filled Chen Yunxian's eyes, 2 seconds later. He blinked and found the world around him became remarkably clearer. He then turned to glance at Jiang Yun. Name, Jiang Yun. Height, 172 centimeters. Attractiveness, 92. Physique, 75. Special 1. Affection level, 90. Chen Yunxian. Chen Yunxian was somewhat astonished, for he did not expect that his senior's physique would surpass his own at the outset. He then scrutinized his own attributes. Name, Chen Yunxian. Height, 182 centimeters. Attractiveness, 95. Physique, 100, reached the human limit. Special, 20. Skills, master-level driving skills, active, perfect physique, passive. Eye of insight, passive, golden kidney fighter, passive. Assets, Ferrari LaFerrari, Park Hyatt 5-star hotel. Gazing at his attribute panel, Chen Yunxian beamed with delight, his unique trait having increased. Coupled with his skills, it seemed that he would not encounter a situation like today's in the future. Observing the foolish grin on her junior's face, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of confusion. As their eyes met, the meaning in Chen Yunxian's gaze was unmistakable. Jiang Yun's face flushed, overwhelmed by her junior's prowess. Nevertheless, if she were to exhaust him, he would hardly have the energy to pursue other women. Giggling quietly to herself. By midday, a fiery red Ferrari came to a halt outside the girls' dormitory. Chen Yunxian opened the car door and stepped out. Jiang Yun staggered slightly as she exited. Her gaze towards Chen Yunxian filled with yearning. It was no wonder. The golden kidney fighter was not a mere title. And Jiang Yun found herself utterly overwhelmed by Chen Yunxian's advances. With a swift motion, Chen Yunxian wrapped his arm around Jiang Yun and planted a kiss on her lips. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes. You mischievous junior. There are so many people around. She lightly scolded him. Hee, let them envy us. Chen Yunxian replied with a grin. Humph, you only know how to bully me. Jiang Yun retorted playfully. Surely, matters between couples cannot be deemed as bullying, Chen Yunxian countered. You just can't stop your banter. Jiang Yun tapped Chen Yunxian's chest, and then said, I should head back. All right, make sure to rest well. Chen Yunxian winked at Jiang Yun. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and she hurried into the dormitory, feeling the envious and resentful glares of the surrounding boys. Chen Yunxian couldn't help but chuckle. If their stares possessed lethal force, he would likely have turned to ashes. The Ferrari roared to life, and, amidst the covetous gazes, leisurely drove away. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wu Xiaolei and the others were engrossed in a video game. Get in quickly, Sun Hao shouted. Damn, you just took me out in an instant. Wang Fan exclaimed. Hey, how did both of you die? Wu Xiaolei suddenly noticed that Sun Hao and Wang Fan's characters had begun their respawn countdown. Only Wu Xiaolei's tank clumsily continued its assault. Old Wu, use your skills. Both Sun Hao and Wang Fan urged simultaneously. Nice, nice, nice. Well done. Wu Xiaolei's tank unleashed its skill, immobilizing the nearly dead archer on the opposing team. With just a few basic attacks, he swiftly dispatched the enemy. Victory was declared, and shortly thereafter, the word victory appeared on all three screens. Hey, when did you return? Old Chen. Sun Hao looked up. Just got back, Chen Yunxian replied. Oh, what did you do yesterday? Spill the beans. Sun Hao laughed. Just had a meal with my senior, Chen Yunxian replied casually. Were you with her all night? Wang Fan inquired. Yeah, damn. Old Chen, how could you? On the very first day of school, you spent the night with your senior. Boo-hoo. Sun Hao erupted into a lament at Chen Yunxian's response. Hee, I knew it. Wang Fan grinned slyly. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Wu Xiaolei scratched his head in confusion. Seeing Wu Xiaolei's bewildered expression, Sun Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha, looks like old Wu is still untainted. Don't worry, I have various advanced materials and techniques to lend you for your study. Wang Fan said in a lecherous tone. What advanced materials? Wu Xiaolei asked. Nothing much, just come over, and I'll show you. Wang Fan beckoned. Are you two interested? Wang Fan asked Chen Yunxian. No, Chen Yunxian declined. I won't watch either. You two be careful. Sun Hao also rejected. All right then. It seems it's just the two of us who will appreciate this, Wang Fan declared. Wu Xiaolei, still clueless, sat beside Wang Fan as he opened his laptop and accessed his cloud drive. The two donned headphones, but Wu Xiaolei's face reddened noticeably, and he stared unblinkingly. Chen Yunxian and Sun Hao exchanged glances and chuckled. Another innocent soul was about to be tainted. At this moment, in the 217 girls' dormitory, Jiang Yun pushed open the door and awkwardly stepped inside. Su Ming was seated at her desk, turned upon hearing the noise, and noticed Jiang Yun's peculiar gait. Oh, Yin Yin, you're back? Su Ming greeted with a smile. The other two girls occupying the beds also sat up, their eyes fixed eagerly on Jiang Yun. Quickly tell us everything that happened last night, the other two girls urged, their expressions brimming with excitement. It was nothing much. Jiang Yun bit her lip, her face flushing. Did you spend the night with your junior? Su Ming asked. Jiang Yun nodded, her demeanor shy. Awesome. I knew it. Quickly tell us, how capable is your junior? Su Ming, upon seeing Jiang Yun nod, asked with curiosity. Oh, Ming Ming. Jiang Yun felt a rush of warmth envelop her. However, Su Ming and the other two roommates were not strangers. They shared a particularly close bond. In her embarrassment, Jiang Yun began to share her experience. Is that for real? The other two roommates exclaimed in unison. Damn, Yun Yun, you've struck gold this time. Su Ming exclaimed excitedly, her astonishment evident. Chen Yunxian, being so handsome and affluent, was surprisingly skilled in that aspect. Su Ming seemed to have a sudden thought, clenching her legs together. Chapter 8, Li Hanyu. Old Chen, get in, Sun Hao shouted. Chen Yunxian controlled an assassin, swiftly infiltrating the enemy's backline, and with 3 skill casts, the opposing archer was eliminated instantly. Nice. Sun Hao, along with the others, cheered in unison. All 4 screens lit up simultaneously with the word victory. Chen Yunxian exited the game and noticed several messages from his senior. Junior. Today Ming Ming and the others asked me about that. It was so embarrassing. Junior, what are you doing? Junior, why are you ignoring me? Woo woo woo, Junior. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Crying emoji, 2 minutes ago. A smile graced Chen Yunxian's face, amused by how clingy his senior sister could be. I was just engrossed in a game and didn't notice. How could I ever not want my dear senior sister? Who said that? I shall confront him. Angry emoji. Jiang Yun's message was an immediate reply. It's your fault for not responding earlier. Hee hee. Humph. I shall make sure to punish you next time. I'm sorry. Junior, please don't punish me. Cute emoji. It's too late now. Next time, I shall administer familial discipline. Upon seeing the phrase familial discipline, Jiang Yun instinctively crossed her legs, her toes tightening. How have you been resting? Quite well. I took a nap this afternoon and now feel invigorated. Good. How is your relationship with your roommate? We get along quite well. All right then, I'm going out for dinner with my roommates tonight. Would you like to join? No. Ming Ming is bringing me food. All right. Chen Yunxian stretched lazily. After last night's battles, and this morning's as well, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. He even realized that his reflexes had improved. He used to play games poorly, often posting scores like 173. However, today he had secured several pentakills. System. I truly adore you. Sun Hao and his 2 companions were preening their hair at their table, occasionally asking Chen Yunxian for his opinion. Tonight's dinner was special, as Sun Hao's crush and her roommates would be attending. This was also the reason Wang Fan and Wu Xiaolei were busy preparing themselves. Hey Chen, what do you think of this outfit? Sun Hao asked, holding up a set of clothes and modeling them. Not bad, Chen Yunxian replied. Though he knew full well that he had little understanding of fashion, these clothes were all selected by a sales assistant for him. Sun Hao, upon receiving Chen Yunxian's affirmation, visibly brightened. Great, then it's settled. At that moment, Wang Fan was also comparing 2 garments, hesitating over which to wear. Upon seeing Sun Hao consult Chen Yunxian, a light bulb went off in his head. Of course, he was uncertain about his outfit. The dashing Chen Yunxian surely knew how to dress well. Hey Chen, which one do you think suits me better? Wang Fan inquired. Probably that white one. It matches your beige pants perfectly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yunxian replied. Wang Fan promptly donned the short-sleeved shirt, and only then did Chen Yunxian notice that he had styled his hair in a middle part. He looked like a dashing prince. Wu Xiaolei was clad entirely in black, his burly figure subtly outlined beneath his clothing. He too felt somewhat vexed, as he wished to assemble an outfit, but realized all his clothes were black. There was no need for mixing and matching. So, he simply threw on a couple of items. Sun Hao was also dressed, sporting a flamboyant pink top paired with loose-fitting jeans, his blonde hair accentuating his flamboyant appearance. Chen Yunxian had changed into a black casual short-sleeve shirt, complemented by black casual trousers, his belt prominently displayed, giving him a composed demeanor. He cared little for how clothing could enhance his appearance. His confidence and charm were the true adornments. Wu Xiaolei glanced at Chen Yunxian and then at his own all-black attire, scratching his head in confusion, feeling the disparity between them despite both being clad in black. The 4 of them, brimming with confidence, exited the dormitory and, unsurprisingly, attracted the attention of numerous female students along the way, all eyes gravitating towards Chen Yunxian on the far right. Wow, old Chen, it feels like they're all looking at you, Sun Hao exclaimed. No doubt. They're gazing at old Chen, Wang Fan replied helplessly. Wu Xiaolei nodded in agreement. It's inevitable. Being handsome has its perks, Chen Yunxian shrugged, feigning a sigh. Wow. How shameless. Sun Hao retorted. Exactly. Why say it out loud? Wang Fan remarked with a face full of indignation. Ha. The 4 laughed and chatted as they approached a barbecue stall. Jiangcheng, being in the south, had far fewer barbecue places compared to Chen Yunxian's northern hometown. This particular establishment was thriving, with students filling both the inside and outside, primarily from Jianghai University. The group found an empty table and sat down. Is your crush arriving soon? Wang Fan inquired. Sun Hao was fiddling with his phone. Almost, she said. She is 5 kilometers away. All right then. Let us order some food first. Wang Fan nodded. The group ordered a substantial amount of barbecue and a case of beer, eagerly awaiting Sun Hao's goddess's arrival. After about 10 minutes, a taxi pulled up alongside the barbecue shop. 4 girls stepped out, the leader being a tall girl. Wow, that girl with brown hair is stunning. Wu Xiaolei exclaimed, his eyes wide. She is my goddess. How could she not be beautiful? Sun Hao said with pride. Chen Yunxian was taken aback by Sun Hao's confidence. How could he say such a thing so proudly? Old Sun, don't be a sycophant. Chen Yunxian patted Sun Hao on the shoulder, his tone somewhat meaningful. Don't worry, I have my own pace. Sun Hao replied confidently. Chen Yunxian, upon hearing this, felt speechless. The boy was beyond redemption. No wonder he hadn't succeeded in pursuing anyone throughout high school. Wang Fan stifled a laugh. He too hadn't expected Sun Hao to say, I have my own pace. Hanyu, over here. Sun Hao called out to the leading girl. The 4 girls approached, and the other 3 girls caught the attention of Wang Fan and Wu Xiaolei. Each girl had her own unique style, their looks rivaling Sun Hao's goddess, Li Hanyu. What a beautiful dormitory, Wang Fan murmured. Li Hanyu surveyed her surroundings, a flicker of discontent flashing in her eyes. She had gone through the trouble of bringing her roommates out, only to find that Sun Hao had arranged such an environment. Hello, Wang Fan and Wu Xiaolei greeted awkwardly. Please, take a seat, Sun Hao said enthusiastically. Hanyu, see if there is anything else you'd like to eat? I think this should suffice. We girls don't eat much. If it's not enough later, we can always order more. Li Hanyu suppressed her dissatisfaction. With so many people around, she felt it was inappropriate to express her frustration. All right, let us stick with this for now, Sun Hao concluded. Chen Yunxian observed the situation with a hint of helplessness. This woman's level was far beyond Sun Hao's comprehension. Chapter 9, The Initiative. After a few glasses of beer, the group began to chat. It was then that they learned the names of the other 3 girls. The petite girl dressed in a sailor outfit was named Yunxi, despite her short stature. She was quite developed, resembling a youthful giant. The girl with a gentle demeanor, clad in a flowing white dress, was named Wen Roxin, her name hinting at her soft nature. The girl in a sporty short-sleeve top and shorts was named Zhang Ning, her toned thighs drawing Chen Yunxian's attention for a moment longer than necessary. It was purely admiration. He hadn't expected to encounter a girl who loved sports. Li Hanyu stood out as the most striking among the 4. Tall and graceful, with long brown hair cascading over her shoulders, she wore a black short-sleeve shirt. The one pristine, smooth shoulder was exposed. Her lower half was clad in black jeans, and beneath her fair, elongated legs, she sported a pair of white shoes adorned with white socks at the ankles. Li Hanyu had summoned Yunxi and the others, perhaps out of curiosity to see how the young men of Jianghai University, a prestigious 985 institution, measured up. To their dismay, upon arrival, they found themselves surrounded by less than appealing company. Not a single handsome young man graced the barbecue restaurant. However, when they laid eyes on Chen Yunxian, their hearts raced with excitement. Clad in casual black attire, Chen Yunxian stood out in the crowd, exuding an alluring charm coupled with an indescribable composure. Yunxi and Wen Roxin exchanged glances, their peripheral vision frequently drifting towards Chen Yunxian seated across from them. Yet, it was Zhang Ning who broke the silence first. Chen Yunxian, are you interested in adding me on WeChat? Zhang Ning inquired. Sure, came Chen Yunxian's response. Will you scan my code, or shall I scan yours? Zhang Ning continued. You can scan mine, Chen Yunxian replied, retrieving his phone. All right. Witnessing this exchange, Wen Roxin nudged Yunxi with her elbow. Yunxi, however, wore a look of helplessness. Realizing that Zhang Ning had initiated the conversation, Wang Fan watched enviously as Chen Yunxian swiftly connected with the attractive sporty girl. The charm of handsome Chen is undeniable. He even got Ning Ning to take the initiative. Li Hanyu remarked with a giggle, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Such a striking young man as Chen Yunxian was a rarity at their school, a lamentable oversight indeed. Observing this, Wu Xiaolei and Wang Fan began to engage in conversation with Wen Roxin and Yunxi, yet their thoughts were not on the 2 boys before them. As they frequently stole glances at Chen Yunxian, Wu Xiaolei and Wang Fan sighed inwardly, realizing their chances were dwindling, for the 2 girls seemed entirely captivated by Chen Yunxian. They could only resort to sipping their drinks in silence. Chen Yunxian and Zhang Ning continued their banter, eliciting laughter from her. Wen Roxin and Yunxi, eavesdropping, covered their mouths. Giggling, Chen Yunxian, how are you so amusing? Yunxi couldn't help but exclaim. Hold on, it's rather perilous for a girl to find a boy interesting. Chen Yunxian cautioned. What is so dangerous about that? Yunxi propped her chin on her hand, gazing at him. Li Hanyu, who was chatting with Sun Hao, leaned in slightly, intrigued by Chen Yunxian's next words. Of course, it means wanting to know more about this boy, right? Chen Yunxian posited. Exactly. If I were that girl, I would want to understand this intriguing boy. Yunxi realized with clarity. So the outcome is Chen Yunxian elongated his tone. I know. That girl would start to develop feelings for the boy, wouldn't she? Yunxi suddenly interjected. Bingo. Congratulations to the beautiful Yunxi for being spot on. Chen Yunxian laughed. Hee. Zhang Ning cast a forlorn look at Yunxi, feeling left out of the earlier discourse. Finding a boy interesting. Yunxi, isn't that exactly what you're doing now? Li Hanyu chimed in. Upon hearing this, Yunxi's face flushed crimson, stammering. That is not the case. Laughter erupted among the group, with only Zhang Ning and Wu Xiaolei wearing expressions of discontent. In their hearts, Wu Xiaolei and Wang Fan silently lamented, Old Chen, rein in your charm. Just as their lively conversation reached a crescendo, an enormous crash suddenly echoed through the air, followed by the sound of a bottle shattering on the ground. Everyone turned towards the source of the noise, witnessing a group of ruffians appending a table. You little brat, don't push your luck. The leader of the thugs shouted at a girl. You're insane, she retorted, as the crowd began to gather. The leader felt a twinge of humiliation and swiftly slapped the girl, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks. Damn it, who dares to disrespect me in my territory? Chen Yunxian's brow furrowed upon witnessing this scene. After 25 years, such despicable individuals still roamed the earth? The girl fell to the ground, but despite the pain, she rose again. You foul wench still have fight left in you, do you? The leader shouted loudly, brandishing a beer bottle in his hand. What kind of people are these? Bullying a girl? Truly scum. They lack humanity. Disgraceful. They tarnish the image of men. What a pity I'm drunk. Otherwise, I'd teach these scoundrels a lesson. Me too. I can't muster any strength right now. The crowd exchanged remarks, yet none stepped forward to assist. The most they did was call the police. Shut your mouths, or you'll all get a taste of my wrath. The leader barked at the onlookers. This provoked the crowd's ire, and several burly young men took a step forward. What do you think you're doing? One of the thugs behind the leader brandished a knife, shouting angrily. The sight of the blade caused the group of boys to retreat silently. The girl shielded another girl behind her and closed her eyes tightly. Upon catching sight of the girl behind her, Chen Yunxian recognized her immediately. Li Xinyu, the girl with red hair he had encountered at the registration desk the previous day. Li Xinyu felt utterly helpless and despondent, surrounded by so many onlookers. None were willing to lend a hand. Tears welled in her eyes as she desperately sought the help of those nearby. Chen Yunxian stood up, feeling a surge of confidence in his own abilities. Old Chen, what are you doing? Sun Hao exclaimed. Old Chen, sit down. Wang Fan urged. Wu Xiaolei, observing Chen Yunxian rise, glanced at the muscles on his arms and also stood up. It's fine, Chen Yunxian replied nonchalantly. He then charged towards the leader of the thugs. The leader, caught off guard, barely had time to react before he saw a shoe sole rapidly approaching his face. Smack! The crowd seemed to hear that sound echo. The leader fell backward, the beer bottle slipping from his grasp. The other thugs momentarily froze before rushing forward. How dare you hit my boss? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? You're going to regret this. They shouted. Observing this, the crowd felt that this brave young man was about to face dire consequences. Amidst their sympathetic gazes, Chen Yunxian confronted the thugs. Chapter 10, Unstoppable. Fists rained down on Chen Yunxian like a torrential downpour, yet he did not falter. The force of these blows merely tickled him. The bodies of the thugs had long been drained of strength by years of idleness, and they were no match for Chen Yunxian's robust physique. He struck back with precision, each punch landing squarely on the heads of the thugs. Within mere seconds, the thugs were curled up on the ground, clutching their heads and wailing. Wu Xiaolei stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Yunxian's swift movements left him momentarily dazed. Just as he stood up, he found that Chen Yunxian had already surged forward and taken down the thugs in a matter of seconds. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of something. Old Chen, get down. A small-time thug, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly rose, brandishing a glinting knife and charging towards Chen Yunxian. Damn it, I'll cut you to pieces. The thug shouted furiously. Chen Yunxian, of course, noticed this and threw a punch that landed squarely on the thug's jaw, following it up with a swift kick that sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained wail. The force behind those two blows was no trifling matter. Chen Yunxian had not held back, and it was evident that the thug's ribs and jaw had been shattered. As the onlookers witnessed the thug lunging at Chen Yunxian, their hearts raced with trepidation. However, upon seeing Chen Yunxian effortlessly subdue the thug once more, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, bursting into excited cheers. Wow, that was so cool, bro. You've had some training, haven't you? Truly impressive. Well done. As this dashing young man dispatched all the thugs to the ground, Li Xinyu's heart began to race. Chen Yunxian's silhouette, illuminated by the lights, appeared almost majestic. Soon, The wail of police sirens echoed in the distance, growing ever closer. Chen Yunxian accompanied the officers back to the precinct to give a statement. After a brief inquiry, he was allowed to leave. "Young man, you have quite the skill," a middle-aged officer remarked with a smile. "Not bad. They were just a bunch of drunk thugs," Chen Yunxian humbly replied. "Ha ha ha, that's still commendable. You were the only one displaying such bravery among so many. You're quite impressive." Outside the precinct, Wu Xiaolei and a few others awaited Chen Yunxian's return. Upon seeing him emerge, they collectively exhaled, relieved that all seemed well. "Old Chen, are you all right?" Sun Hao approached. "I'm fine," Chen Yunxian waved dismissively. After all, he had acted heroically, and the victim had vouched for him. The surveillance cameras at the barbecue shop were not mere decorations. Zhang Ning and Yunqi watched him with concern, their lips moving slightly, yet they ultimately refrained from speaking. Li Hanyu gazed at Chen Yunxian, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. "Let's head back," one of them suggested. Just then, a voice called out from behind, halting their departure. "Wait." Li Xinyu emerged from the precinct, hurrying towards Chen Yunxian. "Thank you. I'm Li Xinyu. May I add you on WeChat?" "No need to thank me. I merely did what I could," Chen Yunxian replied, pulling out his phone. At that moment, he finally took in Li Xinyu's appearance. Clad in a floral dress, her fiery red hair exuded both a gentle and fiery charm. As she approached, she reached out her delicate hand to smooth the wrinkles on Chen Yunxian's shirt. "Goodbye. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Li Xinyu flashed a bright smile. "Sure. I'll wait for your message." The precinct was not far from Jianghai University, merely 2 streets away, and soon they arrived at the university gate. "This is where we part ways. We should head back," Li Hanyu stated, though her gaze lingered on Chen Yunxian. "All right, I'll get you a cab," Sun Hao declared, completely oblivious to Li Hanyu's demeanor. Yunqi's attention was also fixed on Chen Yunxian, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. "If you want to, just go for it. Don't hesitate. The car will arrive soon, and who knows when you'll meet again," Wenru whispered encouragingly in Yunqi's ear. Biting her lip, Yunqi steeled herself and approached Chen Yunxian. "Chen Yunxian, may I add you on WeChat?" She mustered the courage to ask. All eyes were on her, and her already shy demeanor turned crimson under their scrutiny. "Of course," Chen Yunxian replied, once again retrieving his phone. Zhang Ming looked on helplessly at Chen Yunxian. It seemed the boy she liked was quite popular. Li Hanyu observed Chen Yunxian, her eyes darting with contemplation, just as Yunqi was about to finalize the WeChat edition. Their cab arrived, and the 4 girls climbed in, returning to their dormitory. "Wow, old Chen, that is so unfair," Wang Fan lamented. Chen Yunxian chuckled, but said nothing. "Next time, could you not jump in like that? It's like a different dimension for us." Wang Fan continued to wail. "Not only are you handsome, but you can fight too. Those 3 girls couldn't take their eyes off you." "Boo-hoo." Wu Xiaolei scratched his head, lamenting that neither he nor Wang Fan had managed to get a WeChat contact. "Ha ha ha, it's not old Chen's fault. If I were a girl, I would have rushed at him right away." Sun Hao laughed. Wang Fan wore a sullen expression, remaining silent, though he couldn't help but notice Li Hanyu's demeanor. She was still smiling. "Your goddess is about to be swept away by old Chen. Only you and that fool will have no clue." However, he kept these thoughts to himself. Sun Hao was still reveling in his own rhythm, and voicing this would undoubtedly sour the atmosphere for both him and Chen Yunxian. "Old Chen, you moved so quickly. I didn't even have time to react. I wanted to discuss the fighting strategy with you," Wu Xiaolei exclaimed. The situation was urgent. "A few more words, and that girl would have been in danger again," Chen Yunxian replied, shaking his head. "True," he conceded. "Old Chen, have you had any training?" Sun Hao inquired. "Just a few moves when I was younger," Chen Yunxian casually remarked. "Oh, that explains why you're so formidable. You took those thugs down in just a few punches. If only I had your skills, maybe Hanyu would see me in a different light," Sun Hao expressed with longing. "Come on, with your scrawny arms and legs," Wang Fan teased. "You're the one who's a dog. Why are you mocking me? We're both in the same boat," Sun Hao retorted. "Ha ha ha." The earlier tension among the group dissipated with laughter. After taking a shower, Chen Yunxian lay on his bed and picked up his phone. There were several messages waiting on WeChat, and he needed to respond to each one. "I haven't even asked your name." Chen Yunxian. Next message. "I'm back at the dorm. Let us work out together sometime." No doubt from Zhang Ning. "Let me know when I have time." Next, Chen Yunxian. "You looked so handsome today." With a note from Yunqi. "Of course. I am Chen Yunxian. So full of yourself." Chen Yunxian thought highly of Yunqi. Her youthful appearance and charm had captivated him. Chapter 11. Li Xinyu's proposal. The following morning, Chen Yunxian awoke, his exceptional physique granting him abundant energy. Wu Xiaolei and the others were still deep in slumber, so he opted not to disturb them. After freshening up, he prepared to head downstairs for breakfast. "Looks like I need to buy a couple more outfits," he mused, glancing at his somewhat soiled clothes from the previous day. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Chen Yunxian purchased a basket of steamed buns and a cup of soy milk. Just then, a girl wearing a fitted gray skirt sat down at the table adjacent to his, her tousled hair framing her forehead, clearly just awakened and without makeup. Yet, even in her natural state, she exuded an undeniable charm, imbued with an air of intellect. Su Qing occupied the table before him, her breakfast plate identical to Chen Yunxian's. The handsome young man nearby also captured her attention, their gazes locked momentarily before parting. In their hearts, they silently acknowledged one another with a nod of approval. Why did he seem so familiar? Su Qing pondered. After finishing her meal, Chen Yunxian departed, leaving Su Qing with a sense of perplexity. Upon returning to her dormitory, Chen Yunxian climbed into bed, realizing she had yet to check in for the day. Curious about what rewards might await her, rubbing her hands together in anticipation, she declared, "System, check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired mastery of musical instruments. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained celestial voice. Ding. Today the host's luck is exceptional, triggering a bonus reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained master-level martial arts." Chen Yunxian felt a surge of joy. 3 rewards had been bestowed upon her, indicating that her fortune today was indeed remarkable. Initially, she had felt a tinge of disappointment with the first 2 rewards, but to her astonishment, the last one turned out to be golden. Master-level martial arts, combined with her perfect physique, would allow her to effortlessly overpower anyone. If she were to encounter a similar situation as yesterday's, a single punch would render a small thug incapable of standing, thus eliminating any possibility of him rising to wield a knife against her. Noticing that Sun Hao and the others were still lost in slumber, Chen Yunxian quietly slipped out of bed, intent on purchasing some new clothing and a laptop. She had meant to buy them on her arrival, but had entirely forgotten. Grabbing her car keys, she exited the dormitory. The parking lot was adjacent to the teaching building, not far from the boys' dormitory. As she approached her vehicle, a girl walked over, none other than the stunning beauty in the gray bodycon dress from the dining hall. Su Qing was somewhat surprised to see Chen Yunxian. Could he possibly be a teacher? She had never seen him before. "Hello," Chen Yunxian greeted. "Hi there. Are you a teacher?" Su Qing inquired, puzzled. "Not at all. My car is parked here," Chen Yunxian replied, shaking her head. To her astonishment, she realized he was a beautiful instructor. Chen Yunxian was inwardly taken aback, having assumed that prestigious institutions like Jianghai University would only employ esteemed, elderly professors. "Oh, I see." Su Qing nodded. Chen Yunxian got into her car, leisurely driving off without pressing the accelerator. Su Qing gazed in awe at the fiery red Ferrari, secretly marveling at the presence of such affluent individuals on campus. While waiting at a traffic light, Chen Yunxian received a message on her phone. "Chen Yunxian, let us have lunch together today." It was from Li Xinyu. "Sure, how about 11 o'clock? "Sounds good." As the green light illuminated, Chen Yunxian pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow, leaving a trail of envy in the wake of seasoned drivers. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Yunxian began tinkering with her computer, just as Sun Hao and the others stirred awake, engrossed in their phones. "Hey, Lao Chen, where have you been?" Sun Hao asked. "I bought a laptop and some clothes," Chen Yunxian replied. "What kind of laptop?" Wang Fan sat up excitedly at the mention of a computer. "An Alienware, meant for gaming," Chen Yunxian stated. "Wow, what's the configuration?" Wang Fan exclaimed. "I'm not quite sure. I just bought the top model," she said. "Wow." Sun Hao and Wang Fan chorused together. "Well, of course, Lao Chen, you have the means," Sun Hao remarked, then reclined back down. "By the way, do you want to play some games later?" We've all downloaded them. Wang Fan suggested. "What game?" "Counter-Strike 2. Let us do it in the afternoon." "I still need to download it, and I'm going out for lunch with someone," Chen Yunxian replied. "All right then, but we have a class meeting in the afternoon, so come back early," Wang Fan added. The night before, while Chen Yunxian was absent, they had played a couple of rounds, but being novices to FPS games, they had faced a brutal defeat. After lingering around the dormitory for a while, the clock struck 11, and Chen Yunxian stepped out. "Who do you think Lao Chen is going to lunch with?" Wang Fan asked lewdly. "I bet it's an upperclassman." Wu Xiaolei chimed in. "I think it's the girl from last night," Sun Hao speculated. "I agree, it must be that girl from last night," Wang Fan echoed. "Why do you think so?" Wu Xiaolei queried, confused. "Heh, you'll understand once I show you a few novels." Wang Fan chuckled. "What novels? I want to look them up," Wu Xiaolei said, suddenly intrigued. "Rich Guy, where the protagonist drives a Ferrari to enroll." Wang Fan revealed the title. "Okay." Wu Xiaolei began to read attentively. Chen Yunxian arrived at the boys' dormitory, where a girl clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, wearing over-the-knee black stockings, awaited him. Many male peers cast lingering glances in her direction. Chen Yunxian immediately recognized her as Li Xinyu, her burgundy hair being quite distinctive. "Chen Yunxian, you're here," Li Xinyu exclaimed with excitement. "You look lovely today." Chen Yunxian complimented. If I look pretty today, what about yesterday? Li Xinyu quipped, rolling her eyes playfully. Yesterday, you were just a little crybaby, Chen Yunxian teased. Humph. I want to talk to you. Li Xinyu pouted adorably, clinging to Chen Yunxian's arm. All right, where shall we dine? Chen Yunxian found Li Xinyu rather endearing and affectionately ruffled her hair. Li Xinyu beamed, savoring the warmth of his hand atop her head. Should anyone familiar with her witness this scene, they would undoubtedly give Chen Yunxian a thumbs up. The little sorceress of the Jiangdu second-generation elite was being so obedient under his influence. Truly remarkable. Let us go to Songya Pavilion. The food there is quite delicious. Li Xinyu suggested. Sounds good. Let us go. Li Xinyu had not acted on a whim. Upon returning to her dormitory last night, she discovered that Chen Yunxian was the very freshman who had driven a Ferrari to enroll. Although that aloof campus belle was his girlfriend, so what? As long as she wielded her metaphorical hoe skillfully, nothing was impossible. Wow, is this the La Ferrari? It's absolutely stunning. Li Xinyu exclaimed, eagerly touching the car's surface. Get in the car, Chen Yunxian urged. As they settled inside, Li Xinyu watched Chen Yunxian effortlessly steer the Ferrari with one hand. Oh no, this is too cool. I might just fall for him. She silently mused. By the way, are you interested in racing? I've yet to experience the thrill of a La Ferrari on the track. Li Xinyu asked. That sounds great, but we'll have to wait until next time. I have a class meeting this afternoon and not much time. Chen Yunxian replied. His interest piqued at the thought of feeling the exhilaration of the track. Awesome. Then we'll go together next time. Li Xinyu responded excitedly. Chapter 12. The Proprietor of Songya Pavilion, by Song. The car came to a halt in front of a quaint courtyard. Chen Yunxian and Li Xinyu had arrived at their destination, Songya Pavilion. Chen Yunxian surveyed the serene little courtyard with surprise. He had not expected to find such a tranquil spot in the city center, indicating that the proprietor of this establishment possessed considerable influence. Two beautiful women clad in kipeos welcomed them into the courtyard. The scene before him was even more stunning. Small bridges, flowing water, and lush bamboos. Sir, there is only one private room left in the pavilion. Would that be acceptable to you? One of the cheapao-clad beauties inquired. Very well, that one will do, Chen Yunxian remarked. Songya Pavilion operates on a reservation basis, frequented by the elite and dignitaries. It consists solely of private rooms, categorized as tranquil, serene, pleasant, and elegant. However, the two elegantly attired women at the entrance, upon noticing Chen Yunxian arriving in a Ferrari La Ferrari, promptly ushered the two inside. The women working at Songya Pavilion have acquired considerable insight, thus possessing a keen eye for discerning clientele. Upon entering the elegant room, Chen Yunxian and Li Xinyu found the ambience indeed befitting the name elegant. Let us order a few signature dishes, Li Xinyu exclaimed, producing a purple gold card and handing it to one of the cheapao-clad ladies. Certainly, madam, the lady replied, her eyes widening slightly. For this was the highest VIP card available at Songya Pavilion, surpassed only by the gilded card, of which there are merely 3, one in the hands of the establishment's owner and another with a business tycoon. It seems you are quite the affluent lady, Chen Yunxian chuckled. Of course. How about I pamper you, sister? Li Xinyu teased, covering her mouth with a playful grin. No thanks, there are still many sights to behold outside. Chen Yunxian replied, shaking her head. Men truly are insatiable. Here I am, a stunning beauty, and you still have thoughts of other women. Li Xinyu feigned indignation. That's not quite fair. I merely have a penchant for love, Chen Yunxian retorted, shrugging her shoulders. Humph, just a penchant? Li Xinyu pouted. The two exchanged laughter, their rapport rapidly deepening. Knock knock. The door to the private room was rapped upon. Come in, Chen Yunxian called, opening the door to reveal the same cheapao-clad lady, who bowed slightly upon seeing Chen Yunxian. Sir, madam, the dishes are prepared. Shall I bring them in? Please do, Chen Yunxian replied. The lady bowed once more, swaying her hips gracefully as she departed. Who would have thought the rules here are rather strict, Chen Yunxian mused. The privacy is excellent here. If someone were to overhear something inappropriate, it would be quite unfortunate for them, Li Xinyu remarked casually. Chen Yunxian nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in her words. The dishes arrived swiftly, their fragrant aroma igniting Chen Yunxian's appetite. Do try it. The flavors here are exquisite. It is said that the chef has experience with state banquets. Li Xinyu encouraged. Indeed, it is delightful, Chen Yunxian confirmed, savoring a piece of fish, tender and delectable. After they finished their meal and were wiping their mouths, Chen Yunxian inquired, This place is quite nice. How did you acquire that card? This was a gift from the owner to my father. I'm not entirely sure how it came about, Li Xinyu answered. Very well then. As Chen Yunxian and Li Xinyu exited the private room, a middle-aged man in a suit approached them. Excuse me, sir, madam, may I have a moment? He inquired. Is there something you need? Chen Yunxian asked. My surname is Zhou. I am the manager here. You are esteemed purple gold patrons, and I apologize for any shortcomings in our service. I would like to present you with a bottle of red wine, Manager Zhou explained, beckoning to the cheapao-clad lady behind him, who then presented a bottle of red wine. How thoughtful, Chen Yunxian remarked, taking the bottle and glancing at it. It was identical to the one she had enjoyed during her last visit to the Park Hyatt Hotel. I was just curious, are there any conditions to obtain your cards? Chen Yunxian inquired. Yes, sir, as long as one possesses a certain level of assets. We will issue a card, Manager Zhou replied. Ah, I see. Then please grant me one, Chen Yunxian said, realization dawning upon her. Do you think this qualifies? She asked. Retrieving her car key, Manager Zhou scrutinized it, momentarily at a loss. Such a high-caliber client required the approval of his superior. Sir, my authority is limited. I will need our store manager to attend to this, he stated. Chen Yunxian furrowed her brow, feeling slightly frustrated. At that moment, Li Xinyu leaned in and whispered a few words into her ear. Indeed, I've heard that typical cards are distributed by Manager Zhou, but for premium clients, the owner must personally handle it. Chen Yunxian's expression softened upon hearing this. Is your owner present? She continued. Yes, sir, I have already summoned the owner, Manager Zhou assured her. Chen Yunxian and Li Xinyu found a seat. A series of footsteps approached, and Chen Yunxian turned to see a man clad in a suit, wearing a warm smile. Upon seeing Chen Yunxian, he appeared momentarily taken aback, surprised by the youthfulness of this esteemed client, feeling as though he had seen her before. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Bai, and my given name is Song. May I ask your name? Bai Song inquired. No need for formality. I am Chen Yunxian, she replied. Upon hearing her name, Bai Song's eyes lit up. Just days prior, he had sold his hotel at a 25 markup. And it was indeed Chen Yunxian who had made the purchase. His background was shrouded in mystery, leaving him unable to uncover any useful information, which had compelled him to sell. Ah, Chen Yunxian, it is you. Truly, a young hero emerges. At your age, you managed to acquire my hotel outright. Bai Song exclaimed heartily. So it is you, Boss Bai, my apologies. Chen Yunxian realized that this was indeed the former owner of the Park Hyatt Hotel. I didn't get to meet you during the acquisition of my hotel. Next time, we must have a proper drink together. Bai Song laughed. Absolutely. Just set a date. Brother. Chen Yunxian responded, casually addressing him as brother. Bai Song's smile widened. He had harbored some resentment toward Chen Yunxian for the direct acquisition of his hotel. But hearing her refer to him in such a familiar manner dispelled any lingering bitterness. All right, since you are brother Chen, please accept this gilded card, Bai Song declared, producing a gilded card from his pocket and handing it to Chen Yunxian. She accepted it, examining the intricate gilded dragon pattern, grand and majestic. I am most grateful, brother. Chen Yunxian responded with a smile. Not at all. Next time, let us enjoy a fine drink together, Bai Song replied cheerfully. After a brief exchange, Chen Yunxian and Li Xinyu took their leave. Once they were a distance away, Manager Zhou could no longer contain his curiosity. Boss, why did you give him a gilded card? Based on his assets, he should only qualify for a purple gold card, right? There are matters you are unaware of. This young man purchased my hotel at a premium, and I could not refuse, Bai Song replied with a wry smile, lamenting that had he the option, he would not have sold. His backing is remarkably formidable, and he settled the entire amount in one go. With such liquidity, his influence must be extraordinary, Bai Song elaborated. Manager Zhou nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 13. Li Xinyu's celestial roommate. Wow, Junior, you possess such prowess. The owner of Songya Pavilion handed you a gilded card directly. Had I known, I should have let you treat for this meal, Li Xinyu exclaimed. Chen Yunxian, who had been observing the road conditions, chuckled at Li Xinyu's words. You, a stunning beauty, would actually miss my humble meal? How ruthless. Humph. Since you've called me a stunning beauty, I suppose I can overlook this meal. Li Xinyu raised her chin defiantly. Chen Yunxian found herself both amused and exasperated, never anticipating Li Xinyu's playful spirit. However, treating you to this meal, is it too much to ask for a reward? Hee hee. Li Xinyu leaned closer to Chen Yunxian, playfully tapping her own cheek. So this is your ulterior motive. Well, I, the handsome one, consent. Chen Yunxian replied with a chuckle. Just then, a red light at the intersection caused the vehicle to come to a halt. Observing Li Xinyu's slightly flushed face, Chen Yunxian couldn't help but smile at her shyness, which was amusingly juxtaposed with her teasing demeanor. In the midst of her bashful gaze, Chen Yunxian leaned in closer, discreetly adjusting her face with his other hand. Their lips met, and Li Xinyu's eyes widened in surprise. Yet, under Chen Yunxian's advances, she soon began to relish the moment. Honk, honk. The cars behind them started to honk, prompting them to separate. Now let's see if you dare to tease me again, Chen Yunxian said with a playful grin, then abruptly pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. Humph, I'll dare next time. Li Xinyu, her face still flushed, reclined in her seat, defiantly declaring, though her eyes betrayed her fond recollections of the recent encounter. Speak. Do you still dare? Chen Yunxian placed his hand on Li Xinyu's fair thigh, giving it a gentle squeeze as a playful threat. Unexpectedly, instead of conceding, Li Xinyu leaned in closer, her expression one of challenge. Oh, just wait. Chen Yunxian glanced at the time. It was not yet 12:30. The class meeting was set to begin at 3, leaving them with a bit of time to spare. The car roared to life as it sped towards the Baiwei Hotel. In less than 15 minutes, Chen Yunxian had led Li Xinyu to their destination. The hotel staff, already familiar with the new owner's visage, greeted Chen Yunxian with respect. Ignoring the formalities, Chen Yunxian thought it only natural to indulge. Given that Li Xinyu had presented herself willingly, embracing her, he entered a private room on the top floor, which was not open to the public. Li Xinyu's cheeks deepened in color as she lay nervously on the bed, watching Chen Yunxian. Are you certain you won't regret this? He inquired. I have no regrets. The moment you saved me yesterday, I decided I wanted to get to know you better. I never anticipated your charm would ensnare me so swiftly. Li Xinyu asserted with a shake of her head. Then, in response to Chen Yunxian's astonished expression, she began to take action, transforming from her previous demeanor into an enchanting little temptress. Afterward, as Chen Yunxian held Li Xinyu in his arms on the bed, she weakly remarked, How are you so strong? Now you understand my prowess, don't you? Chen Yunxian replied, a hint of pride in his voice. After all, which man wouldn't envy such capabilities? A quick glance at the clock revealed that it was already 2:30. I still have to attend the class meeting shortly. Would you like to rest here for a bit? Chen Yunxian asked, gently stroking Li Xinyu's hair. Never mind. It wouldn't be entertaining for me to stay here alone, she said, struggling to rise. She wrapped her arms around Chen Yunxian's torso. I want a hug. She pouted playfully. Chen Yunxian, though resigned, decided to indulge his beloved. He dressed her and carried her out of the hotel. Now you understand the consequences of provoking me. Should you dare to do so again, I will enforce family discipline. Chen Yunxian stated as he drove. Humph. This time it was merely an off day for me. Next time, you'll learn that there are no unplowed fields, only exhausted oxen. Li Xinyu retorted stubbornly. Chen Yunxian chuckled, vowing that he would astonish her next time. The car halted beneath the girls' dormitory, and Li Xinyu awkwardly disembarked. Are you sure you can manage? Chen Yunxian asked. I'm fine. I'm leaving now, Brother Chen. She waved goodbye. Observing that she seemed unscathed, he departed after their farewells. Li Xinyu returned to the dormitory with a sense of unease, pushing open the door and immediately drawing the attention of 3 others. Xinyu, how is the handsome Chen? The girl stationed in front of her inquired. Quite impressive. Li Xinyu responded before her mind could process the words. What do you mean by impressive? Wang Nan questioned, puzzled. I see. You've already given yourself to Chen Yunxian, haven't you? You walk so awkwardly. Another girl scoffed. Exactly. Just a meal, and you've already surrendered. How shameless. Chimed in a third. What nonsense are you all spouting? If you don't know, don't make unfounded claims. Wang Nan retorted angrily. TCH, if you don't believe me, just ask her if it's true. Wang Nan turned her gaze toward Li Xinyu. Indeed, Chen Yunxian is quite remarkable, which is why I couldn't help myself, Li Xinyu replied, her cheeks flushing. Oh, Xinyu, while he may be a good person, isn't this all happening a bit too fast? Wang Nan expressed her concern. I knew it. You clearly have a tendency to entice. Another girl interjected. Enough. Regardless of the circumstances, you have no right to speak on this matter. Wang Nan shouted at the girl who had spoken. All right, I know you two hold a grudge against me. However, that doesn't justify your mockery. Should this happen again, you'll understand the consequences. Li Xinyu declared coldly. The other 2 roommates fell silent, fully aware of Li Xinyu's family standing. They had overheard her discussing her family's wealth during a phone call with her father the previous day, assets in the hundreds of millions, wielding significant influence in Jiangdu and across Jiang province. Angered, Li Xinyu was not someone they could afford to provoke. Standing atop the social hierarchy in Jiangdu, she had countless means at her disposal to deal with them. Their earlier remarks had stemmed merely from jealousy and were entirely unwarranted. Xinyu, don't let them get to you. It's not worth your time to argue with such people. Wang Nan consoled her. The other 2 roommates hesitated to speak. But upon meeting Li Xinyu's icy gaze, they fell silent, inwardly cursing. What are you? Just a dog beside Li Xinyu. Nan, you are truly wonderful. I think I'll lie down for a bit. Li Xinyu said, feeling fatigued. Heaven knows, the intensity of Chen Yunxian was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Li Xinyu lay down on the bed and soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Yunxian hurried to the classroom door, where quite a few students had already gathered. A stunning girl stood at the podium, engrossed in her phone. Chen Yunxian glanced at the time, 14:59, just in time. After straightening his collar, he stepped inside. Old Chen, over here, Sun Hao called out, drawing the attention of the entire classroom towards Chen Yunxian. The eyes of both boys and girls fixated on him. The girls were captivated, realizing there was such a handsome boy in their class, while the boys felt a surge of competitive pressure. A strikingly handsome peer made finding a romantic partner all the more challenging. Chen Yunxian took a seat beside Sun Hao, treating the attention as a mere triviality. Old Chen, took you long enough to grab a bite, Sun Hao teased. I got held up by other matters, Chen Yunxian replied. Oh, you have no idea. There's an exceptionally beautiful girl in our class. Her waist, her legs, Sun Hao declared with a grin. Our counselor is quite lovely too, Wang Fan chimed in, leaning closer and speaking in a hushed tone. Just then, the girl at the podium began to speak. All right, classmates. I am to be your counselor for the next 4 years. My name is Su Qing, Su Qing declared, inscribing her name upon the blackboard. Chen Yunxian glanced over and recognized Su Qing. I never expected this beautiful teacher would turn out to be my counselor. What a serendipitous encounter, Chen Yunxian mused silently. Su Qing's gaze swept across the room, pausing momentarily when it fell upon Chen Yunxian. Wasn't he the handsome fellow she had bumped into twice that morning? Chen Yunxian sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon him and followed the gaze, discovering that it was none other than the stunning counselor observing him. Their eyes met, and Chen Yunxian, with a hint of a smile, inclined his head slightly towards Su Qing. Su Qing maintained her composure, averting her gaze, though her fingers tightened subtly. Now, let's have everyone introduce themselves, so I may familiarize myself with all you beautiful and handsome faces, Su Qing said with a smile. The students exchanged glances, none daring to step forward first. At that moment, a fashionably dressed girl approached the front of the class. Hello everyone. My name is Song Yuer, and I'm a local from Jiangdu. I have many hobbies, which I won't enumerate, but you'll discover them during our time together. Additionally, I hope you will support my candidacy for class president. Thank you. Song Yuer introduced herself with ease. Oh wow, this stunning beauty is Song Yuer. I can't believe she is boldly campaigning for votes. Sun Hao exclaimed. Hee. With looks like hers, I might just cast my vote for her. Wang Fan remarked mischievously. Su Qing regarded Song Yuer with a glance. All right, next. Her tone was neutral. With Song Yuer having broken the ice, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The students took turns introducing themselves, though their speeches paled in comparison to Song Yuer's eloquence. Soon, only their dormitory members remained. I'll go first, Sun Hao declared. Come on, old Sun, it's your turn, Wang Fan urged excitedly. Sun Hao was puzzled by Wang Fan's enthusiasm. He had been tinkering with old Wu earlier. Was it all for this moment? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He rose and walked towards the podium as a burst of music erupted in the classroom. Bragging rights come. Bragging rights come. Deliver the cabbage. Bragging rights come. The song made Sun Hao feel utterly mortified. He shot Wang Fan a glare, realizing this had all been a setup. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, with Wang Fan and Wu Xiaolei stifling their chuckles, while Chen Yunxian joined in the mirth. Su Qing, standing at the door, stifled a giggle. Her dormitory was quite the lively bunch. Sun Hao, suppressing laughter and embarrassment, approached the podium, wishing he could burrow a hole into the ground with his toes. Hello everyone, I am from the dormitory. Oh wait, my name is Sun Hao. As you can see, I hail from the dormitory of those 3 handsome fellows at the back. I'm a local, and I don't really have any hobbies worth mentioning. Well, that's it. Thank you, Sun Hao concluded, quickly retreating. His introduction elicited laughter from his classmates. Even Song Yuer giggled, finding his presentation far more entertaining than those before him. However, her beautiful gaze drifted towards Chen Yunxian, curious about what this handsome fellow would say. Wu Xiaolei stood up. It was his turn. They had previously discussed the order. Sun Hao first, followed by him, then Wang Fan, with old Chen, the ultimate heartthrob, to close the show. Old Wu. That was so embarrassing. We all must have a password. Sun Hao exclaimed, his face flushed. Haha, let us not talk about embarrassment. But your introduction surely left a lasting impression on everyone, didn't it? Wang Fan chuckled. True, old Wang, you are indeed a genius. Sun Hao scratched his head, conceding. Wu Xiaolei stepped up to the podium, his dark complexion tinged with red. Hello everyone, I am Wu Xiaolei. I come from Tianhu City in Yun Province. I enjoy and I hope everyone will take good care of me in the future. Wu Xiaolei finished and hurriedly descended, as though the podium were a cursed place. Old Wu, your skin is too thin, Sun Hao commented. I get nervous with so many people watching me. Wu Xiaolei fidgeted. Old Wang, it's your turn. Sun Hao grinned mischievously at Wang Fan. Just don't play that music again. The plan was to play it at the start and the end. Wang Fan replied with a laugh. What? Fine. Sun Hao conceded, slightly deflated. Wang Fan adjusted his hair flamboyantly and sauntered up to the podium. Hello everyone. I am Wang Fan. I'm from southern Suzhou. I'm the funny guy. I enjoy playing with abstractions. That concludes my introduction, and now, the most handsome guy in our dormitory, and indeed the whole class, will take the stage. Can I get a round of applause? Wang Fan announced, gesturing towards Chen Yunxian. The class erupted in enthusiastic applause, turning their attention to the three sitting at the back. Chen Yunxian stood, a smile gracing his face as he gestured for silence. It was as if his motion held some enchantment, compelling his classmates to lower their hands and focus on him. Su Qing's beautiful eyes were also fixed on Chen Yunxian, her curiosity piqued. What do you think old Chen will say? Wang Fan inquired. Wow. When did you come down, old Wang? Sun Hao exclaimed, startled. Just now, when everyone's attention was drawn to old Chen, Wang Fan replied. I don't know, but old Chen might be even more charming than we expect. Sun Hao asserted confidently. Wang Fan and Wu Xiaolei nodded in agreement. Chen Yunxian approached the podium, clearing his throat. Hello everyone. I am Chen Yunxian, the so-called handsome guy that Wang Fan has been talking about. He paused for effect. Wow, this guy is incredibly handsome. I think I'm falling in love. What a lovely name, and such a striking face. Not to mention, with looks like that, how can my plain face compare? This handsome guy is too much. I feel like my heart belongs to him. A girl next to Song Yuer clutched her chest. No way, Chen Yunxian is mine. Another girl declared. Mine. Song Yuer chuckled at the squabbling girls before turning her attention back to Chen Yunxian. Chapter 15. Su Qing is a senior. With so many handsome and beautiful people in our class, having one more handsome guy is hardly excessive. To get to the point, I don't have many hobbies. I'm either in the dormitory or out and about. Chen Yunxian remarked with a smile. Did he just compliment me? I'm in love. Not excessive. Support. Listening to your words is like hearing a beautiful melody. Well, that's all for my introduction. I'll now hand the floor back to our counselor. Chen Yunxian concluded. Glancing at Su Qing nodded slightly, thinking to herself that this charming young man had quite the flair. Thank you all for your introductions. I now have a clearer understanding of each of you. Especially you, Chen Yunxian, the handsome fellow. Chen Yunxian stepped down from the podium, returning to his seat. You really are something, old Chen. I never imagined you'd end with that line. Sun Hao teased. Basic skills, nothing more. You see, it's always old Chen who comes up with these charming lines. Wang Fan laughed. Haha. The following is about our military training, which lasts for 2 weeks. No leave will be granted except under special circumstances. If such circumstances arise, a medical certificate must be presented at the Academic Affairs Office for approval. Su Qing announced. Points of note include, Hey Lao Chen, are we going to play CS when we get back? Sun Hao inquired. That's fine, but has my computer finished downloading? Chen Yunxian replied. Don't worry, it was downloaded before I came. Sun Hao patted his chest. Okay, next, we will hold elections for class officers. Those interested can prepare themselves. We will take a 10-minute break first. Su Qing said with a smile. Chen Yunxian glanced at the time. Nearly an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Do you need to go to the restroom? Sun Hao asked. Sure, let's go. Chen Yunxian felt the urgency as he had hurried back from the hotel without a break. The group made their way to the restroom, and under the gaze of his companions, Sun Hao pulled out a box of green cigarettes. Wow, I can't believe you smoke. Lao Sun, Wang Fan exclaimed in shock. I don't often, but these past few days, Hanyu hasn't been paying much attention to me, so I bought a pack. Sun Hao admitted, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Lao Wang, don't hang yourself on a single tree. There are plenty of colorful flowers waiting for you. Wang Fan consoled him. I get it. Once she has a boyfriend, I'll let go. Sun Hao lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. Lao Chen, are you joining? Sun Hao asked. I'll have one, Chen Yunxian said, taking a cigarette and joining in the cloud of smoke. Although he had been a model student before university, he had picked up the habit from Lao Chen at home. Typically, both Lao Chen and Xiao Chun would share a few cigarettes in their yard. Lao Wu, how about you? Sun Hao continued. Sure, Wu Xiaolei replied, deftly lighting one up. Wow, Lao Wu, I didn't know you smoked. Wang Fan exclaimed again, astonished. Yeah, when I finish my farm work at home, I often share one with my dad. It's quite relaxing, Wu Xiaolei explained. Is it really that relieving? I want to give it a try. Wang Fan took a fierce drag from the lotus cigarette Sun Hao offered, only to choke immediately and break into a coughing fit. Ha ha ha. The group returned to the classroom. Reeking of smoke. Su Qing was seated at the back, tapping away on her phone in conversation. The smoke wafted over, prompting her to frown slightly as she fixed her gaze on the approaching Chen Yunxian. I can't believe our class as handsome guy smokes, Su Qing teased. It's all good. Moderation can be beneficial for stress relief, Chen Yunxian replied. Sun Hao and the others looked at Chen Yunxian in surprise as he chatted with Su Qing. Noticing their stares, Su Qing added, We're all young. I'm not much older than you, so consider me your senior. We can be serious in class, but outside, we can just be friends. Su Qing smiled. You graduated from Jianghai University too? It seems you were quite diligent in college. Chen Yunxian remarked, surprised. Those who remained at the university as faculty were typically exceptional talents. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have stayed? Su Qing lifted her delicate neck proudly. Is this your first year as a class advisor? Chen Yunxian continued his inquiries. Yes. Exactly. So, there's no generation gap between us. If you have any romantic troubles, feel free to discuss them with me. I can help clarify things for you. Su Qing said with a cheerful demeanor. So you're just eager to hear gossip? Chen Yunxian teased. Hee. That's just a small part of it. The main point is that I can assist you. Su Qing laughed. So, does that mean you've had your fair share of romances? Chen Yunxian queried. Su Qing's smile faltered, hitting a sensitive spot. Come on, I may not have seen a pig run, but I've certainly eaten pork. Su Qing replied, somewhat defensively. Really? How can anyone believe your advice then? Chen Yunxian exclaimed in exaggerated surprise. Fine, I admit it. I just want to hear gossip. Su Qing feigned anger. And you? Trying to extract so much information from me while mocking me. Such insincerity. Su Qing continued. Isn't this just friendly exchange? Chen Yunxian said sheepishly. You only ask me questions and don't share anything about yourself? Huh? Su Qing shot him a glance. Well, I'm just a bit curious, Chen Yunxian replied. All right. Even if you don't tell me, I can figure it out. Su Qing said, somewhat smugly. How would you know? Chen Yunxian asked, puzzled. Su Qing found his confusion amusing and couldn't resist poking his forehead. I just graduated, and I still enjoy reading the campus forum. You've had quite a few adventures there these past few days. Su Qing chuckled. Chen Yunxian suddenly realized that Su Qing could indeed access the campus forum. Su Qing covered her mouth, laughing, feeling an inexplicable allure in Chen Yunxian that drove her curiosity to delve deeper into this student. Sun Hao and the others sat wide-eyed, marveling at how Chen was quite the charmer with the ladies. Junior, you've had your fair share of romantic escapades. The forum is full of posts about you and some girl, Su Qing continued. Students at our school just love to spread rumors. It's quite dull, Chen Yunxian sighed. While others are racking their brains to become forum celebrities, you're here complaining. Fame brings trouble. Just a minor mistake on my part gets blown out of proportion. Chen Yunxian shook his head. That's a fair point. Keeping a low profile is wise. Well, I need to head back now. We'll chat again next time. Su Qing concluded, making her way to the podium. Wow. Lao Chen, you're truly impressive. Sun Hao whispered in awe as he watched Su Qing ascend the stage. Lao Chen, it's all you. You're chatting so happily with our advisor. And it looks so cozy, Wang Fan remarked enviously. Lao Chen really is amazing. He can strike up a conversation with any beautiful girl. Wu Xiaolei added, unable to contain his admiration. It's nothing. I just know our advisor, Chen Yunxian replied modestly. Wow, no wonder. Sun Hao said, but Lao Chen is truly something else. He knows beautiful women wherever he goes. Wang Fan commented. Not quite. It's more like beautiful women come to know him wherever he goes. Wu Xiaolei corrected. That's the essence. Chapter 16, Su Qing's thoughts. All right, everyone, please settle down. We concluded the school's official matters. Now it's time for our class's private affairs, the election of class officers. I trust everyone is prepared. The first position we will discuss is that of the class monitor. Su Qing announced with a smile from the podium. The laughter from the students faded as they listened attentively to their advisor. Upon hearing the mention of the monitor election, Song Yuan straightened her posture. Her gaze fixed intently on Su Qing. Everyone can come up to give a speech one by one. After all speeches are completed, we will proceed with the voting. Su Qing stepped back to the entrance. I'll go first. Song Yuan scanned the classroom confidently, then stood up and calmly walked to the podium. My name is Song Yuan, and I believe most of you have a strong impression of me. I am running for class monitor. Without further ado, if everyone selects me as class monitor, I shall fulfill the responsibilities inherent to the role, guiding us through the various requirements and activities mandated by the school. As Song Yuerong expounded upon her points, Chen Yunxian and Sun Hao were engrossed in their phones, finding her lengthy discourse somewhat tedious. Old Chun, why don't you give being class monitor a try? Sun Hao suddenly suggested. No way, being a class monitor is nothing but toil and trouble. Chen Yunxian shook his head. Absolutely right. The class leaders in university are often disregarded. Wang Fan chimed in. What makes you say that? Wu Xiaolei inquired. My brother held the position once, and during the holidays. He was burdened with tasks galore. Wang Fan replied. That does sound quite burdensome. Wu Xiaolei nodded in agreement. During their conversation, Song Yuerong had already concluded her speech. Is there anyone else interested in becoming class monitor? Step up and share your thoughts so we can all vote. Su Qing announced. Noticing the students below remained silent, Su Qing cast a glance at Chen Yunxian. Meeting Su Qing's gaze, Chen Yunxian subtly shook his head. It seems our class monitor is to be Song Yuerong. Su Qing declared, though she harbored an inexplicable hope that Chen Yunxian might take on the role, sparking a curiosity within her. Classmates, next up is our class's youth league secretary. Su Qing continued. The position of Youth League Secretary is a significant one in every university class, often accompanied by numerous points of merit, albeit with a high likelihood of being treated like a mere workhorse by the league committee teachers. A reasonably attractive girl stepped forward. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Xiaoxiao, and if I..." Chen Yunxian showed little interest in these campaign speeches, knowing that when it came time to vote, he would simply select one at random. "Look at these accessories on the screen, they are quite beautiful, though rather pricey," Sun Hao exclaimed, showing his phone to Chen Yunxian and the others. "Wow, these accessories are outrageously expensive. That guy we encountered the other day must be quite wealthy." Wang Fan was taken aback. "There are cheaper ones, but they are all rather unattractive." Sun Hao replied, "Oh, but I want something aesthetically pleasing." Wang Fan drooled with envy. "Don't be envious. Old Chun's abilities could very well procure something nice. He could treat us." Sun Hao grinned mischievously. "Indeed. Old Chen, make sure to get us a knife," Wang Fan said earnestly to Chen Yunxian. "Let me see. What are you talking about?" Chen Yunxian replied. Sun Hao scrolled through his phone, revealing a series of six-figure accessories. "Wow, these little trinkets aren't cheap at all." Chen Yunxian was somewhat astonished. He too downloaded the app and began browsing. The speeches had concluded, and two more candidates had come forward to vie for the position of Youth League Secretary. As the monotony of speeches dragged on, Su Qing returned to the podium. "All right, now it's time for everyone to cast their votes. You may write your choices on a slip of paper to submit your vote," Su Qing announced. The students then sprang into action, scribbling on their papers. Chen Yunxian and his three companions exchanged glances, none of them having brought paper or pens. "What the heck? None of you three brought anything," Sun Hao exclaimed in shock. "What did you expect? I thought we were just having a class meeting." Wang Fan shrugged. "I didn't anticipate we would need to write anything." Wu Xiaolei scratched his head. "Don't look at me. It's not like you expected me to bring supplies at the last minute," Chen Yunxian said helplessly. At that moment, Su Qing approached, her face adorned with a smile. "First class meeting, and you forgot your paper and pens? You all are quite carefree," Su Qing remarked. "What can we do?" "This is our first university class meeting," Chen Yunxian replied. "All right then, whoever you four choose, I'll just tally it up," Su Qing said. "I have no idea. I don't have any impression of them," Chen Yunxian admitted. "I knew you weren't paying attention. I saw you four whispering down there," Su Qing said with mock indignation. "It was dreadfully dull, senior. Who do you think we should vote for as Youth League Secretary? Let's just go for a big decision." Chen Yunxian whispered. "Oh, I am a fair and just teacher." Su Qing shot Chen Yunxian a glare, then tapped her finger on the desk. "Understood. Senior, you truly are a commendable teacher," Chen Yunxian replied, grinning. "Ahem, old Sun, old Wang, old Wu, since we can't decide on a candidate for Youth League Secretary, let us just mindlessly vote for the first one," Chen Yunxian suggested. Sun Hao and the others looked at Chen Yunxian with skepticism, noticing his resolute demeanor. "I'll pick the first one. I heard her say a few words," Sun Hao declared earnestly. "What a coincidence. The first girl is somewhat attractive. I'll vote for her." Wang Fan agreed. "Me too." Wu Xiaolei scratched his head, unsure of what else to say. "What about the rest?" Chen Yunxian nudged Su Qing playfully. "I don't mind. The others are beyond my concern," Su Qing whispered. "All right then." Su Qing turned and ascended the podium. The conversation with Chen Yunxian was known only to the four of them. The other students merely observed them speaking. "Classmates, our four companions here forgot their paper and pens, so they can only tell me who they chose. And I'll add their votes," Su Qing announced. She then marked 4 strokes next to the first girl's name in the Youth League Secretary's column, carelessly adding a few strokes next to the others. "Classmates, this is the final vote count we have achieved," Su Qing proclaimed. "The Youth League Secretary is now Lu Xiaoxiao. The psychological committee is..." From the blackboard, it was evident that Lu Xiaoxiao and Huang Xuanfei's vote counts differed by 4 votes. A boy in the front row turned to look at Chen Yunxian and his companions, his expression one of confusion. "Congratulations, Xiaoxiao." Song Yuerong smiled at the girl beside her. "I must thank Chen Yunxian and the others," Lu Xiaoxiao said, glancing at Chen Yunxian and his group. "Perhaps your beauty swayed one of them." Song Yuerong teased. "Stop saying that. We just met. How could that be?" Lu Xiaoxiao blushed. If that were true, she secretly hoped it was Chen Yunxian. Chapter 17. The rewards brought by Li Xinyu. "Classmates, the class meeting is now concluded," Su Qing announced from the podium, exhaling in relief. The lengthy session had left her feeling rather fatigued. As the meeting adjourned and students began to disperse, Chen Yunxian and Sun Hao prepared to leave. "Wait," a boy called out. Chen Yunxian and his companions turned, puzzled by the boy's interruption. "What is up?" Chen Yunxian asked. "I don't understand why you didn't vote for me as Youth League Secretary," Huang Xuanfei stated. "What is so hard to understand about it?" Sun Hao replied. "We all guys. So why didn't you all cast your vote for me?" Huang Xuanfei questioned. "Perplexed, you?" What's the benefit of voting for you? Voting for that Lu whatever will at least help us be remembered. Sun Hao mocked. Lu Xiao. A girl's voice piped up. Oh right, that Lu Xiao, Sun Hao added. Turning to see Song Yuerong approaching with Lu Xiao. Does it matter to you whether someone votes for you or not? Song Yuting inquired as she looked at Huang Xuanfei. But we are. Huang Xuanfei attempted to justify himself. Enough. Just because you're a boy, does that mean you should automatically receive votes? Lu Xiao is quite eye-catching too. What can you offer? Wang Fan interjected. All right, let's stop this nonsense. It's all just futile talk. Song Yuting continued. Huang Xuanfei's expression darkened, and he left in a huff. Thank you for casting your vote for me. Lu Xiao smiled sweetly. No need for thanks, if anyone should be thanked. It's old Chen. We were unsure of whom to vote for, and he suggested you. Sun Hao said nonchalantly. Thank you, Chen Yunxian. Lu Xiao's eyes brightened as she gazed at Chen Yunxian. Oh, there's no need to thank me. I just chose randomly, Chen Yunxian replied. Though he had followed Su Qing's suggestion, which he certainly could not disclose. Chen Yunxian, you aren't developing a crush on our Xiao, are you? Song Yuting asked teasingly. Don't say such nonsense. This is our first meeting. How could that be possible? Chen Yunxian firmly denied. Does that imply it might be possible in the future? Song Yuting raised an eyebrow and pressed on. Only time will tell. You can't expect to glean anything from now. Chen Yunxian glanced at Lu Xiao, surprised to find her even more captivating up close. Though her features did not surpass Song Yuting's, her eyes sparkled like a clear lake, and her skin was fair and delicate, reminding him of the term milk-like complexion. Well, in any case, I must thank you. Would you like to join us for dinner tonight? Xiao will treat you, Song Yuting suggested. Never mind. I have other plans for today. Chen Yunxian declined. All right then, we're off. Song Yuting turned and walked away with Lu Xiao. Oh my, I've never encountered someone like that Huang fellow before. Sun Hao remarked. Seriously, what a scatterbrain. Just because he doesn't get votes doesn't mean he should come over and ask why. He only ends up embarrassing himself. Wang Fan expressed his disdain. Let us not dwell on him. Shall we head back to play? Wu Xiaolei asked, eager to try out the knife Chen Yunxian had bought. Absolutely. The two responded in unison. The trio's eyes turned towards Chen Yunxian. All right, I'll send you the knife when we get back, Chen Yunxian assured them. During class, he had linked his account, directly purchasing a butterfly knife along with several gun skins. Old Chen, you are truly my benefactor, Sun Hao shouted exuberantly. Upon returning to the dormitory, the four immediately powered on their computers and began gaming. Wow, impressive. That inspection move. Old Chen, I think I'm falling for you. Wang Fan exclaimed excitedly. Chen Yunxian scrutinized the computer screen with utmost focus. After a while, he grew somewhat bored. It was too easy, and his reflexes were dominating the competition. After playing for a bit, he logged off. Junior, do you think I look good in this outfit today? Absolutely. Senior looks stunning in anything. Flatterer. I'll wear this when I meet you later. Great. I'll wait for you downstairs. Chen Yunxian opened another messaging interface. Xiao Yunzi, you performed admirably today. You actually understood my hints. Su Qing remarked. Just to clarify, I'm not a child. Secondly, your hints were quite obvious. TSK. Xiao Yunzi. You're being disingenuous. Call me to Yunzi. By the way, why didn't you want to vote for that Huang fellow? The class monitor is a beauty, after all. How cliché. Too cliché. You're lecturing me? Aren't you just as cliché? Hey, all right. I won't chat with you any longer. I need to go have dinner. Care to join me? Never mind. I'm afraid I'll be overwhelmed by the envious glances of other girls. Setting down his phone, Chen Yunxian grabbed his car keys and exited the dormitory, leaving the three behind in envy. As Chen Yunxian sat in his car, he stared blankly ahead, perusing the system page. He had just recalled that he had muted the system's voice. The reason was that while he was being affectionate with Li Xinyu, the system's notification had startled him. He promptly silenced it, fearing that continued notifications would diminish his interest in Li Xinyu. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your second confidant. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, full ownership of Jinjiang building. Relevant documentation has been placed in the system space. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, a Lamborghini Veneno, now parked at the Park Hyatt Hotel. Congratulations, host, you have received an additional critical hit reward of 1 billion in funds. Today is quite fortuitous. Chen Yunxian couldn't help but smile. Check Li Xinyu's attributes. Name, Li Xinyu. Height, 168 centimeters. Attractiveness, 90. Physique, 69. Special, 1. Affection level, 95. Chen Yunxian. Her affection level is nearly maxed out. No wonder. Chen Yunxian mused to himself. Today, Li Xinyu had come to him willingly, and he had initially assumed she had ulterior motives, only to discover that her affection was simply exceedingly high. The Ferrari roared out of the parking lot, speeding towards the girls' dormitory. Jiang Yun was dressed in a pristine white dress, complemented by a pair of spotless white shoes, and adorned with a white bow tying her hair, exuding an aura reminiscent of a moonlit fairy. She was quietly waiting downstairs at the dormitory. As the beastly roar of the engine approached, Jiang Yun looked up, her eyes shining brightly. The prince she had been waiting for was arriving. The Ferrari halted in the middle of the road, and as Chen Yunxian stepped out of the car, he was immediately captivated by Jiang Yun's attire. He scooped her up in a princess carry and made his way back to the vehicle. Wow, such boyfriend energy. I wish the junior was carrying me instead. Boo-hoo. There are so many people watching. Jiang Yun said shyly, resting her head against Chen Yunxian's shoulders. What is there to fear? They can only envy us. Chen Yunxian chuckled. Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun arrived at a restaurant called Jianghan Private Kitchen. According to Jiang Yun, it was the best private restaurant near Jianghu University, frequented by many students. It was not only close in proximity, but also affordable, making it a favorite among Jianghu University students. Chapter 18. The jealous Jiang Yun. They found a vacant table to sit down, and although the semester had not officially commenced, the place was already bustling. The dishes arrived promptly, vibrant in color and rich in flavor. This is quite delicious, Chen Yunxian remarked, somewhat surprised as he took a bite. Having indulged in various delicacies over the past few days, he had developed a discerning palate, and he was pleasantly surprised to find such delightful dishes in this small restaurant. Of course, this is personally endorsed by me, your senior, Jiang Yun said, her eyes crinkling with joy as she observed Chen Yunxian's reaction. This was also a form of affirmation for her, and she thought to herself, open wide. Chen Yunxian offered a piece to Jiang Yun, holding it near her mouth. Jiang Yun blushed as she ate it, giving him a sultry glance. By the way, you all have military training starting tomorrow. Have you prepared for sun protection? Jiang Yun asked. No, I'm not particularly fond of using such products. Chen Yunxian shook his head. The sun can be quite harsh. You might end up tanned in just 2 days. Jiang Yun cautioned. Forget it. Men are darker and more masculine. Chen Yunxian struck a pose. Huh, what are you saying? Jiang Yun's cheeks flushed. What are you thinking? I'm speaking seriously. Chen Yunxian lightly tapped Jiang Yun's head. Oh, senior. What is it? Jiang Yun, seated in the passenger seat, turned her head. Chen Yunxian suddenly embraced Jiang Yun, pressing his lips forcefully against hers. After 2 minutes, Jiang Yun could no longer bear it, pushing Chen Yunxian away and gasping for fresh air. Wow, you've even learned to ambush your senior, Jiang Yun said, her face flushed. Well, it's been a couple of days since we last met. I had to collect some interest. Chen Yunxian chuckled. Humph, did you learn that from that red-haired campus beauty? Jiang Yun inquired. Why does it smell a bit sour in the air? Whose vinegar jar has been knocked over? Chen Yunxian teased, pinching her nose. You're still making fun of me. Jiang Yun's glistening eyes widened as she reached for his waist and pinched him. Chen Yunxian happened to see Li Xinyu on his way back today, and the way that girl walked was identical to how she did that day. It would be impossible not to feel jealous, but it was clear that Chen Yunxian had other company, which made her heart ache. Ow, that hurts, Chen Yunxian exclaimed. Although Jiang Yun hadn't used much force, he complied with the act. Seeing his playful demeanor made Jiang Yun chuckle, covering her mouth. Oh, you dare to pinch your husband. You'll face the consequences later, Chen Yunxian said mischievously. Husband, please don't, Jiang Yun sang in a high-pitched voice, sending a shiver down Chen Yunxian's spine and igniting excitement in his gaze. Chen Yunxian slammed the gas pedal, and the car roared violently, speeding away. Although it was rush hour, their speed hardly diminished. Surrounding drivers quickly veered aside upon seeing the fiery red Ferrari, clearing a path for Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun. Chen Yunxian lifted Jiang Yun and carried her to the top floor of the Park Hyatt Hotel. Junior, you still have military training tomorrow, Jiang Yun said weakly. Just head back early in the morning, Chen Yunxian replied nonchalantly, then began to playfully tease Jiang Yun. Stop. I need to take a shower first, Jiang Yun hurriedly exclaimed. All right, Chen Yunxian said, feigning regret. Jiang Yun shot him an exasperated glance before heading towards the bathroom. The sound of rushing water soon filled the air, causing Chen Yunxian to steal a glance. The sight before him stirred excitement within, rendering his body rigid. The bathroom's glass was semi-transparent, allowing a glimpse of Jiang Yun's enchanting silhouette. Just in time, I haven't showered either. Let's wash together. Chen Yunxian hastily shed his clothes and opened the bathroom door. Hey, what are you doing in here? Hee, let us wash together. The sound of Chen Yunxian's phone ringing jolted him awake. He quickly grabbed it to silence it. Rubbing his head, memories of last night flooded back. The senior had been utterly wild, and he had overwhelmed her with his prowess. Watching Jiang Yun still fast asleep, he quietly got out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. Having played too hard yesterday, his body felt sticky. As the sound of water cascaded, Jiang Yun slowly opened her eyes, taking in the disarray around her, her face turning crimson. All remnants of her earlier jealousy dissipated. With a junior like this, who could withstand it? Perhaps she should find a few friends to share the burden. She had lost consciousness yesterday. Observing the blurred figure in the bathroom, Jiang Yun recognized it was her junior, so she decided to lie in bed and wait for him to emerge. After a while, Chen Yunxian emerged wrapped in a towel. "Senior, you're awake. Would you like some breakfast?" Chen Yunxian asked. "No thanks, I'll sleep a bit more," Jiang Yun yawned. "All right, I have to head back now. By the way, don't be too polite here. This is my hotel. You can take the Ferrari back," Chen Yunxian said offhandedly. "But how will you get back?" Jiang Yun inquired. "I have other cars. Just be obedient," Chen Yunxian replied. "Fine, but..." Jiang Yun pointed to her face with a smile. Chen Yunxian leaned down and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Husband, drive safely on your way back," Jiang Yun said sweetly. "Sure." Chen Yunxian was already dressed and exited the room. He briefed the hotel manager via phone before heading downstairs. In the underground parking lot, Chen Yunxian instantly recognized his Lamborghini Veneno, its distinctive gray metallic exterior radiating luxury and nobility, standing out among the other vehicles. Approaching, he admired the car's sleek lines, which resembled those carved by a knife, embodying both fluidity and power. Indeed, the legendary Veneno lives up to its name. Its exterior exudes a violent aesthetic. Chen Yunxian marveled. As the scissor doors opened, he slid into the car. This low-profile beast roared to life, its black streamlined form exiting the underground parking garage amidst the envious and respectful gazes of the security personnel, roaring towards the horizon. Meanwhile, "This establishment actually belongs to my junior." Jiang Yun processed this shocking revelation before drifting off into a smile-laden slumber. If she had felt a sense of loneliness earlier, now she was enveloped in a feeling of safety and comfort. It was barely 7 in the morning, and Chen Yunxian held a bun in his hand, chewing on it. He had stopped by a breakfast shop earlier, noticed the time was still early, and bought a few items. The car arrived at the entrance of Jianghai University. Outside vehicles are not allowed entry. The old man glanced at the license plate, finding it unfamiliar. "Old man, it's me." Chen Yunxian lowered the car window and tossed a box of premium dumplings to the security guard. "Oh, it's you, Xiaochen. Got a new car." The old man caught it swiftly, grinning. "I'll register your license plate. You can go on in," the security guard said, patting his chest. "All right, thanks, old man." Chen Yunxian replied. "No problem at all," the old man said cheerfully. Chapter 19, a typical example. Chen Yunxian leisurely drove his Lamborghini Veneno through the campus, having inadvertently left the window open. The speed limit on campus was low. After all, what if he hit someone? It was certainly not because there were too many students around that he slowed down. The car parked in the lot, and as Chen Yunxian stepped out, he coincidentally bumped into Su Qing, who had just exited the faculty dormitory. "Hey, senior, you're up so early," Chen Yunxian remarked. "If I didn't have to go watch your training, I wouldn't be up this early." Su Qing shot him a playful glare. Normally, she would get up at 8. But today she had to rise at 6 to get ready and apply some makeup. "Have you eaten? Let's go eat together," Su Qing invited. "No. I had something before coming." Chen Yunxian shook his head. "You're doing well. You even got a new car today. Is this that Lamborghini?" Su Qing asked. "Yep. It's the Lamborghini Veneno. Isn't it cool?" Chen Yunxian replied. "It's quite striking." Su Qing nodded, captivated by the car's fierce beauty. "I have the opportunity to take you for a ride," Chen Yunxian casually remarked. "Sure, it's a good thing that I, your senior, wanted to treat you to a meal," Su Qing replied with a smile. "Hee, but I must head back first. I still haven't received my military training uniform," Chen Yunxian said. "All right then," Su Qing responded. Chen Yunxian hurried back as the first day of military training required them to assemble by 7:40. Su Qing glanced at Chen Yunxian's car, opened her browser, and began searching. She had never encountered such a stunning vehicle, one that seemed even more impressive than the red car Chen Yunxian had driven previously. "What? It costs 80 million. Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Shaking her head at the sleek black beast, she realized it was beyond her reach. As Chen Yunxian pushed open the dormitory door, she happened upon 3 individuals in the midst of dressing. "Old Chen, you're back. Quickly change your clothes. Time is running out," Sun Hao urged. "Did you all just wake up?" Chen Yunxian asked. "Yes, we forgot to set the alarm. If it weren't for the noise in the hallway, we wouldn't have woken up," Wang Fan replied while pulling on his shirt. Chen Yunxian began to don her military training uniform and adjusted her cap, examining herself in the mirror. "Wow, old Chen, you look fantastic in that outfit. Ours looks like something from a mock army," Sun Hao exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it possible that old Chen looks good in anything?" Wu Xiaolei lamented. "It's all right. Old Chen is the only exception. Most of us look like a mock army." Wang Fan chuckled. "Well, old Chen can't be helped," Sun Hao said. The 4 grabbed their water bottles and quickly exited the dormitory, hurrying towards the playground. Upon arrival, they found the area bustling with people, all clad in camouflage military uniforms, making it difficult to identify their own squad. Chen Yunxian scanned the crowd and spotted familiar figures. "Quick, Over here, follow me. She called to Sun Hao and the others. Su Qing was standing at the front of the formation, counting the individuals inside, and realized they were still short by 4 people. Not seeing Chen Yunxian, she presumed that it must be the 4 of them who had yet to arrive. Just then, she heard the sound of footsteps and turned to see Chen Yunxian and her companions running over. Just in time, let us get in, Su Qing said. The 4 swiftly entered the formation, glancing around and realizing that in their military uniforms, they hardly recognized each other. At that moment, a drill instructor approached. Hello, students. I am your military training instructor for the next 2 weeks. My name is Yubo. If anyone feels unwell, you may speak up now. Do not wait until the training begins to mention any discomfort. Of course, exceptions apply for special circumstances, Yubo stated sternly. It seems there are none, he continued, noticing the silence in the formation. All right, I trust your counselors have briefed you on certain military training precautions. However, I must reiterate them. I fear some students may not remember. Every year, there are students who disregard these guidelines and face demerits or even expulsion. First item. Yubo began to elaborate. Old Chen, do you think the instructor is serious? Sun Hao nudged Chen Yunxian with his elbow, inquiring. I don't know, Chen Yunxian replied. Yubo had keen eyes and was observing the movements within the formation as he spoke. The 2 students at the back stepped forward. Yubo called out. The skinny one and the tall, handsome one. He clarified. Sun Hao looked around and pointed to himself. Yes, you and the one next to you. Chen Yunxian and Sun Hao stepped out of the lineup. What were you 2 discussing? Yubo asked. Report, instructor. Nothing, Chen Yunxian responded. Good. Now go run 10 laps. Yubo commanded. Yes, Chen Yunxian replied. Seeing that Sun Hao seemed about to protest, she pulled him along. Old Chen, why didn't you explain anything? Sun Hao asked. Perplexed. It wouldn't matter. It's quite obvious we've been singled out as examples of disciplinary violation, sacrificial lambs, if you will. Chen Yunxian shook her head. Oh, but 10 laps is a lot. Sun Hao grimaced. There's no choice. This is the instructor's way of establishing his strict image, Chen Yunxian continued. All right, old Chen. Wait for me, Sun Hao shouted, quickening his pace. In the formation, Wang Fan and Wu Xiaolei exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. Students. This is a prime example. Violating discipline leads to punishment. If any of you believe you can withstand it, go ahead, Yubo stated, resuming his lecture on precautions. Old Chen, I can't take it anymore. Why is this so exhausting? Sun Hao lamented, feeling as if his legs were weighed down with lead. You're already tired after just 1 lap? Have you been slacking on your physical training? Chen Yunxian looked at Sun Hao with disdain. Absolutely not. I'm just expressing my thoughts. Sun Hao replied, his face flushed. Let us keep going, Chen Yunxian urged, picking up her pace. Wait for me, Sun Hao called out. Trying to catch up. Chen Yunxian jogged leisurely beside Sun Hao. 10 laps posed no challenge for her. Old Chen, how come you don't seem tired at all? Sun Hao panted. I exercise regularly, Chen Yunxian replied. I think your exercise is more like lounging on the bed, but your stamina is impressive. I feel like I can't run anymore, Sun Hao exclaimed. Last lap, take it easy. Look at them standing under the sun, at least we can still move around. Unlike them, Chen Yunxian advised. You're right, I can still move. Sun Hao's eyes brightened. After completing the final lap, Chen Yunxian and Sun Hao came to a stop. Sun Hao bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, while Chen Yunxian appeared unfazed, observing the other formations. Chapter 20. Yubo's astonishment. Yubo stepped out of the formation, his eyes widening slightly in surprise at Chen Yunxian's nonchalant demeanor. It was quite rare to see a college student with such remarkable stamina. Fall back in, Yubo instructed. Yes, Chen Yunxian replied, returning to the formation with Sun Hao, where they began to stand at attention under the sun. Standing straight was easy for Chen Yunxian, a testament to her extraordinary physical condition. After standing for about an hour, a whistle finally blew. All right, dismissed for a break, Yubo called out. The crowd finally relaxed, disregarding their appearances as they sat on the ground. Wow, old Chen, that was brutal. I feel utterly exhausted. Sun Hao lay on the ground, utterly drained. Wang Fan and Wu Xiaolei joined him, offering a water bottle. Old Chen, would you like some? Wang Fan asked. No, I'm fine. Chen Yunxian waved her hand. Just then, Jiang Yun sent her a message, hinting at a surprise. Chen Yunxian, intrigued, felt a flicker of curiosity. At that moment, a girl appeared at the entrance of the playground, her long, fair legs adorned with over-the-knee black stockings, accentuated by a pair of red-soled high heels. She wore a cropped white shirt that revealed her waist and a black miniskirt. Her fair, slender waist was exposed, and her long, straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Truly, she was a stunning beauty. The enchanting beauty pouted her lips and exclaimed, "It's all Yunyun's fault. She insisted on giving Chen Yunxian a surprise, and now she's unable to get up, leaving me to bear the burden." Su Ming grumbled, though for reasons unbeknownst to her. A flicker of delight danced within her heart. Wow, 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 such a stunning beauty. Sun Haoyu, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, sprang up, rejuvenated. Whoa, old Sun, did you just win the resurrection match? Wang Fan, startled by Sun Haoyu's sudden movement, inquired. There's a beauty over there. Sun Haoyu pointed in Su Ming's direction. Wow. Wang Fan followed his gaze. Chen Yunxian also turned to look. Although the distance was considerable, he could still discern the beauty's visage. He had just spotted her while jogging in the corner of the playground, where he could clearly make out Song Yuanyuan's face. The eye of insight lived up to its name, indeed enhancing his vision significantly. However, that silhouette seems somewhat familiar. Have I seen her somewhere before? Chen Yunxian pondered silently. Su Ming was scanning the playground, feeling a headache coming on. With so many students clad in military training uniforms, how could she possibly locate Chen Yunxian? Yunyun claimed she could spot him in a crowd at a glance. Clearly, it's merely the perspective of a lover. Su Ming muttered indignantly. Yet, in the next moment, she spotted a boy sitting on the ground, exuding an indescribable charisma. Oh my, that must be Chen Yunxian, Su Ming exclaimed, and with a swish of her long legs, she made her way towards him. Chen Yunxian? An uncertain voice called out. Sun Haoyu and his companions were utterly captivated by Su Ming's beauty. What is the matter? Chen Yunxian raised an eyebrow, surprised that this beauty was indeed seeking him out. Here, your chilled sparkling water. Su Ming extended the sparkling drink towards him. Thank you. You must be the senior my friend mentioned. Chen Yunxian elongated his tone, leaving the rest unspoken. Su Ming understood his implication and blushed, nodding in acknowledgement. I'm Su Ming, Yunyun's South roommate and close friend. She introduced. Thank you, Su Ming. Chen Yunxian smiled. No need for thanks. I'm off now. Su Ming winked at Chen Yunxian. Let us add a green bubble. Who knows when it might come in handy, Chen Yunxian suggested. Sure, Su Ming replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. After exchanging green bubbles, she joyfully departed. Old Chen woohoo. Sun Haoyu lamented. I knew it. How could a beauty possibly come to the playground without a reason? Wang Fan grumbled resentfully. Old Chen, truly a heartthrob. Wu Xiaolei chimed in. The men in the formation glared at Chen Yunxian with murderous intent, regretting that the senior had not chosen them. Hee, what can I say? Being handsome comes with its perks. Chen Yunxian sipped his sparkling water, savoring its delightful taste. Get him! Sun Haoyu shouted as the three lunged towards him. Whoa, that is not fair play, Chen Yunxian exclaimed in surprise. The whistle blew, signaling the end of their brief respite. Now, stand at attention for half an hour. If there are no mistakes, we can proceed to other drills. Yu Bo announced, though his gaze remained fixed on Chen Yunxian. During the previous training, he had observed Chen Yunxian multiple times. His impeccable posture was commendable, yet what astonished him was that not a single drop of sweat had graced Chen Yunxian's brow. Standing at attention is quite taxing, especially in a proper stance, which demands considerable stamina. To not break a sweat even after an hour was remarkable. Throughout the half hour, errors abounded, prompting Yu Bo to correct the students continuously. All right, everyone's training has been commendable, and corrections have been made satisfactorily. However, I must commend this particular student. Yu Bo stood beside Chen Yunxian. What is your name, student? He inquired. Reporting, instructor, I am Chen Yunxian. Chen Yunxian announced loudly. Good. Let us applaud Chen Yunxian for maintaining flawless military posture from the very beginning. Yu Bo declared. Next, I will teach. Yu Bo continued. Now everyone, take a 10-minute break as a reward for completing the task, but you must remain in place. He instructed. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers before settling down. Other formations watched this scene with envious eyes directed at their instructor. What are you staring at? Their posture is already quite perfect, hence the break. You lot, keep practicing. The instructor shouted. At this moment, Yu Bo sat beside Chen Yunxian, draping an arm over his shoulder. Chen Yunxian, have you ever considered joining the military? Yu Bo asked amiably. No, Chen Yunxian shook his head. Why not? Your physical fitness is quite impressive. You would make an excellent candidate for military service. Yu Bo exclaimed excitedly. No, I still have so many sights to see, Chen Yunxian replied. Ha ha ha, you lad, you certainly have your fair share of admirers. Yu Bo laughed. However, your stamina truly makes me envious. You can run 10 laps without breaking a sweat. Yu Bo lamented. Just regular exercise, I suppose. It's likely a matter of good genes, Chen Yunxian said casually. All right then, but this year's military training, I must designate you as a military training model. Your posture is simply immaculate and meets all the criteria. Yu Bo exclaimed in admiration. Just then, a tall man clad in camouflage approached. Bozy, what is going on? The man asked. Squad leader, you're here. I was just saying that this young man's stamina is nothing short of monstrous. Yu Bo stood up. What is up? The man inquired. Squad leader, he ran 10 laps without even breathing hard. Plus, his military posture is exceptionally precise. Yubo explained. Really? You're not exaggerating, are you? The man asked, first surprised, then skeptical. How could I, squad leader? You know my reputation. Yubo retorted. All right, young man, may I test your abilities? The man asked with a smile. Yubo's eager gaze turned towards Chen Yunxian. Chapter 21, Wang Su yielded. Through Yubo's introduction, Chen Yunxian learned that the instructor before him was his squad leader and the chief instructor, Wang Su. Instructor, what will the test entail? Chen Yunxian asked. How about we race over a distance of 5 kilometers? Chief instructor Wang Su suggested with a smile. That sounds good, but instructor, is there some incentive? Chen Yunxian inquired. Ah, you clever lad, quite amusing. Let us add some stakes. If you win, you 1T have to participate in this morning's training. Wang Su chuckled. Deal. Chen Yunxian. Don't underestimate him. The squad leader has won awards in this field. Yubo warned. Don't worry, instructor. Chen Yunxian replied confidently. All right then, let us get started. Wang Su grinned. They approached the track, with Yubo holding a phone and starting the timer. On your marks. Go. Yubo shouted. Chen Yunxian immediately sprang into action, leaving Wang Su in his wake. Wang Su, noticing Chen Yunxian's rapid acceleration from the outset, couldn't help but shake his head. Youthful vigor indeed. He mused silently. Yubo also shook his head. Chen Yunxian's early surge had seemingly sealed the outcome, unless he possesses an exceptional level of self-confidence in his abilities. However, having spent such a considerable time in the military, he had yet to encounter anyone of such remarkable prowess. Chen Yunxian steadily advanced, his breathing rhythm stabilizing. I still need to hold back a bit, he pondered. Subsequently, he eased his pace, a fact not unnoticed by Wang Su trailing behind. The lad is struggling, isn't he? Wang Su chuckled inwardly. Yet, to his utter surprise, despite Chen Yunxian's slight reduction in speed, he maintained a consistent pace that rendered Wang Su unable to catch up. All the formations on the training ground ceased their exercises, turning their attention to the contest between the chief instructor and Chen Yunxian. Squad leader, don't disgrace us. One instructor shouted. Indeed, squad leader, you must not let him win. Another chimed in. Upon hearing this, Chief Instructor Wang Su nearly lost his breath, casting a glare at the two speaking instructors before continuing to run. At that moment, Yubo scratched his head, pondering whether Chen Yunxian truly was a genius. Old Chen. Keep it up. Sun Hao shouted from his formation. Right, Old Chen. Increase your speed, and leave the chief instructor far behind. Wang Fan bellowed. Go, Chen Yunxian. Lu Xiaoxiao cried, cupping her hands in a microphone-like gesture. Chen Yunxian. Well done. Don't let us down. Song Yurong shouted without regard for her image. Chen Yunxian glanced at them and waved. Have you noticed how handsome that guy running is? One girl remarked. Sister. Absolutely. I can't believe you noticed too. Another replied. Wow. This guy is incredibly strong. Students from other formations were also discussing. Moments later, Chen Yunxian halted before Yubo, having pulled Wang Su half a lap behind him. A feat achieved while deliberately holding back. Impressive, Chen Yunxian. Yubo exclaimed, glancing at the timer on his phone. It's merely talent. Chen Yunxian smiled. You're truly not modest. But with such strength, you deserve to be this way. Ha ha. Yubo laughed heartily. Just then, Wang Su reached the finish line. Wait a minute, Chen. You're quite something. To have pulled me half a lap. You must know that no one in the military I know could do that. Wang Su admired Chen Yunxian. Squad leader, are you convinced now? Yubo inquired with a grin. Convinced, but not entirely. In terms of physical fitness, I concede defeat. However, I would like to challenge you to a contest of strength. What do you think? Wang Su replied, smiling. Yubo was about to say something when he caught a meaningful glance from Wang Su, which made him close his mouth. That's fine, instructor, Chen Yunxian responded. Bozi, go fetch a table. Wang Su instructed Yubo. Mission accomplished. Yubo shouted. After a while, Yubo returned with a table in tow. Come on, let's have a wrist wrestling match. Wang Su said with a grin. Chen Yunxian sat cross-legged and placed his hand on the table, with Yubo acting as the referee. 3, 2, 1, go. Wang Su exerted force, but no matter how he tried, he could not budge the arm opposite him. Yubo glanced at Wang Su and then at the calm Chen Yunxian. This shouldn't be. Although the squad leader's strength was not particularly great, it was still unexpected that he could not overpower this young man. Yubo mused internally. At that moment, Wang Su's face reddened as he summoned all his strength. Chen Yunxian also began to exert force, swiftly pressing Wang Su's wrist down onto the table. What the heck? You little rascal. Your strength is astonishing. No way. I refuse to believe this. Bozi, call Defei over. Wang Su exclaimed incredulously. Defei, the squad leader is calling you. Yubo shouted toward a corner of the training ground. Coming. A rugged voice replied, unmistakably belonging to Defei. Shortly thereafter, an instructor approached a formation, calling out, 1, 2, 1. Attention. Military posture, begin. The instructor shouted as he ran over. Squad leader, did you call for me? Defei, come try your strength against this lad. Wang Su said. Huh, me? Defei pointed to himself. Yes, you. I couldn't budge this kid just now. It's truly baffling. Wang Su lamented. After years in the military, it was hard to believe he had yet to overpower a mere college student. All right, squad leader. Defei replied, sitting down. 3, 2, 1, go. This time, Wang Su was the referee. He and Yu Bo fixated on the two wrestlers' arms. Defei began to apply force, but to his astonishment, it seemed ineffective. Chen Yunxian maintained his composed demeanor. Wang Su and Yu Bo exchanged glances, both filled with disbelief. Bang! Defei's wrist was pressed down by Chen Yunxian. Huh. Defei scratched his head. You have truly surprised us. Wang Su exclaimed in amazement. All right, finance major. Rest in place. Yu Bo called to the formation, then fixed an intense gaze on Chen Yunxian. Instructor, please don't look at me like that. I'm not doing anything, Chen Yunxian said, feeling a chill run down his spine. Get lost. I'm not doing anything either, Yu Bo retorted with a laugh. But you, my boy, are quite impressive. Even Defei couldn't overpower you. Wang Su examined Chen Yunxian's physique before squeezing his arm. You don't look like you possess such strength. Wang Su fell into contemplation. Ahem. Instructor, I'm naturally strong. I could carry a 100-pound sack when I was a child. Chen Yunxian replied nonchalantly. That explanation is quite reasonable. After all, there have been many naturally strong individuals throughout history. Wang Su said, stroking his chin. But have you really considered enlisting? Wang Su asked further. Not at all. Chen Yunxian replied decisively. All right then, if you change your mind later, feel free to contact me. Honestly, with your physical fitness and strength, you're truly a gifted talent. Wang Su remarked. Thank you, instructor. Chen Yunxian expressed sincerely. Well then, you may continue. At the appropriate time, have Bozi pass on my contact information to you. Chapter 22. Song Yurong's Self-Doubt. Wow. Old Chen. Incredible. Even the chief instructor couldn't defeat you. Sun Hao exclaimed excitedly while sitting beside Chen Yunxian. Truly amazing. If it weren't for you, Old Chen, we would still be enduring rigorous training. Wang Fan sighed. Old Chen, you're truly impressive. Wu Xiaolei gave a thumbs up. The entire finance major formation was resting, basking in the joy of observing the training of the opposing formation, which was led by Defei, who had not returned but chosen to continue practicing alongside them. Su Shui, look how relaxed they are. A girl from the opposing formation remarked enviously to another girl beside her. Sai, what can we do? Their formation has a powerhouse. The other girl replied. Have you noticed? That guy is quite handsome. Indeed he is. I can't take it anymore. I think I'm falling for Su Shui. Can you accompany me to ask him for a green bubble after training? Absolutely not. Please. The girl pleaded, shaking the arm of her companion, whose name contained Su Shui. In a playful manner. All right. I am truly intimidated by you. Thank you, Su Snao. Cold Su Snao from the squad cast a glance at Chen Yunxian, as if she remembered this boy well. Time swiftly passed amidst laughter, and mealtime was approaching. We are about to commence our training. Hurry and seize your meals, classmates. Yu Bo clapped his hands and declared. Everyone, form an orderly line. Follow me. Chen Yunxian and the others promptly stood up, and, amidst envious gazes from the surrounding squad, exited the playground. It's over, Su Snao. They've already left. Boo-hoo. It's not like we won't see each other again. We have training this afternoon. Fine. Chen Yunxian and Sun Hao made their way to the dining hall. Since it was still class time, the dining hall was not crowded. Oh my. There are so few people. I must indulge in something delicious. Sun Hao remarked. I didn't eat breakfast, so I need to make up for it during this meal. The training time nearly starved me. Wang Fan chimed in with enthusiasm. Indeed, my stomach feels like it's going to collapse from hunger. Wu Xiaolei lamented while patting his belly. After they filled their plates, the four of them sat together and began to eat. At that moment, two girls approached. Chen Yunxian, would you mind if we joined you? Chen Yunxian looked up to see that it was Song Yuetong and Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao was blushing beside Song Yuetong, stealing glances at him. Of course. There's still space here. Please, have a seat. Chen Yunxian responded. Great. Song Yuetong exclaimed joyfully, then pushed Lu Xiaoxiao to sit beside him. Hello, Chen Yunxian. Lu Xiaoxiao said shyly. Hello, Xiaoxiao. Were you tired this morning? Chen Yunxian smiled at her demeanor. It was manageable, but without you, I would have surely been exhausted this morning. Lu Xiaoxiao replied, her gaze evasive. You move over there. Song Yuetong ordered as she stood next to Sun Hao. Her tone fierce. Why? Sun Hao, bewildered, continued eating. Just go? There's no reason. Song Yuetong insisted. Fine. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'll go. Sun Hao retorted defiantly, picking up his tray and sitting beside Wang Fan. Chen Yunxian, please don't tease our Xiaoxiao. She is already quite shy. Song Yuetong said disapprovingly as she noticed Chen Yunxian making Lu Xiaoxiao blush fiercely. Why are you sitting beside me? Chen Yunxian countered. Cough. It's because I worry you might bully our Xiao Xiao. Song Yuetong replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. And what if I do bully you? Chen Yunxian teased, pinching Lu Xiaoxiao's cheek. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's face not only flushed but the skin on her neck and exposed arms also bore a rosy hue. Ah, you. Then I shall bite you. Song Yuetong exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise, her words stammering. Is there such a benefit? Chen Yunxian responded. What benefit? No, you. You infuriate me. You big rogue. Song Yuetong's anger flared as she suddenly recalled something. Don't think wrongly. I was speaking quite seriously, Chen Yunxian asserted with a righteous demeanor. Then what do you mean by benefit? Song Yuetong fumed at Chen Yunxian's shamelessness. Isn't it a good thing to be bitten by such a stunning beauty? Chen Yunxian chuckled. Ha! You rogue. I will bite you to death. Song Yuetong's mind was filled with that notion, and in a fit of anger, she sank her teeth into Chen Yunxian's shoulder. What the heck? Are you a dog? Chen Yunxian exclaimed in shock. Humph. This is your punishment for trying to flirt with me, Song Yuetong declared triumphantly. Sun Hao and the others looked on in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. They were utterly disregarded, as the duo openly indulged in their affections right in front of them. Cough, cough. You all should be mindful. There are others eating here. Sun Hao lamented. Song Yuetong turned her head, noticing Sun Hao and his friends peering at them with forlorn expressions. She quieted down. Xiao Xiao, don't mind Song Yuetong. Just eat. Chen Yunxian encouraged as he saw Lu Xiaoxiao covering her mouth while laughing. Lu Xiaoxiao obediently continued to eat, as per Chen Yunxian's suggestion. Humph. Big rogue. Song Yuetong took a mouthful of food and chewed vigorously, as if the food in her mouth were Chen Yunxian himself. Chen Yunxian, remember to add me, Lu Xiaoxiao said softly before leaving. All right. Upon hearing Chen Yunxian's response, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. Xiao Xiao, don't add that big rogue. No way. The voices of the two girls echoed from the front. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Yunxian opened his phone and discovered that two people had added him. One was the fair-skinned Lu Xiaoxiao, and the other was the inconsistent Song Yuetong. Chen Yunxian's attitude toward Lu Xiaoxiao was dismissive, while he decided to let Song Yuetong stew in her anger for a bit longer. This is infuriating. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the girls' dormitory. What happened, Yuetong? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. Did Chen Yunxian accept your friend request? Song Yuetong retorted. He did. Lu Xiaoxiao's face lit up with a smile at the mention of Chen Yunxian. He did not accept my friend request. Song Yuetong stated each word deliberately. Why not try sending another request? Lu Xiaoxiao suggested. Fine. Let us see if he dares to reject me again. Song Yuetong replied, her tone fierce. After a while, Song Yuetong's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face. He rejected me again. She lay on her bed, voicing her frustration, her self-esteem taking a hit for the first time. Oh dear, Yuetong, I just asked Chen Yunxian. And he said you were too fierce. Lu Xiaoxiao chimed in. Am I too fierce? Song Yuetong pondered aloud. Indeed, she had not always been this way. But why had she become so fierce around Chen Yunxian? She began to question herself and, ultimately, arrived at an answer she was reluctant to acknowledge. In Chen Yunxian's eyes, her appearance was hardly remarkable, perhaps even overshadowed by Xiao Xiao. Could it be that I acted this way just to draw Chen Yunxian's attention? Song Yuetong murmured. Then she opened her phone, composed a message, and after ensuring it was flawless, she sent it with satisfaction. Chapter 23, Beauty Elixir. Dear Chen the Handsome, please don't hold a grudge against those trivial matters, alright? Cute emoji ding dong. Chen Yunxian's phone chimed. Engaged in a chat with Li Xinyu, he raised an eyebrow. Fully aware that it was a friend request from Song Yuetong. I wonder what you are up to? Chen Yunxian mused to himself. His gaze fell upon the message, and a smile crept onto his face as he instantly accepted the friend request. Alright. This handsome gentleman forgives you. No need for formalities emoji, thank you. Dear Chen the Handsome, for overlooking the issues of a mere girl. No problem. But why did you add me? Chen Yunxian typed back. I am the class monitor. Adding you on WeChat is hardly excessive, is it? Song Yuetong's smile faltered as she hastily typed her response. Chen Yunxian, I will poke you to death. Song Yuetong fumed at her screen, rapidly tapping on Chen Yunxian's profile picture. You tapped Chen Yunxian and called him daddy. Within the chat box appeared this message. Ah, Chen Yunxian. I will end you. Upon reading this, Song Yurong exclaimed in a fit of rage. What's wrong? Wrong? Chen Yunxian is such a wonderful person. Why would you wish to harm him? Lu Xiaoxiao, from another bed, inquired with a look of confusion. Oh, it's nothing. Chen Yunxian just infuriated me. Song Yurong's expression darkened. The content of the message truly difficult to articulate. Ha, dear daughter. What's the matter? Chen Yunxian laughed heartily. Get lost. You've driven me mad. How could you use such an irritating feature? Song Yurong's fingers flew across the screen as she typed furiously. Who would be so idle as to poke someone's avatar? No way. Change it. That's impossible. Ah, you've made me furious. I'm done chatting with you. Song Yurong set her phone down, her chest heaving, clearly agitated. Yet, did she secretly enjoy this? Song Yurong pondered, her cheeks flushing slightly as images began to form in her mind. Chen Yunxian had responded to several of Li Sinu's queries before setting his phone aside. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a luxury penthouse in building 1 of Hongjiang. Relevant documents have been placed in the system space. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a beauty pill. Chen Yunxian sighed. His fortune today not as favorable as yesterday. No critical rewards had appeared. Check the beauty pill. Beauty pill eliminates bodily toxins, enhances beauty, and maintains one's appearance at its peak. With a thought, a white pill materialized in Chen Yunxian's hand, its fragrant aroma wafting into his nostrils. Upon ingestion, it melted in his mouth, a warm sensation flowing into his stomach, yet he felt no immediate effects on his face. He descended from his bed, seated himself at a chair, and picked up a mirror. To his surprise, he noticed that his slightly sunburned face had transformed into an immaculate complexion. The pores, previously visible, had become almost imperceptible. Upon closer inspection, his skin appeared remarkably refined, rivaling Lu Xiaoxiao's milky complexion. This reward is quite impressive. Chen Yunxian mused silently as he admired his reflection. Feeling increasingly handsome, Hongjiang, one of the top-tier real estate projects in Jiangdu, boasting an exceptional location. The environment is tranquil, with greenery designed by a nationally renowned team. Chen Yunxian began to peruse information about Hongjiang. System. How large is this penthouse? Ding. Host. The penthouse in Building 1 spans over 1,500 square meters, featuring 9 rooms, 2 master bedrooms, 2 living rooms, along with a cinema and various entertainment areas. A look of delight spread across Chen Yunxian's face. This reward truly struck a chord within him. However, he must wait for military training to conclude before he could experience it firsthand. The alarm rang. Yet no one in the dormitory stirred. The sound grew increasingly loud, accompanied by an irritable tone. At last, a large hand seized the phone and silenced the alarm. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Chen Yunxian called out. He had just exited the restroom when he turned off the alarm. Huh? What is going on? Sun Hao asked, looking bewildered. Still sleeping. We're about to assemble. Chen Yunxian replied, exasperated. Oh, what? Sun Hao nearly lay back down, but then sat up abruptly. What time is it? Old Chen. Sun Hao inquired urgently. 15 minutes passed. Chen Yunxian responded. Damn. Why are we 5 minutes late? Didn't I set the alarm? I was in the restroom. The alarm rang for 5 minutes. How could you not wake up? Chen Yunxian retorted. Wang Fan and Wu Xiaolei also scrambled out of bed, hastily throwing on their clothes. How could you sleep so soundly? Sun Hao hastily dressed as well. The 4 of them hurriedly rushed towards the playground. You all arrived just in time. Su Qing, who was counting heads, remarked with annoyance upon seeing the latecomers. Get in line. Chen Yunxian and his companions quickly took their places. Chen Yunxian, I brought you some water, Lu Xiaoxiao called out, turning to him from 3 rows away. Thanks a lot. Chen Yunxian smiled. Song Yurong stood beside her, pointedly gesturing towards Chen Yunxian, raising an eyebrow. He noted that she still held a grudge. Wasn't she the one who initiated the conversation? Thus, he formed a shape with his lips, causing Song Yurong's face to turn crimson. She could likely guess the 3 words he had just mouthed. Students, military posture begins. At that moment, Yu Bo approached, calling loudly. Thus commenced yet another afternoon of military training. All right, you all have performed admirably. You may rest in place for a moment. If you wish to drink water, feel free to fetch some. Yu Bo announced. Lu Xiaoxiao approached, holding a bottle of sparkling water. Chen Yunxian, this is for you, she said, her cheeks flushed. Thank you. You truly are beautiful inside and out, Xiaoxiao. Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. MHM. Lu Xiaoxiao seemed immensely encouraged, nodding vigorously. Su Shui, look at that girl. She's actually bringing water to that handsome guy. What's more, he accepted it. A girl from the opposing squad exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Well, he's quite exceptional. It's only natural for someone to bring him water. Lung Su Shui retorted. True, but it still feels a bit sour. The girl continued. Oh dear, Xiaoyi, can you please speak normally? That sounds so cheesy. Lung Su Shui replied, exasperated. Whoa, Su Shui? You've started to disdain me. Du Xiaoyi pouted. You getting jealous just because someone brought him water? Lung Su Shui asked him. Not at all. Du Xiaoyi turned her head, huffing. Chen Yunxian remained oblivious to the happenings in the opposing squad. At that moment, he was relishing the sparkling water gifted by Lu Xiaoxiao. What a pity it's not cold. Chen Yunxian remarked. Old Chen, you're critiquing now. Someone brought you water. That's already commendable. Sun Hao grumbled through clenched teeth as he gulped down a large mouthful of his own purchased bottled water. After being exposed to the sun for so long, His once chilled mineral water had turned warm. Old Chun, isn't your sparkling water warm? Wang Fan inquired. Not at all. It seems Lu Xiaoxiao kept it in the shade, so it's still cool. Chen Yunxian pointed to a row of willow trees beside the playground. Damn it. I'm so envious. Sun Hao grumbled. Chapter 24. Sun Hao's signature song. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the afternoon military training finally concluded. At this moment, Yubo brought them exhilarating news. Students, your hard work has not gone unnoticed by the instructors, so tonight, there will be no training. You are granted time for games. How does that sound? Yubo announced with a smile. Great. I love you, instructor. What the hell, dude, you're a guy. Various cheers erupted within the squad. However, tonight, everyone must showcase their talents. Yubo added, can I perform flower shaking? I can dance. The finance squad began to discuss excitedly, smiles illuminating their faces. At that moment, cheers echoed throughout the various squads on the playground. Wow, their essay show tonight. Sun Hao exclaimed with excitement. Do you possess any talents? Wang Fan inquired. Can eating an apple in 2 bites count? Wu Xiaolei chuckled with innocence. I can devour a whole pig in 3 bites. Sun Hao laughed heartily. Let us simply watch their performance. We can prepare some soda for the occasion, Chen Yunxian suggested. Indeed. Junior, I miss you so much. It's so dull hanging around the dormitory, Chen Yunxian said as she opened her phone, revealing several messages. We have a performance tonight. Would you like to come and watch? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yunxian responded. Sure, but will your red-haired girlfriend be there? She probably won T. We aren't T in the same major. Alright then, I want to see how she is. Cute emoji. Don't rush. We can hang out together sometime. Wicked smile. You cheeky junior. I wouldn't T. Hee hee, then I must plead with you. After chatting with Jiang Yun for a while, Chen Yunxian set her phone down and hastily consumed a few bites of her dinner in the cafeteria. The upperclassmen had wised up and finished their meals before the training began, leaving only scraps behind. The leftover food was not to her liking. What do you think? If I perform a talent, could I win a 4-year dating privilege? Sun Hao suddenly asked while seated. I'm not sure, but what do you plan to perform? Wu Xiaolei queried. Chen Yunxian and Wang Fan also turned their gazes to Sun Hao, curiosity evident in their eyes regarding what he would showcase. What if I sing a song? Sun Hao pondered, stroking his chin. That sounds good. Lao Sun, I didn't know you had such skills. Wang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Hee hee, I'm ready to showcase a song I've practiced for many years. Sun Hao declared confidently. What song? Chen Yunxian, intrigued, asked. Love Confession. Sun Hao replied with excitement. Impressive, Lao Sun. You actually know this love song by Jay Chou. Wu Xiaolei's eyes widened. He was indeed a devoted fan of Jay Chou. Keep it low-key. Sun Hao waved his hand dismissively. Hey, you're trying to play it cool. But let me hear how you sing. Wu Xiaolei insisted, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Alright, I'll give you a taste. Sun Hao cleared his throat and began to sing. By the Seine River, the coffee on the left bank, I hold a cup savoring your beauty, leaving lip prints on my lips. The trio listened to Sun Hao's first 2 lines, which were quite commendable, keeping time with the rhythm. However, by the 3rd line, his pitch began to waver. As a loyal fan of Jay Chou, Wu Xiaolei's expression darkened with each note, though his complexion was already quite dark. I say I am willing. Sun Hao blissfully finished the last line. How was that? Not bad, right? Sun Hao confidently ran his fingers through his hair. It should be passable, I guess. Wang Fan replied uncertainly. Good. Absolutely fantastic. Ha ha ha. Chen Yunxian burst into laughter. Uffed. Wu Xiaolei couldn't help but laugh as well. What do you mean by should be passable? What are you two laughing at? Sun Hao said, feeling disgruntled. Ahem. It's not just us. There were a few flaws in your singing. Let me show you. Wu Xiaolei said with a grin. Opening the album on his phone, he had started recording as soon as Sun Hao began to sing. As the video played, Sun Hao's voice emanated from the phone. Upon hearing the first line, Sun Hao felt puzzled. There's nothing wrong with this. Just keep listening, Chen Yunxian urged. After the first 2 lines, it was time for Sun Hao's true performance, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, is that me singing? Sun Hao felt a flush of warmth on his face. It's alright. I'm only singing in front of you guys. If I had to perform in front of the entire major, I'd be utterly embarrassed. Sun Hao lamented with a frown. Ha ha. Sigh. It seems my plan won't work out. Sun Hao sighed. Lao Sun, you're not preparing this song for that girl, are you? Wang Fan asked. Ha ha. Isn't it obvious? Of course it is. Wu Xiaolei laughed. Sigh. It really is. But she is completely ignoring me now. Sun Hao said with frustration. TSK. You handle that yourself, Wang Fan advised. Ding dong. The notification sound of a phone echoed. Sun Hao opened his phone, and, upon seeing who had messaged him, his expression changed rapidly, excitement bubbling forth. Wow. Look at Lao Sun's sudden shift in demeanor. Wang Fan noticed the change in Sun Hao's face and burst into laughter. Holy cow. Han, you actually texted me. Sun Hao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chen Yunxian and the others looked at Sun Hao in disbelief. It seemed he was beyond saving. What did she say to make you so happy? Wu Xiaolei inquired. I don't know, let me check. Holy moly. After reading the message, Sun Hao slumped helplessly into his chair. What is going on? Wu Xiaolei pressed, noticing Sun Hao's reaction. Chen Yunxian and Wang Fan exchanged glances. It seemed this was not good news for Lao Sunday old Chun. Boo-hoo. Li Hanyu asked me why you're ignoring Zhang Ning. Boo-hoo. Sun Hao wailed. What does my relationship with Zhang Ning have to do with her? Chen Yunxian questioned in confusion. She said it was Zhang Ning who asked her to inquire. Sun Hao continued. Oh, fine. I'll reply to her, Chen Yunxian said, feeling exasperated. After Zhang Ning's persistent inquiries about exercising had become bothersome, he had directly muted her. Opening the chat box, he discovered several messages from Zhang Ning. I don't enjoy exercising. So please don't ask me about that anymore, alright? Chen Yunxian replied. Meanwhile, at the girls' dormitory of the Art Academy, several kilometers away, Zhang Ning stared blankly at her phone, her eyes reddening as large tears fell from her eyes. Ning, what's wrong? Other girls noticed Zhang Ning's unusual demeanor and asked with concern. It must be something Chen Yunxian said. Li Hanyu gritted her teeth at that moment. Chen Yunxian? Yunxi and Wen Roxin exchanged glances, puzzled. Especially Yunxi, who had been chatting with Chen Yunxian for the past few days and had felt quite good about it. How could he speak ill of Ning? Chapter 25, The Ill-Intentioned Wang Weibo. It's all right. I don't blame Chen Yunxian, Zhang Ning said, her eyes still red. You're in this state, and you still defend that man? Li Hanyu said, exasperated. No, I need to call him and confront him, Li Hanyu declared. Hanyu, don't. Chen Yunxian, didn't he say anything bad to me? Zhang Ning shook her head. Then what happened? Yunxi asked. Chen Yunxian, he rejected me. Boo-hoo. Li Hanyu, who had just picked up her phone, froze upon hearing this. Looking at each other, Yunxi and Wen Roxin were at a loss for words. How did he reject you? Li Hanyu gently inquired. Well, he said he doesn't like exercising, so please don't ask him about it again, Zhang Ning replied softly. Oh, the three girls suddenly came to a realization. All right, Ning, he didn't outright refuse you. He merely stated that he doesn't enjoy exercising. You could certainly explore other options. Li Hanyu reassured her. Other options? Zhang Ning looked at Li Hanyu in confusion. I don't know any other options either, Zhang Ning continued. No worries, Ning. I shall teach you, Li Hanyu declared. Hanyu, do you really think Chen Yunxian likes this? Zhang Ning gazed at her short skirt and black stockings. Feeling somewhat awkward, why not send him some photos to find out? Li Hanyu chuckled. Perhaps not. Zhang Ning glanced at her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks flushing. Chen Yunxian had just released Zhang Ning from his block. With his previous remark, she likely wouldn't ask him about exercising again. Right. Ding dong. The sound of a message notification rang out. Zhang Ning? What did she send? Chen Yunxian murmured to himself. Opening the chat window, a plethora of images greeted his eyes. Black stockings image, white stockings image, short skirt image. Chen Yunxian felt a surge of anger rise within him. What? Has she suddenly realized something? He exclaimed in astonishment. Flirty emojis. Chen Yunxian immediately replied with a string of expressive emojis. Zhang Ning, awaiting Chen Yunxian's response in front of her phone, felt a weight lift from her heart upon seeing the three emojis. So he does indeed like this, Zhang Ning whispered, an indescribable joy illuminating her face. How is it? Ning. Li Hanyu inquired as she noticed the smile gracing Zhang Ning's features. He replied to me, Zhang Ning said, her face turning crimson. Yunxi and Wen Roxin were somewhat astounded, shocked that Chen Yunxian actually liked such things, pondering what all those days of messaging with him had amounted to. Junior. Over here. As Chen Yunxian and the others arrived at the playground, Jiang Yun had already been waiting at the entrance. Senior, you're here so early. Why didn't you let me know? Chen Yunxian spoke gently. I was worried you wouldn't be able to find us, Su Ming interjected. Then I'll reward you tonight. Chen Yunxian teased with a smile. There are so many people. Jiang Yun blushed as she glanced around. When Sun Hao and his companions saw Chen Yunxian approaching Jiang Yun and Su Ming, they greeted them and walked in, preferring to avoid any more dog food. What reward? Su Ming chimed in. You want one too? Chen Yunxian raised an eyebrow, questioning her. What are you talking about? Su Ming replied, slightly bewildered. Of course it's something delightful. Join me and the others tonight, and you shall see. Chen Yunxian laughed. You just love teasing Ming. Jiang Yun playfully twisted his waist. I won't do it again. Chen Yunxian quickly exclaimed. You're forgiven. Jiang Yun huffed lightly. What a little lecher. Even Su Ming, usually oblivious, caught on to Chen Yunxian's implications. Let me clarify. I am not little. I am quite grown. Chen Yunxian retorted seriously. At that moment, Jiang Yun playfully bit his arm. No more mischief, my dear wife. Chen Yunxian raised his hands in surrender. Well done, Yun. Su Ming laughed heartily. Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun arrived at their designated area, where students had already filled the seats. Old Chen, over here. Sun Hao waved at him. Although he wasn't keen on indulging in dog food, he couldn't ignore his good friend's need for a spot. Jiang Yun and Su Ming followed Chen Yunxian to the front row, where they were met with the resentful gazes of Song Yuan and Lu Xiaoxiao. Ahem, these two are my seniors. Chen Yunxian cleared his throat. He had forgotten Lu Xiaoxiao was present. Oh. Hello, seniors, Lu Xiaoxiao greeted softly. Hello, junior. The two responded with smiles. The instructor entered the playground from a distance, and Yu Bo and Wang Su approached them. Students, who would like to come up and showcase their talents first? Yu Bo asked loudly. I'll go. A boy sitting on the outskirts stood up and declared. Great, what's your name? Yu Bo inquired. Instructor. My name is Wang Weibao. I will be performing a guitar piece. Excellent. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Wang Weibao took center stage, cradling his guitar as he began to play. After the song concluded, Wang Weibao stood up and bowed to the audience. Was Wang's performance good, everyone? Wang Su asked loudly. Great. So beautiful. This boy is quite handsome too. Thank you, everyone. Wang Weibao bowed once more. Instructor, may I invite someone to perform a piece? Wang Weibao suddenly asked. Yu Bo and Wang Su, not thinking too much of it, readily agreed. Thank you, instructor. I would like to invite Chen Yunxian to come up and showcase his talent. Wang Weibao pointed to Chen Yunxian, who was seated among the girls. The atmosphere in the crowd grew even more electric, especially among the girls. Chen Yunxian, Chen Yunxian, Chen Yunxian. Old Chen, go for it. Old Chen, you can do it. The entire group was chanting his name. Chen, is that all right? Wang Weibao asked with a smile. Pleased to see everyone cheering for Chen Yunxian. Of course. With so many people calling for him, he had no reason to decline. At that moment, Yu Bo and Wang Su exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that Wang Weibao's intentions might not be as innocent as they seemed. Thank you all for your support. Since Wang invited me up, may I make a request of him? Chen Yunxian addressed the onlookers, then turned to Wang Weibao. Of course, Chen. If I heard correctly, you just played Jay Chou's Blue and White Porcelain. Would you accompany me once more? Sure. Wang Weibao immediately agreed. This was a perfect opportunity to overshadow Chen Yunxian. As for his animosity towards Chen Yunxian, it stemmed from his first encounter with Lu Xiaoxiao. Upon entering the class, he had spotted Lu Xiaoxiao sitting next to Song Yuan and was instantly intrigued. While he had considered Song Yuan as a target, her demeanor in class made him feel she was unsuitable, leading him to focus on Lu Xiaoxiao instead. Lu Xiaoxiao's close relationship with Chen Yunxian irked him, especially since Song Yuan also seemed to befriend Chen Yunxian. His jealousy flared up, particularly today, as Chen Yunxian was seated beside two stunning beauties, both of whom he recognized as campus goddesses from Jianghai University. Chen Yunxian, I see you're just a show-off. Wang Weibao thought disdainfully. Once the audience compared Chen Yunxian's singing to his accompaniment, everyone would surely recognize his talent. At that point, Lu Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly regard him with newfound admiration. Haha. Chapter 26, Celestial Melodies and Fiery Youth. Presenting to you one of my favorite songs, Blue and White Porcelain. Chen Yunxian smiled as he addressed the crowd. Wonderful. Our idol is the best. Wang Weibao, holding his guitar, began the accompaniment. The plain porcelain sketch outlines the blue flowers. The brushwork transitions from bold to subtle. The peony depicted on the vase is just like your initial beauty. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window, and I am well aware of my innermost thoughts. The brush rests upon the Xian paper, having traveled halfway. The glaze colors the painting of a beauty, the charm of which remains clandestinely cherished. Your enchanting smile appears like a bud ready to bloom. Your beauty is akin to a fleeting whisper. It journeys to places I cannot reach. The sky blue mist envelopes the rain, and I await your arrival. The curling smoke rises, separated by countless miles across the river. Chen Yunxian's melodious voice resonated like a celestial hymn, stirring the atmosphere among the onlookers, who soon joined in song. Wang Weibao, accompanying her, was captivated by such an exquisite voice for the first time, becoming lost in his astonishment at Chen Yunxian. His fingers brushed over the guitar strings, completely unaware that he had struck a wrong note. In the midst of Chen Yunxian's heavenly melody, his mistake was glaringly magnified. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and this urgency led to further mistakes in his subsequent accompaniment. The crowd frowned, casting disapproving glances at Wang Weibao, who was trying to compose himself at the center. As Chen Yunxian's voice ceased, Wang Weibao, still oblivious to the song's conclusion, struck a few discordant notes that pierced his ears. He looked quizzically at Chen Yunxian beside him, but she did not return his gaze. Thank you all for your support, Chen Yunxian said, slightly bowing. Wonderful. Absolutely delightful. A celestial voice. Old Chen, you are my idol. Handsome. I want to have your children. Our junior is so charming. At that moment, Jiang Yun shook Su Ming's arm, gazing at Chen Yunxian with affection. Indeed, quite handsome. Su Ming couldn't help but remark, her eyes fixated on him. So what do you think? Not bad, right? Chen Yunxian approached Jiang Yun, inquiring. Excellent. Simply marvelous. Jiang Yun replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What does our campus beauty think? Chen Yunxian asked Su Ming. I didn't expect it. You have quite the talent. Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. With 2 campus beauties, that's sufficient. Chen Yunxian chuckled. Chen Yunxian, your singing is truly beautiful. Lu Xiaoxiao whispered to Chen Yunxian. Haha, of course. Have you not seen who I am? Chen Yunxian replied. Humph. Arrogant king. Song Yuanyuan huffed. Just say it's good. Will you? Chen Yunxian raised an eyebrow. It's good, it's good. Is that sufficient? A great person has a generous heart. I shan't hold it against you. Chen Yunxian. Look, you're getting anxious again. Jiang Yun and Su Ming observed the playful banter between Chen Yunxian and Song Yuanyuan, covering their mouths in laughter. Su Shui, did you hear that? That boy sings remarkably well. I'm truly smitten. Du Xiaoyi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I heard, but the accompaniment had a slight issue at the end, Long Sushui remarked. Humph, exactly. I suspect that accompaniment was deliberate. He strummed a few notes after finishing. Mentioning Wang Weibo, Du Xiaoyi felt a surge of frustration. Such a perfect song was marred by this inept accompaniment. Should I go over and talk to him now? Du Xiaoyi gazed longingly at the radiant figure. TSK. He has quite a few girls around him. There might be a girlfriend among them, Long Sushui cautioned. That shouldn't be the case. I saw him chatting with those girls earlier. He likely doesn't have a girlfriend. Du Xiaoyi's tone wavered with uncertainty. What if all those girls are his girlfriends? Long Sushui remarked, a hint of disdain in her voice. How could that be? Du Xiaoyi widened her eyes, staring at Long Sushui. Sushui, do you know something? That boy seems to be the scoundrel we saw on the forum before, Long Sushui stated flatly. This cannot be. My idol is a scoundrel. Du Xiaoyi gasped in shock. No, he is my idol. I cannot say such things. Driving a Ferrari means he is wealthy. He is handsome and talented. Yes, he must be a bit of a romantic. Du Xiaoyi pondered, suddenly bursting forth with these thoughts. Long Sushui looked at her in astonishment, bewildered by her nonsense. Xiaoyi? Are you serious? Humph. Of course. No wonder he is my idol. He is simply exceptional. I've made up my mind. No one can stand in the way of my pursuit of my idol. Du Xiaoyi declared with resolute determination. Ahem. Good luck to you, Long Sushui coughed, nearly choking on her words. Hee. With so many girlfriends, I doubt I'll have much of a problem. Though, I wonder how he is in that aspect. As Du Xiaoyi spoke, her face suddenly flushed. It's over. There's no saving her, Long Sushui thought, gazing incredulously at Du Xiaoyi. All right. Let us express our gratitude to Chen Yunxian for bringing us such heavenly sound. Yu Bo and Wang Su applauded. Chen Yunxian's voice had captivated both of them. Following this, several girls stepped forth to perform their dance. Sushui, look how lively it is over there. What do we have here? Just flower hand gestures? Does push-ups count? Du Xiaoyi complained. Yes, they do seem to be having a lot of fun over there, but our squad is just doing our own thing. Long Sushui replied helplessly. Should we sneak over there? An idea sparked in Du Xiaoyi's mind. Isn't that inappropriate? Long Sushui said. Come on. Look, the chief instructor is over there watching. Our instructor won't mind if they find out. Du Xiaoyi urged, grasping Long Sushui's hand. All right then, Long Sushui conceded. Du Xiaoyi dragged Long Sushui's hand, dashing from the back row to the rear of Chen Yunxian's group. At that moment, Wu Xiaolei was performing on stage. Awesome, old Wu. From now on, you shall be our fire boy. Sun Haoxing yelled excitedly. Wu Xiaolei was holding a torch alight, spewing flames. So cool. This is the charm of intangible cultural heritage. Where are the applause? Let's hear it for our fire boy. Wang Su and Yu Bo clapped fervently, witnessing the performance of a bearer of intangible cultural heritage for the first time. Wow, these professionals have such impressive acts. Du Xiaoyi exclaimed in delight. Indeed. Long Sushui nodded, her gaze transfixed on the fire-spitting performance. Aren't you guys from our major? A boy in the last row turned and asked. Yes, we're from over there. Du Xiaoyi pointed to their squad. Oh, I see. By the way, do you know the name of that boy who sang earlier? Du Xiaoyi inquired. I don't know him personally, but I know his name is Chen Yunxian. He is in class 1, and I am in class 2, the boy replied. All right, thank you. Du Xiaoyi expressed her gratitude. Chapter 27, General Chen Yunxian. The boy's face flushed, and he stammered. You're welcome. Sushui, did you hear? That boy's name is Chen Yunxian. Such a lovely name. Du Xiaoyi whispered. Chen Yunxian? Long Su now furrowed her brow. During her high school years, there was a fellow student named Chen Yunxian. She wondered if they were one and the same. What is the matter? Du Xiaoyi inquired. It is nothing. Perhaps I'm mistaken. There was a boy in my high school who was also named Chen Yunxian. Long Su now replied, calming her emotions. Oh, I see. Du Xiaoyi nodded, turning her attention back to the performance at the center. However, Lung Susno's thoughts drifted further away, reminiscing about her high school days. Susnao. How can that Chen Yunxian always score a few points higher than you and be the top student in school? Her deskmate complained. Sigh. I simply lack the skill. No way. I must ask him if he has any interest in you, her deskmate insisted. Forget it. Susnao? That Chen Yunxian is so handsome. Everyone says he is the school heartthrob. After lunch, her deskmate continued. Oh, so you asked him? Yes, he said he didn't even know who you are. What an arrogant person, her deskmate scoffed. Did he say anything else? Lung Susnao gripped her pen tightly, her fingers turning pale at the knuckles. He also said he never pays attention to those beneath him, her deskmate stuttered. Oh, fine, I understand. Thank you, Wen. Lung Susnao replied calmly. Yet, a fire of indignation surged within her, just a few points higher, and he was so dismissive. From that moment on, she resolved to strive harder. After one examination, her homeroom teacher announced that she had become the top student in the entire school, which brought her immense satisfaction. How gratifying it was to have her rival become my defeated foe. However, her teacher's subsequent words caused her heart to flutter with unease. That Chen Yunxian, who often ranks first, missed this exam. I wonder how your score compares to his. But I believe in you. You are the best. The teacher's gentle words lingered in her ears. Chen Yunxian? Could it be him? Lung Susnao murmured softly to herself. Susnao, look. The two instructors are about to wrestle. Du Xiaoyi exclaimed excitedly. In the center of the crowd, Yu Bo and Wang Su were facing off. Instructor, take him down. Instructor, go for it. The crowd shouted enthusiastically. However, as the chief instructor and class leader, Wang Su was not easy to defeat. After several rounds, Yu Bo was already on the ground. Oh, all right, students, your instructor has been taken down by me. I hope you're satisfied. Ha ha. Wang Su laughed. I have General Chen Yunxian. He can battle the chief instructor. Sun Hao shouted loudly. Yes, General Chen Yunxian, invincible under his command. Oh, Chen Yunxian, would you like to come up and battle a little? Wang Su asked. Sure. Defeat the chief instructor. Old Chen, I believe in you. Handsome guy. Get up there. The crowd's cheers echoed throughout the playground, drawing the attention of students from the neighboring Dafei instructor's squad. Dafei, puzzled, approached. Old Yu. What is going on? The class leader wants to challenge Chen Yunxian to a wrestling match. Yu Bo replied with a smile. Wrestling? Dafei's eyes widened. Chen Yunxian, go for it. Du Xiaoyi shouted loudly, joined by several girls who were equally enthusiastic. Come on, let us have a true battle between men. Wang Su declared dramatically. All right, I accept your challenge. Chen Yunxian replied. Just then, a tumbleweed rolled between them. Chen Yunxian, go for it. Chen Yunxian, go for it. At that moment, he was grappling with Wang Su. Confident in his wrestling skills, Chen Yunxian felt assured. His mastery encompassed all combat techniques. Huh? How is this kid's base so stable? Wang Su thought after several seconds of struggle. Puzzled. Wow, the chief instructor truly lives up to his name. He can withstand my master-level skills for so long. Chen Yunxian marveled internally. Wait, he is using cheat tactics. Dafei watched Chen Yunxian in astonishment. He was well aware of the class leader's wrestling prowess. Although the leader's strength was not as great as his own, his technique could easily overpower him. Yet, Chen Yunxian managed to hold out for so long. Truly remarkable. Oh my, this is a performance. This show is so exciting. Earlier, there was even fire breathing. We missed that. Students from Dafei's professional group rushed over, eager to see the instructors in action. Good lad. I knew I didn't misjudge you. But, this is where it ends. Wang Su shouted, finally managing to grip Chen Yunxian's waist. With all his strength, he attempted to throw Chen Yunxian to the ground. Chen Yunxian is about to lose. I was thrown down like this by the class leader back then, Dafei remarked, watching Wang Su's movements intently, shaking his head. Huh? Wang Su looked at Chen Yunxian in disbelief. His previous move had failed to topple him. Now it's my turn. Witness my righteous strike. Chen Yunxian shouted, forcefully throwing Wang Su to the ground. I win. Chen Yunxian declared triumphantly. Incredible. Old Chen, from now on, you are my idol. Oh, the handsome guy is so cool. Cheers erupted spontaneously. Wang Su stood up, still in shock, gazing at Chen Yunxian. You little rascal, you actually defeated me. Truly a genius. Hee hee wow. Chen Yunxian, he actually won. Dafei couldn't help but exclaim. In all his years, he had never seen someone capable of defeating the class leader, yet today, he witnessed it, and it was a college student. Chen Yunxian always brings surprises. Yu Bo sighed. The gala concluded amidst the cheers. Chen Yunxian walked between Jiang Yun and Su Ming, teasing the charming Jiang Yun. Chen Yunxian, wait for me, a clear voice called out. The three turned, and Chen Yunxian noticed a girl he did not recognize. Is there something you need? He asked, puzzled. Could we add each other on WeChat? Du Xiaoyi shyly inquired. Sure, classmate. What is your name? I'll note it down. Chen Yunxian replied. Du Xiaoyi, Du for Azalea, Xiao for knowledge, and E for meaning, Du Xiaoyi said, her voice trembling with nervousness. All right. Classmate. Chen Yunxian smiled warmly. After adding Chen Yunxian, Du Xiaoyi quickly pulled the onlooking Lung Susnao away. That girl? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Chen Yunxian murmured to himself. The image of Lung Susnao evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Junior, you have quite the charm with the ladies. Su Meng teased. Of course. A good charm with the ladies indicates I'm a good person, otherwise. Why would a senior like me? Chen Yunxian boasted proudly. You read quite shameless, Junior. Su Meng laughed. Chapter 28, Wanyan Capital. Is there any way to apply for an exemption from military training? Chen Yunxian inquired. Junior, you want to apply for an exemption? Zhang Yun was taken aback by his words. Yes, my current physical condition renders training unnecessary, and many matters have been delayed due to military training. Chen Yunxian replied. Well, to my knowledge, there doesn't seem to be any other method aside from having special physical circumstances, Zhang Yun remarked. There is another method, though, Yun. Su Meng interjected at that moment. What method? Chen Yunxian's eyes brightened with curiosity. Our school's innovation and entrepreneurship program can exempt you from a significant portion of your studies. Su Meng explained. Innovation and entrepreneurship? What are the requirements? Chen Yunxian questioned, somewhat puzzled. You need to have an entrepreneurial project with an annual revenue of at least 200,000 to qualify, Su Meng continued. Oh, I see. If I already have a business, can I apply for an academic exemption? Chen Yunxian asked. I'm not entirely sure. You would need to consult the teachers in the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Department, Su Meng replied, shaking her head. All right then, I'll ask tomorrow. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Yunxian continued to ponder the matter, his brow furrowed. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. I'll ask Su Qing later to see if she knows anything. Old Chen, are you going to miss out on gaming? Sun Hao and his companions were seated by the computer. No, I'm skipping gaming today, Chen Yunxian responded. All right then. After freshening up, Chen Yunxian laid down on his bed. Senior, can you be exempt from military training if you meet the innovation and entrepreneurship criteria? He texted Su Qing. According to the regulations, you can, Su Qing replied almost instantly. Does having assets already fall under innovation and entrepreneurship? So you mean you currently possess assets, but are unsure if they meet the school's innovation and entrepreneurship standards, right? Exactly. What you're referring to does count. However, it requires an evaluation from the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Department to see if it meets the criteria. Su Qing thought for a moment before responding. All right, I understand. Senior, I'll take a leave tomorrow morning to check it out. A look of joy spread across Chen Yunxian's face, as this was undoubtedly good news for him. Okay, it's approved. A billionaire fretting over military training was indeed a rare sight. Su Qing mused silently. The next morning, Sun Hao and his friends were in their military training uniforms. Seeing Chen Yunxian dressed in casual attire, they looked somewhat puzzled. Old Chen, what are you planning to do? We have military training soon, Sun Hao remarked. I'm stepping out for a while. I've already taken leave, Chen Yunxian replied, gazing at himself in the mirror without turning around. In the mirror, Chen Yunxian appeared in a white short-sleeve shirt and black casual pants, his hair meticulously styled, exuding the aura of a successful individual. All right then, we'll head out first, Sun Hao said, and he and Wang Fan exited the dormitory together. Not bad. You look quite spirited. Chen Yunxian was thoroughly satisfied with his appearance. By the way, system check-in. Chen Yunxian called out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 ownership of Wanyan Capital. Relevant documents have been issued to the system space. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained master-level calligraphy. Wanyan Capital? System, please elaborate on this company. Wanyan Capital, a rising star in the business world of Jiangdu, achieving significant profits in a stagnant stock market within a mere 3 years. The identity of the company's leader remains a mystery, with external valuations starting at 100 billion. Wow, this company is impressive. Chen Yunxian's excitement surged. Now, as the owner of Wanyan Capital, he had certainly secured a place in Jiangdu's business scene. This also provided him with substantial confidence, especially since he could now be considered an asset in innovation and entrepreneurship, having merely a Park Hyatt hotel to his name. It seems there's a high probability of success this time. Chen Yunxian mused. He picked up the key to his Lamborghini Veneno from the table and stepped outside. Upon reaching the parking lot, he ran into Su Qing, who had just come downstairs. Oh, taking leave and still up so early? Su Qing teased. I'm going out for a meal first, to see if there's any gift I should bring. Chen Yunxian replied candidly. A gift? You're planning to bring a present? Su Qing expressed surprise. What's wrong with that? Isn't it quite normal? Chen Yunxian countered. Normal indeed. But have you inquired about Professor Wu's reputation in innovation and entrepreneurship? Su Qing remarked. What? I genuinely had no idea, Chen Yunxian admitted, somewhat bewildered. Professor Wu is quite serious and doesn't appreciate such gestures, Su Qing explained. Oh, then I'll just keep it straightforward. Chen Yunxian contemplated and decided that a more conventional approach would be best. However, there is one thing you could consider, Su Qing smiled. What is it? Senior, don't keep me in suspense, Chen Yunxian urged. All right. Professor Wu enjoys calligraphy. If you can do that, it would certainly help, Su Qing suggested. What a coincidence. I actually can. Chen Yunxian's eyes lit up. He had just been pondering the system's reward of master-level calligraphy, and now it seemed perfectly applicable. Wow, you really have quite a few talents. Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. Of course, I am the multifaceted Chen Yunxian, he declared proudly. And yet you still complain about your weight. Su Qing rolled her eyes. Senior, would you like to join me for breakfast? Chen Yunxian asked. Sure, I haven't eaten yet. Su Qing replied, intrigued. Senior, please get in the car. Chen Yunxian opened the door for her. You're quite thoughtful, Su Qing smiled. The car started. But it was still early morning, so Chen Yunxian did not press the accelerator, gently gliding out using the clutch. Once they left the parking lot, the Lamborghini Veneno unleashed its inherent ferocity. Senior, how does it feel? Chen Yunxian asked with a grin. It's amazing. If it weren't so pricey. I would love to have one myself, Su Qing sighed. If you feel that way, I'll let you drive it later, Chen Yunxian chuckled. Forget it. If I scratch anything, I wouldn't be able to repay it. Su Qing replied. If anything happens, it's on me. Chen Yunxian declared with bravado. Really? Absolutely. Chen Yunxian parked the car. Want to give it a try? Su Qing hesitated, eager to drive but worried about damaging the car. Don't hesitate. What is the worst that could happen? Chen Yunxian encouraged, stepping out of the car. Seeing his earnestness, Su Qing decided to join him and climbed into the driver's seat. Her face alight with excitement as she touched the steering wheel. After fiddling with the controls for a moment, she became puzzled. Why hadn't the car started? Junior, how do you start this? Su Qing stammered. It's simple. Just press that button, then release the handbrake, shift gears, and you're good to go, Chen Yunxian instructed. Oh, got it. Su Qing followed his directions, and the car roared to life. The sleek, black metallic beauty drew envious glances from students as it cruised towards the school gate. Chapter 29, Breakfast with Su Qing. Senior, how does it feel? Chen Yunxian asked. Absolutely exhilarating. Su Qing exclaimed with excitement, feeling the gaze of those around her. A genuine sense of exhilaration coursing through her. As she pressed down on the accelerator, the car erupted with a thunderous roar. Woohoo! This is incredible, she shouted with enthusiasm. Senior, let us head to Sanjiich, Chen Yunxian said. Okay. At this moment, during the morning rush hour, the roads were bustling with vehicles. Yet all were keen to steer clear of this Lamborghini. Setting aside the inherent value of this supercar, the license plate Jiang 888888 further hinted at the extraordinary nature of its owner. Su Qing's driving skills were commendable. This black beast glided effortlessly through the traffic. The car came to a halt at the entrance of Sanjiich's courtyard. Once again, the two elegantly dressed women in kipeos approached. Mr. Chen, is that you? How may we assist you today? One inquired, her name tag glimmering. Chen Yunxian had certainly made a lasting impression on them, being both youthful and handsome. Not to mention possessing a gilded card personally bestowed by the proprietor. Please take me to my private room, Chen Yunxian instructed. The holder of the gilded card enjoyed exclusive access to a private suite, as he had been informed by Baisong during their last visit to the Green Bubble. Certainly, Mr. Chen. The two ladies in kipeos led the way, with Chen Yunxian and Su Qing following closely behind. The vibrant flora, the artificial hills, the lush bamboo, and the gentle sound of flowing water all dazzled Su Qing's senses. The Xian Suite was indeed Chen Yunxian's exclusive chamber. Upon entering, the opulent decor momentarily took Chen Yunxian aback. The suite exuded an air of sophistication, featuring three distinct sections, one spacious, another more intimate, and the innermost one, surprisingly, a lounge area. The ambience was poetically rich, luxurious yet understated. Let us have some regular breakfast, Chen Yunxian suggested. Of course, Mr. Chen. The cheap-how-clad beauty, exited, while the other, named Shir, began pouring tea. Mr. Chen, miss, should you require anything, please ring this bell, Shir said before gracefully departing. Wow, the decor here is stunning. Su Qing marveled. Indeed. This place is renowned for its tranquil elegance. Chen Yunxian replied. Junior, is breakfast particularly expensive here? Su Qing inquired. It's reasonable. I suppose, Chen Yunxian replied vaguely. I'll transfer you the money later. Su Qing insisted. No need, senior, how much can we eat? Besides, I'm treating you. Asking for money would put me in a difficult position. Chen Yunxian countered. Fine then. Thank you for treating me, Junior. Su Qing acquiesced. Since this breakfast was indeed on him, Su Qing suppressed her curiosity about why they had chosen this place over a roadside breakfast stall. Given a choice, she would never have opted for this venue, as the lavish setup clearly indicated steep prices. The dishes here are so expensive, Su Qing exclaimed, flipping through the menu in shock. Junior, I really must pay for this meal. It's outrageous. Su Qing said. That's out of the question. I've already stated that I'm treating you. And I'm not concerned about such a small amount. Chen Yunxian insisted. But it's so pricey. I genuinely feel uneasy. Su Qing lamented. Senior, you're overthinking it. Since I chose to come here, it signifies that I truly don't mind the expense. Rest assured. Chen Yunxian replied, somewhat impatiently. Oh, all right then. Seeing Chen Yunxian's impatience, Su Qing decided to remain silent. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Su Qing hurried to open it. Hello, your breakfast is ready. Would you like it served now? Woman asked. Yes. Please. Chen Yunxian responded. Great. One wheeled in a cart. Wow. Junior, everything smells amazing. The enticing aroma wafted through the room, igniting Su Qing's appetite. Let us eat. The flavors here are truly delightful. Chen Yunxian smiled. This porridge is exquisite. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. Burp. Su Qing let out a burp, rubbing her already full belly. I think I'm going to gain weight again. Senior, you actually have body image concerns. Chen Yunxian teased. Alas. With a poor figure. Who would want me? Su Qing sighed. TSK, that's true. You're asking for it. Su Qing retorted angrily, playfully slapping Chen Yunxian's arm. You said it yourself. Chen Yunxian protested. That doesn't matter. Su Qing feigned indignation. Chen Yunxian made a silly face. Pooh. Immature. Su Qing laughed. Back to school. Su Qing, please fasten your seatbelt. Chen Yunxian instructed. All right, Chen. The vehicle stopped at the entrance of the playground, and Su Qing got out. Goodbye. Junior, she called over her shoulder as she strode in with her long legs. It's 9 o'clock. Time to get down to business. Chen Yunxian muttered to himself. He slammed the accelerator, and the beast roared, capturing the attention of the students undergoing military training in the playground. Then, with a whoosh, he vanished from sight at the entrance. Wow. Teacher Su is incredibly wealthy, stepping out of a supercar. Sun Hao exclaimed in astonishment. The financial major's squad happened to be near the playground entrance. While scanning the area, he spotted Su Qing. Where? Wang Fan quickly turned his head upon hearing Sun Hao's words. Dante, look. Her car has already sped away. Sun Hao remarked. All right then. Early in the morning, the school was nearly deserted, with most either attending their early classes or still asleep. Chen Yunxian soon arrived at the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Park. Hello? Is this the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Department? Chen Yunxian inquired, rolling down his window to speak to a boy walking by. Yes, it is. Do you know where Professor Wu is? I'm here to assess the standards. Chen Yunxian stepped out of the car. Oh, I see. Follow me. Professor Wu is in the office on the second floor, the boy replied. All right. Thank you for your help. Chen Yunxian responded politely. No problem. Ascending to the second floor with the boy, they reached an office door. This is Professor Wu's office. You can go in now. I have other tasks to attend to, the boy said. Okay, I truly appreciate your assistance. Chen Yunxian expressed. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Yunxian rapped on the door. Come in, an elderly voice called from within. Chen Yunxian opened the door and stepped inside. Greeted by a desk where an elderly gentleman with white hair was intently reviewing a report. Hello, student. How may I assist you? The elderly man inquired politely. Good day, Professor Wu. I'm here to assess the innovation and entrepreneurship standards. Do you have a moment? Chen Yunxian stated. Oh, do you have an industry report? Professor Wu asked. I do not. But my company has some notoriety in Jiangdu. Everything can be verified. Chen Yunxian replied. No report? Some notoriety? What is the name of your company? Professor Wu's brow furrowed. This was the first time he encountered someone seeking an assessment without an industry report. Guanyang Capital. Chen Yunxian responded. What? Professor Wu exclaimed in shock. Chapter 30. Academic exemption. Are you absolutely certain it is Guanyang Capital? Professor Wu inquired, his breath heavy and his neck strained, his eyes widening behind thick glasses. Indeed. I am currently the owner of Guanyang Capital. Chen Yunxian replied with remarkable composure. Excellent. Excellent. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Jianghai University has produced such a commercial prodigy as yourself. Professor Wu exclaimed with enthusiasm. You flatter me, Professor. Chen Yunxian responded modestly. Please fill out this form. No qualifications assessment is necessary. Professor Wu extracted a form from his desk and handed it over. Very well. Chen Yunxian took the pen and swiftly inscribed his information along with the valuation of Guanyang Capital. Finished, Professor, he said, closing the pen and presenting the form. Professor Wu received the document and examined it intently. Although Chen Yunxian had written little, The implications were monumental. First year, a valuation of 10 billion. Professor Wu's face flushed with excitement, his hands trembling as he exclaimed, I anticipated Wanyang Capital's valuation to be in the billions, but it appears I was overly conservative. Who would have imagined that the enigmatic owner behind Wanyang Capital would be such a first-year student as yourself? Professor Wu continued, his voice imbued with astonishment. Our university now boasts a commercial magnate. Ha! Just wait and see how other institutions can no longer mock Jiangdu University for lacking business talent. Chen Yunxian, you are truly remarkable. After all these years, I have never encountered an 18-year-old capable of achieving such heights in their enterprise. Professor Wu's throat felt parched as he took a hearty sip from his thermos. By the way, have you practiced calligraphy with any masters? Professor Wu's eyes gleamed with renewed fervor. Noticing this, Chen Yunxian quietly acknowledged Su Qing's words. Indeed, Professor Wu had a fondness for calligraphy. I merely dabble in it during my leisure time, Chen Yunxian replied. Suddenly, Professor Wu's smile faltered, and his expression grew somewhat awkward. A genius. After so many years of practice, I have only just begun to develop a semblance of mastery. From your strokes, I perceive the essence of a grand master. Professor Wu lamented with a tinge of bittersweetness. At your age, to have achieved such accomplishments is truly extraordinary. He marveled. Professor Wu, I am still young. My calligraphy requires further refinement. Your strokes possess a gravitas that comes only with age and experience, Chen Yunxian remarked. Ha! You, my boy, are quite adept at flattering an old man. Professor Wu chuckled, his spirits lifting. Professor, I believe this qualification is satisfactory, Chen Yunxian reminded him. Satisfactory? It must be. If this is not, then nothing else could possibly measure up. Professor Wu declared. Chen, your enterprise has been approved. I shall report to the principal and allow you to manage it with dedication. Professor Wu announced. Thank you, Professor. Chen Yunxian replied, his eyes gleaming with joy. Ha ha. You are too kind, Chen. Exiting the office, Chen Yunxian held the Lamborghini keys in his hand, feeling as though he were walking on air. With his academic obligations lifted, including military training, he could now indulge in leisure without reservation, envisioning himself enjoying ice pops while watching Sun Hao and the others on the playground. What a delightful thought. Senior, my academic obligations have been waived. Chen Yunxian was the first to inform Jiang Yun, followed by Su Qing and Li Xinyu. What a splendid day it is. Chen Yunxian hummed a tune as he walked. As soon as he settled into his car, his phone rang. Hello? Chen, your academic exemption has been approved. Professor Wu's aged voice echoed from the phone. All right, thank you, Professor. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hung up. Where to now? First, let us visit the military training ground. Chen Yunxian pondered. With a press of the accelerator, the car shot forward like an arrow. A powerful roar resonated through the training ground, causing many students engaged in military drills to glance towards the entrance. A sleek black supercar halted at the gate, and a young man emerged, carrying something in his hands. As he approached, Sun Hao and his companions recognized him as Chen Yunxian. Good day, instructor. Chen Yunxian greeted Yubo. You rascal, you managed to secure an academic exemption without a word. Impressive. Yubo chuckled, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Before Chen Yunxian's arrival, Wang Su had already received the news of his exemption and informed Yubo there is a business to manage, after all. Chen Yunxian replied. Incredible. Incredible. Yubo exclaimed, looking at him in astonishment. Instructor, this is for you. Chen Yunxian pulled a bottle of Hazian from his bag and handed it over. Thank you. Yubo accepted it without pretense. Where is the chief instructor? Why isn't he here? Chen Yunxian inquired further. TSK. He thought there was nothing of interest without you, so he's over there wandering about. Yubo pointed to Wang Su, who was idly strolling in the distance. Very well, I shall go find him, Chen Yunxian said. All right. Attention, everyone, take a break. Yubo commanded. Old Chen, are you here for military training? Sun Hao and his friends approached. No, I won't be participating in military training anymore, Chen Yunxian smiled. Why not? Wu Xiaolei's eyes widened. He has been granted an academic exemption, Yubo chuckled. What? Sun Hao and his friends gasped in disbelief. Here, this is for you. Chen Yunxian produced 3 bottles of water. Thank you, adoptive father. The trio chorused. Well then, I shall come to see you often. Chen Yunxian grinned mischievously. You rascal. You're quite the charmer, Yubo remarked. At that moment, Chen Yunxian noticed Lu Xiaoxiao and Song Yurong watching them from a distance, perhaps too shy to approach. What are you two doing? Chen Yunxian asked. Nothing at all, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, her cheeks flushed. Come here, I have something for you. Chen Yunxian beckoned. Lu Xiaoxiao shyly walked over. Why be shy? This is for you. Lu Xiaoxiao accepted the water from Chen Yunxian's hand, softly murmuring a thank you before hastily retreating. Chen Yunxian, what about mine? Song Yurong approached, demanding attention. Today, I am in a good mood. so I shall bestow upon you a bottle, Chen Yunxian declared. Humph. At least you know how to be considerate. Song Yuron accepted the water and rejoined Lu Xiaoxiao on the grass. TSK, 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 how enviable, Yubo said, rolling his eyes. Instructor, one gets used to it, Sun Hao sighed, already numb to the situation. All right, I shall visit the chief instructor now, farewell, Chen Yunxian said, striding towards the man wandering about the training ground. Chief instructor, Chen Yunxian called out. Wang Su turned his head. Hey, you rascal, why are you back? Looking rather dapper. Please, spare me the teasing. Chen Yunxian laughed. Ha ha, I never realized you were bashful. Wang Su chuckled. Instructor, let us not speak of it. Chen Yunxian replied. He glanced at the formation before him and spotted Li Xinyu stealing glances at him. Chapter 31. Questioning Ning Qingxi. Instructor, is this the economics and management department? Chen Yunxian inquired. Ah, you surely don't have a little girlfriend in this field, do you? Wang Su jested. Upon seeing Chen Yunxian nodding seriously, his eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? You rascal! Wang Su exclaimed, utterly shocked, and letting out an expletive. Charisma, pure charisma, Chen Yunxian chuckled. It's truly a case of the drought suffering from drought, and the flood suffering from flood. Wang Su retorted indignantly. Chen Yunxian shrugged, making his way towards Li Xinyu. Xinyu. Chen Yunxian is coming over, Wang Nin announced. I see him, Li Xinyu replied, suppressing her excitement. Xinyu. Brother Chen, Li Xinyu called out, diving straight into his embrace. How are you? Tired? Chen Yunxian inquired. Exhausted, but being in Brother Chen's arms makes it so much more comfortable, Li Xinyu replied playfully. Chen Yunxian said nothing, gently patting her back. Nearby, the instructor seemed unable to bear the sight. Gather, gather. Time to start training, he commanded, reluctant to leave Chen Yunxian's embrace. Li Xinyu shot a glare at the instructor. Remember to come see me, Li Xinyu said sweetly. Sure. TSK, 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 showing off your affection in front of old Yang. And look what happened. Wang Su laughed. Isn't Instructor Yang single? Chen Yunxian asked, blinking innocently. So what if he is? Being single is glorious, Wang Su retorted, his eyes widening in indignation. Ha ha, instructor, you can't possibly be single too. Seeing through yet remaining silent. Ha ha. Chen Yunxian waved goodbye as he departed, leaving without taking a single cloud with him. A sleek black Lamborghini came to a halt in front of Wanyang building. Excuse me, parking is not allowed here. A young security guard approached and stated. Sir, he misspoke. Parking is indeed permitted here, so rest assured. A middle-aged security guard swiftly intervened, covering the young guard's mouth. Chen Yunxian found the scene somewhat amusing. He wasn't unreasonable after all. It's all right, Chen Yunxian said, proceeding into the building. Brother Zhao, why say such a thing? The young guard asked, puzzled. Xiaoma, you're still young. This young man drives a Lamborghini. You dare to stop him? The middle-aged guard replied. But isn't parking not allowed in front of the building? The young guard protested, feeling aggrieved. This individual is of no ordinary status. Those rules are established for us working-class people, but they do not constrain these young masters. The middle-aged guard said earnestly. All right then. Chen Yunxian remained unaware of this exchange. Even if he had known, he would have merely laughed it off. Sir, may I assist you? The front desk attendant inquired, noting Chen Yunxian's unfamiliar face. I'm here to see Manager Ning, Chen Yunxian replied. Sir, do you have an appointment? The front desk attendant patiently asked. No, Chen Yunxian shook his head. I thought. Who is this person? Can any Tom, Dick, or Harry just stroll into Wanyang building? If you're trying to pursue Manager Ning, you might as well go home. A harsh voice emerged from the reception area. Chen Yunxian turned to see a man in a tailored suit lounging on the sofa in the reception area. Sir, please conduct yourself with respect. Our company does not tolerate such vulgar language. If this happens again, I will have you escorted out by security. The front desk attendant retorted boldly. Sir, don't engage with him. She gestured in a circular motion near her head, indicating the man was unhinged. It's fine. I don't take him to heart, Chen Yunxian smiled. This left the front desk attendant dumbfounded, thinking to herself how stunning this man was. It was a pity he was also pursuing Manager Ning. If she were Manager Ning, she would undoubtedly choose this handsome young man over the derisive one. Sir, please leave your contact details. Manager Ning will notify you when she has time, the front desk attendant said, shaking herself back to reality. No need. She'll be down shortly, Chen Yunxian responded. Huh. The front desk attendant was taken aback, uncertain if the handsome man was speaking the truth. Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. How can you say she'll be down shortly? At that moment, the man, as if his throat had been squeezed, was rendered speechless. The elevator for management opened, and a strikingly beautiful woman stepped out. What is happening? Why all the commotion? Ning Qingxi's icy voice filled the entire lobby, silencing everyone with her imposing presence. Chen Yunxian raised an eyebrow, intrigued, not expecting his company manager to be such a cold beauty. Manager, you're here. It's this man causing a ruckus. the front desk attendant promptly stated. Ning Qingxi's gaze shifted to the man. Qingxi, don't misunderstand. I was merely, the man attempted to explain. Firstly, we're not that familiar. Secondly, this is my company. Thirdly, who permitted you to enter? Security, throw him out. Ning Qingxi's words were as chilling as a winter wind. For security guards approached, seizing the man and escorting him out. Manager. He was here too, the front desk attendant stuttered, unsure of how to continue. Could she reveal he was here to pursue the manager? No need to say more. I know why he is here, Ning Qingxi said matter-of-factly. Manager Ning, what should I call you? Chen Yunxian furrowed his brow, pondering if this was still his company. It felt as though he was the outsider. Boss. Ning Qingxi gasped, suddenly realizing what she had just said. Is my photo not recorded in the company system? Why does the company know you, but not me? Chen Yunxian inquired. I apologize, boss. That was my oversight. Ning Qingxi felt a wave of shame wash over her at his words. The company knew her, but not the boss. What a grave error. The thought made her feel slightly uneasy. Enough, let us discuss matters in the office. Chen Yunxian interrupted her. All right. As Chen Yunxian took a few steps, he turned back to glance at the front desk attendant's name tag. Miss Tian, right? Your salary will be doubled this month. Chen Yunxian declared. Thank you, boss. Goodbye, boss. Tian was taken aback by the sudden surprise, quickly expressing her gratitude as Chen Yunxian walked away. Chen Yunxian led the way, with Ning Qingxi following closely behind. Her head lowered in contemplation. The elevator ascended directly to the 32nd floor, arriving at Chen Yunxian's, or rather, Ning Qingxi's, office. Chen Yunxian settled into the executive chair, surveying the office before turning to face Ning Qingxi, seated across from him. TSK, what a splendid office you have, Manager Ning. Chen Yunxian remarked. Boss. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have used your office, Ning Qingxi said, her previous poise evaporating, leaving only nervousness. Chen Yunxian's fingers tapped rhythmically on the solid wood desk, each sound striking a chord in her heart. Ning Qingxi. Do you think that because I don't come to the company, it means you have the final say? Boss, that is not what I meant. Ning Qingxi said, resembling a student scolded by a teacher, standing obediently in front of the desk with her head bowed. She felt a tinge of injustice. After all, it was the boss who had delegated the task to her, so why was she being reprimanded? I am well aware of the contributions you have made to the company over time. It could be said that the company has flourished under your stewardship. I understand your feelings of grievance, Chen Yunxian replied. However, within the entire company, it is evident that you are the dominant figure. Tell me, which boss would wish to witness such a scenario? Chen Yunxian's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. Thud, thud, thud. Ning Qingxi's heart raced with each sound. Surely the boss isn't considering terminating my employment? She thought anxiously. Do not forget that you are the one who has steered the company back on course. You must acknowledge that even without you, the company would have reached its current state. Behind every investment return, there lies the information I have provided you. To be candid, I am quite disappointed today. I had intended to appoint you as vice president, but it seems you need to continue your self-reflection, Chen Yunxian stated in a calm tone, observing Ning Qingxi silently from across the desk. I apologize, boss. This is my fault. I will certainly improve. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to reflect. Ning Qingxi managed a strained smile. Very well, summon HR to come in. Chen Yunxian ordered. Yes, boss. Ning Qingxi replied respectfully as she exited. After a brief moment, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Chen Yunxian called, engrossed in her documents. Boss, I've brought in the personnel. Ning Qingxi announced softly. Zhao Mian from HR. Convey my directive. Sun Kai from the Wind Direction Department is to be promoted to General Manager, and the former General Manager, Ning Qingxi, shall transition to the role of Executive President Assistant. Chen Yunxian instructed. Understood, boss. I will take care of it immediately, Zhao Mian replied, her high heels clicking as she left the office, casting a sympathetic glance at Ning Qingxi. Ning Qingxi's mood plummeted, her fingers clenched tightly around a corner of her clothing, the joints turning pale with tension. Although the title of Executive President Assistant appeared to hold a higher status than General Manager, it was not as it seemed. She found herself in an awkward position, handling trivial tasks for the Executive President, Chen Yunxian, and was completely disconnected from any core matters. It was essentially a demotion in disguise. Now, you shall take this time to reflect with me. First, pour me a glass of water, for I find myself rather parched. Chen Yunxian instructed. Certainly, boss, Ning Qingxi murmured. Upon noticing her forlorn demeanor, Chen Yunxian shook her head. This girl was far too ambitious, nearly floating away with her aspirations, and needed to be tempered. She could not allow such individuals to permeate the upper echelons of her company. Gazing at the multitude of documents before her, Chen Yunxian felt a wave of dizziness. What a chaotic assortment. After struggling through a few pages, she could no longer bear it and piled the documents onto the desk. rubbing her temples. It appears I must recruit another executive president, Chen Yunxian muttered to herself, unwittingly overheard by Ning Qingxi, who was approaching with the water. Her face instantly paled, and some of the water sloshed over the rim of the cup due to her heightened emotions. Ouch! Ning Qingxi inhaled sharply as the hot water splashed onto her delicate hand, leaving a red mark. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she placed the cup beside Chen Yunxian. What is this? Did you intend to scald me with such hot water, hoping to inherit my fortune? Chen Yunxian frowned. Boss, I will fetch you another cup. Ning Qingxi exclaimed, her eyes wide, realizing that Chen Yunxian had never specified whether she wanted hot or cold water, and she had simply brought a cup of the former. Never mind, it was not intentional. Take a seat, Chen Yunxian instructed, gesturing toward the chair opposite her. Ning Qingxi sat down quietly, her demeanor subdued. I do not intend to target you. When a mistake is made, there must be consequences. Conversely, when one performs well, there are rewards. I am not one to blur the lines between the two, Chen Yunxian clarified. I understand, boss, Ning Qingxi nodded earnestly. The position of assistant is not entirely marginalized. There are opportunities to demonstrate your capabilities, depending on whether you seize them, Chen Yunxian continued, wishing to divert her attention from the headache-inducing documents. Yes, I comprehend, boss. Ning Qingxi replied dutifully. Now, I entrust you with a task. Organize these documents. Chen Yunxian indicated the papers before her. Certainly, boss. Ning Qingxi's countenance brightened noticeably. Work diligently. I will take the opportunity to observe the employee's performance, Chen Yunxian concluded, exiting the office. With a newfound determination, Ning Qingxi focused intently on the documents, beginning her organization. It seemed that the boss had not relegated her to the margins, but was instead allowing her the space to grow. Feeling uplifted, she began to hum a cheerful tune. Good day, boss. Good day, boss. Chen Yunxian traversed each floor, greeted respectfully by the employees. They were all aware of the recent personnel changes, with the boss appointing manager Ning as an assistant and promoting the head of the wind direction department to general manager. What a shocking turn. At that moment, Sun Kai was in his office, reflecting on the situation. Both he and Ning Qingxi were long-standing employees of the company, albeit with different capabilities, which had led to his promotion to head the department. While he should be pleased with his advancement, the transition from a specialized field to management felt daunting. Manager Ning, what on earth happened? Sun Kai inquired via the chat app. Ning Qingxi recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving Sun Kai utterly dumbfounded. How could someone create such a significant mess? By the way, doesn't the boss lack a secretary? Sun Kai suddenly asked. Indeed, thus I am organizing the documents. The boss deemed this a chance for me, Ning Qingxi replied. Oh, carry on then. Is Manager Sun inside? Chen Yunxian asked. Yes, boss. A female voice responded. Upon entering, Chen Yunxian found Sun Kai standing. Good day, boss. He exclaimed. Can you adapt? Chen Yunxian inquired. It's manageable. Stepping away from my area of expertise requires me to learn a few new things, Sun Kai replied. All right, continue with your work, Chen Yunxian casually remarked. Boss, Assistant Ning. Sun Kai cautiously asked. With your mindset, you should already know, Chen Yunxian replied with a half-smile. I was presumptuous, boss, Sun Kai quickly apologized. Chen Yunxian stood and departed, leaving him with her back. It seems that Manager Ning is poised for advancement as well, Sun Kai mused to himself, well aware of Ning Qingxi's proud disposition. Placing her in the assistant role without a secretary was undoubtedly a means for the boss to refine her skills. Chapter 33, Parking Spot Occupied, Towing, Damage. After completing her rounds, Chen Yunxian returned to her office. Observing Ning Qingxi meticulously reviewing documents, she nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the diligent worker selected by the system possesses remarkable capabilities. Boss, I have completed organizing these documents, Ning Qingxi announced, placing the last file down and lifting her head. Very well, take a moment to rest. I shall step out for a while. If I am not around, do remember to organize the new documents that come in. Chen Yunxian waved her hand and said, Understood, boss, came the reply. With a lingering gaze filled with sorrow from Ning Qingxi, Chen Yunxian exited the office. Even someone as simple-minded as her ought to comprehend that Chen Yunxian was shirking her responsibilities, delegating everything to her. Ah, the pleasure of not working is simply delightful. Chen Yunxian inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air. Amidst the admiring looks of the security guards, she drove away in her sleek black Lamborghini. I'm off to check on my apartment, Chen Yunxian declared, accelerating toward Hongjiang. Excuse me, unauthorized vehicles are not permitted entry, two security guards stated at the gate. I am the owner here. Summon your manager to register my license plate, Chen Yunxian insisted. The guards exchanged glances, eyeing the Lamborghini as if to determine the veracity of her claim, and subsequently notified the manager. Shortly after, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Chen Yunxian's youthful visage, He felt both surprised and oddly familiar. "Good day, sir. May I ask which building you own?" The manager inquired cautiously. "Building 1, Wong," Chen Yunxian replied. You are Mr. Chen?" the manager exclaimed, a mixture of shock and excitement evident in his voice. "Indeed, please register my license plate," she instructed. "Of course, sir." The vehicle gradually entered the brightly lit underground garage, which dazzled him. Upon reaching her designated parking space, she found a rather amusing sight. An SUV was parked haphazardly across 2 of her 5 spaces. Chen Yunxian parked her car and glanced at the license plate. Jianghai. "Hello? Is this you?" The voice of the manager rang through her phone. "Manager, my parking space is occupied. Please contact the owner of this vehicle and have them move it promptly," Chen Yunxian instructed. Manager rushed over with several security guards. "Mr. Chen, is this the vehicle in question?" he asked, eyeing the SUV. "Yes, that one. Call the owner," Chen Yunxian replied. "Understood." Manager quickly checked the property system for the owner's contact details. "Hello? Is this Ms. Jean?" he queried. "Yes, speaking. What is it?" a young woman's voice responded. "Here," Chen Yunxian said, extending the phone to Manager. "Your vehicle is occupying 2 of my spaces. Please come down and move it," Chen Yunxian demanded. "What nonsense are you spouting? My car is parked in my designated space," the woman retorted. "Ms. Jean, you are indeed parked in someone else's space," Manager interjected. The call on speakerphone. "Oh, fine. I'll come down shortly," the woman conceded. Chen Yunxian, Manager and the security guards waited. But 10 minutes passed without sight of her. "Hello? Where are you? Didn't you say you'd come down to move your car?" Chen Yunxian called again. "Didn't I say I'd be down soon? What's the rush?" the woman replied impatiently. Losing her patience, Chen Yunxian hung up. Manager, arrange for a tow. "Have her vehicle removed," she commanded. "Mr. Chen, that might not adhere to our policies," Manager hesitated. Chen Yunxian's gaze bore down on him. An invisible pressure enveloping him. "Understood, Mr. Chen," Manager quickly acquiesced. The tow truck arrived, yet the woman still did not appear. The SUV was soon hoisted onto the tow truck. "What are you doing?" a sharp female voice cried out. The group turned to see a heavily made-up woman approaching. "Who authorized you to tow my car? Do you want me to file a complaint against your property management?" she said, her tone scathing. "I did. After waiting for so long without you moving your car, this was only fair," Chen Yunxian replied. "It's just a parking space. How dare you have my car towed?" the woman retorted angrily. "So you admit to taking my space?" Chen Yunxian found it somewhat amusing. "Why must you be so unreasonable?" the woman continued. "Enough. I have no interest in further debate. You occupied my space and refused to move your car, so naturally, I had it towed. Do you understand?" Chen Yunxian stated. Enraged, the woman pulled out her phone and began to livestream. "Family, who understands this? Boo-hoo, I encountered a petty man today. It's just a parking space. He actually had my car towed," she wailed. "What? Such a petty man indeed. I support you, sister. Let us expose this petty man. I'll curse you. You petty man. Sister, don't be afraid. Expose this lowly man. We'll use the power of the internet against him." Various comments flooded the live stream. "I advise you to end your live stream, Ms. Jean," Manager cautioned. In his eyes, Chen Yunxian was not a man to be trifled with. The owner of Building 1 had myriad means to deal with her. Should her face be revealed to the public, it could incite his wrath. "Who is speaking over there?" "Another petty man. Sister, don't be afraid. Be brave. Petty man. Protect our sister." The woman, seeing the comments, aimed the camera at Chen Yunxian. Manager eyes widened in alarm as he rushed to grab the camera. "What are you doing?" the woman shrieked. "What's the matter, sister?" Pointed at that petty man. "Yes. Expose him. Is someone threatening you, sister?" Manager seized the phone, and the woman lunged to retrieve it. Smack. A large hand struck her face. "You dare hit me," she exclaimed, disbelief in her eyes. Smack. Another blow followed. Smack. 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 Chen Yunxian, unsatisfied, delivered a few more strikes. I'll get you for this," the woman shrieked. The underground garage echoed with a series of slaps. "Still calling for help?" Chen Yunxian inquired. The woman, cupping her swollen face, shook her head in terror. "All right, lower the car," Chen Yunxian commanded. Then, amidst the puzzled expressions of Manager and the security guards, she continued, "Smash it. 10,000 each, starting now." Excitement flickered in the guards' eyes as they carelessly grabbed tools from the tow truck, beginning to smash the vehicle under the woman's gaze. Manager quickly joined, bashing alongside the guards. The woman's phone continued to livestream, capturing muffled sounds. Chen Yunxian glanced down at the phone and crushed it underfoot. Chapter 34, Zhang Ning. The straight shooter. With the diligent efforts of several burly security guards, the female streamer's vehicle was reduced to a heap of twisted metal. "Should this happen again, you shall face the consequences." Chen Yunxian shot her a glance before settling into the car beside her. The female host stared at Chen Yunxian's Lamborghini, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. She had unwittingly occupied the space of a wealthy young man, and her heart brimmed with regret. Under the gaze of several onlookers, Chen Yunxian casually parked the car in the designated spot and turned to leave. Managerin, seeing Chen Yunxian depart, hastily followed suit with the security guards. The elevator rose smoothly, and with a chime, the doors opened. Turning a corner, a metallic door appeared before Chen Yunxian. Ding! Welcome home, an electronic voice announced as the door unlocked and swung open. Chen Yunxian strode inside, greeted by a spacious hall of 100 square meters. Exuding a minimalist yet luxurious ambience, the warm lighting instilled in her a sense of belonging. Approaching the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, she beheld the distant river view and the bustling traffic below. No wonder the protagonists in novels always gaze down from such windows, Chen Yunxian mused, reveling in the delightful sensation. After lounging on the plush sofa for a while, she found herself feeling somewhat bored and decided to venture downstairs. As the elevator doors opened on the 11th floor, a waft of fragrant perfume enveloped her. Chen Yunxian looked up to see a woman clad in a baseball cap and mask, her entire figure concealed. After a cursory glance, Chen Yunxian returned her focus to her phone, watching an abstract video trending on social media. Inflict damage, trick and slide, maintain distance, press down, unleash, the pressure is mounting. The video concluded with an exceedingly abstract voice. Ha! Chen Yunxian chuckled at the absurdity, eliciting a puzzled glance from the woman nearby. Are people nowadays really this foolish? She muttered under her breath. Cough, cough. Chen Yunxian, with his enhanced hearing, caught her words clearly. The girl glanced back at him, then took a few steps back, distancing herself. A sense of irritation washed over Chen Yunxian. How could someone be so dull? The elevator doors opened, revealing the underground parking garage. As he exited, he deliberately coughed twice near the girl, avenging her earlier remark about his foolishness. Stop right there. The girl called out. What is it, madam? Chen Yunxian turned to her. Could you refrain from coughing towards others if you're unwell? It's incredibly rude, you know, she retorted with conviction. Oh, understood. I shall endeavor not to repeat it next time. Chen Yunxian replied nonchalantly. You are utterly unreasonable, the girl exclaimed angrily. Madam, do not reproach me. You were the one who called me foolish. I heard you loud and clear. My cough was merely a hint that I was aware, Chen Yunxian said with an innocent expression. The girl's face flushed crimson. She hadn't anticipated Chen Yunxian would overhear her. Speaking ill of someone in their presence felt akin to committing an embarrassing act in public. I'm so sorry. She quickly apologized. Very well, since I'm in a good mood, I shall forgive you. Chen Yunxian smiled as he walked towards his car. He nonchalantly entered the Lamborghini, which was haphazardly parked across two spaces. With a roar, the sleek vehicle shot out of the underground garage like a bolt of black lightning. To the Jiangdu Art Academy. Away we go, Chen Yunxian declared enthusiastically. Oh dear, how utterly humiliating. The girl murmured as she watched Chen Yunxian speed away in his sports car. At that moment, her phone rang, and she answered it. Hey, my dear Miss Jiang, why haven't you arrived yet? The crew is already here. A voice chimed from the other end. It's not yet time, cousin. I just came downstairs, the girl replied. Who arrives exactly on time for a celebration feast. We're just waiting for you now. All right, I'll be there shortly, she said. Chen Yunxian, where are you? Zhang Ning inquired. Almost there, just one street away, Chen Yunxian responded. Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Zhang Ning replied cheerfully. Chen Yunxian ended the call, pressed the accelerator, and sped towards the art academy. The black supercar, accompanied by a thunderous roar, arrived at the entrance of the academy, drawing the gazes of handsome and beautiful students alike, their eyes glimmering with excitement, curiosity, and thrill. As the scissor doors lifted slowly, Chen Yunxian stepped out and adjusted his sleeves. Wow, what a handsome guy. I declare he is my husband. No, he is mine. 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 What if he prefers men? I'm totally available. Get lost, you sissy. Zhang Ning, dressed in a black miniskirt, her legs clad in glossy black stockings and red-soled high heels, paired with a crop top that revealed her waist, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, attracted the attention of most of the boys. Hello, beautiful, could I add you on WeChat? A boy approached her, emboldened by his friends. No, thank you. I already have a boyfriend. Zhang Ning firmly declined. All right then, sorry to bother you. The boy retreated. At that moment, a handsome young man in a white short-sleeve shirt and black casual pants approached. Hello, may I invite you to lunch? Chen Yunxian politely asked. Of course. Zhang Ning replied with a sweet smile. The surrounding boys, who had been secretly watching Zhang Ning, felt their hearts shatter. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes, Chen Yunxian took Zhang Ning's hand and led her to his sleek black supercar. Woo woo woo, my goddess. Don't go, goddess. My idol has a girlfriend now. Woo woo woo. Isn't that Zhang Ning from the dance department? Who knew she was also a gold digger? Huh, yet another frog dreaming of eating swan meat. Who are you calling a frog? What about you? Damn it, I'll take you down. Chaos erupted at the entrance of the art academy as onlookers began to gossip about the two young men who were squabbling. Anything you wish to eat? Chen Yunxian inquired. Nothing in particular. I'll eat whatever you choose, Zhang Ning replied with a cheerful smile. What is you so joyful? Chen Yunxian asked. Of course. I'm happy to be dining with the boy I like, Zhang Ning said, her gaze fixed on Chen Yunxian, her cheeks flushing. Cough, cough. Chen Yunxian felt his own cheeks warm. When had this girl become so adept at flirting? Observing Chen Yunxian's reaction, Zhang Ning covered her mouth and giggled. Confirming what Han Yu had said, being straightforward was indeed the best approach. Over the past 2 days, she had been diligently attending Han Yu's lessons, mastering many charming phrases to win over boys. Her progress was nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 35, Conflict. Shall we indulge in some Western cuisine? Chen Yunxian suggested. Sounds great. Let me check for deals, Zhang Ning replied, her eyes sparkling. No need. I already have a place in mind. Let us head straight there, Chen Yunxian declared. All right then, Zhang Ning said, putting her phone away. The sleek black Lamborghini surged through the traffic, leaving a trail of exhaust fumes in its wake for the seasoned drivers behind. In the city center, before a Spanish restaurant, the luxurious vehicle came to a halt. Chen Yunxian, with a rosy-cheeked Zhang Ning at his side, gracefully stepped out of the car. The attentive doorman swiftly placed several no-parking signs around the sports car. Welcome, sir, the doorman chimed in unison. As Chen Yunxian entered the restaurant, he nodded in satisfaction at its opulent decor, befitting Jiangdu's premier dining establishment. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? A young hostess inquired. Chen, table A1, he responded. After a few taps on her tablet, she confirmed the details. Very well, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Chen Yunxian and Zhang Ning arrived at table A1, where the candlelight flickered warmly under the dim ambience. We can begin, Chen Yunxian declared. Certainly, sir. The hostess replied before departing. Chen Yunxian, the style here is simply exquisite, Zhang Ning exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight as she surveyed the surroundings. May I take a few pictures? Feel free, Chen Yunxian replied. With his permission, Zhang Ning eagerly snapped photos and shared them on her social media. I absolutely love it. The group chat among her roommates erupted with excitement. Where's this place, Ning Ning? Asked Li Hanyu. The ambience in those pictures is stunning, chimed in Yunxi. I'm so envious, added Wang Roxin. This is the Spanish restaurant that Chen Yunxian brought me to, Zhang Ning typed in response. Spanish restaurant? Where's that? Wang Roxin queried. A Western restaurant? No wonder the environment is so splendid, remarked Yunxi. Spanish. Wow. Is Chen Yunxian that capable? Li Hanyu exclaimed. What's going on, Hanyu? What do you mean by capable? Zhang Ning asked, puzzled. I'll tell you when you get back. You might not be able to finish your meal after hearing this. Li Hanyu teased. What are you talking about? Why the suspense? Zhang Ning pressed. Well, let me enlighten you. The Spanish restaurant is the most prestigious in Jiangdu, with a meal costing at least 10,000 yuan, and you can't get a reservation without at least 10 days' notice. Li Hanyu divulged. Is it really that outrageous? Wang Roxin responded in shock. Is Chen Yunxian truly that impressive? Yunxi echoed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Hanyu added. What? Zhang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. What's the matter? Why the expression? Chen Yunxian noticed her reaction. It's nothing. Hanyu mentioned that this restaurant is quite pricey, Zhang Ning stammered. What's the big deal? It's just a meal, Chen Yunxian said nonchalantly. Zhang Ning replied obediently. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen, the waiter announced as he brought out the dishes. Chen Yunxian picked up his fork and knife, attempting to cut into the freshly grilled steak. Feeling awkward with the utensils, he pressed a small bell on the table. Sir, do you need assistance? A young waiter approached. Do you have chopsticks? Chen Yunxian inquired. Yes, sir, the waiter replied. Glancing at Zhang Ning, who was still struggling with her fork, he requested, please bring me 2 pairs of chopsticks. Certainly, sir, the waiter responded before departing. This is hilarious. Someone is actually using chopsticks to eat Western cuisine. Came a derisive voice from a nearby table, followed by laughter from both a man and a woman. What an ignorant fool. Chen Yunxian shot back. What did you say? How did someone as uncouth as you get into a place like this? The middle-aged man glared angrily. Who are you to lack such basic manners? Can you kindly leave? Scoffed the heavily made-up woman beside him. The surrounding diners were drawn to the commotion, their gazes filled with amusement. Sir, your chopsticks have arrived. Enjoy, the waiter said as he placed the chopsticks down and hastily exited, aware that he could not afford to involve himself in the dispute. After all, those dining at the Spanish restaurant were undoubtedly affluent, a stark contrast to his modest salary as a waiter. Mind your own business. What right do you have to comment on how I eat? If you can't manage your own mouth, I can assist you, Chen Yunxian stated calmly, viewing the 2 mockers as no different from a couple of dogs. Dogs may bark, but one certainly does not bite back. Rather, One wields a weapon to eliminate the threat. Look at you, acting like a big shot. I bet you spent months' worth of salary just to bring your little girlfriend here for a meal. The heavily made-up woman retorted, dressed in nothing but cheap knockoffs. I bet this meal is a financial strain for you. No worries, if you shout, I am a country bumpkin. I'll cover your bill. How about that? The middle-aged man sneered. It seems you can't control your tongue, Chen Yunxian remarked as he set down his chopsticks, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin. And what do you intend to do about it? The woman replied with a mocking smile. Chen Yunxian stood up and approached their table, delivering a resounding slap to one of them. You dare strike me? The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock and fury. What's wrong with that? You're filthy. With a face like a pig's. Chen Yunxian retorted disdainfully. Do you even know who he is? The woman shrieked. Did I hit you? Chen Yunxian shot back, delivering another slap to her. Oh, a Maybach, quite impressive, he scoffed, noticing the car keys on their table. What a piece of junk. The woman started to insult, only to be mesmerized by the gleaming golden bull keychain. A Maybach. Well, perhaps we can discuss this further. The middle-aged man's tone shifted, becoming more conciliatory, though a subtle tremor betrayed his fear. I suppose I've given you face, haven't I? Chen Yunxian delivered another slap to his face. Don't think you can bully me. The middle-aged man protested, holding his cheek in indignation. I forgot to mention, mine is a Lamborghini Veneno, Chen Yunxian stated. My apologies, sir. You are indeed a generous person. The middle-aged man slid off his chair, kneeling on the ground with a thud. The woman beside him looked on in bewilderment. It's just a Lamborghini. What is there to be afraid of? She shouted at the man. Smack. This time, it was not Chen Yunxian who struck. The middle-aged man stood up and slapped the woman across the face. Enough. Stop your theatrics before me. You two shall exchange 10 slaps, and we will consider this matter settled, Chen Yunxian nonchalantly remarked as he dug into his ear. The pair exchanged a glance, a hint of awkwardness painted on their faces. From the moment Chen Yunxian produced the Lamborghini key, they understood he was not to be trifled with. Having been running partners for many years, they could comprehend each other's intentions with just a glance. In the spirit of minimizing the situation, they began their performance. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with determination as he raised his hand, and the woman, unwilling to yield, retaliated in kind. The sound of slap, slap, slap resonated loudly in the quiet restaurant, drawing the attention of most patrons, who pointed and whispered. Zhang Ning's gaze was nearly glued to Chen Yunxian. All right, let us eat at a leisurely pace, Chen Yunxian said as he returned, ruffling Zhang Ning's hair. The earlier incident seemed to him like a fleeting breeze, hardly worth remembering. Sounds good, Zhang Ning replied, relishing the warmth of Chen Yunxian's large hand. The two who had just been exchanging barbs now fled, their faces smeared with embarrassment. This is delicious, Zhang Ning exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in delight as she savored her first bite. She had never tasted anything so exquisite, though she lamented the high prices. Chen Yunxian chuckled at the sight of Zhang Ning, who had devoured her meal like a little hamster. Hello, Mr. Chen. This is a VIP card from our owner, and we hope you will visit us often. A man in work attire approached, his name tag reading Qian Gang, the manager. Thank you, Manager Qian. Please extend my gratitude to your boss. I shall accept the card, Chen Yunxian replied, tucking the VIP card into his pocket. Of course, Mr. Chen. I will convey your message to my boss, Qian Gang said respectfully. Chen Yunxian glanced in the direction Qian Gang had departed, pondering how the owner managed to establish such a premier Western restaurant in this prime area of the city. What is that card, Chen Yunxian? Zhang Ning inquired, leaning closer to examine the VIP card in his hand. A gift from the owner, allowing us to dine here frequently, and it's complimentary, Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. Really? Zhang Ning exclaimed in delight. It's yours. You'll be able to come here often, Chen Yunxian offered, extending the card to her. Oh, no, I can't accept that. Zhang Ning quickly protested, waving her hands. What is the issue? Whenever you wish to eat here, just come along. You can bring Yunxi and the others too. It's free after all, Chen Yunxian said. No way, it's too extravagant, Zhang Ning shook her head. Take it as a gift for this date, Chen Yunxian insisted, not allowing her to refuse. All right then, Zhang Ning's face flushed at the mention of date, and she happily accepted it. A gentle breeze wafted toward Chen Yunxian's face, bringing with it a sensation of moisture. Ah, so you've learned to ambush me, Chen Yunxian remarked, grasping Zhang Ning's hand. Consider it a reward, Zhang Ning blushed, unable to meet his gaze. She gasped as she found herself pressed against him. Chen Yunxian, with a possessive grip around her waist, leaned down and kissed her, capturing her lips in a tender embrace. They parted after 5 minutes, both breathless. Zhang Ning inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. The two doormen at the entrance swiftly removed the no parking sign beside the car. Chen Yunxian took Zhang Ning's hand, opened the door for her, and gently shielded her head, gentlemanly assisting her into the vehicle. He retrieved a wad of cash from the car and handed it to the two doormen. "Thank you, sir. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness," the doorman exclaimed excitedly. Chen Yunxian smiled and, under their respectful gaze, drove away. "Chen Yunxian, shall we go watch a movie?" Zhang Ning asked, her eyes twinkling from the passenger seat. "Whatever you desire," Chen Yunxian replied with a grin. "Great." Zhang Ning's eyes curved into crescent moons, her lips adorned with a sweet smile. Chen Yunxian found himself momentarily entranced. Zhang Ning's natural beauty was enhanced by her fresh and vibrant aura, and today's alluring outfit elevated her allure even further. "I've already booked tickets for the Universal Cinema. Let's head there," Zhang Ning announced cheerfully. "All right." The sleek black beast sped towards the Universal Cinema. The Lamborghini parked in the underground garage of Wanxiang City, a place Chen Yunxian was well acquainted with, having purchased clothes there upon his arrival in Jiangdu. Since Zhang Ning had pre-ordered the tickets, they were guided to the screening room by a staff member. Zhang Ning clung to Chen Yunxian's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes filled with sweetness as she watched the film unfold on the screen. It was a carefully selected romantic film that had just premiered. However, the ending did not meet her expectations. "What is going on? Why does it have to be a tragic ending?" Zhang Ning lamented, dabbing at her tear-streaked cheeks, her voice thick with emotion. Several girls in the front rows had begun to cry, their boyfriends flustered as they attempted to comfort them. Chen Yunxian gently wiped away her tears, holding the weeping girl closer. "Our ending will not resemble this," Zhang Ning whispered in his embrace. "Indeed," he affirmed. "Would you like some milk tea?" "Yes," Zhang Ning exclaimed, dashing towards a milk tea shop. "2 cups of milk tea, please." "Hello, our couple special is half price," the cheerful attendant announced. "Oh." Zhang Ning turned to Chen Yunxian with hopeful eyes. He approached, and she sweetly linked her arm with his. "Hee, a kiss is required to avail the half-price service." The attendant giggled. "Moi?" Zhang Ning planted a faint lipstick imprint on Chen Yunxian's cheek. Relishing her milk tea, she wrapped her arm around Chen Yunxian's. Wandering leisurely through the mall, they fortuitously arrived at the floor dedicated to luxury apparel, and Chen Yunxian, observing Zhang Ning's attire, led her into the nearest boutique. "Welcome, Mr. Chen. It's a pleasure to have you," the sales associate greeted, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm upon seeing him. "Do you have anything suitable for her?" Chen Yunxian inquired, gesturing towards Zhang Ning. "Absolutely, sir," the associate replied eagerly. Chen Yunxian had spent quite a sum at their store just 2 days prior, and now with a female companion, the likelihood of another transaction was high. The sales associate felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a generous commission. "Chen Yunxian, perhaps we should skip this. The clothes here are rather expensive," Zhang Ning whispered hesitantly. "Madam, these garments will enhance your beauty, and I am sure Mr. Chen would appreciate that." The sales associate chimed in. "My girl deserves to be dressed beautifully." Chen Yunxian ruffled Zhang Ning's hair affectionately. Chapter 37, Devoured. Zhang Ning blushed, accepting the dress the associate recommended, and stepped into the fitting room. After a while, she emerged in a stunning black mini dress that showcased her figure perfectly. Chen Yunxian's eyes widened in surprise. He had not realized how alluring Zhang Ning could be. The white blouse she had worn earlier had merely hinted at her potential. The glossy black stockings adorning her long legs constantly drew his attention. "Beautiful," Chen Yunxian declared with conviction. The saleswoman recommended several more items, and Zhang Ning found that they looked quite appealing when worn. "Put it all on my card," Chen Yunxian declared grandly. The saleswoman's eyes sparkled with delight. Her commission this month had already surpassed several months' wages. "Mr. Chen, please take care," she called out enthusiastically as Chen Yunxian took Zhang Ning's hand and led her towards the Balenciaga store. "Do you have any Valentino?" Chen Yunxian inquired upon entering the shop. "Yes, we do, sir," the saleswoman replied, presenting several pairs. Zhang Ning blushed and shot a glance at Chen Yunxian as she tried on a pair of high heels. "Not bad. Charge it." Chen Yunxian handed her card to the saleswoman, and then proceeded to buy 20 pairs of stockings. Laden with bags, the two returned to the car. "This is way too much. I won't be able to wear all of this," Zhang Ning protested. "Most of these are consumables," Chen Yunxian smiled in response. "Consumables?" Zhang Ning asked, puzzled. Chen Yunxian chuckled softly, realizing that Li Hanyu had not imparted certain essentials to her. However, sharing this knowledge personally would make it all the more impactful. Driving back to the underground parking of Hongjing, Chen Yunxian said, "This is where I have a residence." "Oh." Zhang Ning nodded obediently, unfamiliar with the local real estate market as she was not from Jiangdu. "I have a cat that can do backflips. Would you like to see?" Chen Yunxian asked with a smile. "Sure," Zhang Ning replied, her face flushing. She had come across such jokes while browsing online and understood the underlying implication. Ding. "Welcome home." As they stepped inside, Zhang Ning was taken aback by the stunning view through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. "Such a magnificent view," she exclaimed, moving closer to the window in awe. "Would you like a drink?" Chen Yunxian asked, sitting at the kitchen bar with a bottle of red wine in hand. That sounds great, Zhang Ning replied as she joined her. Chen Yunxian uncorked the bottle and poured her a generous glass. Zhang Ning gulped it down in one go, a few drops trailing down her chin, leaving a rosy hue on her cheeks, a clear indication of her low tolerance for alcohol. With the wine's warmth emboldening her, Zhang Ning decided to surrender to Chen Yunxian for the night. Leaning forward, she wrapped her arms around Chen Yunxian's neck. I really like you, Chen Yunxian, she confessed, her gaze earnest. Feeling her softness and fragrance, Chen Yunxian stood upright. I like you too, he replied, lifting Zhang Ning and heading towards the master bedroom. He silenced her with a kiss. The once cold room began to radiate warmth. Zhang Ning stared blankly at the lavish chandelier, feeling both sore and exhausted. Let's order some takeout later, Chen Yunxian suggested as he emerged from the bathroom. Why aren't you dressed? Zhang Ning shrieked, covering her eyes with her hands. Peeking through her fingers at Chen Yunxian's form. Why do you look so intently then? He teased. I'm ignoring you. I can't even get up right now. Zhang Ning pouted. Why don't you stay here for the night? No need to go back, Chen Yunxian gently proposed. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and Zhang Ning had certainly given it her all. He was aware of the intensity, but it was Zhang Ning, the newcomer, who bore the brunt of it. Okay. She nodded. The room resembled a battlefield, strewn with torn stockings that bore witness to the night's fervor. Hello? Manager Yi. Please arrange for a private chef to prepare some nourishing Chinese food and deliver it to Hongjing Building 1. Just leave it at the door. Chen Yunxian instructed over the phone before hanging up. Would you like to take a shower? He asked, glancing at Zhang Ning sprawled on the bed. I suppose I should, she said, attempting to rise but collapsing back onto the bed, utterly drained. Forget it. I won't wash, she mumbled weakly. That's not acceptable. It's better to be clean. Chen Yunxian insisted, lifting her from the covers. With a decisive thud, the bathroom door closed behind them. I can't take it anymore, Zhang Ning exclaimed. The bathroom was filled with enticing allure. Eat more of this. It's good for you, Chen Yunxian encouraged. Han Yu says, there are no fields that aren't tilled. Only cows that work themselves to death. I feel like the opposite is true, Zhang Ning lamented, poking at a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Your man is a golden kidney fighter. Here, we don't entertain such notions, Chen Yunxian declared proudly. Fine, I concede you're impressive. Zhang Ning relented. Daring to challenge your man. Soon you'll learn what family law entails. Chen Yunxian warned sternly. I'm sorry, dear brother. Zhang Ning immediately apologized upon hearing family law. She was well aware of what that meant. Chen Yunxian's prowess in such matters was formidable, and she knew she couldn't withstand his might for long. Apologies now won't suffice. Chen Yunxian chuckled. No, please. I truly regret it. Zhang Ning's face paled. She was merely a novice, ill-prepared for the impending trials. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a third beautiful confidant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 billion in cash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100% shares of Huaxi Media. Chen Yunxian felt elated. He had heard of Huaxi Media, knowing many beautiful streamers hailed from this company. His gaze then turned towards Zhang Ning, activating his inside eye. Originally, his inside eye was perpetually active, but he would often inadvertently uncover others' little secrets. To avoid such visual pollution, he had chosen to deactivate it. Name, Zhang Ning. Height, 170 centimeters. Attractiveness, 91. Physique, 80. Special, 1. Affinity, 90. Chen Yunxian. Wow, such a high physique score. No wonder she's still coherent after all that. Chen Yunxian mused inwardly. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Ning blushed and asked. Of course, because you're lovely. I can never get enough of you. Chen Yunxian grinned. I knew you'd be a smooth talker. Zhang Ning blushed and said, her heart fluttering with joy. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Zhang Ning's phone rang. Chapter 38. Not going back. Hello? Ning Ning, are you coming back tonight? Li Hanyu's teasing voice came through the phone. What time is it? Zhang Ning replied softly. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Yunxian. Zhang Ning, while speaking with Li Hanyu, let out an unexpected moan, her body growing limp against Chen Yunxian's embrace. What was that sound? Li Hanyu inquired, puzzled. Nothing at all. Zhang Ning, with one hand on the phone and the other playfully patting Chen Yunxian, whispered. Don't do that, come sleep with me tonight. Chen Yunxian gently nibbled on her earlobe. No. All right, you've truly frightened me. A mischievous smile danced upon Chen Yunxian's lips as she withdrew her hand from Zhang Ning's grasp. What's the matter, Ning Ning? Hello? Li Hanyu continued to inquire. Nothing much. She won't be going home tonight, Chen Yunxian declared while picking up her phone. You are Chen Yunxian? Li Hanyu paused momentarily before asking. Indeed. She will be staying with me tonight, Chen Yunxian replied unabashedly. Well, you two be careful. Don't end up giving me a nephew. Li Hanyu concluded the call. This is all your fault. You made me look foolish in front of Hanyu. Zhang Ning pouted, lightly punching his chest. Hee, I couldn't help myself. You are simply too beautiful. Chen Yunxian chuckled wickedly. Zhang Ning was about to say more, but that large hand wandered back. Time to eat. Chen Yunxian picked up a piece of food and held it to Zhang Ning's lips. Zhang Ning rolled her eyes but swallowed the morsel nonetheless. Li Hanyu, lying on the bed with her phone, felt a flush rise to her cheeks. It dawned on her what Zhang Ning had been moaning about earlier. And with Chen Yunxian beside Ning Ning, it had to have been intentional. That wicked Chen Yunxian. Li Hanyu tugged at the blanket in frustration. Is Ning Ning not coming back tonight? Yunxi peeked out from behind the bed curtain, her adorable face visible. When Roshin's gentle gaze turned toward Li Hanyu. She is not coming back. Ning Ning said she is at Chen Yunxian's place, Li Hanyu explained. How infuriating. I've never even been to Chen Yunxian's home. Yunxi muttered under her breath from the bed. What did you say, Xiaoxi? When Roshin inquired, unable to hear clearly, her curiosity piqued. Nothing, I just envy those two. Yunxi bit her lip, feeling frustrated. Who wouldn't? He is already handsome and also so wealthy, when Roshin shrugged. TSK, it's your own fault for not seizing the opportunity. Li Hanyu remarked. Sigh, if I had known. Yunxi sighed wistfully. All right, enough about Chen Yunxian. Hanyu, what about the roommate of that Chen Yunxian you are pursuing? How are things progressing? When Roshin asked, I've told him I'm not interested, but he keeps pursuing me relentlessly. There is nothing I can do about it. Li Hanyu replied helplessly. She had made it clear to Sun Hao several times that she did not harbor feelings for him. Yet he remained convinced he could win her over. Well, I must say, he is quite persistent to have lasted this long, when Roshin commented. By the way, what do you think of Chen Yunxian's roommate? Yunxi suddenly inquired. I'm not particularly interested in them, Li Hanyu casually replied while lounging on the bed. They all seem nice enough, just not my type, when Roshin softly added. Sigh, same here, Yunxi lamented. It appeared her roommates all held a favorable impression of Chen Yunxian, and Ning Ning had likely already climbed into his bed. How infuriating. However, confessing her feelings for Chen Yunxian would mean vying for her good roommate's man. The mere thought of it sent Yunxi into a whirl of anxiety. Ahem. At that moment, Zhang Ning choked on her soup, quickly rising to rush to the bathroom to gag. This is all your fault. Zhang Ning emerged after freshening up, casting a resentful glance at the lounging Chen Yunxian. I was just trying to expand your knowledge. Chen Yunxian feigned innocence. You make me furious. Zhang Ning pouted, leaping onto Chen Yunxian and playfully biting his shoulder. Ouch. I'm sorry. Chen Yunxian pretended to cry out. Now you know my prowess. Zhang Ning declared triumphantly. Soon, you shall discover my true might. Chen Yunxian laughed, flipping Zhang Ning beneath him. No, please. Zhang Ning exclaimed in mock horror. Clothing flew about the room, obscuring the two entwined figures. The glaring sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on Zhang Ning's face, causing her eyes to flutter open slowly. Reaching out to the side, she found no one beside her. The chaos of the previous night had vanished. Where is everyone? A sudden wave of fear washed over Zhang Ning. Worried that Chen Yunxian had left, she hastily grabbed her phone and dialed. Ding ding ding. The sound of a ringing phone echoed nearby, and Zhang Ning turned to see it was Chen Yunxian's phone. What's wrong? At that moment, Chen Yunxian entered, wearing an apron and wiping his damp hands on it. I called you, Zhang Ning said, a hint of grievance in her tone. Chen Yunxian instantly understood her thoughts. All right, I was just cooking, he reassured her, ruffling Zhang Ning's hair affectionately. I thought you had left. You truly scared me, Zhang Ning admitted. Don't worry, I won tea leave, Chen Yunxian stated firmly. I believe you, Zhang Ning whispered. Oh no, my dish is burning. Chen Yunxian suddenly caught a whiff of something charred and exclaimed, rushing toward the kitchen. Zhang Ning watched him leave, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Ahem, today's cooking skills are rather lacking, Chen Yunxian remarked as he surveyed the slightly burnt dishes on the table, scratching his head. Ha! Zhang Ning chuckled at his expression. Next time, let me cook. I often prepare meals at home, she suggested. Ahem, next time I shall cook. It will certainly be better than today's, Chen Yunxian insisted, puffing out his chest. After all, he was the son of the founder of the finest hot pot restaurant in Fengqing County. How could he not manage a simple dish? All right then. The two struggled to finish the meal, and Chen Yunxian took a large gulp of water. Phew, it turned out too salty, he remarked. It's fine. I enjoy whatever you cook, Zhang Ning said, taking a small sip of water. Goodness, when did Zhang Ning become so adept? Chen Yunxian internally exclaimed, his seasoned face noticeably reddening. Ahem, is it inappropriate to tease me now? Chen Yunxian feigned composure. Hee, I'll go wash the dishes, Zhang Ning quickly interjected. Noticing the way Chen Yunxian looked at her was becoming increasingly intense. Her body needed rest. She could not bear the weight of things beyond her age. Chapter 39. The incident encountered by Jiang Yun. Zhang Ning was clad in a light-colored home sleepwear, her tousled hair clinging to her forehead, adding a gentle charm to her as she washed the dishes. I'll be heading back in the afternoon, darling, Zhang Ning said, nestling into Chen Yunxian's embrace. Are you sure you can handle it? Chen Yunxian asked softly. I'll manage. Thankfully, you didn't pull me back for more rounds today, otherwise. I truly wouldn't have been able to endure it, Zhang Ning blushed. All right then, take some time to rest after you go back, Chen Yunxian suggested gently. Yes. I have class this afternoon, so I want to be able to spend more time with you, Zhang Ning replied. Very well, I'll take you back, Chen Yunxian offered. Thank you, darling. Zhang Ning planted a kiss on Chen Yunxian's cheek. After all these years as a couple, what is there to say? Chen Yunxian remarked. Hee. I just had to mention it. Zhang Ning replied in a high-pitched voice. TSK, you little imp. Chen Yunxian playfully smacked Zhang Ning's rear as a form of reprimand. The elevator doors opened, and Chen Yunxian and Zhang Ning stepped out hand in hand. A woman, bundled up tightly, approached them. And Chen Yunxian recognized her as the one who had criticized him for lacking manners the previous day. The woman glanced at the two of them before entering the elevator. What a sight. In this sweltering heat, she's wrapped up like that. Does she not fear a rash? Zhang Ning exclaimed in astonishment at the woman's attire. Ha ha. Who knows? Chen Yunxian chuckled, her voice echoing into the elevator as the doors were about to close. Jiang Wanqing, momentarily distracted from her phone, cast a glare at their retreating figures. Has the young lady returned home yet? Her manager and cousin inquired. Yes, she has, Jiang Wanqing replied, putting away her phone and falling into deep contemplation. A buzzing sound reverberated down the entire street in front of the art academy. Whoa, a Lamborghini Veneno. It's truly magnificent. When will I ever own one? Probably after starving for a few thousand years. Ugh, I envy the lives of the affluent. The sleek black Lamborghini sparked a flurry of chatter among the students at the entrance, with many stylishly dressed girls' eyes sparkling with admiration. As the scissor doors lifted, a man and a woman emerged. An exquisite couple was the collective thought that sprang to mind upon their first sighting. Even the most flamboyantly dressed and alluring girls felt a pang of inferiority upon seeing the woman. Ning Ning, over here. Li Hanyu waved to the two from the school gate. Truly, she was the goddess who had captivated Sun Hao for 3 years without faltering. Her aura was undeniably remarkable. Chen Yunxian mused. Li Hanyu stood at the entrance, clad in a white floral dress, her hair styled in a bun, with delicate white sneakers adorning her fair legs, exuding an ethereal charm. Did you not notice such a handsome fellow? Chen Yunxian teased. It's better if he remains silent. Once he speaks. He*s just a little rascal, stealing our Ning Ning's heart. Li Hanyu shot him a sidelong glance. That's called charm. You wouldn't understand. Chen Yunxian retorted. All right. The campus heartthrob from Jianghai University is truly charming. Li Hanyu remarked sarcastically. I'm glad you recognize it, Chen Yunxian replied, seemingly oblivious to her sarcasm. Li Hanyu widened her eyes, taken aback by Chen Yunxian's thick skin. All right, Hanyu, Zhang Ning interjected. For Ning Ning's sake, I'll let it slide today. Upon hearing Zhang Ning's words, Li Hanyu chose not to press on with Chen Yunxian. Take good care of Ning Ning, and I'll bring you gifts next time. Chen Yunxian said. Then I thank you, handsome Chen, Li Hanyu said, pulling an unwilling Zhang Ning away. Hey, handsome as Li Hanyu and Zhang Ning departed. Someone nearby couldn't help but approach. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen Yunxian observed the girl with his discerning eyes, and the peculiar 18 on her attire made him retreat instinctively. Shaking his head at the surrounding girls who were clearly eager, Chen Yunxian got into his car and drove away. Hello? Senior, where are you? Chen Yunxian was interrupted by a call from Jiang Yun. On XX Street, this man won't let us leave. It's infuriating. Jiang Yun's voice crackled with anger over the phone. All right, I'll be there shortly. Chen Yunxian glanced at the map and noted that he was merely a kilometer away. With a firm press of the accelerator, the black supercar unleashed its mighty roar as it sped towards Jiang Yun's location. At that moment, Su Ming was arguing with a man in front of a Ferrari LaFerrari. All right, Ming, the junior is on his way, Jiang Yun said as she approached. It doesn't matter who comes today. You hit my car, and even if the police arrive, it's still your fault. I demand 500,000. The man sneered. Nonsense. We were driving normally, and you swerved right into us. That's your responsibility. Su Ming retorted angrily. Enough, Ming. Let us wait for the police and the junior to arrive. He clearly intends to extort us. Jiang Yun said with disdain. Then we'll wait for the police. The man replied, exuding confidence. A loud roar echoed from down the street. The black Lamborghini Veneno came to a halt at the curb, and Chen Yunxian stepped out from the vehicle. What is going on, senior? He inquired. You finally made it, junior. He*s trying to extort us. Su Ming exclaimed, her emotions running high. Right. We were driving straight, and he suddenly changed lanes and collided with us. Jiang Yun succinctly explained the situation. What do you have to say for yourself? Chen Yunxian turned to the man driving the Porsche 718. Compensation, or we'll wait for the police to determine fault. The man asserted, his bravado faltering. How much do you want? Chen Yunxian asked. 500,000. Not a penny less. The man, sensing Chen Yunxian's willingness to negotiate, regained some arrogance. With a car like yours, you dare demand 500,000? Chen Yunxian scoffed. The Porsche 718 top model is worth that much. The man retorted, visibly irritated by the slight against his prized vehicle. Do you even know what this is? Chen Yunxian pointed at the fiery red Ferrari parked nearby. Isn't that just a Ferrari? Hurry up and pay. The man sneered. This is a LaFerrari, a supercar worth over 20 million, enough to buy 20 of your cars. The Lamborghini Veneno could also purchase 20 of yours. Are you sure you want to extort me? Chen Yunxian couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by the man's apparent ignorance. Who do you think you're fooling? Just because you drive a supercar doesn't mean you can intimidate me. The man replied, his confidence wavering. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Let us wait for the police. Chen Yunxian laughed uncontrollably. The man suddenly felt a surge of unease. He was the illegitimate son of a powerful figure, recently discovered and granted some money by his father to afford the Porsche. He had previously accompanied his father to the police station, which had given him a false sense of security. However, now he sensed that these two cars were genuinely valuable, their design and door mechanisms far surpassing his Porsche. The sound of sirens approached from a distance, and the man's face lit up with hope. Chapter 40. Yongxing Real Estate? A police car pulled up, and two officers exited. Did you report this incident? The lead officer, a middle-aged man, inquired. Yes, sir. They crashed into my car, causing the accident. The man immediately replied. Are you Master Zhao? The officer asked, recognizing the man. Indeed, that's me, the man said, his expression brightening upon being recognized. Then let us determine fault, the officer said, surveying the scene with a calm demeanor. Officer, here's the surveillance footage. The young police officer retrieved the nearby surveillance footage. The video revealed a Porsche abruptly changing lanes, causing a Ferrari behind it to collide due to its inability to react in time. The middle-aged police officer glanced at the Porsche and then at the Ferrari behind it, sensing that the situation was rather complicated. Having watched the video, can we ascertain who is at fault? Chen Yunxian inquired, leaning against the sleek black exterior of a Lamborghini Veneno. The middle-aged officer turned his attention to her. She also appeared to be a wealthy young heir, the golden bull emblem on the front of the Lamborghini gleaming in the sunlight. Well, Mr. Zhao, based on the surveillance footage, you bear full responsibility, the officer stated after a moment of contemplation. What? They crashed into me. Are you out of your mind? My car's rear is dented. Young Master Zhao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief and anger. But our car's front is damaged as well. You are entirely to blame. You owe us for the repairs. Su Ming interjected immediately. Logically, that is indeed the case. The young officer nodded in agreement. Do you know who I am? My surname is Zhao. Are you aware of Zhao Dong from Yongxing Real Estate? That's me. Young Master Zhao declared loudly. I don't care who you are. What you need to do now is compensate for my repair costs. Chen Yunxian interrupted him. You little. Young Master Zhao fumed as the thought of paying infuriated him. He had nearly exhausted the money his father had given him over the past few days and found himself unable to pull out any cash. You had better watch your language, or I will show you just how formidable my background truly is, Chen Yunxian said nonchalantly, fiddling with his phone. He had previously instructed Ning Qingzi to investigate Yongxing Real Estate, which turned out to be merely a real estate company in Jiangdu, valued at over 2 billion. And its value was continuously declining. Ha ha ha, you crack me up, my background. Young Master Zhao laughed derisively. Yongxing Real Estate's chairman is Zhao Shimin. With a company valuation of over 2 billion, which is currently on a downward trend, Chen Yunxian continued, relaying the information sent by Ning Qingzi. What you're saying is easily found online. Who do you think you're scaring? Zhao scoffed. The company is divided into two factions, one aligned with Zhao Shimin, and the other with Executive President Mark Lin. You, Zhao Peng, are merely an illegitimate son of Zhao Shimin, overshadowed by your two older brothers. Zhao Shimin only gives you a meager allowance each month. Last month, he took you to meet a director, but since then, he has never taken you out again. Chen Yunxian slowly concluded the information he had received. The so-called young Master Zhao's expression shifted, ultimately revealing a dark countenance tinged with a hint of dread. Who are you? Zhao Peng asked with a grim face. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just know that even your irresponsible father pales in comparison to me, Chen Yunxian replied. How dare you? Zhao Peng spat angrily. Bang! Chen Yunxian stepped forward and delivered a punch to Zhao Peng's abdomen. What are you doing? The young officer exclaimed in shock. I apologize, I couldn't restrain myself. However, according to current legal provisions, his derogatory remarks constitute provocation, and my response can be deemed mutual combat, Chen Yunxian stated calmly. Arrest him, Zhao Peng shouted as he scrambled to his feet, furious. I am Chen Yunxian, chairman of Guanyang Capital. If there are any issues, please contact my lawyer. If there are no issues, my lawyer will handle the vehicle compensation on my behalf, Chen Yunxian said, looking down at Zhao Peng as he pressed a card into his hand. Zhao Peng, intimidated by Chen Yunxian's presence, sank back down to the ground. Clutching the embossed card. Guanyang Capital, no wonder he can say such things, the middle-aged officer thought to himself. Relieved that he hadn't placed responsibility on Chen Yunxian due to his acquaintance with Zhao Peng. Hello? Dad, I've gotten into trouble, Zhao Peng stammered. Watching Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun drive away. Who did you provoke? A composed voice came from the other end of the line. He said he is Chen Yunxian from Guanyang Capital. Zhao Peng's voice trembled as he spoke. He had previously heard Zhao Shimin mention this rising star in business and was somewhat aware of Guanyang Capital's influence. What? You ungrateful wretch. Get back here this instant. Zhao Shimin roared, his composure shattered upon hearing Zhao Peng's words. Senior, you are so impressive, Jiang Yun exclaimed, stirring her coffee, her eyes sparkling. Don't forget who I am. Chen Yunxian replied with a hint of pride. Humph. No matter how impressive you are, you still owe me for this coffee. Su Meng chimed in from the side. It is my honor for Senior Su to treat me to coffee, Chen Yunxian smiled. Only you would say that. Su Meng huffed. You two are truly adversaries. Jiang Yun giggled, covering her mouth. Who is his adversary? I am not. Chen Yunxian and Su Meng exchanged glances, and Su Meng turned her head away with a huff. Senior, how much will it cost to repair your car? Jiang Yun asked. It shouldn't be too much. We need to take it to the shop for an inspection first. Chen Yunxian replied. All right, but that guy must compensate us. It's infuriating. Su Meng interjected. Of course he must. He crashed into my car. How could he not pay? Chen Yunxian said fiercely. Senior, you sound like the villain. Jiang Yun laughed. Do you like that? I do. Jiang Yun replied, her face reddening. There are still others here. Su Meng exclaimed in exasperation. The phone rang, and Chen Yunxian glanced at it, noticing it was a message from Ning Qingzi. What's the matter? Chen Yunxian asked. Chairman Zhao Shimin of Yongxing Real Estate wants your phone number, Ning Qingzi responded. Tell him to convey any matters through you, Chen Yunxian instructed. All right. 2 minutes later, a notification chimed again. Zhao Shimin wishes to apologize. His son just caused an accident, Ning Qingzi informed. Okay. He said he is willing to compensate you 5 million. Would you accept? Ning Qingzi continued. Tell him I accept, but if their essay next time, it won't be so simple. Chen Yunxian texted back before putting down his phone. Wow, senior, chatting with other girls right in front of your senior. Su Meng teased sarcastically. Enough, Meng Meng. The junior has his own matters to attend to. Jiang Yun interjected before Chen Yunxian could speak. Chapter 41, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Su Meng looked at Jiang Yun in shock. Yun, such futile thinking is unacceptable. Su Meng exclaimed, wide-eyed. I was just speaking with my assistant. She mentioned that Zhao Peng's father wants to compensate me. Chen Yunxian explained. You didn't clarify earlier, leading me to misunderstand you. Su Meng's face flushed, realizing her earlier misjudgment. Who told you to overthink? Chen Yunxian replied. This is just concern for Yun. Too much concern leads to confusion, Su Meng said sheepishly. Let's go. We need to get the car repaired, Chen Yunxian declared, finishing his coffee in one gulp. All right. Jiang Yun nodded, linking her arm with Chen Yunxian's. Su Meng walked on the other side of Chen Yunxian, occasionally glancing curiously at Jiang Yun. She was puzzled as to why Yun preferred her on this side. The roar of 2 supercars echoed through the air, departing amidst the envious and resentful gazes of onlookers. A Lamborghini and a Ferrari came to a halt in front of the Ferrari dealership. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Inquired a sales representative who emerged from the store. We need some assistance with our vehicles, Chen Yunxian replied. Certainly. It's my pleasure to assist you, the female sales representative responded, bending slightly and revealing a graceful curve at her waist. Jiang Yun, observing the somewhat flirtatious saleswoman from the side, walked over to Chen Yunxian and linked her arm with his. Let's go inside and take a look, Chen Yunxian suggested to the two of them before stepping into the dealership. After surveying the interior, Chen Yunxian found none of the models particularly satisfying. They seemed to pale in comparison to his LaFerrari or Veneno. There's a Rolls-Royce dealership next door. Shall we check it out? Chen Yunxian proposed. Noticing the establishment through the window. We're following your lead, Jiang Yun replied, with Su Meng nodding in agreement. Welcome. The Rolls-Royce sales representative greeted enthusiastically upon their arrival. She had spotted the dashing young man who had arrived in a Lamborghini Veneno, flanked by 2 beautiful ladies in a Ferrari LaFerrari. Is there a Phantom available? Chen Yunxian inquired, having heard much about the Rolls-Royce Phantom online. Yes, sir. However, this particular vehicle was previously ordered by a client who canceled due to a lengthy delivery time and financial constraints. Would that be acceptable for you? The saleswoman explained. That works for me, Chen Yunxian affirmed. Excellent, sir. She beamed, her joy palpable. After a brief moment, the saleswoman clicked her heels as she approached. Chen Yunxian swiftly signed his name on the paper, his elegant calligraphy eliciting admiration from Jiang Yun and Su Ming. "Wow, Junior, your handwriting is stunning," Jiang Yun exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Indeed, it's even more beautiful than many who study calligraphy," Su Ming added in surprise. "I practiced for a while," Chen Yunxian modestly replied. "Mr. Chen, you truly are an accomplished young man," the sales representative praised. "Flattery aside, I can take the car now, correct?" Chen Yunxian inquired. "Absolutely, Mr. Chen," she assured him. As Chen Yunxian settled into the much-lauded Rolls-Royce Phantom, he luxuriated in the plushness of the seats. "It's quite comfortable, far superior to a sports car," he remarked. "There's even a fridge in the back," Su Ming exclaimed in delight. "We should stock it with some treats," Chen Yunxian suggested. "Absolutely. Driving this exceptionally comfortable Phantom." Chen Yunxian arrived at the school entrance. As for the Lamborghini Veneno, he requested a staff member from the Rolls-Royce dealership to drive it back to Hongjing. Such minor arrangements were easily accommodated for a valued client like him. "No outside personnel allowed," barked the security guard at the entrance. "It's me," Chen Yunxian called out as he rolled down the window, tossing a box of gold leaf outside. "Oh, it's you again. Switch cars, I see. Go on in." The guard's face brightened as he caught the box. The extended Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the campus. As the tinted windows rolled down, Chen Yunxian's striking profile was unveiled. The Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Wow, it's that freshman again. Truly astonishing," murmured the onlooking students. "So handsome. Look over here, Junior. Goodness, he's wealthy. 3 cars in just a few days." The students recognized Chen Yunxian behind the wheel and couldn't help but express their admiration. The vehicle gradually came to a stop beneath the girls' dormitory, and Chen Yunxian stepped out with a sense of refreshment, not for any other reason than the sheer thrill of showing off. "Junior, we're heading out," Jiang Yun exclaimed, embracing Chen Yunxian and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Goodbye, Chen Yunxian." Su Ming waved as she followed Jiang Yun into the dormitory. Chen Yunxian scanned the surroundings, taking in the sight of girls in military training uniforms descending the stairs, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Military training truly was a marvelous affair. "Chen Gij." A sweet voice emerged from the colorful uniforms as Li Xinyu ran towards him. Chen Yunxian turned to see her approaching. "I missed you," she said softly. "I missed you too. I'll come check on you this afternoon," he replied gently, stroking her head. "All right, then I'll see you later," Li Xinyu said before running off towards Wangnan. Chen Yunxian waved goodbye and got back into his car. From behind the crowd, Du Xiaoyi and Lung Sushua observed the scene. "Why don't you go up to him?" Lung Sushua nudged. "Going up like that would put him in an awkward position." Du Xiaoyi replied. "Oh dear, Xiaoyi, why do you insist on hanging on to this one tree?" Lung Sushua sighed. Why shouldn't I pursue him?" Du Xiaoyi retorted. Lung Sushua slapped her forehead, realizing her dear friend was truly hopeless. As the Rolls-Royce glided into the faculty building area, Chen Yunxian spotted Su Qing on her way to the sports field. "Senior, heading to the field? Would you like a ride?" he called out as he lowered the window. "Oh, you just got back today? Nice. Another new car," Su Qing remarked, glancing at the Rolls-Royce. "Don't mention it. My car was damaged, and the other one couldn't fit 3 people, so I bought this Rolls-Royce. It's quite nice, very comfortable," Chen Yunxian explained. "Wow, the world of the wealthy is something I can't fathom," Su Qing mused. "Hop in. The field isn't close, and with the sun blazing, let me give you a lift," Chen Yunxian offered. "All right, thank you," Su Qing nodded as she took a seat in the passenger side. Chapter 42, by Yuman in the Second Generation. With our relationship. Why thank me? Chen Yunxian drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom, delivering Su Qing to the entrance of the sports field, exchanging a few words before departing. Back in his dormitory, Chen Yunxian lay on his bed, slipping into a peaceful slumber. The sun outside had taken on a dusky hue when he finally awoke. Recalling the tasks he had yet to complete. What a splendid day it is. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Financial Mastery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a bad luck token. A flood of information rushed into Chen Yunxian's mind, leaving him feeling a bit overwhelmed. This sensation is quite unpleasant, he quipped. The information in his mind was fully absorbed, and he now felt confident that he could tackle those documents without any issues. The issues delineated in the document now seemed to have readily apparent solutions. System, please elucidate the details of the cursed talisman, Chen Yunxian silently mused. Cursed talisman, as its name suggests, can be employed upon an individual, ensuring that for the subsequent 24 hours, they will be beset by calamities and enveloped in misfortune. Merely reciting the incantation suffices for activation. Caution. Should the recipient's constitution fall below 50 points, there exists a significant likelihood of inducing their demise. Exercise prudence in its application. How considerate, Chen Yunxian thought. silently commending the utility of the cursed talisman. It would bring him immense satisfaction to affix one to anyone who dared to provoke him. At that moment, his mobile phone chimed. Hello? Who is this? Chen Yunxian inquired, activating the speakerphone. Greetings, is this Mr. Chen? A male voice emanated from the other end. This is Chen Yunxian. May I ask who is calling? Chen Yunxian responded, somewhat perplexed. Boss, I am Wang Peiwen, the general manager of Huaxi Media. We have some important documents that require your approval and signature. Wang Peiwen elaborated. Oh, I see. What time does the company close? Chen Yunxian paused for a moment before posing the question. Boss, our company operates until midnight. Wang Peiwen replied with a hint of exasperation. In that case, I shall come by at 8 this evening. Chen Yunxian glanced at the clock. It was nearly 7:30. Upon returning to the dormitory, Sun Hao and his companions discovered Chen Yunxian napping, so they quietly lingered for a while before heading off for evening training. All right, boss, Wang Peiwen concluded, and Chen Yunxian ended the call. Chen Yunxian yawned. It seems that napping in the afternoon leads to drowsiness, he muttered to himself. Over the past few days, he had been retiring at 2 or 3 in the morning and rising at 7. Although he possessed a perfect physique and an extraordinary constitution, the toll on his mental state was undeniable. I'm hungry. I shall grab a meal before heading to the company, he remarked, patting his hollow stomach. Descending from the dormitory, Chen Yunxian made his way to the cafeteria. Goodness, why is there only a smattering of leftovers? Chen Yunxian exclaimed, his eyes widening as he beheld the cold remnants of meals displayed at the cafeteria window, instantly sapping his appetite. Annie, I would like 2 bowls of beef noodles. Chen Yunxian ordered. Young man, our noodles are quite substantial. You might find it too much for one. The noodle vendor replied kindly. Rest assured, Auntie. I've been starving all day. I can manage. Chen Yunxian declared, thumping his chest confidently. Very well, I shall prepare it for you. The vendor, concerned for the well-being of the hungry youth, began her work. Before long, Chen Yunxian found himself devouring the noodles. As promised by the vendor, the portions were generous, with a lavish layer of beef topping, far exceeding that of the Lanzhou beef noodles. In mere moments, both bowls of beef noodles vanished into Chen Yunxian's insatiable appetite. Burp, he let out a satisfied belch, offering a thumbs up to the vendor. After settling the bill, Chen Yunxian proceeded to the parking lot adjacent to the teaching building. Wow, that car is truly magnificent, exclaimed a fellow with blonde hair, caressing the sleek body of Chen Yunxian's Rolls-Royce. Among the onlookers was a familiar face, Huang Mingho, who had been seen trailing behind Jiang Yun upon the commencement of the semester. Do you think this belongs to a teacher? A rather pretentious young man queried. I'm not sure, came the uncertain reply from another. It likely isn't a teacher's vehicle, Huang Mingho interjected, furrowing his brow. Old Huang, do you know? The blonde inquired. I'm familiar with most of the teachers at the school. None possess such means, Huang Mingho shrugged. Then it must belong to a student. Probably a freshman, suggested a boy with an American-style crew cut. If that is the case, I can guess who it is. Upon hearing this, Huang Mingho immediately thought of Chen Yunxian. Who is it? The blonde pressed. A freshman named Chen Yunxian. His vehicle is a Ferrari LaFerrari, although the cars differ. He alone possesses the means to acquire a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Huang Mingho responded with a frown. He wouldn't trade his LaFerrari for a Rolls-Royce Phantom, would he? If he has both cars, then his background must be remarkable. The blonde whistled in amazement. Did I hear my name? Is there something you need? Chen Yunxian approached. Addressing the group. Chen Yunxian, it's you. Huang Mingho exclaimed, his previously furrowed brow now relaxed, evidently pleased to have guessed correctly. What is the commotion? Why is everyone gathered around my car? Chen Yunxian greeted them before inquiring. Oh, nothing much, brother. Your car is simply stunning. It must be a custom job. The blonde exclaimed eagerly. Indeed, Chen Yunxian affirmed. You've got quite the prowess, my friend. Wow, you truly have exquisite taste. The others chimed in. It's decent enough. Primarily, it's extremely comfortable, Chen Yunxian replied nonchalantly. That's all that matters. Sports cars can be uncomfortable. A luxury vehicle is far more practical, the blonde asserted, slapping his thigh. I'm Bai Yuman. And you, brother? The blonde introduced himself. Chen Yunxian. This is Qin Xiaoyang. This is Song Ji. And this is Meng Tianla, all top-tier second-generation elites from Jiangdu. As for Huang Mingho, I assume you're already acquainted. Bai Yuman introduced the others. Chen Yunxian nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, I heard you also own a LaFerrari. Is that true? Bai Yuman asked with a playful wink. Indeed, but it's currently undergoing repairs. Chen Yunxian glanced at Huang Mingho as he spoke. What a pity, brother. I was hoping to invite you to the racetrack. Bai Yuman lamented, his face showing genuine regret. No worries. I have a Lamborghini Veneno as well. That should suffice, right? Chen Yunxian replied. What? Goodness. I'm utterly envious. Chapter 43. Competitors create opportunities? Wow, brother. That is impressive. Bai Yuman exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face, a astonished that this exceptionally handsome individual possessed not one, but two top-tier supercars, something even he could only dream of. That is simply amazing, Chen, Billionaire said eagerly. Would you like to join us for some fun later? Perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to today, Chen Yunxian replied. Ah, I see. That is unfortunate, Billionaire sighed. But tomorrow is a possibility. I'll bring the car then. Really? That would be splendid. Chen, let us add each other on WeChat to coordinate for tomorrow, Billionaire suggested, mimicking a phone gesture. After adding him on WeChat, Chen Yunxian also connected with the other second-generation elites, including Huang Mingho. All right, I must take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to, Chen Yunxian said, glancing at his watch. Sure, go ahead with your business. Just remember to reach out tomorrow. Billionaire called after him. Chen Yunxian nodded and drove away in the awe-inspiring Rolls-Royce Phantom, which elicited envy from the second-generation elites. Man, Chen Yunxian is quite formidable, remarked Song Ji. Having 3 cars worth tens of millions is truly impressive, Qin Xiaoyang exclaimed. Indeed, it's enough to make anyone envious. The LaFerrari and the Venom are both my dream cars, Meng Tianla expressed, his face brimming with admiration. Billionaire, regaining his composure, added. Chen Yunxian certainly hails from a formidable background. This was precisely why I chose to abandon my pursuit of Jiangyuan. He parked that LaFerrari right in front of me. Huang Mingho recounted. Thank goodness you didn't cross paths with him. Otherwise, we would have all been in for a rough time. Billionaire responded. Indeed. Those who can afford a LaFerrari are, without a doubt, among the elite of the second generation. We must cultivate a good relationship with this Chen, as he could potentially benefit our families, Billionaire stated. The others nodded in agreement at his words. Meanwhile, Chen Yunxian sat in the car, enjoying the music, reflecting on the earlier conversation with Billionaire, whose acting seemed rather contrived. All that talk was merely a ploy to gauge his capabilities and validate Huang Mingho's claims. Chen Yunxian had overheard their discussion but chose to feign ignorance. Billionaire? How intriguing. But could you be the son of Baisong? Chen Yunxian mused. The vehicle arrived smoothly at the offices of Huaxi Media, a modest building, lacking the golden location of Jinjiang Tower or the imposing facade of Wanyang Tower. It was simply an ordinary structure. Chen Yunxian glanced at the company sign before entering. Good day, sir. Whom are you looking for? The receptionist inquired. I am Chen Yunxian. He replied. Hello, boss. I will fetch General Manager Wang right away. The receptionist recalled Wang Peiwen's instructions to treat Chen Yunxian with utmost respect. As he was the new owner, the gravity of Wang Peiwen's tone remained firmly etched in her memory. Please follow me, boss. I will get you a glass of water. She hurriedly added. Chen Yunxian settled into the plush sofa at the reception, savoring a sip of water. Wow, that young man is so handsome. Goodness. He looks stunning even without makeup. He appears to have a great physique. Several female streamers, noticing Chen Yunxian at the reception, began to chatter. With his enhanced hearing, Chen Yunxian caught their words, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Look, he looks even more charming when he smiles. I am utterly smitten. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. At that moment, a sharply dressed man descended from the elevator, overhearing the streamer's conversation. He frowned darkly and reprimanded them. What are you doing? Hurry up and get back to work. They were unaware of the identity of the man seated there, but he certainly knew. He was the owner of the company. Good day, boss. I am General Manager Wang Peiwen. Wang Peiwen jogged over to Chen Yunxian, visibly anxious. Hello, I am Chen Yunxian, your new boss, Chen Yunxian replied, extending his hand for a handshake. Wang Peiwen's tension eased upon witnessing his new employer's demeanor. He didn't seem like a spoiled rich kid. Let's review those documents, Chen Yunxian instructed. Certainly, boss. This way, please. Wang Peiwen guided Chen Yunxian as they entered the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Chen Yunxian took a seat at the desk in the executive office while Wang Peiwen handed him some documents. Boss, these are the cooperation agreements that require your signature. Wang explained. All right, let me first check if there are any issues, Chen Yunxian replied, opening the first document and scrutinizing its contents. However, the more he read, the more he sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow. This is the cooperation agreement with Cia Media, correct? Chen Yunxian inquired, placing the document down. Yes, boss. Wang Peiwen confirmed. I've reviewed the contents twice, and everything seems beneficial to us, with no stringent demands. Don't you find that a bit peculiar? Chen Yunxian questioned. I also sensed something was off, but I consulted the legal department, and they assured me that the contract posed no issues, Wang Peiwen replied. Can we trust the legal department? Chen Yunxian pressed. Absolutely, boss. I had several people review this document, and they all reported no problems, Wang Peiwen assured him. If the document is fine, that suggests future complications, Chen Yunxian remarked, narrowing his eyes. Future? Wang Peiwen asked, puzzled. Yes, the document is flawless. Yet they propose to lend us those borderline streamers for traffic in exchange for our sales streamers. The borderline streamers are their primary revenue source. While our sales streamers contribute minimally and yield low returns, Chen Yunxian articulated. Have they perhaps caught wind of something? Chen Yunxian pondered. Wang Peiwen began to reflect as well. By the way, boss, I heard that their owner visited the capital a few days ago. Wang Peiwen suddenly exclaimed, as a realization dawned on him. They must have gotten word of something and are attempting to ensnare us. As competitors, they would never wish us well, Chen Yunxian asserted. Decline their offer. They are likely not acting in good faith, he continued. Understood, boss. Wang Peiwen replied. By the way, how many borderline streamers does our company have? Chen Yunxian inquired. They constitute about 1/3 of our roster, Wang Peiwen responded. I see. Please send out a notice instructing all borderline female streamers to dress more conservatively. They can be alluring, but not excessively revealing. Understood? Chen Yunxian commanded. Understood, boss. Wang Peiwen affirmed before promptly exiting. Chen Yunxian sat in the executive chair, deep in thought, uncertain if this approach would yield positive results. Chapter 44, The Streamer Lili. Boss, Huaxi Media has declined our collaboration. A sultry female secretary reported to a man in his 30s. All right, I understand, Zhou Huiqi replied, lifting his gaze. Could it be they have caught wind of something? That shouldn't be the case. To my knowledge, Huaxi's owner lacks significant backing. Quite strange, Zhou pondered silently. His thoughts mirrored Chen Yunxian's suspicions. As he had been to the capital the previous week, dining with a friend at the Huaxia Hall, while in the restroom, he passed by a private room where he overheard a conversation about a planned crackdown on the internet's atmosphere. Zhou Huiqi furrowed his brow in contemplation, noticing his troubled expression. The female secretary approached him. Director Zhou, don't frown so, she said in a flirtatious tone. Zhou Huiqi glanced at her before pressing her head down. His strange sounds emanated from the office, prompting passing employees to hastily distance themselves. Chen Yunxian sat at his desk, diligently scrutinizing the documents before him. His profound financial acumen not only enhanced his expertise in this domain, but also allowed him to effortlessly manage these files. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and soon it was 11 o'clock. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Come in. Chen Yunxian replied without lifting his gaze, engrossed in the final document. Boss, would you like a late-night snack? Wang Peiwen inquired as he entered. Sure. Please get me a hamburger, Chen Yunxian responded. All right, boss, Wang Peiwen said, quietly closing the door behind him. Indeed, being a boss is not an easy task, Chen Yunxian mused, setting down the documents and rubbing his eyes. Junior, what are you up to? Jiang Yun asked. Just handling some company files. What's up? Chen Yunxian replied. I just miss you. Jiang Yun exclaimed. You're the best. Always thinking of me, Mua Chen Yunxian said. Hee hee. Take care of yourself. Don't work too long. Jiang Yun cautioned. Yes, don't worry. All right, I'm off to sleep. Good night. Good night. As Chen Yunxian responded to messages from Li Xinyu and Zhang Ning, he noticed a red indicating a new contact request. What does Li Hanyu want? He murmured to himself. What is up? After accepting the request, he typed back. As Ningning's good friend, I can't add you, right? I roll, Li Hanyu replied. Of course you can. I thought you had something important to discuss, Chen Yunxian answered. Not really. I just wanted to ask how things are developing between you and Yunxi. Li Hanyu inquired. Are you so nosy? Chen Yunxian retorted. Just a bit. I'm curious, Li Hanyu admitted. Oh, it's going well, Chen Yunxian replied. What do you mean by going well? Li Hanyu asked, glancing at the sleeping Zhang Ning beside her. She felt a thrill discussing with Chen Yunxian in the presence of her best friend's boyfriend. Chen Yunxian, noticing, closed his phone. Li Hanyu sent several more messages. But Chen Yunxian remained unresponsive. Li Hanyu suddenly realized that Chen Yunxian might not wish to reply. Damn it, Chen Yunxian. Don't let me catch you slipping. She silently gritted her teeth. The cacophony outside caught Chen Yunxian's attention, and he furrowed his brow. Was there discord within the company? Why were people arguing? With this thought in mind, he stepped outside, only to find a throng of girls surrounding two boys, one of whom was Wang Peiwen. What is going on? Chen Yunxian approached and inquired, his authoritative tone unmistakable. The chatter of the girls ceased instantaneously. Hello, boss. Wang Peiwen was the first to speak, and the surrounding female streamers quickly followed suit, greeting Chen Yunxian. Boss, our late-night snack has arrived, and we're distributing it now, Wang Peiwen explained. Oh, I see. I thought you were arguing, Chen Yunxian said, coming to a realization that he had jumped to conclusions. No worries. Continue distributing, he instructed. Thank you, boss. A lively female streamer exclaimed. No need for formalities, but please don't take my hamburger, Chen Yunxian chuckled. Boss, your McDonald's. The animated female streamer announced, presenting the only hamburger from within. All right, thank you, Chen Yunxian said, accepting it with a smile. You're welcome, boss. With hamburger in hand, Chen Yunxian returned to his office, sensing that he made the girls feel somewhat nervous in his presence. The boss is so handsome. You think so too? He seems even more attractive than those celebrities. Agreed. As Chen Yunxian settled back into his office, the female streamers began to discuss amongst themselves. Wang Peiwen, noticing their praise for Chen Yunxian, chose to remain uninvolved. Alright everyone, once you've finished distributing, return to your posts and continue your streams. Wang Peiwen said. Understood, manager. Lai, you did well today. You'll receive a bonus at the end of the month. Wang Peiwen called out to the female streamer who had handed Chen Yunxian the hamburger. Really? Thank you, manager. Lai exclaimed, her face lighting up. As a seasoned employee, she understood the significance of the bonus. 2,000 yuan for just one chicken leg. Although she earned a decent income as a streamer, most of it went to the platform and the company, leaving her with only 20%. Considering her average monthly salary was over 7,000 yuan, an additional 2,000 was more than sufficient for her meals. The other female streamers looked on enviously at Lai, offering her congratulations. Chen Yunxian polished off his hamburger and snacks in a few bites, finishing his drink with a loud slurp. TSK, I used to think this hamburger was delicious in high school. Why does it taste so ordinary today? Chen Yunxian remarked. Knock. Knock, knock. Come in. The visitor was none other than Wang Peiwen, who appeared somewhat invigorated after his late-night snack. Boss, would you like to observe our streamers at work? Wang Peiwen asked. Certainly, let us go, Chen Yunxian replied, eager to see the working environment of online streamers. As they stepped out of the office and into the work area, they found Lai on screen, exclaiming, Thank you for the Porsche, XXXXX. Thank you. The streamer can sing Lu Zhoumoon. Several individuals nearby were adjusting the music. Boss, this is Lai, one of our company's top performers. She simply sings and chats with her fans each day, Wang Peiwen explained. Her viewer count shouldn't exceed 10,000, right? Chen Yunxian asked. Correct, boss. Her viewer count has remained stable at a certain number for the past few months, sometimes even decreasing. No matter how we try to boost her popularity, she just can't break through the 10,000 barrier, Wang Peiwen replied with a wry smile. It might be beneficial for her to explore other avenues, Chen Yunxian suggested. She is not very open to trying those borderline activities. Wang Peiwen hesitated, then spoke up. That's alright. I'm not suggesting anything too risque. Music can serve as a form of punishment, but shouldn't be the main content. Think it over seriously, Chen Yunxian advised. Wang Peiwen nodded in agreement. Folks, what song do you want to hear today? Today, the streamer has earned a month-end bonus, thanks to our boss and manager. Lai excitedly announced on screen. I'm in tears. Is there really such a wonderful boss? Why Haven T, I met one like that. My boss always wears a serious face, as if everyone owes him money. TSK, who knows how this reward was earned? It couldn't be from Wanjing Ihua. Lai glanced at the comment. A flicker of anger flashing in her eyes, but she pretended not to see it and continued discussing other topics. Could it be that I hit the nail on the head? How is the streamer diverting the topic? Alas, isn't this akin to those borderline streamers? What moral high ground does the streamer claim? Speak up, streamer. Let me hear your explanation. A user by the name of Wanjianyi was vociferously taunting in the comments. Lai observed the barrage of messages, torn between ignoring him and the sting his words inflicted upon her heart. Her eyes began to redden. Fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her clothing, yet she endeavored to maintain a composed expression. Chen Yunxian and Wang Peiwen, situated at the periphery of the team, could also see the comments on the screen. Where's the moderator? Why hasn't he been silenced? You truly are XXX, XXX, your XXXX is XXX. Damn it. Showing off your power here. Brothers, let's all take him down. Such phrases floated through the comments as well. Chen Yunxian opened his phone, entered Lai's live stream, and directly charged 100,000 into the recharge center. The handsomest in Jiangdu sends a carnival 1. The handsomest in Jiangdu sends a carnival 2. The handsomest in Jiangdu sends a carnival 3. The handsomest in Jiangdu sends a carnival 10. Where's the moderator? He has been silenced. The handsomest in Jiangdu. Wow. Truly a big brother. So imposing. Our Lai finally has her own big brother. It's really not easy. Lai has her own protector now. Sob. I'm crying. Big brother, with a level 5 account, has shot up to over level 30. The moderator, who had been called out by the big brother, promptly silenced the level 30 account before Chen Yunxian entered the live stream. This Wanjianyi was the highest level user in the room. Just focus on your live stream. Don't let the earlier incident affect you. After sending this message, Chen Yunxian exited the live stream. Lai momentarily froze. Her astute mind quickly recalled the boss and manager standing beside her. With reddened eyes, she cast a grateful glance at Chen Yunxian before immersing herself back into the live stream. Let us check out the others. Chen Yunxian and Wang Peiwen, after observing this level, were pleased to see that the female streamers here each possessed at least one talent. Boss, these are all the streamers I brought in. The ones below are of different types, Wang Peiwen remarked. That's quite good. Although the earnings aren't substantial, I'm quite satisfied with other aspects, Chen Yunxian replied, always praising the talented streamers. Chen Yunxian and Wang Peiwen descended to the ground floor, standing beside a female streamer watching her performance. Family, cast your votes. Support Puffs with your foot-washing money. A sweet voice cried out. I'm fed up with streamers always trying to drain our wallets. I've taken out my instant noodles money. I must win. If you can still eat instant noodles, then donate a bit more. Family, eating instant noodles isn't healthy. Donate your noodle money to the streamer. Don't indulge in such unhealthy foods. The female streamer chirped in response to the comment. Chen Yunxian and Wang Peiwen exchanged glances, bemused. How could one be eating instant noodles, yet still donate? However, to their astonishment, the user who mentioned instant noodles indeed donated a flower. Streamer, you're absolutely right. I'll stop eating. Chen Yunxian and Wang Peiwen shared a look. Hello, boss. At that moment, a stout man approached, wearing a sycophantic smile. Manager Liu. Chen Yunxian nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, this is Puffs. The most lucrative of our borderline streamers, Manager Liu whispered. Well done, but next time during the live stream, have her raise her collar a bit, Chen Yunxian advised. Boss, that might cause her popularity to decline. Manager Liu's eyes widened at Chen Yunxian's words. Could the boss be misusing company resources? He pondered. Do as I say, Chen Yunxian stated, then walked towards another female streamer. Don't worry about this or that. If the boss hears any rumors, this approach might mitigate losses. Wang Peiwen whispered to Manager Liu, following Chen Yunxian. Rumors? Manager Liu mused to himself. Babies, if you enjoy watching, give a little follow. So you won't get lost next time. Chen Yunxian and Wang Peiwen arrived beside another female streamer, who was saying this. This streamer was performing a pole dance, revealing ample fair skin while still maintaining modesty. She demonstrated a commendable sense of restraint. Boss, this is also one of our company's most profitable streamers, named Yurong. Wang Peiwen whispered. Chen Yunxian glanced over, the name fitting perfectly. Let us take a look at the merchandise streamers. These borderline streamers all seem rather similar. 3, 2, 1. Link up. Family. The snack factory is closing down. These are all at cost price. 30 bags in a box. Not enough? Then add more. Sister. You can't add any more. Adding more will lead to losses. When I call my fans family, they truly are family. Add. Let us make it 60 bags. Link up. The cries from the merchandise streamers area left Chen Yunxian speechless. It seemed they had all developed into a system. How are the sales figures? Chen Yunxian inquired. Boss, today's sales have been quite good. The fans have already cleared the stock. Wang Peiwen glanced at the back-end data and reported. Good, keep it up. Chen Yunxian remarked before turning to leave. He had initially expected that as the foremost media company in Jiangdu, there would be some flair. But it appeared he had overestimated it. Boss, there's one more. He is our company's top streamer. Wang Peiwen exclaimed. Top streamer? What type? Chen Yunxian asked. Somewhat perplexed. A merchandise streamer, but he is the main source of revenue for our company, Wang Peiwen explained. Oh, where is he? Let us go see. Chen Yunxian's interest was piqued. On the lower level, the entire lower level is his streaming area, Wang Peiwen informed. Seems quite promising. Chapter 46, Encounter Again. What do you mean by there's a hole under the table? Come and see, there's no hole. I told you, I'm a magician. I have nothing in my hands, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chen Yunxian and Wang Peiwen descended to the next level, just in time to see a man fanning a deck of cards. Streamer, how can I become a genius like you? Oh my, the streamer is so talented. The magic is incredible. The man glanced at the screen and immediately exclaimed. To become a genius magician like me, you must be Coca-Cola. The man's tone shifted, and he produced a bottle of Coca-Cola from beneath the table. However, the bottle was oddly shaped, being a half bottle cut across the middle. Huh, what is going on? Why is the Coca-Cola like this? The man inquired of his assistant beside him. I'm terribly sorry, Win brother, I grabbed the wrong one. The assistant exclaimed. Ha ha. Looks like the host has made a blunder. I'm dying of laughter. How did he conjure up such a bottle? The host is simply too entertaining. Ha ha. Half a bottle of cola? This won't do, my friends. We need XX yogurt, with a unique flavor that brings you unparalleled enjoyment. The man set aside the half bottle of cola and unveiled a row of yogurt instead. Wow. Host, I'm impressed. I'm placing an order. I thought you were selling cola, but it turns out you're selling yogurt. What a surprise. This extended setup is incredibly hard to dodge. The newly listed yogurt was swiftly vanishing from the link. Boss, this is our company's ace, the magician Win brother. Wang Peiwen whispered to Chen Yunxian. Indeed, quite impressive. Chen Yunxian admired the live-streaming Win brother with a glance. You've done an excellent job. I'm very satisfied. This month, all employees will receive double salaries. Chen Yunxian and Wang Peiwen stepped outside, observing that while some hosts did not entirely meet Chen Yunxian's expectations, their overall profitability was still remarkable. Boss, that means our profits will be lower this month. Wang Peiwen remarked. Do not worry, money can still be earned. As the new boss, I must make a statement. Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. Understood, boss. Wang Peiwen responded. You all keep up the good work. This reward is not an exception. Chen Yunxian continued. Yes, boss. A glimmer of joy crossed Wang Peiwen's eyes as he immediately replied. Doubling salaries is indeed a cause for celebration for any employee. All right, you may continue your work. I'll take my leave. Chen Yunxian stated. Goodbye, boss. After stepping out of the company building, Chen Yunxian took a deep breath of fresh air. It was already past 11. He drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom towards Hongjing. The security guard at the entrance approached as he noticed the unregistered Rolls-Royce. Sir, unregistered vehicles are not allowed inside. The guard politely informed him. Chen Yunxian rolled down the window, revealing his handsome face. Mr. Chen, I'll register your license plate right away. The guard, upon seeing Chen Yunxian's face, immediately said, glancing at the license plate and raising the barrier. Thank you. Chen Yunxian replied. No need to thank me, Mr. Chen, it's our duty. The guard quickly responded. As a security guard in a high-end community, he was quite perceptive, and he had been one of those who received a reward when Chen Yunxian crashed his car. After parking, Chen Yunxian entered the elevator. Ding dong. You have arrived at the first floor. The elevator doors opened, and a woman dressed very conservatively with a hint of alcohol on her breath entered. Chen Yunxian raised an eyebrow, encountering this woman again. The heavily covered girl noticed Chen Yunxian and huffed, moving to another corner of the elevator. Why do I keep running into this person? She muttered softly. Miss, it's inappropriate to speak ill of others. Chen Yunxian remarked, having overheard her whisper. But you all said something about me last time. Upon hearing this, the girl recalled their previous encounter when Zhang Ning had commented on her attire. It's just that I thought wearing something so thick on such a hot day might cause heat rash. Chen Yunxian winked. All right. He and Zhang Ning had indeed spoken about her last time, and he hadn't expected her to overhear. It's fine. I mainly wear it going out and coming back, so it won't cause any rashes. The girl responded, her irritation dissipating significantly upon hearing Chen Yunxian's explanation. Oh, with how you dress, you wouldn't happen to be a big star, would you? Chen Yunxian inquired. Of course. Would you like me to give you an autograph? The girl said, somewhat smugly. Forget it. How many big stars would admit to being big stars? Chen Yunxian replied. Ding dong. You have arrived at the 11th floor. The elevator doors opened, and the girl shot Chen Yunxian a glare before stepping out. How peculiar. Was what I said wrong? Chen Yunxian scratched his head. As he entered his exclusive space, he sighed. Phew. The air at Huaxi is quite unpleasant. Home is much better. Chen Yunxian detected the fragrant incense in the air, voicing his complaints. The building housing Huaxi media was rather old, always carrying a damp, musty scent that Chen Yunxian found quite disagreeable. Tomorrow, I'll check out the Jinjiang building. If feasible, I'll have Huaxi media move there. Chen Yunxian contemplated as he closed his eyes. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The sound of his phone rang in his ears. Instinctively, Chen Yunxian reached for the phone beside his pillow. Hello? Who is this? He asked, somewhat groggy. Oh my, Lao Chen, have you just woken up? Came Sun Hao's voice from the phone. What is up? Chen Yunxian inquired. You won't believe it. 2 beautiful girls came looking for me today. They were asking where you've been. Sun Hao said through gritted teeth. 2 girls? What do they look like? Chen Yunxian's eyes opened wide as he asked. How to describe them? One of them said her name is Du Xiaoyi. Sun Hao replied. Du Xiaoyi? All right, I know her. Chen Yunxian responded. Wait. What do you mean you know her? Don't let your backyard catch fire. Sun Hao exclaimed, bewildered by Chen Yunxian's calmness in the face of such attention from girls. After hanging up, Chen Yunxian began to ponder. Who is Du Xiaoyi? Oh, he remembered. She was the one who had asked him for the green bubble that night. What is up? Did you need something from me? Chen Yunxian opened the green bubble app and sent Du Xiaoyi a message. Nothing much. I just noticed you weren't at military training these past few days. So I wanted to check in. Du Xiaoyi replied. Oh, I'm exempt from military training due to my academic status. Chen Yunxian informed her. All right then. Sad, Du Xiaoyi responded. After chatting with Du Xiaoyi, Chen Yunxian got out of bed. Chapter 47. Arrival at Jinjiang building. Why does it feel like I've forgotten something? Chen Yunxian thought as he finished washing up. Ding dong. The notification sound chimed from his phone, prompting him to check it. Brother Chen, why haven't you come to see me? Crying, Li Xinyu messaged. Chen Yunxian slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about this matter, which was quite unfortunate. Li Xinyu was his dear little sister, and he couldn't bear to make her sad. I'm so sorry, Xinyu. I had matters to attend to at the company yesterday. Chen Yunxian replied. As a somewhat unscrupulous man, sometimes sweet words are quite necessary. Chen Yunxian's motto. Oh, I thought you forgot about me. Pitiful, Li Xinyu replied. How could I forget? I can never forget you. I'll come to see you this afternoon. Chen Yunxian assured. Great. I'll be waiting for you, brother. Li Xinyu responded. Chen Yunxian set down his phone. aware that he had two important tasks to accomplish that afternoon: visiting Li Xinyu and racing with Bai Yuman and his circle of second-generation elites. He had made a prior arrangement with Bai Yuman and could not afford to break his promise. His integrity was of utmost value. As for the Jinjiang building, it was worth a casual inspection to see if it could serve as a new location for Huaxi Media. After hastily preparing a couple of dishes to satiate his hunger, Chen Yunxian tidied himself up. Not bad, looking quite dashing. How could anyone in this world rival my handsomeness? Chen Yunxian remarked narcissistically while gazing at his reflection in the mirror. However, in comparison to the 100 points of attractiveness boasted by Yen Zhu and Yu Yin on screen, he felt he fell slightly short. Go, go, go. Time to set off, Chen Yunxian announced as he descended the stairs and hopped into his Lamborghini Veneno. The Lamborghini let out a growl as it roared out of the underground garage, heading towards the Jinjiang building. Make sure everything is in order. The boss will be conducting an inspection today. There must be no room for error. The general manager of the Jinjiang building was scrutinizing the work situation. You there? Ensure this place is spotless. We must showcase our spirit. And you, move that unsightly object away. Manager Hao, is such extreme action really necessary? Inquired a middle-aged man clad in professional attire. Sigh, with the new boss coming for an inspection, who knows what kind of person he is? It's better to be clean and presentable, Manager Hao replied helplessly. True, I should also instruct the security department to be on their best behavior. We cannot afford to offend our new boss, the middle-aged man remarked, quickly turning to leave. Hey Gao, what do you think the director meant by asking us to be more open-minded? A young security guard at the front desk asked his colleague. I heard it's because of the new boss's inspection. We should adopt a more courteous attitude. But there's no need to worry. We are diligent security guards. Gao contemplated before responding. Right, we're certainly not the arrogant security guards depicted in those online dramas. Just then, an unfamiliar black supercar pulled up in front of the Jinjiang building. Excuse me, sir, parking is not permitted here, the young security guard said, casting a lingering gaze at the supercar before addressing Chen Yunxian. Isn't this a designated parking space? Chen Yunxian questioned, somewhat puzzled. It used to be, under the previous owner. Due to parking disputes, parking is no longer allowed here, the young guard explained. Oh, I see. Is there a nearby place to park? Chen Yunxian inquired. Yes, there is a parking lot set up by the management of Jinjiang building, but it requires a fee. The young guard pointed to a concrete area next to the building. All right, thank you. Chen Yunxian nodded and drove his car into the designated parking area. It was just past 1 in the afternoon, and many office workers were heading downstairs to collect their takeout, only to find a group of formally dressed individuals standing in the lobby, seemingly waiting for someone. Gao, what kind of car is that? It looks amazing. The young security guard asked as he watched Chen Yunxian walk into the Jinjiang building. Not sure, but it must be one of those luxury sports cars, Gao replied, scratching his head. Both he and the young guard hailed from remote rural areas, having come to this bustling city of Jiangdu to forge their paths. Many luxurious items felt utterly out of reach for them. Good day, sir. As soon as Chen Yunxian stepped into the building, he was greeted by a robust man striding toward him. Boss, I am Hao Run, the general manager of Jinjiang building. Hao Run introduced himself to Chen Yunxian. Hello. Manager Hao, Chen Yunxian replied, shaking his hand. Please, this way, boss. Hao Run gestured for him to follow. Chen Yunxian was accompanied by several executives from Jinjiang building as they entered the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Boss, this will be your office. Hao Run opened the door to a spacious office, and Chen Yunxian stepped inside. One side of the office featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the Jiangdu cityscape. Are there any contiguous 5 floors available? Chen Yunxian inquired. None, boss. We only have 1 or 2 lower floors available in Jinjiang building. Hao Run shook his head. It was understandable, as Jinjiang building was located in the prime area of Jiangdu, making it a desirable venue for companies to lease. Are there any companies whose lease is about to expire and have not renewed? Chen Yunxian pressed on. Indeed, there is one, a media company named Sia Media. Hao Run reflected before responding. Which floors do they occupy? Chen Yunxian asked. 7 floors, boss, Hao Run answered. Very well, we shall not renew their lease next year. Chen Yunxian said, his eyes lighting up. It turned out to be a familiar name, Sia Media. This presented him with an opportunity. What, boss? That would mean losing a stable source of rental income. Hao Run hesitated before speaking up. Not to worry. I will have another company move in, named Huaxi Media. You can start looking into them, Chen Yunxian instructed. Understood, boss. Hao Run felt his concerns dissipate upon hearing Chen Yunxian's words. Would you like to check on the conditions of other departments? Hao Run asked. No need. You all have managed Jinjiang building excellently. I am quite satisfied. Just maintain the standard. However, ensure that no unforeseen issues arise. I am not fond of such disturbances, Chen Yunxian cautioned. Of course, boss, we will not disappoint your expectations. Hao Ren assured him. Well then, I shall take my leave. Remember to contact Huaxi Media, Chen Yunxian concluded. Goodbye, boss. Manager Hao, what did the boss say? The executives of Jinjiang building rushed over to Hao Ren as soon as Chen Yunxian descended the stairs. The boss said we are doing well. Keep it up. Hao Ren replied with a smile. However, let us not cause any trouble. Our young boss has likely amassed unseen power to be in such a position at his age. If anything goes awry, we will bear the consequences ourselves. Hao Ren added, shifting the tone of his words. The executives nodded in agreement. Realizing that their new boss might not be as easygoing as he appeared, each silently contemplating the implications. Chapter 48, Physical Weakness Card, A black supercar appeared on the roads of Jianghai University, exuding an extraordinary aura of violent beauty. Every student passing by was captivated by the sight of the sleek vehicle. Without a doubt, Chen Yunxian had become the most striking figure at that moment. However, when he rolled down the window, the male students were left speechless. What a misfortune. Encountering Chen Yunxian flaunting his ostentation again, they thought to themselves. Chen Yunxian, in a gesture of goodwill, waved at them. Ugh, so infuriating. I really want to punch him. What should I do? I can't take it anymore. Bro, you could give it a shot. I remember he once took on 7 guys at the barbecue place near the school. Haha, I'm just kidding. In a civilized society, how can one resort to violence? As Chen Yunxian hummed a soft tune, he parked his car at the entrance of the playground. Noticing that his classmates were still engaged in military training, he decided against alighting. System. Sign in. A notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring divine culinary skills. Another notification followed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physique weakening card. Excellent. Culinary skills are precisely what I need at the moment, Chen Yunxian thought, his eyes sparkling with delight. The prospect of cooking for himself was far more satisfying than dining out, especially given his previous lack of culinary prowess. Now, with divine culinary skills, his child would no longer be picky about food. Is the physique weakening card the one I think it is? System? Chen Yunxian inquired in his mind. Indeed, host. This item can be used on a specific individual, forcibly weakening their physique by 20 points. Alright. It can be utilized in conjunction with the misfortune charm. Chen Yunxian mused, realizing that weakening someone's physique would amplify the effects of the charm. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was nearly 3:30. The military training was likely to break soon. Chen Yunxian opened the car door and stepped onto the playground. His gaze immediately fell upon Sun Hao, who was standing under the sun, looking quite miserable. A grin spread across Chen Yunxian's face. Oh, isn't this old son? Why are you standing out here in the sun again? He teased. I made a mistake again, Sun Hao replied, exasperated. Ha. It seems you're not behaving yourself. Chen Yunxian laughed. Chen Yunxian, you're here? Yu Bo called out, approaching from the back of the formation. I came to see how you all were doing. Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. TSK. I see you're not here to check on us, but rather to see your little girlfriend, Yu Bo jested. Ha. Same difference, Chen Yunxian retorted. All personnel, rest in place. Yu Bo shouted to the classmates practicing their arm swings. You didn't bring anything with you? Sun Hao rubbed his shoulders and said, just my presence is already a treat. Chen Yunxian rolled his eyes. Alright. This brotherly bond is really fading. Sun Hao lamented. Old Chen, you finally made it. Wu Xiaolei and Wang Fan approached. You wouldn't believe it. These past 2 days you were absent. And old Sun claimed you were off chatting with a senior. Wang Fan laughed. Feeling the death glare from beside him, Sun Hao quickly defended himself. No. I didn't say that. I just mentioned that old Chen was busy with his own matters. Old Sun, you're done for. How dare you speak ill of me? You won't be allowed to play on my account anymore. Chen Yunxian declared. I'm sorry, Chen Gu. My mistake. Sun Hao immediately backtracked. Not hesitating for a moment. He had borrowed Chen Yunxian's account over the past 2 days and had been soaring through games. The praises from his teammates made him feel like he was flying. Fine, I'll accept your apology, but you won't be playing tonight, Chen Yunxian said. Oh, old Wang, I'm coming for you. Sun Hao wailed. Ha. After chatting with them for a while, Chen Yunxian strolled towards another corner of the playground. Oh, isn't that Chen Yunxian? How did you find the time to come back? Wang Su's voice called out from behind. Turning around, Chen Yunxian saw Wang Su standing next to a formation, practicing their marching. You're training too? Chen Yunxian asked. Well, their instructor had a stomach ache and went to the restroom, so I'm just keeping an eye, Wang Su replied. I see. Chen Yunxian nodded. I hadn't seen you around these past few days. I thought you had abandoned your little girlfriend. Wang Su teased. I was busy with company matters and didn't have much time, Chen Yunxian explained. You, my friend, shine everywhere you go. Wang Su exclaimed. That's the mark of a genius. Chen Yunxian chuckled. You're quite unreserved. But I like it. Wang Su gave a thumbs up. Go see your little girlfriend. I'll continue watching them, Wang Su added. Alright, bye. Goodbye. What are you all looking at? You. Step forward. Military stance begins in half an hour. Wang Su shouted from behind Chen Yunxian. In one corner of the playground, two formations were resting under the shade of a tree, with their instructors conversing. Excuse me, students. Who are you looking for? One instructor asked, noticing Chen Yunxian approaching without military attire. I'm looking for a girl from our formation. Another instructor, Yang, interjected. Good day. Instructors. I'm looking for Li Xinyu from Yang's formation, Chen Yunxian greeted before elaborating. Chen Gu, Li Xinyu exclaimed as she spotted Chen Yunxian, rushing over and calling his name. In the bemused gaze of the two instructors, they embraced. Would you like some water? Chen Yunxian asked gently, conjuring a bottle of water as if by magic. Yes, but I can't open the cap, Li Xinyu replied. Well, that is where I come in, Chen Yunxian said, ruffling her hair as he twisted the cap off. Brother's water is sweet. Li Xinyu beamed. I'm glad you like it, Chen Yunxian replied. Oi. Can you take your display of affection elsewhere? There are so many people here. Yang, sitting in the shade, rolled his eyes at Chen Yunxian. Ha, don't mind us. Instructor Yang. Chen Yunxian laughed. You must be the Chen student who competed with our class monitor, right? Another instructor inquired. That's me, Chen Yunxian affirmed. Indeed. A striking figure. The class monitor often praises you in front of us, the instructor remarked. Ha, it's really not that exaggerated. I just have slightly better physical fitness. Chen Yunxian replied modestly. Don't be so humble. Even DeFei hasn't T-bested you. You're truly impressive. The instructor said. Hee. I've been a diligent farmer since childhood, Chen Yunxian laughed. Ha, you're quite the character. Both instructors chuckled. We won't disturb your time with Li Xinyu any longer, the instructors said as they stood and moved to sit behind the tree. Chen Yunxian and Li Xinyu exchanged a few more whispered words. With a bright smile, Li Xinyu returned to her formation, watching Chen Yunxian leave. All of this transpired because Chen Yunxian had invited her to Chapter 49, Mount Huxiang. After exiting the playground, Chen Yunxian settled into his car. Ding dong. His phone chimed with a notification. Opening the green bubble, he saw a message from Bai Yuman. Chen, do you have time to go racing later? Bai Yuman inquired. Sure. I'm at school right now, Chen Yunxian replied. Great. We're also at school. Let us go together. Where are you? Bai Yuman asked. At the entrance of the playground. That black supercar is mine, Chen Yunxian responded. All right. We'll come over shortly, Bai Yuman confirmed. Okay. After about 10 minutes. Several sports cars approached in a low-speed procession, led by a white Ferrari. Chen Yunxian opened his car door and leaned against the vehicle. The door of the white Ferrari swung open, and Bai Yuman stepped out. Huang Mingho and his companions disembarked from the vehicles in succession. Brother Chen, Bai Yuman exclaimed with palpable excitement. His gaze fell upon the sleek black supercar behind Chen Yunxian, which was none other than the Lamborghini Veneno. In stark contrast, his own Ferrari, valued at over 7 million, seemed trivial, a mere shadow of the Lamborghini's grandeur. Wow, this Veneno is absolutely stunning. The body, the exhaust. It makes my Ferrari look utterly inferior, Bai Yuman said, his fingers caressing the magnificent exterior of the Lamborghini Veneno with exhilaration. Is this really the Lamborghini Veneno? It's my dream car, Qin Xiaoyang shouted with enthusiasm. Goodness, it's truly magnificent. Compared to our cars, it's like heaven and earth. Song Ji remarked in awe. Is it truly the Veneno? It has surpassed all my expectations. Meng Tianla added. It's so stunning, I can hardly contain my drool. Huang Mingho said enviously, gazing at the Lamborghini Veneno. Come on, let us go racing. Chen Yunxian smiled and suggested. Absolutely. I'm already eager to experience the speed of this Lamborghini Veneno. Bai Yuman replied, brimming with enthusiasm. The 6 cars formed a line as they drove out of the school. Bystanders were left in astonishment at the sight of this convoy of high-performance vehicles. Where on earth do these wealthy individuals come from? I'm so envious I could cry. One exclaimed. Goodness, not a single car here is valued under 3 million. Another remarked. The leading vehicle is the real deal, a Lamborghini Veneno worth around 80 million. Someone noted. Incredible. Are all the students in our school this affluent? ISNT that the car belonging to the notorious freshman Chen Yunxian? What is he doing mingling with those rich second-generation kids? As the Lamborghini Veneno led the way out of the school gate, it sped towards the suburban area. The 6 supercars formed a convoy on the roadway, occasionally roaring with power, as seasoned drivers nearby took out their phones to capture the moment. Posts about this spectacle quickly gained immense popularity on social media. Rich second-generation kids cruising the streets. Shocking. This scene in Jiangdu reveals just how many affluent second-generation individuals there are. Unbeknownst to Chen Yunxian and his friends, they drove out of the congested city, where the supercars began to accelerate towards the racetrack mentioned by Bai Yuman. At the Kunker Racing Club, the 6 supercars thundered towards the venue. A few wealthy youngsters already on the racetrack turned their heads in curiosity. Huh, this car doesn't seem to belong to any of us. One of them remarked. Yes, I see that too. I don't recognize those individuals, Hu Xiangshan replied, furrowing his brow. That's a Lamborghini Veneno, one of the younger members exclaimed, recognizing Chen Yunxian's vehicle with astonishment. A Veneno? When did we start having such second-generation kids in Jiangdu? And we don't even know them. Another said, taken aback. Could they be newcomers from other regions? Let us observe for now. It's essential to make their acquaintance, Hu Xiangshan suggested. Chen Yunxian stepped out of his vehicle, gazing at the endless stretch of the racetrack, a rush of excitement surging within him as he envisioned the thrill of racing. Meanwhile, Hu Xiangshan was about to make his move when he noticed Bai Yumin disembarking from his Ferrari and approaching Chen Yunxian. Hu Xiangshan's expression darkened. His enmity with Bai Yumin was well known within their circle. Brother Chen, this is the racetrack we frequent, Kunker Racetrack. It boasts the longest track in Jiangdu. And racing here is an unparalleled experience, Bai Yumin exclaimed, clearly eager, having not visited in quite some time. Greetings, my friend. I am Hu Xiangshan. Hu Xiangshan stepped forward, having debated internally whether he could forge a friendship with this enigmatic second-generation individual. Oh, Chen Yunxian replied, surprised, as he shook Hu Xiangshan's hand. Oh, isn't this with a young master? What brings you to associate with us? Bai Yumin said, a hint of sarcasm in his voice upon recognizing Hu Xiangshan. While I wouldn't typically associate with your lot, I am indeed interested in befriending this brother, Hu Xiangshan replied with a smile. What are you pretending for? Have I given you too much face? Bai Yumin retorted harshly. Hu Xiangshan's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at Bai Yumin. Lack of manners. Do you even know how Boss Bai raised you? Hu Xiangshan snapped, leaving those words hanging. What the hell are you trying to act cultured for? I know all the things you've done in the past. Bai Yumin began to hurl insults. Brother Chen, farewell. I truly cannot endure him any longer, Hu Xiangshan stated. If you can't stand it, then leave. We're not waiting for you to eat. Bai Yumin shot back. Hu Xiangshan's face flushed with anger as he turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. You'll regret this. One of Hu Xiangshan's followers threatened as they departed in disgrace. Ha ha ha, resorting to elementary school threats now? A mere pauper thinking he's a big deal. Bai Yumin mocked. As Hu Xiangshan and his entourage walked away, Bai Yumin fell silent. Brother Chen, let me tell you, Hu Xiangshan is no good. He used to bully classmates back in school. I couldn't stand it and had to confront him, which is how our feud began, Bai Yumin revealed. Chen Yunxian glanced at him, surprised that Bai Yumin harbored such a strong sense of justice. Moreover, he has committed countless heinous acts. This is just the smallest of his misdeeds, Bai Yumin continued. All right, I understand. Let us go racing now. I really don't want to hear about his troubles. Chen Yunxian interrupted Bai Yumin. Sure. Let's south hit the road. Today, I'm determined to have the time of my life. Bai Yumin exclaimed eagerly. If he could sway Chen Yunxian to his side, he was certain he could bring Hu Xiangshan down a peg, and thus his attitude towards Chen Yunxian noticeably softened. Chapter 50, Breaking Records. Young Master Bai, a staff member addressed Bai Yumin with respect. Who is that on the racetrack? Bai Yumin asked, gazing at a large screen displaying a supercar speeding along the track. It's a professional racer brought by young Master Hua and his crew, the staff member replied respectfully. Understood, Bai Yumin acknowledged. A supercar zoomed from the opposite side of the track, crossing the finish line with a perfect drift before coming to a smooth stop at the side. How is the track? Hu Xiangshan approached the professional racer. It's decent. While it can't compare to a professional circuit, it's among the best in amateur racing venues, Wei Feiqi responded. That's good to know, Hu Xiangshan nodded. Let us go take a lap on the track, Bai Yumin said excitedly to Chen Yunxian as he saw the racer disembark. Brother Chen, how about we have a little race? Bai Yumin proposed with a grin. Sure, I'd like to see just how fast this car can go, Chen Yunxian replied. When it came to driving skills, he feared no one, as his master-level driving skills bestowed upon him considerable confidence. All right, let us do it, Bai Yumin said eagerly. Do you desire a racing darling? Bai Yumin beckoned to a sensuously clad woman standing at the workbench, winking at Chen Yunxian. No, thank you, Chen Yunxian replied, shaking his head. Very well then. The two supercars belonging to Chen Yunxian and Bai Yumin arrived at the starting line. Brother Chen, do exercise caution. There are particularly sharp turns on the track. Bai Yumin called out to Chen Yunxian. I am aware, Chen Yunxian responded. Bang. A beautiful woman fired a starting pistol into the sky. Chen Yunxian slammed on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow, continuously gaining speed. Bai Yumin also launched his car, but ultimately, the performance of his vehicle could not match Chen Yunxian's Lamborghini Veneno. Within seconds, all he could see was the rear of Chen Yunxian's car. Damn, Brother Chen is running so fast, Bai Yumin exclaimed in astonishment, quickly accelerating in an attempt to catch up. After covering several hundred meters, Chen Yunxian encountered a right-angle turn. This posed no challenge for him, with a flawless drift. The tires screeched against the pavement, and he glided through without losing any speed. Bai Yumin's vehicle followed closely behind, also drifting through the turn. Um. The black beast beneath Chen Yunxian roared, as if awakening. The speed had soared past 300 miles per hour, and he sped past the few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Ahead loomed an S-curve. Almost instinctively, Chen Yunxian executed a series of drifts, leaving Bai Yumin trailing far behind. Bai Yumin watched in awe as Chen Yunxian navigated the turns with such finesse, lacking the same level of skill. He had to reduce his speed to make it through. At that moment, Chen Yunxian's heart raced with exhilaration. He continued to accelerate, hurtling forward. Just as Bai Yumin emerged from the bend, he noticed Chen Yunxian approaching the next turn. Two massive steel pipes came into view, and without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yunxian soared over them, followed by a dangerously acute turn. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Yunxian deftly maneuvered through, narrowly avoiding disaster. After navigating through several perilous sections, Chen Yunxian's car surged forward, reaching a speed of 300 miles per hour. The only sound piercing through the rush of wind was the roar of the engine. In his sight lay the straight track ahead, and the Lamborghini Veneno became a mere shadow, racing across the finish line before coming to a steady halt in front of Chen Qiaoyang and the others. Huh. Chen Yunxian exhaled deeply as he stepped out of the car. Wow. Incredible, Brother Chen. Your driving skills are astonishing. Chen Qiaoyang exclaimed in shock. Absolutely amazing. Brother Bai is left choking on your exhaust. Meng Tianle shouted excitedly. You've shattered the record on this track. Goodness. Brother Chen, you are a racing prodigy. Unbelievable. Brother Bai was previously the best racer among us, and now you've dethroned him upon your arrival. Ha! Huang Mingho said with enthusiasm. Bai Yumin's white Ferrari came to a stop at the finish line. Brother Chen, amazing. I truly admire you. I never expected you would leave me in your dust. Your drifting through those turns left me utterly speechless. Tell me, did you take racing lessons? Bai Yumin said, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Ha, not really. It's mainly due to the excellent performance of my car. Chen Yunxian chuckled. Wow. This Chen Yunxian really knows how to drive. A younger associate of Hua Xiangshan remarked. Those drifts through the turns were incredibly daring. Although the Lamborghini Veneno has superior performance compared to that Ferrari, it's evident that this Chen Yunxian's driving skill compensates for it. Leaving Bai Yumin gasping for his exhaust. Another added, Feiqi, what do you think? Hua Xiangshan inquired of Wei Feiqi, who stood nearby. His driving is quite impressive. He might be on par with me. Only a professional racer could execute such perfect drifts through those sharp turns. Wei Feiqi replied, furrowing his brow, his expression grave. Hua Xiangshan nodded thoughtfully, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Brother Chen. No, brother. You are now my brother. Could you possibly teach me your racing techniques? Bai Yumin said to Chen Yunxian. Of course, we can start with this and that. Chen Yunxian smiled. Look, he still wants to keep secrets. Bai Yumin pointed at Chen Yunxian, chuckling with Chen Qiaoyang and the others. Ha! Brother Bai, Brother Chen is a genius. You won't be able to replicate that. Mr. Chen. Greetings. I am Lu Gang, the general manager here. Congratulations on breaking the record at our Kunker Racing Club. A middle-aged man dressed in work attire approached Chen Yunxian respectfully. This is our club's racing membership card. Please accept it as a token of our congratulations for your record-breaking achievement. Lu Gang continued, extending a black card towards Chen Yunxian with both hands. Thank you, Chen Yunxian replied, accepting the card and placing it in his pocket. After a few more words, Lu Gang departed. Wow, I've always wanted one of those membership cards. Bai Yumin said enviously to Chen Yunxian. With your status, you haven't managed to get one? Chen Yunxian inquired. The membership here requires breaking the record. Bai Yumin's expression turned pained. He was a regular customer, yet had never managed to surpass the record. The owner behind this place is a mysterious big shot from Kyoto. My connections are insignificant in comparison, Bai Yumin lamented. Brother Chen. At that moment, Hua Xiangshan approached. Brother Chen, Hua Xiangshan said as he neared. Why are you back again? Bai Yumin frowned impatiently at Hua Xiangshan. Why? I came to find Brother Chen, not you. Hua Xiangshan replied nonchalantly. Uft. Brother Chen has only just met you. Calling him so familiarly. Are you plotting something? Bai Yumin sneered. A flicker of anger crossed Hua Xiangshan's eyes as he shot a glare at Bai Yumin, then turned to Chen Yunxian. Brother Chen, Feiqi wants to challenge you to a race. Would you care to join? Hua Xiangshan gestured towards Wei Feiqi, who stood among his subordinates, excitement radiating from his face. Sure. Chen Yunxian agreed, eager to test how his skills compared to those of a professional racer. Brother Chen, do be cautious. That Hua Xiangshan character is up to no good. Bai Yumin warned as he saw Chen Yunxian accept the challenge. Chen Yunxian gave him a reassuring look and cast a sidelong glance at Hua Xiangshan. A dog that bites does not bark. He understood that Bai Yumin's lengthy warnings indicated Hua Xiangshan's deeper intentions. Hello, I'm Wei Feiqi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Yunxian, Wei Feiqi approached, excitement etched on his face. All right, let's go. Get in the car. Chen Yunxian nodded in response. Good. Wei Feiqi promptly acquiesced, climbing into the sleek Porsche that Jianghai had prepared for him. Bang! The seductive sports car emitted the starting signal, and the two prepped supercars surged forth simultaneously. Chen Yunxian was behind the wheel of Billionaire's Ferrari, its price comparable to Wei Feiqi's Porsche. Both supercars launched with astounding speed, racing ahead in unison. Brother Chen, give it your all. Billionaire and the others shouted, oblivious to whether Chen Yunxian could hear them. The two vehicles raced side by side, neither able to gain the upper hand. As they approached the first bend, Chen Yunxian accelerated once more. Noticing this, Wei Feiqi also increased his speed. He had witnessed Chen Yunxian's prowess on screen, yet he was no slouch himself. Both vehicles surged ahead, but Chen Yunxian's speed clearly outpaced Wei Feiqi's, surpassing him by the length of a car. Wei Feiqi was taken aback. His current speed was sufficient for a safe passage, yet Chen Yunxian was still ahead. Chen Yunxian deftly maneuvered through the bend, followed closely by Wei Feiqi, who refused to be outdone and began to accelerate as well. However, Chen Yunxian's speed continued to eclipse his own, fully overtaking him. Determined, Wei Feiqi pressed the accelerator. A few hundred meters was but a blink for two accelerating supercars. Wei Feiqi found himself parallel to Chen Yunxian once more, but another bend loomed ahead. Frowning, Wei Feiqi calculated that at his current velocity, he could navigate it perfectly. But Chen Yunxian was right beside him, undoubtedly accelerating as well. As expected, Chen Yunxian pressed on the gas, with one hand on the steering wheel. He acknowledged the gap between himself and the professional racer Wei Feiqi. No, it was more about the disparity between Wei Feiqi and himself. The two cars navigated the bend in tandem, but Wei Feiqi felt a sense of urgency rising within him. Having failed to surpass Chen Yunxian through two consecutive bends, he, a professional racer, could not accept being outperformed by an amateur. At that moment, Jianghai's earlier words echoed in his mind. A little friction is permissible. Wei Feiqi told himself this, yet as a professional, he knew that even the slightest contact at high speeds could lead to a significant drift. He was merely deceiving himself. Gritting his teeth, Wei Feiqi accelerated further. Watching the race intently, Jianghai's lips curled into a smirk. He was aware that Wei Feiqi was following his advice. Chen Yunxian, you can only blame yourself for siding with Billionaire, he mused silently. Whether you lie in a hospital for months or suffer injuries on the track, your background won't speak for you. On the racetrack, Wei Feiqi continued to accelerate. Chen Yunxian glanced in the rearview mirror, observing Wei Feiqi gaining speed. A twinge of confusion stirring within him. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkened. Wei Feiqi showed no signs of slowing down and was barreling towards him. His vehicle began to tremble as Wei Feiqi's car drew level. Chen Yunxian steadied the steering wheel. Ahead lay a sharp turn, and there was no time to decelerate. If you want to play rough, don't blame me for retaliating, Chen Yunxian uttered, slightly adjusting the steering wheel as their vehicles made contact. What the hell is going on? Billionaire exclaimed, watching the unfolding drama. Are you the one orchestrating this? He angrily directed at Jianghai. How could I? This is a matter of life and death. Jianghai feigned surprise. You better not be. Billionaire shot him a dark glare before turning his attention back to the screen. Are they throwing their lives away? Wei Feiqi cursed, the steering wheel tilting as the two cars collided violently. Chen Yunxian narrowed his eyes. Being on the outside, he couldn't afford a head-on clash with Wei Feiqi, lest he be squeezed against the barriers. Thus, he reduced his speed slightly, allowing Wei Feiqi's car to surge ahead. Chen Yunxian followed closely, drifting through the bend before accelerating once more. Apologies, but I can't bear the wrath of Jianghai, Wei Feiqi remarked as he sped up. The white Ferrari beneath Chen Yunxian soared to over 300 miles per hour, rapidly closing the gap to Wei Feiqi's vehicle. Damn it. The cars collided again, and Chen Yunxian swiftly overtook Wei Feiqi. Over 300 miles per hour. Are you out of your mind? Wei Feiqi shouted, his eyes widening as anxiety began to creep in. Another sharp turn approached, with Chen Yunxian's car now ahead. Smiling, he watched Wei Feiqi continue to accelerate. Suddenly, the Ferrari in front executed a sharp brake, prompting Wei Feiqi to instinctively slam on his brakes. However, the next moment sent terror coursing through him as Chen Yunxian's white Ferrari performed a flawless drift through the turn. Wei Feiqi hastily followed suit. But his maneuver was too slow. His car violently collided with the barrier, and the airbags deployed, rendering him unconscious from the impact. Jianghai watched the scene unfold on the screen, his fists clenched. Useless, he cursed inwardly. Emergency personnel rushed to assist, extricating the unconscious Wei Feiqi from the car. Chen Yunxian soon crossed the finish line, coldly observing the spectacle before him. Chapter 52, The Unfortunate Charm of Compatibility. Brother Chen, Are you alright? As soon as Chen Yunxian exited the vehicle, Bai Yumin and the others rushed over, concern etched on their faces. I am fine. But it seems Wei Feiqi may be in trouble. Chen Yunxian replied with a light-hearted smile. He deserves it. Song Ji exclaimed angrily. Watching as the rescue team carried Wei Feiqi on a stretcher, Bai Yumin spat disdainfully. What a so-called professional racer. When faced with defeat, he resorts to underhanded tactics. At that moment, Hua Xiangshan approached, feigning concern. Brother Chen, my apologies. I never anticipated that Wei Feiqi could be such a person, he lamented. It's alright. I don't blame you. After all, knowing someone's face doesn't mean knowing their heart, Chen Yunxian replied coolly. However, his thoughts were far from forgiving. Wei Feiqi was Hua Xiangshan's recruit. And without his endorsement, Wei Feiqi would never have acted in such a manner. You still have the audacity to show your face. Wei Feiqi was brought here by you. Without your guidance, he wouldn't have done this. Bai Yumin rebuked loudly. Enough, Bai. Hua may not have known. Chen Yunxian interjected. Isn't that right, Hua? He asked. Observing Hua Xiangshan's disingenuous expression, Hua Xiangshan hesitated momentarily before nodding vigorously, perplexed as to whether Chen Yunxian actually believed his words or was merely attempting to curry favor. Brother Chen. Bai Yumin looked at Chen Yunxian with confusion, as did Qin Xiaoyang and the others. I am fine. It's just a pity about your car, Chen Yunxian remarked. No worries, as long as you're all right, Brother Chen, Bai Yumin replied, casting a wary glance at Hua Xiangshan. Brother Chen, since you're unscathed, I shall take my leave, Hua Xiangshan said, feeling the weight of the hostile gazes from Bai Yumin and the others, making him uneasy. Chen Yunxian fixed her gaze on Hua Xiangshan's retreating figure and activated her inside eye. Name, Hua Xiangshan. Physique, 72. Attractiveness, 80. Skills, basic driving, basic finance, basic horse racing, basic archery. System, use physique weakening card. Target Hua Xiangshan. Chen Yunxian silently commanded. Ding. Physique weakening card has taken effect. Hua Xiangshan's physique is reduced by 20 points. While conversing with his subordinates, Hua Xiangshan suddenly turned pale, sensing a peculiar weakness enveloping his body. His limbs felt lethargic, and a haze clouded his mind. What is happening? Is it possible that I'm feeling guilty? Hua Xiangshan pondered silently. Boss, are you alright? His subordinates noticed his wan complexion. I'm fine. It seems like I'm having a low blood sugar episode. He casually fabricated an excuse. Oh, I see, his subordinates replied, not pressing further. I'll head back now. You all can continue having fun, Hua Xiangshan said, feeling the oddity within his body and wishing to check on his health. Alright, boss. Hua Xiangshan hurriedly entered his Porsche and sped away. Strange. I've never heard of the boss suffering from low blood sugar, one subordinate muttered. Who knows? Maybe he has been overindulging lately, another joked. Ha, that could be it. Chen Yunxian observed Hua Xiangshan's hasty departure, realizing he must have sensed something amiss in his condition. System. Use bad luck charm. Target Hua Xiangshan. She silently instructed. Ding. Bad luck charm has been activated, lasting for 24 hours. Hua Xiangshan is now plagued by misfortune. Brother Chen, he clearly appears to be feeling guilty. Are we just letting him go like this? Bai Yumin remarked, watching Hua Xiangshan's hurried figure with frustration. There's no rush. Without evidence, how can you confront him? Chen Yunxian replied nonchalantly. Ah, indeed. Brother Chen, you're so clever. Bai Yumin's eyes lit up as he grasped Chen Yunxian's point. Without evidence. Even if they beat Hua Xiangshan, what would be the consequence? He would only resort to underhanded tactics again. It seemed Brother Chen intended to target his family's enterprises directly. Bai Yumin speculated. Qin Xiaoyang and others exchanged enlightened glances at Chen Yunxian, recognizing the terrifying prowess of a powerful heir. While they were still contemplating physical confrontation, she was already strategizing to strike at the heart of the matter. At this moment, Hua Xiangshan had just exited the vicinity of the Kunkai Club. Frowning at the traffic ahead, unbeknownst to anyone, a dark hue was forming on his previously pale forehead. Bang! His vehicle rolled over a stone, jolting him. And then the engine inexplicably stalled. What the hell? The car stalled at such a time. Hua Xiangshan felt an overwhelming surge of irritation. He promptly opened the car door and stepped out. Damn it! What a piece of junk. It stalls just from rolling over a stone. He cursed, noticing the debris stuck to his tire. At that moment, a flock of birds flew overhead. Plop, plop. A noise erupted from the car. Hua Xiangshan looked up, perplexed, only to discover his vehicle was speckled with white spots. What is this? He leaned closer, catching a whiff of a foul odor. This is bird droppings. Hua Xiangshan quickly recoiled from the mess. Damn, a bunch of filthy birds. He shouted at the sky. Suddenly, several blobs of bird droppings fell, landing in his open mouth and directly into his wide eyes. Ugh, as the droppings assaulted his eyes, Hua Xiangshan screamed, inadvertently swallowing the droppings that had fallen into his mouth. Ugh ugh ugh, Hua Xiangshan began to gag, but the droppings had already settled in his stomach. Damn it. Ugh. Hastily, he wiped the droppings from his eyes, finally regaining a blurry view of his surroundings. One day, I will wipe out this flock of birds, Hua Xiangshan vowed, catching sight of a small stone at his feet and kicking it vehemently to vent his frustration. Hua Xiangshan let out a pig-like wail as a sharp pain shot through his thumb, causing him to howl in agony. Ding. Hua Xiangshan's physique reduced by 2. Hua Xiangshan's physique is now at 50 points. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chen Yunxian's mind. Oh, it seems Hua Xiangshan is in for quite the ordeal. Chen Yunxian mused, surprised. At 50 physique points, he was in imminent danger. As Hua Xiangshan returned to his car, he found that the engine had miraculously restarted. All he wanted was to rush to the hospital for a gastric lavage, enduring the persistent waves of nausea. He revved the engine and drove toward the urban area of Jiangdu. Upon entering the city, his bird droppings-covered sports car drew the attention of passers-by. Wow, what a sports car! And it's covered in bird droppings. Haha, that guy is really something. If driving a sports car ends up like this, I'll pass. Even seasoned drivers pulled out their phones to capture the spectacle of the droppings-laden sports car. Chapter 53. Huolin Foam? What is that? A bunch of lowlifes. Hua Xiangshan dared not step out, instead seething from within the car, for his face was still smeared with droppings. Stepping out would only invite more ridicule. As his vehicle merged into traffic, he headed toward the city center hospital. At a red light, Hua Xiangshan, positioned at the front, came to a halt. Pedestrians passing by cast disdainful glances at his shabby vehicle. A few young university students, curious about the owner of such a sports car, peered into the driver's seat. Whoa, what is that on his face? Why is he so pale? One student remarked. Isn't that bird droppings? Another exclaimed, observing the mess on the car, and then on Hua Xiangshan's face, astonished. Instantly, a crowd began to point and whisper at Hua Xiangshan. In that moment, Hua Xiangshan was furious to the point his hands trembled. He longed to start the car and run over this crowd. However, if he did so, no matter how influential his background, he would not escape the grasp of the law, especially with so many competitors watching. As the traffic light turned green, Hua Xiangshan, exasperated, decided to ignore the situation and sped through the intersection. Beep, 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 beep. A series of urgent, blaring horns sounded. Hua Xiangshan impatiently turned to see something that filled him with terror, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes, halting squarely in the middle of the road. A large red semi-truck barreled toward him, its headlights blindingly bright. This vehicle was also running the red light, maintaining its speed as it charged directly at him. Bang! The two vehicles collided with a deafening crash, and he lost consciousness from the violent impact. Ding! Target Hua Xiangshan's physique has dropped to 15, currently still declining. The system's alert resonated in Chen Yunxian's mind. TSK, it seems this life-threatening danger is no joke. His physique has plummeted to 15. Chen Yunxian thought in astonishment. System. Does one's physique reaching 0 signify death? Chen Yunxian inquired within his mind. Indeed, host. The system responded. The crowd stood in stunned silence, witnessing the catastrophic accident before them. A supercar, marred with bird droppings, lay mangled beyond recognition, its parts strewn across the ground. The semi-truck that had run the red light was nowhere to be seen. The driver had fled the scene, leaving the license plate obscured by dust, rendering it unreadable. A compassionate bystander attempted to extricate Hua Xiangshan from the vehicle, only to discover that his legs were firmly trapped, prompting him to cease his efforts. The distant wail of an ambulance siren echoed, yet none had arrived. The ambulance driver, equally anxious, found himself ensnared in traffic on the once crowded street due to the accident. As Chen Yunxian enjoyed time with Bayumin and the others into the evening, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Designated individual Hua Xiangshan's physique has stabilized at 10. It seems he has been saved, Chen Yunxian mused, harboring no pity for Hua Xiangshan. Chengu, Chengu, Chengu. Bayumin's excited voice broke through. What is it? Chen Yunxian asked. Hua Xiangshan was hit by a truck. A semi, Bayumin exclaimed, bubbling with enthusiasm. Ha! He deserves this day. Meng Tianla chuckled. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is karma. Qin Chaoyang chimed in joyfully. It was evident that Bayumin and the others harbored an intense hatred for Hua Xiangshan. He truly deserves it, Chen Yunxian remarked nonchalantly. After a shared glance, Bayumin and his friends resumed their discussion about Hua Xiangshan. Wow, Chen Gu is ruthless. He nearly got someone killed. Bayumin thought to himself. Chen Gu, shall we take another round? Bayumin inquired. No, let's call it a day. I have matters to attend to tonight, Chen Yunxian replied. All right, take care, Chen Gu, Bayumin said regretfully. After bidding them farewell, Chen Yunxian drove off in his Lamborghini Veneno. Wow, Chen Ge is indeed fierce. Bai Yuman exclaimed as he watched Chen Yunxian's car depart. Indeed. Huo Xiangshan is on the brink of death. I heard he is still in ICU. Qin Qiuyang stated. That's brutal. A thunderous strike. Song Ji added in astonishment. Thank goodness you didn't T-clash with Chen Ge back then. Otherwise, we would have had to take turns visiting you. Meng Tianla patted Huang Mingho's shoulder. I'm truly grateful I didn't T-act impulsively. Huang Mingho said, still shaken. All right, from now on, Chen Ge will forever be my brother. Bai Yuman suddenly exclaimed, having now realized a mere glimpse of Chen Yunxian's formidable capabilities. Effortlessly orchestrating Huo Xiangshan's predicament in Jiangdu with such swiftness. He truly was a fierce dragon crossing the river. Although he had disrupted some clandestine rules, with Chun Ji's background, he surely had nothing to fear. Bai Yuman pondered. Meanwhile, Chen Yunxian drove his Lamborghini Veneno with ease, humming a tune. Bai Yuman and the others assumed he was behind it all, and he did not deny it, for it was indeed his doing. Although it was the effect of a misfortune talisman, one could say it was his influence. Furthermore, it would be impossible to trace it back to him, as it was merely a stroke of luck. Beloved, would you like me to cook for you today? Chen Yunxian spoke on the phone with Jiang Yun. Sure. But it seems there's south no place to cook. Jiang Yun's sweet voice replied. There is. I have an apartment here in Jiangdu. Would you like to come see it? Chen Yunxian suggested. Yes, yes. Let me tidy up. Jiang Yun responded joyfully. Great. I'll head back to school shortly. Chen Yunxian said before hanging up. Beep, beep. Chen Yunxian, noticing the Maybach ahead still slowing down, impatiently honked the horn. To his surprise, the car in front came to a halt. A burly man in a suit and sunglasses stepped out. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Huo Linfeng would like to invite you to speak with him in the car. The bodyguard announced. Who is Huo Linfeng? Does he have such clout? Chen Yunxian scoffed. Mr. Huo Linfeng is a business magnate in Jiangdu. Mr. Chen, please consider this carefully. The bodyguard continued. Huo Linfeng? What is he to me? Have him come and meet me. Chen Yunxian sneered. Well aware that Huo Linfeng was one of the directors of the leading enterprise, Linfeng Group, in Jiangdu. The other shares were held by a controlling group that did not engage in Linfeng Group's affairs. With a market value of over 70 billion, Chen Yunxian's own Wanyang capital had recently soared to over 20 billion, even without going public, a conservative estimate. With such growth potential, he had no fear of Huo Linfeng. Moreover, Linfeng Group would not encroach upon the financial sector, while Wanyang Capital could very well influence Linfeng Group's stock market. As for the other controlling groups, they would never outmatch Wanyang Capital. This confidence stemmed from the system's assurance. Chapter 54, The Initial Confrontation. Mr. Chen, do not speak too boastfully. When Mr. Huo personally seeks you out, it will no longer be a simple conversation, the bodyguard warned. Are you threatening me? Chen Yunxian raised an eyebrow. It's not a threat. Merely a piece of advice, the bodyguard replied. I, Chen Yunxian, have never feared anyone. If Huo Linfeng insists on this, I shall make him aware of the consequences of provoking me, Chen Yunxian scoffed. At that moment, the door of the Maybach opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. Xiao Wu, let me have a word with this promising young man. Chen, the man said. From his tone and demeanor, it was clear he was Huo Xiangshan's father. Huo Linfeng, you are Huo Linfeng? Chen Yunxian inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, I am Huo Linfeng, and Huo Xiangshan is my wayward son, Huo Linfeng stated. Oh, was Chen Yunxian's indifferent reply. Huo Linfeng paid no mind to Chen Yunxian's tone and maintained a polite smile. I wonder if young Chen is aware of the circumstances surrounding my son's accident? Huo Linfeng asked. Perhaps he is reaping the consequences of his misdeeds. Chen Yunxian chuckled derisively. One should not speak so hastily. He is still my son. I shall ask you once more, young Chen, do you know? Huo Linfeng pressed on. What of it, whether I know or not? Chen Yunxian replied coolly. You insolent brat. Do not be so arrogant. The bodyguard snapped angrily. Is that your stance? Chen Yunxian did not even glance at the bodyguard, directing his question at Huo Linfeng. Silence. Who permitted you to speak? Huo Linfeng glared at the bodyguard, scolding him. I kindly request that young Chen shares his thoughts with me. Huo Linfeng continued. I am under no obligation to inform you, and next time your car obstructs my path, you shall bear the consequences, Chen Yunxian stated. Huo Linfeng's temples throbbed, yet he struggled to maintain his composure. Young Chen, do not be overly arrogant. Huo Linfeng gritted his teeth. I thought you could maintain your composure for longer. Are you already faltering? What a hypocritical old man. Chen Yunxian scoffed disdainfully. You, Chen Yunxian, are you certain you wish to offend me? Huo Linfeng could no longer maintain his facade of decorum and exclaimed angrily. What do you think you are? What prestige do you hold here? Chen Yunxian scrutinized Huo Linfeng with a contemptuous glare, her disdain unmistakable. Very well. I shall see just how capable you truly are. Huo Linfeng retorted with a venomous remark, intending to leave. He feared that remaining any longer would lead him to succumb to Chen Yunxian's provocations. Old fool. Allow me to remind you that even if your son is dead, he deserves it. Chen Yunxian delivered another cutting remark as she observed Huo Linfeng's disheveled retreat. Huo Linfeng stumbled slightly before entering his car. As Chen Yunxian watched the Maybach drive away, she took out her phone. Hello? Boss, are you looking for me? Ning Qingxi's voice came through the line. Suppress the Linfeng group, and let it be known they have provoked the wrong people. Be as ruthless as possible. Chen Yunxian spoke in an unassuming tone. However, Ning Qingxi sensed the palpable aura of menace on the other end. Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed. Ning Qingxi replied. Once it's done, I shall promote you to vice president. Chen Yunxian declared. Thank you, boss. Ning Qingxi responded. After hanging up, Ning Qingxi smirked. Although she had been merely a junior assistant these days, her responsibilities mirrored those of the president, and she relished it. Knock, knock, knock. The office of Ning Qingxi's boss was rapped upon. Assistant Ning, are you looking for me? Sun Kai entered and inquired. Yes. Please disseminate the order to suppress the Linfeng group in the market. Use harsher methods. This is the boss's directive. Ning Qingxi stated while attending to documents. Sun Kai, initially puzzled, immediately adopted a serious expression upon realizing it was the boss's command. Understood. I shall notify them at once. Sun Kai responded gravely, promptly exiting. Upon returning to his villa, Huo Linfeng wore a sullen expression. What's wrong, Linfeng? Why the long face? His wife, Bai Jia, asked. I have some bad news for you. Brace yourself, Huo Linfeng replied in a somber tone. What is it? Bai Jia queried, claiming she was prepared for anything. Shauna was hit by a car. Huo Linfeng's countenance darkened. What? How is Shauna now? I must go see him immediately. What on earth happened to make him endure such suffering? Bai Jia exclaimed anxiously. He got into trouble with someone outside. I don't know who retaliated, Huo Linfeng explained. How can you be such a father? You can't even handle this minor issue. Shauna is truly suffering. Bai Jia chastised. This is all you're doing. You've spoiled him, letting him run wild and create havoc. I'm the one who always has to clean up after him. Do you realize that even those younger than him have their own companies, valued in the billions? Billions. Understand? Huo Linfeng's temper flared, exacerbated by Chen Yunxian's earlier words. What does it matter if they are valued in billions? Isn't your company worth over 700 billion? Why not have Shauna inherit your shares and live a life of comfort as a wealthy heir? Bai Jia retorted loudly. Comfort? He has provoked the wrong people. He was already at odds with that boy from the Bai family and has now caused a catastrophic disaster. Now even the company will suffer because of him. Huo Linfeng shouted angrily. What? What do we do now? Bai Jia's face fell at the thought of the company suffering consequences. She knew precisely how their privileged life was sustained. If her husband were unjustly implicated and expelled from the company, what would happen to her life of luxury and her young suitors? Enough, enough. We will face whatever comes our way. You needn't fret unnecessarily, Huo Linfeng said, rubbing his temples in distress. Oh, okay, Bai Jia nodded obediently. As they conversed, Huo Linfeng's phone rang. Hello? What is it? He answered impatiently. Not good, Chairman Hua. Our company, the company. A frantic voice came through the line. What has happened? Speak slowly. Huo Linfeng's unease grew as he sensed the urgency in the caller's tone. Cough, cough. The company's stocks are plummeting. We've received numerous complaints and reports. Regulatory bodies are now taking notice. Furthermore, we are facing a liquidity crisis. Major banks are demanding we repay our debts. Several of our suppliers have breached contracts and ceased deliveries. Additionally, Huo Linfeng was left dumbfounded by the barrage of troubling news. Chapter 55, The Star, Jiang Wanqing. Huo Linfeng listened in astonishment to the litany of issues plaguing the company. It was painfully obvious that Chen Yunxian was behind this orchestrated chaos. Chen Yunxian, you are truly ruthless. Huo Linfeng seethed through clenched teeth. Chairman Hua, there's one more thing. The voice on the other end stammered. What is it? Speak quickly. Huo Linfeng suppressed his fury. There are rumors circulating that your son has provoked the wrong people, which is why. The caller hesitated. Chen Yunxian, I will not rest until I see you pay for this. Huo Linfeng felt a tightening in his chest, his vision darkening as he roared in outrage. The caller, sensing Huo Linfeng's fury, hastily hung up, fearing the wrath might be directed at them. Darling, are you all right? Bai Jia asked anxiously as she noticed Huo Linfeng slumped on the sofa. I'm fine, he replied weakly. Husband, who is Chen Yunxian? Is he the cause of all this? Bai Jia inquired with concern. This is not something you need to worry about. Huo Linfeng waved his hand dismissively. Ding, ding, ding. Huo Linfeng's phone on the coffee table rang again. Bai Jia obediently answered and handed the phone to him. Hello? Who is this? Huo Linfeng asked listlessly. Chairman Hua. The board meeting will commence in 2 hours. Please be punctual. A cold voice on the line sent chills through Huo Linfeng's heart. Bang. Huo Linfeng hurled the phone to the ground. It's over. It's all over. He closed his eyes, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. Given the predatory nature of these capitalists, he would undoubtedly be ousted from the board and his shares would be seized. Meanwhile, Bai Jie remained silent, her mind racing as she contemplated her own escape route. At that moment, Chen Yunxian stood outside the female dormitory, leaning against her car while gazing at her phone. Boss, the stocks of the Linfeng Group have plummeted by a third, and their shareholders are about to convene a board meeting. Ning Qingxi reported. Well done, Chen Yunxian replied. It's the least I could do, boss. However, there are other companies also targeting the Linfeng Group. Should we deal with them? Ning Qingxi asked. No need. They are our allies, Chen Yunxian responded. Understood, boss. Ning Qingxi acknowledged. Indeed, as soon as I initiate the attack, others will swiftly follow suit. Now we merely await Hua Linfeng's expulsion from the board. That will be the moment of his true despair. Chen Yunxian pondered silently. Given Hua Xianshan's notorious reputation and the troubles he had caused over the years, it was evident that Hua Linfeng had been cleaning up his messes, undoubtedly rousing the ire of many. These individuals, recognizing the formidable power of the Linfeng Group, dared not provoke Hua Linfeng, thus swallowing their grievances in silence. However, once Hua Linfeng lost his position as chairman of the Linfeng Group, he would no longer inspire fear. As Chen Yunxian was lost in thought, a pair of delicate, fair hands covered his eyes. Guess who I am? Chen Yunxian turned and embraced the girl who had covered his eyes, speaking softly. Of course, it's my beloved senior. Hee. Jiang Yun released her hands. Tada, do I look beautiful today? She twirled in her little skirt, eagerly asking. Absolutely. No matter what you wear. You are the most beautiful. Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. Only you would say that. Jiang Yun playfully rolled her eyes at him. Yet her delighted smile revealed her satisfaction with his response. Ah, Jiang Yun exclaimed, blushing as Chen Yunxian lifted her in a princess carry. Let us go, he chuckled. Amidst the envious gazes of seniors in front of the dormitory, Chen Yunxian drove off in the Lamborghini Poison. What were you thinking just now? You seem so absorbed, Jiang Yun asked gently from the passenger seat. I was contemplating company matters. I just dealt with an unwise company. Chen Yun smiled. Wow. My junior is quite formidable. Jiang Yun feigned surprise. Of course, have you forgotten who I am? Chen Yunxian replied confidently. So full of yourself. Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with mischief. Humph. This is called strength. Chen Yunxian retorted playfully. All right. My junior indeed possesses strength. Jiang Yun cooed like a child. You think of me as a child? Just wait. And you'll see who the real boss is. Chen Yunxian declared. Then I shall look forward to it. Jiang Yun responded boldly. Welcome back, Mr. Chen. The security guard at the underground parking lot respectfully greeted. The sleek black Lamborghini Poison parked in its space as Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun exited the vehicle. Wow. This underground garage is so bright. Jiang Yun exclaimed, gazing at the illuminated parking area. The underground garage in my neighborhood is all dark and gloomy, she remarked. At that moment, a young woman emerged from a BMW across the way. Chen Yunxian cast a glance and thought, oh no, it's that woman again. How unfortunate. Upon spotting Chen Yunxian, the woman snorted disdainfully, her high heels clicking sharply as she strode towards the elevator. Hand in hand, Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun entered the elevator as well. What a scumbag, the woman muttered upon noticing that Chen Yunxian was with a different girl this time. Junior. It seems she just called you a scumbag. Do you two have a history? Jiang Yun teased with a smile. Don't overthink it. There's no way I have any history with her. Chen Yunxian replied, gently rubbing Jiang Yun's hand. The woman overheard Jiang Yun's comment and huffed loudly. Hey, are you a pig? You're so good at grunting. Chen Yunxian mocked. You re the pig. Your whole family are pigs. The woman retorted angrily. Lady, on such a hot day, aren't you too warm in those heavy clothes? Jiang Yun inquired, puzzled. Probably just ugly. Chen Yunxian suggested casually. You re the ugly one. I just don't want to expose myself in front of others. The woman shot back. One would think you're a celebrity, but it's likely you lack confidence because you're unattractive. Chen Yunxian scoffed. You're really infuriating. The woman stammered, caught off guard by Chen Yunxian's words. Junior, don't provoke her any further. Look, she's almost speechless, Jiang Yun remarked. Jiang Yun, not pleased with the woman, felt that her junior should speak for himself. Not let others do so. I am really not ugly, the woman declared, pulling down her mask to reveal her exquisite features. Not bad. I wonder why you wear that mask so tightly all the time. Chen Yunxian said with surprise. Hey, you look familiar. Let me think. Jiang Yun mused, staring at the woman as if recalling a memory. You re that big star, Jiang something? Jiang. Jiang Yun frowned. Jiang Wanxing. The celebrity introduced herself. Chapter 56. The Aroma of Cuisine. Wow. It's really the big star Jiang Wanxing. I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. Jiang Yun exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder you cover yourself up so thoroughly. By the way, Don't you worry about getting heat rash wearing all those layers. Chen Yunxian asked playfully. No, absolutely not. Jiang Wanqing replied emphatically. Then have you ever encountered the deceased? Jiang Wanqing joked. Oh, we definitely don't want to see that. Jiang Yun laughed, covering her mouth. Ding. The elevator has arrived at the 11th floor. The doors opened, and Jiang Wanqing stepped out. I'll head back now, she said as she waved. Goodbye, big star. Jiang Yun replied enthusiastically. As the elevator doors closed, Jiang Yun grasped Chen Yunxian's hand. That big star has a rather pleasant personality. Jiang Yun commented. Indeed. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible for her to become a top influencer in the country in just 3 years. Chen Yunxian nodded in agreement. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun stepped out hand in hand. Hey, why is there only one household on this floor? Did we take a wrong turn? Jiang Yun asked, puzzled. No. This floor only has my unit. Chen Yunxian replied truthfully. Oh, I see. Jiang Yun nodded obediently. As they spoke, the door to the apartment swung open. Your place is so spacious. Jiang Yun exclaimed, her cherry lips parting in shock as she gazed at the living room before her. Would you like to choose a room? Chen Yunxian asked gently. Sure. Which room do you occupy? Junior. Jiang Yun inquired eagerly. The master bedroom. Chen Yunxian pointed out. Great. Then I'll take the room to your right. Jiang Yun announced. Sounds good. Chen Yunxian nodded. After speaking, Chen Yunxian began preparing dinner. Glancing at the ingredients in the refrigerator, he already had a dish in mind for the evening. I'll help you out. Jiang Yun volunteered. Okay. The two began cooking in the kitchen, with Jiang Yun washing the vegetables while Chen Yunxian, as the head chef, chopped and stir-fried. Before long, the delightful aroma of the meal filled the kitchen. It smells wonderful, Jiang Yun exclaimed, unable to resist glancing at the dishes still in the pot. Hey, you can't eat yet. Chen Yunxian chuckled, bemused as he saw Jiang Yun reaching for a bite. He had never realized before that his senior had such a food-loving trait. Once the meal was ready and served on the table, Jiang Yun eagerly took a bite. Hot, she gasped, struggling to swallow, her tongue sticking out. Eat slowly. No one is trying to snatch it from you. Chen Yunxian laughed. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jiang Wanqing contemplated what to eat for dinner. She glanced into the refrigerator, which was nearly empty of ingredients. She had no choice but to prepare a bowl of noodles to satiate her hunger. However, at that moment, she had opened the window, allowing a waft of fragrant food to drift in from outside. Jiang Wanqing caught a whiff of this delightful aroma and glanced at the plain broth noodles in her bowl, instantly losing her appetite. Which household is responsible for such a delectable scent? She muttered indignantly as she poked at her noodles. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The notifications from her phone interrupted her thoughts, and she initially assumed it was work-related. Jiang Wanqing quickly unlocked her phone, only to find messages from the building's group chat. Whose cooking is that? It smells divine. 1101. I smell it too. The kids say my cooking is subpar. 1002. Is there a master chef in our building? The aroma travels so far. 901. As Jiang Wanqing perused the messages, a sense of balance returned to her. It seemed she was not the only one captivated by the scent. Chen Yunxian noticed the flurry of notifications on her phone and took a glance, her lips curving into a smile at the discussions about the tantalizing food. What's wrong, Junior? Jiang Yun asked, her voice muffled as she chewed on her food. Nothing. Just someone saying our cooking smells wonderful. Chen Yunxian replied with a chuckle. Oh, that is certainly true. Junior, your cooking is exquisite. It tastes even better than that private chef from that hotel. Jiang Yun affirmed. Of course, I am a master chef. Chen Yunxian declared proudly. Apologies. My window was open too wide. 1209. Chen Yunxian typed in the group chat. For a moment, the messages in the group paused, followed by responses of it's fine and understood. 1209 was the penthouse floor, as there was only one household on the rooftop. Hongjing had designated the door number as 9 to signify the exclusivity of the penthouse. It's that boy, Jiang Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, contemplating that he seemingly did not know how to cook either. Yet, the girl appeared even less adept, as she was busy doing her nails. TSK, I'm done eating, Jiang Wanqing remarked as she took her bowl and unceremoniously tossed it into the trash. Deciding to skip dinner today felt like a form of light fasting. However, as she lay in bed, the aroma of the food lingered in her mind. She then opened her phone and ordered takeout from a private chef. Jiang Yun, disregarding her image, sprawled on the sofa and let out a belch. I'm so stuffed, she said, rubbing her belly. I'll do some exercise later to help digest it, Chen Yunxian suggested. Sounds good. I'll go to the gym area soon, Jiang Yun replied, having noticed the fitness area in Chen Yunxian's house. No need. I have another method of exercise, Chen Yunxian stated. What is it? Jiang Yun inquired. Chen Yunxian scooped Jiang Yun up and carried her towards the master bedroom. Hey, wait. I need to take a shower first, Jiang Yun exclaimed as she was deposited onto the bed, noticing the mischievous smile on Chen Yunxian's face. All right, go ahead, Chen Yunxian nodded. Jiang Yun entered the bathroom, but soon re-emerged, holding a pair of stockings. Whose are these, Junior? Jiang Yun demanded, her voice laced with mock anger. Ah, I forgot to tidy up last time, Chen Yunxian sheepishly replied. You're not the first to bring me here. I'm jealous. Jiang Yun pouted, crossing her arms. Oh. Chen Yunxian acknowledged with a nod. Is that your only reaction? Jiang Yun questioned, her eyes wide. I'll bite you, she exclaimed, lunging at Chen Yunxian and sinking her teeth into his shoulder. Ah. Chen Yunxian gasped, realizing he had lifted her off the ground. Wait, I haven't showered yet. Jiang Yun hurriedly protested. I was just about to shower too. We can go together, Chen Yunxian said, carrying her into the bathroom. Tell me, are you still jealous? Chen Yunxian asked while holding Jiang Yun. No, Jiang Yun replied, shaking her head with difficulty. Now you know how formidable I am. MHM, Jiang Yun murmured, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted into slumber. The next afternoon, Jiang Yun slowly opened her eyes, discovering that Chen Yunxian was still asleep beside her. In a playful mood, she began to tickle his ear with her hair. Chen Yunxian suddenly awoke, staring at the close proximity of Jiang Yun. Ah, how did you wake up? Jiang Yun asked. It seems last night's lesson was too lenient. I must enforce the family rules, Chen Yunxian declared with mock anger, filling the room with a playful atmosphere. After completing her cardio workout, Chen Yunxian rose from bed, feeling invigorated, while Jiang Yun remained nestled in her blankets. Time for a meal, Chen Yunxian announced as he entered the room. I want to sleep a little longer, Jiang Yun mumbled, burying her head under the covers. Eat first. You haven't had anything today? Chen Yunxian insisted. Fine, Jiang Yun replied slowly as she dressed and got out of bed. Hiss after taking just 2 steps. Jiang Yun felt a twinge of discomfort. Chen Yunxian lifted her up and placed her in a chair. It smells so good, Jiang Yun exclaimed as the aroma of food filled the air, instantly revitalizing her. Ding ding ding. Jiang Yun's phone rang, and the caller was her best friend. Su Meng. What's up, Meng Meng? Jiang Yun asked. Are you coming to class this afternoon? Su Meng inquired. No, I'm not feeling well today, Jiang Yun confessed. Oh ho. As expected of a junior, Su Meng laughed. You're quite the joker, Jiang Yun retorted playfully. Haha, I won't disturb you any longer. Su Meng chuckled before hanging up. On the other end of the line, Su Meng was with 2 other girls listening intently. Is the junior really that impressive? One girl asked, blushing. He is so handsome. I didn't expect him to be good in that aspect too. Truly perfect. Another girl remarked. Shoo. Su Meng gestured for silence. The 2 girls nodded vigorously, understanding her meaning. Meng Meng, when will you find a partner? One girl asked. I don't know. Su Meng replied, shaking her head. Yet, she sighed inwardly. Having seen a man as perfect as Chen Yunxian, how could she possibly like anyone else? After finishing her meal, Jiang Yun stretched, revealing her perfect abs. Chen Yunxian couldn't help but gaze for a moment, earning a disapproving glare from Jiang Yun. Pervert, she scoffed. Hee. Chen Yunxian chuckled. Just then, his phone rang. Hello? Boss, Meishu Capital wishes to discuss something with us, came the cool voice of Ning Qingxi on the line. Meishu. All right. I understand. What do they want to discuss? Chen Yunxian inquired. They want you to cease the pressure on Linfeng Group. Currently, Huo Linfeng has been expelled from the Linfeng Group, Ning Qingxi explained. I see, but there must be conditions, otherwise, it's non-negotiable. You can handle the specifics, Chen Yunxian instructed. Understood, boss. Ning Qingxi replied with a hint of melancholy in her voice. By the way, pass along the information you've gathered to Huo Linfeng. I'm sure he'll find it quite intriguing. After Chen Yunxian finished speaking, she abruptly hung up the phone. At that moment, Huo Linfeng was at the city hospital. His brow furrowed with worry, his temples already showing hints of gray as he gazed at Huo Xiangshan, who lay on the hospital bed. Who could have imagined that just a day prior, he was the formidable chairman of Linfeng Group, commanding the business world of Jiangdu. Dad. Huo Xiangshan weakly called out from the bed. Son, you've finally woken up. Your father and I were nearly frantic with worry. Bai Jia, seated beside him, said, wiping her tears. Dad, who arranged for someone to hit me? I want him dead. Huo Xiangshan rasped, his face twisted with rage. I don't know, but it's highly likely that it was Chen Yunxian, Huo Linfeng replied, shaking his head. Chen Yunxian. I should have had Wei Feiqi run him over on the racetrack. He is just an outsider. Why is he so arrogant? Huo Xiangshan paused, then spoke with venomous resentment. Did you arrange for someone to hit him first? Huo Linfeng narrowed his eyes and questioned his son. Yes. I saw him getting too close to Bai Yuman and his group. I wanted to teach him a lesson, make him understand where he should stand. Huo Xiangshan declared. Very well. No wonder you've been retaliated against. You brought this upon yourself. Why did you have to provoke Chen Yunxian of all people? Huo Linfeng shouted in anger. Dad, how could you yell at me? Huo Xiangshan said in disbelief. Yell at you? If you weren't lying in a hospital bed, I would have struck you. Do you know that yesterday, Chen Yunxian retaliated against Linfeng Group immediately? I've been ousted. All my efforts over the years have turned to dust, and it's all because of you. Why on earth did I ever think it was a good idea to raise such a wretch? I should have just had you slammed against the wall back then. Hua Linfeng scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Hua Xiangshan. Linfeng, don't speak to our child like that, Bai Jia interjected. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you pampering him all the time, would he have caused such a disaster? Truly, a doting mother leads to a wayward son. Hua Linfeng continued to berate Bai Jia. Hua Xiangshan stared in shock at the furious Hua Linfeng, unable to believe that this was his reality. Why? Why is he an outsider so powerful? Why does he side with Bai Yuman? Why? Hua Xiangshan muttered to himself. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the ward door. What is it? Hua Linfeng asked impatiently. A bodyguard's voice came from outside. Boss, someone brought some items and said they need to be delivered to you. Throw them out, Hua Linfeng replied dismissively. Boss, he said you'd definitely be interested, the bodyguard said weakly from outside. Then bring them in for me to see. Hua Linfeng commanded. The ward door was pushed open, and the bodyguard entered, holding a stack of items. Bai Jia felt an ominous premonition as she observed the thick stack. Hua Linfeng casually flipped through a few pages, and the photographs immediately captivated his attention. As he continued to flip through, images of a woman in compromising positions emerged, each more distressing than the last. The more he looked, the more his hands trembled. Linfeng, what's wrong? Bai Jia asked, concerned as she noticed Hua Linfeng's odd demeanor. Ignoring her, he continued to peruse the material until he had nearly finished. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Bai Jia, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. How dare you ask? With a swift motion, Hua Linfeng hurled the images at Bai Jia's face. You ungrateful wretch. I've raised you for so many years, and this is how you repay me. I must have been blind. Slap, slap, slap. Hua Linfeng struck Bai Jia several times in quick succession. Stunned, Bai Jia felt tears streaming down her face. Dad, what on earth is happening? You can't hit Mom. Hua Xiangshan exclaimed anxiously. You filthy brat. I let you sneak around with someone else. I let you betray me. Hua Linfeng continued his assault on Bai Jia's face in a fit of rage. Dad, Hua Xiangshan shouted. You bastard. Shut up, Hua Linfeng roared. Bai Jia, trembling, picked up one of the scattered photographs from the floor. Upon seeing it, she nearly fainted. The image depicted her in a compromising embrace with another man. Linfeng, please let me explain. Bai Jia pleaded. Explain. Never mind. I'm exhausted. Just wait for the lawsuits to come. Hua Linfeng seemed to age 20 years in an instant, speaking wearily before turning to leave. Chapter 58, Bai Song, Retribution. Hua Xiangshan watched as Hua Linfeng turned to leave, stunned into silence. Dad, Dad, Hua Xiangshan called out twice. Hua Linfeng did not pause, throwing open the door and slamming it behind him. Bang! The sound echoed like a thunderclap in their hearts. Hua Xiangshan clumsily got out of bed, picking up the scattered photographs from the floor. Upon seeing them, he was struck dumb. In his memory, his mother had always been a gentle and virtuous woman, yet the contents of the photographs shattered his perception entirely. Taking a deep breath, he dared not look further, but his gaze was drawn to the last sheet of A4 paper at the bottom of the pile. Trembling, he grasped it, revealing a paternity test report. The results left him feeling as though his heart had turned to ash. The report indicated that he was not Hua Linfeng's biological son. This meant that his mother had betrayed him 20 years ago. Disgusted, Hua Xiangshan cast a loathing glance at Bai Jia and, dragging his feeble body, made to leave. Son, where are you going? Bai Jia called out as she saw Hua Xiangshan attempt to leave. It's none of your business, Hua Xiangshan replied with disdain. Bai Jia was taken aback by her son's tone as she watched him exit the ward. No, I must find my father. After all these years, I believe he abandoned me. Hua Xiangshan murmured to himself as he headed toward the hospital exit. Just outside the hospital door, Hua Xiangshan stumbled and fell to the ground. His already fragile body succumbed to the shock, and he lost consciousness. Ding. Designated individual Hua Xiangshan's physical condition reduced by 5. Currently still in gradual decline. At midday, the hospital entrance, which was already sparsely populated, saw no one approach Hua Xiangshan, who lay there in a patient gown. As Hua Xiangshan's condition weakened to 1, a few nurses rushed out. Quick, hurry, take him back, one nurse shouted. Hua Xiangshan was brought back into the ward, but his life signs began to fade. Ding. Designated individual Hua Xiangshan has died. Curse token, remaining effects have expired. Meanwhile, Chen Yunxian, nestled in Jiang Yuan's embrace, being fed freshly washed fruit, paused momentarily upon hearing the system's notification, then continued to relish the drama unfolding on the screen. The death of Hua Xiangshan brought him no negative emotions. After all, he had intended to harm Chen Yunxian first. and they bore no enmity toward one another. Mr. Hua, young Master Xiangshan has passed away, a bodyguard reported immediately to Hua Linfeng upon receiving the news. I understand. Release a statement that I have severed all ties with him, Hua Linfeng said coldly from behind his desk. This is a commercial street belonging to him. Aside from the Linfeng group. Understood, boss. The bodyguard, upon receiving the information, promptly exited. Hua Linfeng reclined in his chair, his eyes closed. After a lifetime of hard work, he never anticipated such a downfall. He had believed his devoted wife was virtuous, yet she had been unfaithful from the very beginning. His indulgent son was not even his biological child, and because of him, he had lost his most successful enterprise. My life has been a precarious walk on thin ice. Will I ever reach the other shore? Hua Linfeng sighed despondently. Having experienced so much in just a day, he had come to terms with it. As for his feelings towards Chen Yunxian, they were undoubtedly filled with hatred. He wished he could devour him alive. However, the strength displayed by Chen Yunxian left him utterly incapable of nurturing thoughts of revenge. Following this incident, the market value of Huanyang Capital soared dramatically. The business community of Jiangdu recognized the formidable prowess of Huanyang Capital. Even Meishu Capital, which stood behind the Linfeng Group, faltered in the stock market before Huanyang Capital. Compelled to negotiate. At this moment, Chen Yunxian was unconcerned with Hua Linfeng's plight. He was aware that Hua Linfeng still possessed the asset of a commercial street. But what of it? He had already informed Ning Qingzi and, at the opportune moment, would crush Hua Linfeng without mercy. Chen Yunxian understood the principle of striking decisively. That Chen Yunxian, truly an unexpected surprise. Baisong lamented within his villa. Chen Yunxian? Isn't he the young man who acquired the Baiwei Hotel? Baisong's wife, Ren Huihui, inquired. Indeed, that's him. You simply missed yesterday's business updates. Do you know what transpired? Baisong asked. What happened? Ren Huihui's interest was piqued. In the brief span of half a day yesterday, Chen Yunxian caused the Linfeng Group's stock to plummet, leading its shareholders to convene a board meeting and oust Hua Linfeng. Do you know why they expelled Hua Linfeng? Baisong left a suspenseful pause. Why? Because Chen Yunxian leaked the information that Hua Linfeng's son, Hua Xiangshan, had provoked him. Baisong revealed. Hua Xiangshan? That troublemaking scoundrel? Yes, precisely him, Baisong nodded. Hua Linfeng toiled his entire life, only to be betrayed by his own son. Ren Huihui exclaimed. But that's not the most shocking part. There's an even more explosive revelation. Hua Linfeng's wife has been exposed for having been unfaithful for over 2 decades, deceiving him for all these years. Furthermore, his doted son, Hua Xiangshan, is not even his biological child. This afternoon, upon learning this news, Hua Linfeng severed ties with both of them. That scoundrel Hua Xiangshan. In a fit of madness, he fled the hospital, tripped, and knocked himself unconscious. By the time he was brought to the hospital, he had succumbed. Baisong's tone trembled. It was truly lamentable to see someone he had opposed for half his life meet such a fate. He deserves it. Hua Xiangshan has caused numerous troubles over the years. And it was Hua Linfeng who always used his connections to clean up after him. Ren Huihui remarked. Indeed, what a fitting retribution. Baisong agreed. I wonder how Xiaoman will react upon hearing this news. Ren Huihui chuckled. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? What about my reaction? At that moment, Bai Yuman descended from the living room. Having overheard his mother's mention of him, he inquired with confusion. You still don't know? So much has happened yesterday and today. Ren Huihui quickly beckoned Bai Yuman to sit down and recounted what Baisong had just shared. What? Hua Xiangshan is dead. After hearing the details, Bai Yuman was left utterly astonished. Suddenly, he recalled something Chen Yunxian had said the previous afternoon, sending a chill down his spine. A single strike had obliterated the opposition. Just yesterday, he had thought Chen Yunxian had a good temper, never guessing he could be so ruthless. Chapter 59, Baisong's Invitation. You're not a child anymore. When will you possess the capabilities of that Chen Yunxian? Baisong derided Bai Yuman. Hey, Chen Gu is different. His family background far surpasses ours. Moreover, he is quite enigmatic. Bai Yuman scratched his head in response. Chen Gu? You know him? Baisong seized upon those words, questioning. Yes. I was present when he clashed with Hua Xiangshan that day. Bai Yuman replied. What sparked the conflict? Tell me, Baisong prompted. It wasn't exactly a clash. It was simply Hua Xiangshan provoking Chen Gu. I had taken Chen Gu out for a race, and he was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. While Hua Xiangshan wanted to get to know him, Chen Gu was with us. And Hua Xiangshan likely intended to teach him a lesson by having someone crash into him on the track. Consequently, Chen Gu retaliated later. At the time, I wondered why he didn't just confront Hua Xiangshan directly. Bai Yuman scratched his head again as he spoke. So that's how it was. He truly brought it upon himself. But when will you learn from Chen Yunxian? His intellect is far superior to yours. Baisong lamented. That's innate. How can I change that? Bai Yuman muttered. Dad, our company must be thriving now, right? Bai Yuman suddenly inquired. It's doing all right. What do you want? Baisong glanced at him. Hee hee, I want to get a new car. My old one was wrecked by someone who was Shanshan arranged. Bai Yumin rubbed his hands together. Your car was wrecked? Bai Song asked in confusion. Yes, at the time, Chen Gu used my car for the race to ensure fairness, Bai Yumin explained. Alright, I agree. But you must arrange for Chen Yunxian to have a meal with me, Bai Song stated. Huh, Dad, are you shy? Then I should have a word with you. Bai Yumin joked. Get lost. Keep talking about your car, and it'll be gone, Bai Song retorted, though a hint of embarrassment crossed his old face. Sure, I promise to get it done, Bai Yumin exclaimed excitedly as he dashed off. Chen Gu, my dad wants to invite you to dinner, Bai Yumin said nonchalantly over the phone. Your dad? He wouldn't be Bai Song, would he? Chen Yunxian asked. Chen Gu, how did you know? Bai Yumin replied, surprised. Just a guess, Chen Yunxian said casually. He had already surmised that Bai Song had been following closely behind Wang Yang, benefiting from the Linfeng Group's assets. This time, he likely reaped quite a bit and wished to express his gratitude, but felt too embarrassed to do so directly. Upon learning that Bai Yumin knew him, he had opted for this indirect approach. Chen Gu, will you come? Bai Yumin asked cautiously. What? Don't you want me to come? Chen Yunxian teased. No. Please come. My dad said if you come, he'll get me a new car. Bai Yumin quickly responded. Haha. Alright, Chen Yunxian agreed. Recalling that he had been the one driving that car, and had not compensated Bai Yumin for the repair costs, even though he didn't want to. What's wrong? Junior? Are you going out soon? Jiang Yun asked. Indeed, would you care to join me? Chen Yunxian playfully flicked Jiang Yun's nose as he spoke. I think I'll pass, Jiang Yun replied. Chen Yunxian could discern her desire to attend, yet she hesitated, fearing she might be a burden. Come with me. We can also make Bai Song contribute a little. After all, he has been enjoying himself behind my back this time, Chen Yunxian suggested. Huh, that's settled then. Chen Yunxian, clad in casual attire, examined himself in the mirror. Not bad. I still look quite dashing, he said with satisfaction. Always so vain. Jiang Yun chuckled, covering her mouth. Alright, let us set off. Chen Yunxian ruffled Jiang Yun's hair and took her hand, leading her out the door. As the elevator doors opened on the 11th floor, they fortuitously encountered the renowned star, Jiang Wanqing. Hello, superstar. Jiang Yun greeted her. Oh, please, don't call me that. Just Wanqing will suffice, Jiang Wanqing replied, her cheeks flushing. Though she was a top-tier celebrity, being addressed in such a manner still felt rather awkward. I don't believe I know your names yet. Jiang Wanqing continued, particularly curious about Chen Yunxian, whom she had seen numerous times without knowing his name. I am Jiang Yun. We are, after all, from the same family. Jiang Yun responded. Chen Yunxian. He introduced himself. What a lovely name, such a waste to have it attached to you, Jiang Wanqing remarked with a click of her tongue. Not at all. My junior is the best, Jiang Yun retorted. You see, the public's eye is quite discerning. Chen Yunxian chuckled. Both of you. I truly am at a loss for words, Jiang Wanqing exclaimed. Where are you headed? She inquired further. Sanjiach, Jiang Yun answered. What a coincidence. I'm headed there as well, Jiang Wanqing replied, surprised. Chen Yunxian observed Jiang Wanqing, realizing that this star had a rather outgoing personality and was incessantly chatty. Hee. What a coincidence indeed. Jiang Yun laughed. The elevator doors opened, and Chen Yunxian opened the door of a lavish Rolls-Royce Phantom, allowing Jiang Yun to enter first. Jiang Wanqing glanced at the elegantly elongated vehicle and then at her modest BMW, suddenly feeling somewhat inadequate. Wanqing, would you like to join us? Jiang Yun called from the car window. Huh, then I will. I've never been in a Rolls-Royce before, Jiang Wanqing replied, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yun exited the passenger seat and climbed into the back with Jiang Wanqing, while Chen Yunxian took the wheel. Listening to Jiang Wanqing share juicy gossip from the entertainment industry. Mr. Chen, safe travels. The security guard respectfully called out as they passed the gate. The extended Rolls-Royce blended into the traffic, where seasoned drivers speculated which prominent figure from Jiangdu had just emerged. At Sanjiach, Bai Song sat in his exclusive private room alongside Ren Huihui. Bai Yumin was not present. Instead, he was mingling with the beautiful women in kipeos near the entrance, occasionally glancing into the distance. Why hasn't Brother Chen arrived yet? Bai Yumin muttered, having stood there for an hour. Finally here. Upon spotting the Rolls-Royce Phantom on the road, Bai Yumin perked up. Brother Chen. He waved excitedly at the car. Chen Yunxian emerged, followed by the two stunning women from the back seat. Brother Chen, who are these? Your sisters-in-law? Bai Yumin asked, scratching his head. Get out of here. Chen Yunxian pulled Jiang Yun closer to him. Oh, so you are Jiang Yun, the elder sister. Bai Yumin exclaimed, recognizing her. Hello, Bai Xiao, Jiang Yun greeted politely. Having seen him at school. No. Please, just call me Xiao Man. Bai Yumin quickly replied. This is the superstar Jiang Wanqing. Chen Yunxian introduced the celebrity beside him. Oh, my apologies. Bai Yumin exclaimed hurriedly. Chapter 60. The malicious intent of General Liang. You jest, Bai Xiao, Jiang Wanqing smiled. fully aware that Bai Yumin's deference was not merely due to her celebrity status, but rather because of the man beside her. Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun entered Bai Song's private room, while Jiang Wanqing proceeded to the reserved room for their production team. "Chen kid, take a seat here," Bai Song said immediately upon Chen Yunxian's arrival. Chen Yunxian nodded and without hesitation settled into the main seat, with Jiang Yun sitting beside him. "And who might this be?" Bai Song asked. "Jiang Yun, my girlfriend," Chen Yunxian replied. "Hello, Uncle Bai," Jiang Yun greeted. "Hello, hello. Truly a match made in heaven," Bai Song said with a smile. "This is my wife, Ren Hui." Bai Song introduced his spouse, Bai Yumin's mother. "Hello, Aunt Ren," Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun chorused. "When I first met Brother Bai, I wondered if he was your son, and it seems I was right," Chen Yunxian laughed. "Ah, don't mention him. All he does is ask for money. He never thinks about building a career," Bai Song waved dismissively. "Dad, you didn't say that before. You used to say I should just bide my time and avoid trouble. As for starting a business, you never mentioned that," Bai Yumin interjected. "That's because I know what you're made of. Over these years, you haven't learned anything," Bai Song retorted. "TCH. Chen Yunxian observed the banter between the father and son with a faint smile. "Chen kid, forgive me," Bai Song shot a glare at Bai Yumin. "I'm here to express my gratitude. After all, my company benefited greatly from following you behind the scenes yesterday." Bai Song raised his glass. "Uncle Bai, that's quite unnecessary. We share a common enemy after all." Chen Yunxian chuckled. The two continued their conversation, exchanging drinks. Ren Hui engaged in conversation with Jiang Yun, while Bai Yumin, not wanting to be left out, joined Chen Yunxian and Bai Song in their drinking. Meanwhile, in the secluded room, Jiang Wanqing sat at the center of attention, flanked by her cousin and manager, Liang Lan. "Wanqing, who were those two men earlier? Don't get too close to them. If it gets posted online, that would be problematic," Liang Lan cautioned. "One is a friend of mine, and the other is the owner's son here. I merely hitch a ride with my friend," Jiang Wanqing replied nonchalantly. "That's still not advisable. You're in a rising phase of your career. Any scandal could ruin you," Liang Lan insisted. "That's impossible. We're just ordinary friends, and I simply get along well with his girlfriend," Jiang Wanqing reassured her. "All right then, just be cautious," Liang Lan conceded. "Thank you to General Liang for the sponsorship. Let us all drink together." Jiang Wanqing took a delicate sip from her glass. "Wanqing, why are you only having that little bit? General Liang is so sincere. You should show more appreciation," a man beside General Liang remarked. "General Liang, our Wanqing truly cannot drink. I'll take this shot for her," Liang Lan interjected. The figure of General Liang seated at the head of the table momentarily flashed with a shadow of malevolence, yet he maintained a congenial smile. "It's nothing, after all. She's a star and must be mindful," General Liang remarked amiably. He then exchanged a knowing glance with the man beside him, who readily comprehended Liang's intent and continued to urge everyone to drink. Subsequently, they brazenly began to pour alcohol down Jiang Lan's throat. The director of the crew, his complexion slightly ashen, understood all too well the ulterior motives of General Liang, having navigated the entertainment industry for so long. "General Liang, everyone has had quite enough to drink. I suggest we call it a night," the director asserted, steeling himself to rise. In previous times, Jiang Wanqing would have effortlessly secured sponsorships. However, in recent months, significant discord had arisen between her and the company. To stifle her burgeoning spirit, her company had drastically reduced its investment in her, leading to the current predicament of having to seek out sponsorship for this film. "Director Fu, do not be so hasty. It's still early," General Liang replied nonchalantly. "But General Liang, Wanqing is on the verge of inebriation. If the paparazzi capture her in such a state, it could severely impact her reputation," Director Fu implored. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing was reclining in her chair, her eyelids heavy, while Jiang Lan, who had been shielding her from the alcohol, was now slumped over the table in slumber. "What is there to fear? We are in Sanjiach, a venue with excellent privacy. No paparazzi will intrude. Moreover, there are rooms available. If Wanqing cannot withstand it, we can prepare a room for her to rest for the night," General Liang retorted impatiently, his gaze frequently drifting toward Jiang Wanqing, desire glinting unabashedly in his eyes. "I need to use the restroom," Jiang Wanqing announced as she stood up. "All right, away. Accompany Wanqing and ensure she doesn't fall," General Liang instructed with a smile towards his sycophant. "Understood, General Liang," Awei replied, promptly following Jiang Wanqing out. Upon exiting, he saw her making her way toward the other side of the hall. "The restroom is this way," Awei said, trailing closely behind her. "Don't follow me." Jiang Wanqing shot him a cold glance. "Jiang Wanqing, do not push me. You must understand General Liang's intentions. If you refuse to return, General Liang possesses considerable means. You are in a precarious position within the company. If you agree, General Liang will undoubtedly alleviate your current troubles," Awei threatened in hushed tones. wary of making a scene in Sanjiich. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Jiang Wanqing retorted angrily. Don't overstep your bounds. Awei suppressed his fury, whispering back. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing had reached a private room labeled by, and she knocked on the door. She knew that only Chen Yunxian could assist her now. As for the others inside, they would likely be silenced by General Liang's threats. Her cousin Zhang Lan was already inebriated, leaving her feeling utterly isolated. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Yunxian was still drinking with Bai Song, who was now quite intoxicated, babbling about sports cars and similar topics. I haven't arranged for anyone else. Bai Song said, his eyes clouded with drunkenness. Chen Yunxian, however, remained alert and glanced toward the door. I'll go check, Ren Huihui said as she stood up. Are you mad? This is the boss's private room. Awei exclaimed, seizing Jiang Wanqing's arm as she knocked on the door. The door swung open, and Ren Huihui, seeing the two entangled, looked puzzled. Who are you? She inquired. Aunt, I'm here to find Chen Yunxian, Jiang Wanqing replied sweetly, having previously seen Chen Yunxian enter the room. I'm sorry, ma'am. She has made a mistake. Awei quickly interjected, apologizing. What are you doing? Let us go. He insisted, trying to pull Jiang Wanqing away. Chapter 61. The current CEO of the Linfeng Group. Get lost. Don't think I'm unaware of General Liang's intentions. Jiang Wanqing exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Awei's face in anger. You're looking for Chen Yunxian? Ren Huihui scrutinized Jiang Wanqing, asking. Aunt Run, what is happening outside? I hear shouting, Chen Yunxian said, having caught wind of the commotion and hearing her name being called. What? There's a ruckus outside. Bai Song squinted, unsteadily rising to follow Chen Yunxian to the door. Yunxian, there's a girl here claiming to be looking for you. Ren Huihui informed as Chen Yunxian and Bai Song emerged together. Jiang Wanqing, what brings you here? Chen Yunxian asked, puzzled. Chen Yunxian, help me. Jiang Wanqing blurted out as soon as she laid eyes on him. What happened, Wanqing? Jiang Yun inquired as she also stepped out. Who is this? Your friend? Chen Yunxian asked, eyeing Awei, who was still gripping Jiang Wanqing's arm. It was evident that Jiang Wanqing was in genuine trouble, prompting her to seek his assistance. He is a lackey of a repugnant man. Get lost. Jiang Wanqing, emboldened now, struck Awei twice, her resolve unwavering. Sir, madam, Miss Wanqing is merely throwing a tantrum. Awei stammered. Jiang Wanqing, you must understand the consequences of your choice. Awei apologized to Chen Yunxian and the others before turning to Jiang Wanqing to issue a low threat. Consequences? What consequences? Jiang Yun furrowed her brow, questioning. You see, her boss, that despicable General Liang, intends to intoxicate me, Jiang Wanqing explained. How can such a loathsome person exist? Jiang Yun expressed her disgust. Everyone, you must consider the repercussions of provoking General Liang. Awei warned, seeing Chen Yunxian and the others preparing to intervene. Haha, in my territory, you dare to make such a move. Bai Song laughed drunkenly. I'm curious to see just how powerful this General Liang truly is, Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. Lead the way, he commanded, pointing at Awei's nose. Let us go. We shall witness the extent of General Liang's influence. Bai Song chuckled in agreement. Uncle Bai, stop laughing. Being threatened on your own turf will tarnish your reputation. Chen Yunxian jested. Damn it. I'll see who has the audacity. Bai Song's laughter faltered, and his expression darkened, his voice rising in anger. The group strode purposefully toward the secluded quarters, where General Liang was still humming a tune, seemingly envisioning the evening's unfolding drama. Just a mere star, acting all high and mighty. General Liang scoffed. General Liang, that is not how it is. Director Fu interjected angrily upon hearing his words. What? Do you have an objection? Keep it to yourself. Do you think I sponsor you for mere monetary gain? If it weren't for Jiang Wanqing, do you think you would even have the chance to meet me? My presence here is a privilege for you. You should be grateful. He continued disdainfully. It's just a big star. Over the years, I've had my fair share of them. Who knows how many beds I've had to crawl into for resources. Spare me the pretense. You're merely after a good price. General Liang sneered. Bang. At that moment, the door to the private room was kicked open forcefully. Who dares to be so blind? General Liang's expression darkened as he cast a menacing glance toward the intruders. As Chen Yunxian and his companions entered, the once spacious private room instantly became crowded. Oh, is the illustrious star Jiang bringing reinforcements? General Liang remarked with a hint of frivolity. Haha, so it turns out he is just a petty fool. Bai Song said darkly upon noticing Liang's demeanor. Having spent many years in Jiangdu, he was unfamiliar with this man. The thought of being threatened by a mere fool in his own territory darkened Bai Song's expression. Who are you? Liang asked cautiously, looking at the disdainful Bai Song. Are you the famous General Liang? This lad claims that if we provoke you, we shall face dire consequences, Chen Yunxian indicated to Awei. At that moment, Awei felt frozen. Caught between his boss and Bai Song, the formidable figure of Jiangdu's commercial realm. Haha, he speaks the truth. Those who have crossed me rarely meet a favorable end. Liang boasted with pride. Are you aware of the fate that befalls those who provoke him? Chen Yunxian pointed at Baisong. They end up sinking into the river. Baisong replied ominously. My good sir, I know not who you are, but be it for Jiang Wanqing or not, causing a disturbance at Songya Pavilion. You should be well aware of the consequences. Liang's heart sank upon hearing Baisong's words, realizing he was not a character to be trifled with. So you are aware this is Songya Pavilion. Seize him, break his legs and throw him out. Baisong narrowed his eyes and commanded, knowing the significance of Songya Pavilion. Liang's provocation had gone too far. He was mistaken if he thought Baisong had softened after cleaning his act. 2 security guards clad in black entered the private room and promptly subdued Liang, pinning him to the ground. Baisong, wait. Liang suddenly had a moment of clarity, realizing the middle-aged man before him was Baisong, and he hurriedly spoke. A cacophony reminiscent of a slaughterhouse erupted in the room. The tremendous noise jolted the inebriated Jiang Wan awake, leaving her dazed as she took in the scene. Chen, my task is complete. I await you in the private room, Baisong remarked before departing with Rin Huihui. TSK, why choose to threaten us of all things? Just look at the fate of your boss, Chen Yunxian said, patting away on the shoulder. Liang continued to wail on the ground. Go and give him a couple of slaps to silence him, Chen Yunxian instructed Awei. Me? Awei displayed a smile more grotesque than that of a weeping child. Yes, you. Go on, I have faith in you, Chen Yunxian encouraged. Can I just not do it? Awei trembled. Do you think I jest? Chen Yunxian replied coldly. Fine. I'll do it. Trembling, Awei approached Liang. Stop your damned whining. Stop your damned whining. Awei slapped Liang twice across the face. Louder. Have you not eaten today? Just as Awei contemplated stopping, he heard Chen Yunxian's voice. You dare strike me. Liang's eyes turned crimson as he gritted his teeth at Awei. What? Is it forbidden to hit you? Chen Yunxian approached and inquired. Do you know who stands behind me? While I may not be able to provoke Baisong, I certainly can't be trifled with by you. Liang roared. Then I am most curious to hear who is behind you. Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. The current CEO of Linfeng Group. He is my cousin. Dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. Liang bellowed. Oh dear. I am so frightened. Chen Yunxian feigned terror. Just know this. Send me to the hospital, and I shall let this matter slide. Liang grimaced through his pain. Let him come to his senses a bit more. Chen Yunxian instructed Awei indifferently. Come again? Awei's face reflected sheer terror. Yes, go for it. Otherwise, I may plant bamboo under your rear, Chen Yunxian added. Chapter 62. Sun Hao and the Others. You dare. Liang's eyes widened in fury. Chen Yunxian. Perhaps we should let this go, Jiang Wanqing interjected, feeling a pang of compassion as she beheld Liang's broken legs. That simply won't do. He is the current CEO of Linfeng Group. I must take good care of him. Chen Yunxian replied coolly, then pulled out his phone to call Ning Qingzi. Hello? Boss. What is it? Ning Qingzi inquired from the other end. Has Meishu still not agreed to our terms? Yes, boss. They said they need to discuss it further. Ning Qingzi replied. All right, I understand. The current CEO of Linfeng Group. Does he have a cousin named Liang? Chen Yunxian asked. Yes, named Liang Dongfeng. How do you know? Inform Meishu that the cousin of the current CEO of Linfeng Group has threatened to crush me. I trust this will expedite a response from her, Chen Yunxian instructed. Understood. Boss. Ning Qingzi exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect. When Wanyang proposed to take control of Linfeng Group, Meishu hesitated to agree, but once this information was relayed, they would surely comply. Presently, Wanyang possessed the capability to turn the tables. And even a major capital group like Meishu found themselves at a loss against them in the stock market. Liang Dongfeng, you have presented me with a splendid opportunity. Chen Yunxian remarked with a smile. Who are you? Liang mumbled, his words slurred and his earlier bravado replaced with fear. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Yunxian, chairman of Wanyang Capital, he stated coolly. By the way, if it weren't for my intervention, your cousin would not hold the position of CEO at Linfeng Group, Chen Yunxian continued. I appreciate your assistance, he added, patting Liang's cheek. And should I discover that you dare to act against my friends again, I would not mind adding another corpse to the river. Understood. Understood. Liang's eyes were wide with terror. Chen Yunxian and Zhang Yun exited the private room, followed closely by Jiang Wanqing. Thank you, Chen Yunxian, Jiang Wanqing expressed. Her expression a complex mix of emotions. No need for thanks. We are friends after all, Chen Yunxian nodded. Truth be told, his assistance to Jiang Wanqing had proven quite lucrative, as he would now acquire an 11% stake in Linfeng Group, making him a significant shareholder. Wanqing, no need to be formal. We are friends. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to us, Jiang Yun smiled. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. You, my friend, must be rolling in profits now. Bai Song laughed at Chen Yunxian. It's all right, just a small gain, Chen Yunxian replied. TSK, 11%. I can hardly fathom it. Mei Shu simply handed it over. Bai Song marveled. After Chen Yunxian communicated with Ning Qingzi, she promptly relayed the news to Mei Shu, who quickly responded by transferring the shares held by Huo Linfeng entirely to Wang Yang. By the way, what of Huo Linfeng? Are you not planning to deal with him? After what you've done, I cannot believe he harbors no resentment, Bai Song suddenly remarked. No rush. Let him enjoy a few more days of good fortune first, Chen Yunxian said, finishing his drink. Very well, I shall refrain from intervening, Bai Song nodded in agreement. As the once formidable rival fell, he certainly savored his share of the soup. Should Chen Yunxian refrain from utterly eliminating him, he would undoubtedly take action. Let us conclude for today. It is getting late, Chen Yunxian remarked. Very well, he replied. Before departing, Bai Song presented Jiang Yun with a gift box, the contents of which remained a mystery. What are you still doing here? Upon entering the lobby, Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun spotted Jiang Wanqing seated. I have no transport to return home, Jiang Wanqing explained. Can't you just take a taxi? Chen Yunxian rolled his eyes. I primarily wish to accompany Yun Yun back, Jiang Wanqing asserted. All right, Chen Yunxian replied, exasperated. The group climbed into the car, driven by the alluring beauty in a Chong Sam, 1-1. Mr. Chen, where to? 1-1 inquired. Hongjing, Chen Yunxian responded. Jiang Yun engaged in whispered conversation with Jiang Wanqing in the rear seat. The vehicle smoothly navigated to the underground parking of Hongjing. Thank you for your hard work, 1-1, Chen Yunxian stated, producing a wad of cash to hand to her. Mr. Chen, I cannot accept this. It is merely my duty. 1-1 quickly gestured in refusal. Observing her resolute demeanor, Chen Yunxian decided to relent. Please drive safely, he advised before he and Jiang Yun entered the elevator. Junior, did you know that today's act of heroism was quite dashing? Jiang Yun exclaimed with a grin. Really? Chen Yunxian posed dramatically. Indeed, very handsome, Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. You flatter me. I shall take pride in it, Chen Yunxian chuckled. Goodbye. Upon reaching the 11th floor, Jiang Wanqing announced cheerfully. Goodbye, Jiang Yun responded enthusiastically. Chen Yunxian and Jiang Yun endured another sleepless night, resulting in Jiang Yun's absence from morning classes the following day. Junior, are you returning to school? Jiang Yun asked after rising. Yes, I intend to check on my dear students, Chen Yunxian replied as he adjusted his collar with a smile. I suspect you are off to see other little girlfriends. Jiang Yun pouted. Indeed, having satisfied you, I cannot allow the others to go hungry. Chen Yunxian ruffled Jiang Yun's hair. Humph, truly perverse. Jiang Yun retorted, her cheeks flushed. In what way am I perverse? Chen Yunxian laughed. You speak so indecorously. Jiang Yun shot a glance at Chen Yunxian's legs. Ha. Driving the elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom, they entered Jiangdu University. Damn, how dare that fellow Chen Yunxian show off again? Wah, my goddess Jiang Yun is seated up there. What kind of sycophantic remarks are these? Sycophants, get in line. Chen, you look so dashing. Truly captivating. A group of superficial individuals. Crude. Bro, take a look in the mirror. I can barely stand to look at you. Just then, a multitude of freshmen emerged from the training grounds as it was the time for military drills. What a stunning Rolls-Royce. Sun Hao exclaimed, captivated by the vehicle. Wow. Are there really so many rich second-generation kids at school? Old Chun drives a Ferrari, and this person drives a Rolls-Royce. Wang Fan gasped in astonishment. By the way, which car is more expensive? Wu Xiaolei pondered, scratching his head. I don't know. The elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom must cost over 10 million. While old Chen's Ferrari LaFerrari is around 30 million. I'm not entirely sure. After all, that car is customized, Sun Hao replied. At that moment, the elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom halted before them. Prior to arriving, Chen Yunxian noticed Sun Hao and the others, rolled up the car window, and tinted the windshield, rendering him invisible from the outside. Sun Hao and his companions were puzzled as to why the vehicle obstructed their path. Chapter 63. Did Su Ming cry? Just as Sun Hao and his friends contemplated circumventing the vehicle, the door swung open, and Chen Yunxian emerged. Wow, old Chen, is this your car? It's simply exquisite. Sun Hao exclaimed in delight. Indeed, it is mine, Chen Yunxian nodded with a smile. Hello there. Jiang Yun also exited the car, greeting them. Greetings, senior. Sun Hao and his friends became somewhat reserved upon seeing Jiang Yun. Are you headed to the cafeteria? Chen Yunxian inquired. Yes. We just finished our training and haven't eaten yet, Sun Hao replied. Very well, then. Off you go. I shall return to my dormitory first, Chen Yunxian said. Sun Hao and his friends nodded, watching as Chen Yunxian's elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom disappeared from view before heading to the cafeteria. Yun Yun, you have finally returned. As soon as Chen Yunxian parked the car by the girls' dormitory, Jiang Yun heard Su Ming calling out to her. What's up, Senior Su? Did you miss me that much? Chen Yunxian teased. Humph, I fear you may bully our Yunyan all day long. Su Ming retorted. And what if I do? What will you do about it? Chen Yunxian laughed. Oh, how shameless. How dare you bully Yunyan? Su Ming exclaimed. Enough, you two, cease your bickering, Jiang Yun interjected. I shall heed Yunyan's wishes and spare you for now. Su Ming shot Chen Yunxian a glare. I am merely being magnanimous. Chen Yunxian replied. At that moment, a group of women approached. Among them was Li Xinyu, Chen Yunxian's dear sister. Brother Chen. Li Xinyu immediately recognized Chen Yunxian, who was conversing with Jiang Yun, and called out excitedly. Xinyu. Seeing Li Xinyu approach, Chen Yunxian affectionately ruffled her hair. Chen Yunxian? Who is this? Su Ming inquired, pulling Jiang Yun closer as she observed their affectionate interaction. Li Xinyu, yet another one of my girlfriends, Chen Yunxian admitted somewhat awkwardly. What? You scoundrel. How dare you treat Yunyan this way? I shall confront you. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as she charged forward, initially intending to dodge. Chen Yunxian suddenly realized that Su Ming might crash into his car, so he steadied her in his embrace. Let go of me. Yaya. Su Ming struggled, her face suddenly turning crimson as she shot him a fierce glare. It turned out Chen Yunxian's hands had inadvertently wandered to her waist several times. All right, Ming Ming. You two stop the antics, Jiang Yun said, exasperated. Su Ming broke free from Chen Yunxian's hold, casting him a blushing glare. Noticing that more and more students were gathering, Chen Yunxian recognized that this was not the place for conversation. Let us resume this in the car, he suggested. Li Xinyu and Jiang Yun nodded, taking their seats in the back. They still had matters to discuss. Chen Yunxian drove to the parking lot in front of the faculty dormitory, finding a parking space to halt. Yun, you are still defending this fickle man. Humph, it infuriates me. Su Ming could not help but exclaim. What are you angry about? The senior and Xinyu have yet to say anything, and you are already upset? Or perhaps, senior, are you also harboring ulterior motives towards me? Chen Yunxian teased. A dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. Only a dog would have ulterior motives towards you. Su Ming's face reddened even more as she spoke, her gaze evasive. All right, I am well aware of my own charm. Senior, do not feel overly pressured. Feel free to express whatever you wish. Chen Yunxian playfully patted Su Ming's delicate shoulder. Bah, Su Ming spat in jest. Senior, do you truly have feelings for Brother Chen? Li Xinyu inquired, observing the blush creeping onto Su Ming's cheeks, clearly eager to stir the pot. Absolutely not. Su Ming, feeling the scrutinizing gaze of Jiang Yun, emphatically denied with a fervent shake of her head. Hello, Senior Jiang. I am Li Xinyu. Li Xinyu greeted warmly. You know me? Jiang Yun asked, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she glanced at Chen Yunxian. Of course. It was you who registered my information when school started. Li Xinyu responded. Oh, that explains why you seem so familiar. Jiang Yun exclaimed, realizing her earlier misconception that Chen Yunxian had introduced them. Su Ming watched the two converse, her mind beginning to whirl. Shouldn't you be discussing why Chen Yunxian has two girlfriends instead? Su Ming questioned, her eyes wide in disbelief. Why would we need to? We all know Brother Chen has several girlfriends, Li Xinyu stated bluntly. What? Su Ming was rendered speechless. What a feudal relic. Such ideas are unacceptable, Yun. It's all right. I can actually accept it. Jiang Yun suddenly blushed as she cast a furtive glance at Chen Yunxian. I cannot accept it. Su Ming insisted, her urgency palpable. See, you're getting anxious. You're not even my girlfriend, so why are you worried? Chen Yunxian remarked nonchalantly, playfully pinching Su Ming's arm. Ugh, disgusting. Su Ming exclaimed, slapping Chen Yunxian in protest. Indeed, senior, why can't you accept it? Li Xinyu asked, her sincerity evident. I'm speaking on behalf of Yun, who finds it hard to accept. Yes, Su Ming stammered, but Senior Jiang can accept it. All three of us are fine with it. So why is it only you? Li Xinyu's unspoken words hung in the air, her implication clear. The three involved had no objections, so why should an outsider be concerned? Su Ming understood Li Xinyu's insinuation, yet felt an unsettling discomfort as tears began to well in her eyes. Hey, don't cry here. People might think I bullied you. Chen Yunxian quickly set upon seeing Su Ming's distressed expression. Humph, I am not crying. Su Ming insisted, blinking back tears as she attempted to open the door and leave. Quick as a flash, Chen Yunxian locked the car door. Why won't it open? Su Ming turned to see Chen Yunxian's grinning face, her heart sinking as tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Hey. Chen Yunxian fumbled for tissues to wipe her tears. Jiang Yun and Li Xinyu exchanged knowing glances, sensing the atmosphere shift as Li Xinyu nodded subtly. What is going on? Why are you crying? Chen Yunxian pulled Su Ming closer, gently wiping her tears. If you keep crying, you'll turn into a raccoon. Look, your makeup is running. Chen Yunxian teased. I'm not. Su Ming retorted immediately, pinching Chen Yunxian's waist in retaliation. Ouch. Chen Yunxian feigned pain. Uffed. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh, her chest vibrating with mirth. Chen Yunxian found herself momentarily captivated by the sight. What are you staring at? Su Ming teased, giving Chen Yunxian another playful pinch. Chen Yunxian continued to dab at her face, while Su Ming gazed intently at her. Chapter 64, Su Ming's Decision. Chen Yunxian. Su Ming suddenly called out. What is it? Chen Yunxian replied, only to be met with Su Ming wrapping her arms around his neck, her lips meeting his in a fervent kiss. Li Xinyu and Jiang Yun exchanged amused glances, watching the couple lost in their passionate embrace. Su Ming was the first to break away, gasping for air. Senior, what does Brother Chen's kiss taste like? Li Xinyu suddenly asked. It was then that Su Ming realized Jiang Yun and Li Xinyu were still in the back seat. Watching intently. Oh no, how embarrassing, she thought to herself. Ming. Upon hearing Jiang Yun call her, Su Ming felt a jolt of surprise. What's wrong, Yun? Didn't you say you wouldn't mind? Su Ming asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ha! Li Xinyu burst into laughter. It's fine. We welcome you to join us, Jiang Yun said with a smile. Oh, okay, Su Ming replied, her cheeks flushed. Chen Yunxian drove them to the girls' dormitory. Brother, Yun. And Ming, I'm heading back now, Li Xinyu said brightly. Make sure to rest well, Chen Yunxian replied gently. As they watched Li Xinyu enter the dorm, Chen Yunxian took Jiang Yun and Su Ming to Wanxiang City. Su Ming and Jiang Yun each held one of Chen Yunxian's hands, strolling through the bustling city. Passers-by turned their heads, and the male onlookers couldn't help but express envy. Some men, holding their girlfriends' hands, sneaked extra glances, only to receive a sharp pinch from their partners. Good day, Mr. Chen. Upon entering Balenciaga, the saleswoman immediately recognized Chen Yunxian. He had left quite an impression on the staff, not only for his stunning girlfriends, but also for his own striking looks. Coupled with his wealth, the saleswomen might have approached him if they hadn't felt overshadowed by the beauty of his companions. As soon as he entered the store, Chen Yunxian purchased 30 pairs of stockings. He had exhausted his previous stock, prompting this visit. So many. Are we going to wear all of these? Su Ming exclaimed in surprise to Jiang Yun. We will, Jiang Yun replied, her cheeks tinged with pink, fully aware of Chen Yunxian's capabilities. Seeing Jiang Yun's shy demeanor, Su Ming quickly deduced the true purpose of these stockings. Once back in the car, Chen Yunxian simply wished to recline in his seat for a brief respite. Jiang Yun and Su Ming had an insatiable appetite for shopping, continuing their expedition well into the afternoon. With Su Ming's company, Jiang Yun's shopping prowess was thoroughly unleashed. Even with his stamina, Chen Yunxian began to feel fatigued, weighed down by the numerous bags they had amassed. While the two women animatedly debated which outfits were the most appealing. I need to rest for a moment. I'm utterly exhausted, Chen Yunxian declared, slumping into the space-age chair. Come on, you can't be this weak, Su Ming teased, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. What? Tonight? You'll learn what family rules are. How dare you say your man is inadequate? Truly outrageous. Chen Yunxian straightened up in his seat, feigning anger. I'm so scared. What will Yun do? Su Ming replied, adopting a mockingly high-pitched tone. All right. Just wait. Chen Yunxian revved the engine and sped off. The elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom zipped along the road, and seasoned drivers immediately cleared a path upon spotting the luxury vehicle. Soon, the trio arrived at Hongjing. Where's this place? Su Ming inquired as she alighted from the vehicle. Hongjing. My junior has a residence here, Jiang Yun replied softly. Oh, I see, Su Ming nodded. For she was not a local of Jiangdu, and was thus unfamiliar with Hongjing. Upon the door opening, Su Ming was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow. The living room in your home is even larger than my entire house, she exclaimed in disbelief. Choose a room here. You will be residing with us from now on, Chen Yunxian said with a smile. Really? There are quite a few rooms available. Senior sister, feel free to pick any. With such a spacious place, it feels rather lonely with just the two of us, Chen Yunxian remarked. All right then, if you insist, I shall select one, Su Ming declared with a hint of pride. Junior, which room are you in? She asked again. The one in the middle, Chen Yunxian pointed to his bedroom. Then I will choose that one, Su Ming replied excitedly, inadvertently indicating Jiang Yun's room. That's my room, Jiang Yun stated. Oh, in that case, I'll take the one on the other side, Su Ming said. At that moment, her heart raced with excitement. From the very first glance at Chen Yunxian during the semester's start, she had felt an urge to approach him. Especially considering his striking Ferrari LaFerrari, dashing and affluent. She had longed to find a boyfriend of such caliber. Yet the behavior of the rich second-generation students at school had deterred her from pursuing any. The moment she laid eyes on Chen Yunxian, she yearned to connect with him. However, observing the ambiguous relationship between Yun and Chen Yunxian had initially held her back. Later, she learned that Yun was indeed Chen Yunxian's girlfriend, which quelled her inner turmoil. Nonetheless, upon hearing that Chen Yunxian had several girlfriends, her first reaction was to deem him unreliable and untrustworthy, though she also felt a flicker of relief. Handsome, wealthy, and talented, he embodied the ideal boyfriend in her mind. The harmonious coexistence of Yun and Li Xinyu solidified her resolve. Coming from a modest farm in Jiangxi province, the stark contrast between her background and the splendor of Jiangdu often left her pondering why such disparities existed among people. Was it due to her family's lack of effort? The answer was a resounding no. In her freshman year, witnessing her peer Sun Yu willing to do anything for money with the affluent, she questioned her own values, realizing she could not compromise her principles. Thus, she sought a morally upright rich second-generation partner. Fortuitously, she encountered Chen Yunxian, and even more fortunately, he was capable of loving each of his partners equally. Her earlier distress was largely due to Li Xinyu's words, which had stung and left her feeling wronged. Just as Su Ming was lost in her thoughts, Chen Yunxian waved his hand in front of her. "What's wrong, little crybaby? Why are you in a daze?" he asked with a smile. "I am not a little crybaby," Su Ming retorted, her cheeks flushed. "Dinner isn't ready yet. I'll impress you with my culinary skills soon," Chen Yunxian declared. "You can cook?" Su Ming asked, somewhat surprised. "Of course, it's nothing," Chen Yunxian replied. "Junior's cooking is absolutely delicious. You'll be pleasantly surprised," Jiang Yun added. "Really? Then I'll eat a lot," Su Ming said with a smile. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jiang Wanqing slumped onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Today's filming had drained her. They had repeated a single segment dozens of times. Yesterday's impressive display by Chen Yunxian and by Song had left a profound impression on the crew. Chapter 65, Supplementary Card Signing. The segment filmed today was the most emotionally taxing in the entire film, and after exhausting efforts, she still could not get it right. The assistant director was remarkably patient with her, largely due to the previous day's events with Chen Yunxian and Bai Song. The sponsoring Mr. Liang, who dared not utter a word, was still recuperating in the hospital. He merely conveyed that Jiang Wanqing could do as she pleased. As she stared blankly at the ceiling, the enticing aroma of food wafted in through the window. That smells wonderful. Is that Chen Yunxian cooking again?" Jiang Wanqing muttered to herself. "Junior." Wanqing said she wants to come over for dinner, Jiang Yun announced after glancing at her phone. "Sure, one more person is no trouble at all," Chen Yunxian replied while flipping the food in the pan. "Wanqing? Who is that?" Su Ming inquired. "She is a neighbor of my junior downstairs. You'll see when she arrives. It will be quite a surprise," Jiang Yun teased, leaving her in suspense. "Oh, a surprise? I detest riddles," Su Ming exclaimed, playfully poking at Jiang Yun's side. "Will you tell me or not?" she asked while continuing her playful assault. "Nope," Jiang Yun retorted defiantly, her laughter bubbling forth. Amidst their playful banter, Chen Yunxian had finished preparing the meal. "All right, let's eat. Senior sister, please send her a message to come up," Chen Yunxian said. Regarding Jiang Wanqing, the stunning starlet, it was impossible for Chen Yunxian to harbor no thoughts. He was quite eager to interact with her. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Coming," Jiang Yun called out before swiftly opening the door. "I'm curious to see what surprise Yun is talking about," Su Ming said, crossing her arms. Jiang Wanqing entered alongside Jiang Yun, and Su Ming, who had initially been skeptical, was rendered speechless. You are Jiang Wanqing," Su Ming exclaimed in shock. "Hello. I am indeed Jiang Wanqing," she greeted with a warm smile. "Wow, you're a real superstar. I can't believe I'm meeting you." Su Ming rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "What superstar? I'm just here to mooch a meal," Chen Yunxian chuckled. "That's right. I'm just here for a meal," Jiang Wanqing said gently. "My name is Su Ming. I used to adore your films." Su Ming gushed. "Thank you. All right, this isn't a fan meeting. It's time to eat." Chen Yunxian rolled his eyes. The four of them took their seats at the dining table. Jiang Wanqing ate delicately, resembling a little cat. Despite Chen Yunxian's delicious cooking, she remained somewhat reserved. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Su Ming stuffed their mouths, akin to little hamsters. After finishing, Jiang Wanqing elegantly dabbed at the corner of her mouth. "Delicious," she proclaimed. "Wanqing, is that all you're eating?" Jiang Yun asked. "Yes, I can't eat too much. I have to maintain my figure," Jiang Wanqing replied with a smile. "Oh, I see," Jiang Yun nodded. The three girls took the initiative to wash the dishes. "Shall we sing some songs together?" Jiang Yun proposed. "Sure," Su Ming exclaimed brightly. "But we don't have a sound system," Jiang Wanqing noted. "We do. My junior has an entertainment room filled with everything," Jiang Yun responded. "You all go ahead. I need to handle some documents at the company," Chen Yunxian said, glancing at his phone. Just earlier, Ning Qingxi had messaged him. Some documents from Wanyang required his signature, which necessitated his presence. "All right, hurry back. We'll be waiting for you at home," Jiang Yun pouted. "Okay, I'll be back soon," Chen Yunxian declared, rising to descend the staircase. He settled into the vehicle but did not start the engine immediately. "System, sign in," he silently intoned in his mind, having forgotten to do so yesterday. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received a Pagani Zonda. It has been placed in the underground garage. Please check it at your convenience." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received a supplementary sign-in card. Chen Yunxian gazed at the system interface in surprise, marveling at how his thoughts seemed to manifest into reality. System, apply supplementary sign-in card. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have gained one supplementary sign-in opportunity. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a beauty pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 3% stake in Meishu Capital. What? Chen Yunxian straightened in his seat, shock evident in his eyes. As one of the premier capital firms in the country, Meishu Capital boasted a market value in the trillions. A 3% stake was worth at least 30 billion. Although his own Wanyang was arguably superior in capability to Meishu, it lacked the vast networks and resources that Meishu possessed. Previously, Meishu had relinquished shares in the Linfeng Group, partly to avoid a severe conflict with Wanyang. Should they choose to confront Wanyang, Meishu would undoubtedly incur losses. However, with Wanyang's involvement, the Linfeng Group could flourish in Jiangdu, aligning with their mutual interests. Now, possessing shares in Meishu was akin to acquiring their connections and resources. Chen Yunxian's spirits soared, for what he desperately needed were connections and resources, things the system could not provide. While humming a tune, a Pagani Zonda materialized in the adjacent parking space. He exited his car, and with a mere thought, the key to the vehicle appeared in his hand. The Pagani Zonda tricolor, valued at 12.5 billion, was a rare gem in the market. Chen Yunxian felt no overwhelming excitement. Instead, he admired the supercar with appreciation. At this point, he truly lacked nothing in terms of supercars. Well, let us experience it, he mused, climbing into the car and driving toward the Wanyang building. At 8 in the evening, the Wanyang building was still ablaze with light. Chen Yunxian parked the Pagani Zonda steadily in front of the building. The two security guards from earlier greeted him without insisting he park in the garage. Having recognized him as the owner of the entire building, sigh. Xiaoma sighed as he watched Chen Yunxian enter the building. What are you sighing about? The middle-aged security guard asked in surprise. That young man has such a vast enterprise. And here I am, just a security guard, Xiaoma lamented. You have a point, but thinking like that is not entirely fair, the guard replied. Over 30 years ago, when I dropped out of school and entered society, I realized the chasm between people is indeed vast. However, the varying levels of effort individuals exert ultimately delineate the boundaries that separate them. Although you see the boss so young with such a large enterprise, you have not witnessed the diligence he applied in acquiring his professional knowledge. Perhaps he is fortunate to have a remarkable family background, but he is also working hard. And we, having abandoned the easiest path to success, what right do we have to complain about the unfairness of fate? We are already quite fortunate. This unskilled job as a security guard earns us over 10,000 a month. We should focus on what comes next. The middle-aged guard was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Xiaoma reflected on his words, eventually nodding lightly. Chapter 66, An Unexpected Encounter in the Office. Chen Yunxian made his way directly to the top-floor office, opening the door without hesitation. At that moment, Ning Qingxi was clad in a short blouse, stretching languidly when suddenly, a button popped open, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Chen Yunxian, having just opened the door, was greeted by such a captivating sight. His gaze fixated on her. Ning Qingxi was momentarily stunned, her face flashing with surprise, and upon noticing Chen Yunxian's unwavering stare, her complexion turned crimson as she hastily covered her chest with her hands. Boss, what brings you here? Ning Qingxi managed to suppress her embarrassment, maintaining her cool tone. Did you not mention handling documents? So here I am, Chen Yunxian replied, averting his gaze. Oh, but could you possibly step outside for a moment? I would like to change my outfit. Ning Qingxi's earlobes were flushed as she spoke. This appears to be my office, assistant, Chen Yunxian remarked. It's really inconvenient for me. Boss, Ning Qingxi insisted. Is your clothing in my lounge? Chen Yunxian inquired. Yes, Ning Qingxi nodded, her cheeks still flushed. Chen Yunxian entered the lounge, discovering it filled with personal items, resembling a rented apartment. Opening the wardrobe, he found Ning Qingxi's clothes, including some intimate garments. Ning Qingxi released her grip on her chest, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Suddenly, she recalled that her clothes were mingled with those of others. Oh no, Ning Qingxi muttered to herself. A wave of intense embarrassment washing over her, turning her neck and face crimson. TSK, she truly treats this place as her home, Chen Yunxian mused, a smile gracing his face. Having such a capable employee who treats the company as her own was a delightful surprise for him. After all, any boss would dream of having an employee like her. Emerging from the lounge with a white shirt in hand, Chen Yunxian said, Here, take this and change, boss. Why are you so blunt? Ning Qingxi teased. What is coarse is often true, Chen Yunxian responded. Ning Qingxi shot him a glare, awkwardly clutching the white shirt to cover herself as she retreated into the lounge. A minute later, Ning Qingxi emerged. Her usual cool demeanor restored as she observed Chen Yunxian seated in the boss's chair, perusing documents. She let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. Treating the company like your own, Chen Yunxian remarked. Boss, Ning Qingxi's initial reaction was that Chen Yunxian was about to reprimand her. No need to worry. I came not only to review documents, Chen Yunxian reassured her. I promise to promote you, and I shall keep my word. I have prepared your appointment letter. Please see if it is suitable. Chen Yunxian handed her the freshly penned document. Ning Qingxi paused, then joyfully accepted it. Noticing only a brief statement on the A4 paper, Ning Qingxi is appointed as the executive president of Wanyang Capital. Below was Chen Yunxian's elegant signature, though a verbal agreement would suffice. I believe some ceremony is in order. I hope you don't mind. Chen Yunxian smiled. Thank you, boss. Ning Qingxi beamed with a radiant smile. No need for gratitude. This is what you rightfully deserve for your hard work, Chen Yunxian assured her. By the way, you can make do with this office for now. I don't come here often. And there are no other vacant spaces in the company, Chen Yunxian added. No need to make do, boss. Ning Qingxi quickly waved her hand. After that, Chen Yunxian turned his attention to the documents, occasionally circling items with his pen. Ning Qingxi sat across from him, unsure of what to do. She had nearly finished processing the files and was merely waiting for Chen Yunxian's signature to implement the new operations. Thus, she found herself lost in thought, watching Chen Yunxian diligently reviewing the documents. The earlier scene replayed in her mind, particularly how he had gazed at her upon entering. What is this? He is my boss. Ning Qingxi murmured softly. What did you say? Chen Yunxian, having just signed a document, caught her murmuring, though he could hear her clearly. Nothing. Ning Qingxi replied, her face flushing crimson. Are you feeling unwell? Your face is quite red, Chen Yunxian inquired. No, boss, I feel perfectly fine, Ning Qingxi hastily responded, her gaze flickering under Chen Yunxian's inquisitive stare. Really? Let me feel your forehead. Chen Yunxian approached and placed his hand on her forehead, frowning as he sensed the heat. You're burning up. You really are ill, he remarked with a furrowed brow. No, boss, it must just be warm in here, Ning Qingxi insisted. The air conditioning is set to 24 degrees, and you claim it's too warm? Chen Yunxian replied, exasperated. He had intended to tease his subordinate, but it turned out she was genuinely unwell. All right, if you're sick, don't push yourself. I saw a box of cold medicine in the lounge earlier. Thinking it was for backup, Chen Yunxian said. I just didn't want to delay our work, Ning Qingxi admitted quietly, realizing Chen Yunxian understood her condition. She truly was unwell. After going out for a meal the day before and being exposed to a gust of warm air, she had felt chills and feverishness, and soon after, a runny nose. Health is the foundation of productivity. How can you work for me if you don't take care of yourself? Chen Yunxian stated sternly. Boss, you sound like a capitalist. Ning Qingxi thought he would offer some comforting words, only to be met with this, and she shot him an incredulous look. Enough. Go take your medicine and get some rest early, Chen Yunxian ordered. But I haven't finished the remaining tasks. It's only a little past 8, Ning Qingxi protested. I'll handle it. Your primary concern now is to take your medicine and rest, Chen Yunxian said, his tone leaving no room for refusal. All right then, Ning Qingxi replied softly. She stood up, took a cup of water, and walked into the lounge. Ouch! As Ning Qingxi stepped into the lounge and attempted to close the door, her heel twisted unexpectedly, causing her to fall abruptly to the ground. The freshly donned white shirt she wore could not withstand the sudden jolt, and 2 buttons popped open. The hot water from the cup spilled onto the floor, but fortunately, none splashed on her. Otherwise, it would have hurt for days. Chen Yunxian heard the commotion. Ning Qingxi's fall had shaken the ground. What happened? He turned to see a pair of fair, slender legs exposed. Chapter 67, Reluctant Acceptance. Chen Yunxian lingered a moment longer before hastily walking over. Huh. He chuckled at the sight of Ning Qingxi sprawled on the floor. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes from the pain as she looked up to see Chen Yunxian laughing. Stop laughing and help me up, she managed to say through gritted teeth, enduring the pain in her ankle. All right. Ha. Chen Yunxian assisted her, lifting her up. As he inadvertently glanced down, a sudden sensation stirred within him. Hey, don't look. Ning Qingxi, feeling Chen Yunxian's intense gaze, instinctively glanced down and exclaimed, her hands reflexively trying to cover herself. However, this movement caused her to lose her balance again, pulling Chen Yunxian down with her. As she teetered, Chen Yunxian sensed the shift, bracing himself but ultimately deciding to wrap his arms around her waist, falling to the ground together. Their positions swapped, with Chen Yunxian lying beneath her, and Ning Qingxi resting atop him. They were nearly entwined, their heavy breaths mingling in the air. The intimacy of their closeness caused her cheeks to flush. What is that? Ning Qingxi suddenly felt something pressing against her, and as her hand moved downward, realization struck her. What is this length? No way. Startled by the revelation, she withdrew her hand as if shocked, her face reddening to the color of an apple. Boss, you lecher. Ning Qingxi exclaimed through clenched teeth. What can I say? It's a natural physiological response. Chen Yunxian replied helplessly. Ning Qingxi attempted to rise from Chen Yunxian's embrace, bracing herself with her arms. But as soon as she placed her foot on the ground, her previously numbed ankle flared with pain once more, causing her to collapse back into his arms. Chen Yunxian gazed into the captivating features of Ning Qingxi, blinking in surprise. Ning Qingxi met his gaze, a mix of shyness and bewilderment reflected in her eyes. Unable to resist, Chen Yunxian leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Ning Qingxi was about to protest, but Chen Yunxian had already wrapped an arm around her neck. After a brief struggle, he managed to part her lips, and she began to respond clumsily to his lead. Just as he was about to tug at her shirt for further advancement, no? Ning Qingxi suddenly regained a moment of clarity, pausing their actions. This is too fast, she said shyly. Chen Yunxian nodded in agreement, and once again, their lips met. After several minutes, Ning Qingxi found herself gasping for breath, and they finally parted. She inhaled deeply, sitting atop Chen Yunxian. Ouch! As she attempted to stand, she winced. Her ankle still throbbed. Chen Yunxian scooped her up and laid her gently on the bed. Where are you going? Ning Qingxi inquired, watching as he turned away. You ignited the fire. I can't just leave it burning, Chen Yunxian replied. Humph, scoundrel. Even with me here, you're still thinking of other women. Ning Qingxi retorted indignantly. She was acutely aware of Chen Yunxian's other romantic entanglements and had initially resolved to distance herself from him. However, her work obligations tethered her closely to him. Moreover, after the events that had just transpired, she found herself reluctantly accepting the situation. After all, who could be more suitable than the man who had claimed her first kiss? Then I suppose tonight will be rather uncomfortable for me, Chen Yunxian said with a wry smile. I don't care, Ning Qingxi replied, displaying her youthful defiance. All right, then tonight will be a bit tough for you, Chen Yunxian said, returning to her side. What are you doing? Ning Qingxi opened her eyes wide. Clasping her chest, indeed, Chen Yunxian exclaimed, then pounced like a hungry tiger. Laughter and other embarrassing sounds filled the lounge. Sun Kai was in the office, anxiously awaiting further instructions. But as 11 o'clock came and went with no one arriving to speak to him, he inquired only to discover that the boss was still inside the office. Yet to emerge, it seems I must show President Ning more respect in the future, Sun Kai mused to himself. In a room occupied by a lone man and a woman, the prolonged absence of their exit hinted at what had transpired, especially with a boss as flirtatious as this one. Hello? Junior, are you coming back tonight? At midnight. Jiang Yun called. Not coming back, Chen Yunxian replied. Hearing the heavy breathing on the line, Jiang Yun understood what was happening, letting out ATCH before promptly hanging up. I wonder where the junior is with which woman. If he says he is not coming back, then so be it. Jiang Yun lamented. She had hoped to engage in a night of passion with him. To her dismay, she was stood up. Humph, that fickle-hearted scoundrel. Su Ming scoffed. Dream? How about we sleep together tonight? Jiang Yun suggested with a smile. Sleep together? Su Ming replied, somewhat puzzled. Yes. It seems we haven't shared a bed in ages. Jiang Yun insisted. Indeed. Then let us do it. Su Ming contemplated before agreeing. Upon hearing Su Ming's consent, a mischievous smile spread across Jiang Yun's face. Unaware of the steep price Su Ming would pay for this decision that night. After a night of fervent entanglement, Chen Yunxian rose refreshed, while Ning Qingxi remained soundly asleep. Traces of tears still visible at the corners of her eyes. System. Sign in. Chen Yunxian muttered in the bathroom. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring master-level massage. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining flexible tongue. What on earth kind of rewards are these? System. Chen Yunxian cursed the system's shamelessness under his breath. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining a fourth romantic confidant. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the attribute of financial tycoon. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining danger sense. Financial tycoon? What utility does this attribute hold? Chen Yunxian pondered in his mind. Financial tycoon. Greed makes me even greedier. In the financial realm, the host possesses an unparalleled vision. Even the stock market's beloved Buffett cannot compare. While engaging in any financial operation, there is a 60% chance to trigger the greed attribute, increasing profits by 50, and simultaneously activating a dominion trait, which renders 60 of any external attempts to manipulate the stock market against the host ineffective. Note, this trait can be designated for use. Once used, the host can retract it. Chen Yunxian stared blankly at the system's description of the financial tycoon effect, and from those words, he saw only two. Invincible. Designated use? Can it be applied to the company? Upon realizing the potential for designation, Chen Yunxian's first instinct was to give it to Ning Qingci. However, seeing those words, he couldn't ascertain whether it could be applied to the company. Yes, you can. The system's cold mechanical voice felt oddly comforting to Chen Yunxian. Chen Yunxian chuckled. Chapter 68. Buying for Ning Qingci. System. Activate. Financial Tycoon Attribute. Designated for Wanyang Capital. Chen Yunxian shouted internally. Understood. Financial Tycoon Attribute is now in effect. Chen Yunxian exited the bathroom while humming a tune. His eyes catching Ning Qingci's as they suddenly fluttered closed again. Still asleep. Huh. Chen Yunxian sat down in front of Ning Qingci. Speaking to himself. I wonder how it feels in this state. Let us test it. Ning Qingci's face flushed as she felt a large hand slip beneath the covers. Unable to contain herself any longer. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Ning Qingci opened her eyes and exclaimed hastily. So, you're awake. How dare you deceive me? Chen Yunxian teased, pinching Ning Qingci's cheek. Boss, I was wrong. Ning Qingci blushed and confessed. From now on, don't call me boss. Just call me Brother Chen. Chen Yunxian smiled. TCH. I'm older than you, okay? Ning Qingci retorted, spitting playfully. Then who was it last night? Chen Yunxian grinned at Ning Qingci. Don't he say that? Ning Qingci blushed and covered Chen Yunxian's mouth. I need to get up for work. Ning Qingci stated, feeling Chen Yunxian's hands wandering freely over her body. As my woman. Don't burden yourself so much. Chen Yunxian spoke softly to Ning Qingci. But this is your enterprise. I must manage it well. Ning Qingci's tone softened. Chen Yunxian's candid words had shifted their identities, allowing them to shed the usual constraints. Although Ning Qingci refrained from mentioning it, she still cared deeply. This is now our company. We can take our time to manage it. You're not in good shape, so don't work today. Chen Yunxian advised. All right. Ning Qingci responded softly. Nestled in Chen Yunxian's embrace. Let me give you a foot massage. Chen Yunxian had just acquired master-level massage. It doesn't hurt much anymore. Let us skip it. Ning Qingci replied. As she spoke, Chen Yunxian had already pulled her foot from under the covers. His large hands gently rested on her injured ankle. Ning Qingci shivered, gazing tenderly at Chen Yunxian as he massaged her. After a while, Ning Qingci noticed the swollen sensation in her ankle had dissipated. It's really much better. Ning Qingci exclaimed in surprise. Of course. I have undergone professional training. Chen Yunxian replied with a grin. I need to take a shower. Ning Qingci declared, getting off the bed and stepping on the floor twice. Discovering that she truly felt fine. Go ahead, Chen Yunxian replied. Ning Qingci, wearing slippers, walked into the bathroom. The semi-transparent glass of the bathroom allowed her silhouette to be seen, igniting a fire within Chen Yunxian once more. Qingci, you forgot something. Chen Yunxian called out. What is it? Of course it's me. Chen Yunxian said, slipping inside as Ning Qingci opened the door. The bathroom filled with cheerful symphonic music. Eventually, Chen Yunxian emerged from the bathroom draped in a bathrobe, holding Ning Qingci in his arms. It's all your fault. I can't even get out of bed now. Ning Qingci lamented. Today, you should rest well. Watch your husband handle the work. Chen Yunxian chuckled. Ning Qingci leaned against Chen Yunxian's shoulder, quietly observing his profile as he dealt with documents. She felt as though she were in a dream. In less than a day, her relationship with Chen Yunxian had progressed so rapidly. She felt completely consumed. Although she had some inner resistance last night, there was a tinge of delight as well. At 27 years old, she had yet to date anyone, with only a handful of boys she could count on her fingers. Had she not met Chen Yunxian, she truly did not know how she would navigate her future. What are you thinking so deeply about? Chen Yunxian inquired, noticing Ning Qingci lost in thought beside him. I wonder how my life would have unfolded had I not encountered you, my boss. Ning Qingci murmured softly. Do not dwell on such thoughts. From the moment I laid eyes on you, you were destined to belong to me for all eternity. Chen Yunxian replied, playfully pinching Ning Qingci's nose. You truly are domineering. Are you not afraid that I may have had a boyfriend back then? Ning Qingci retorted. Not in the slightest. Such a scenario only adds to the thrill. Chen Yunxian laughed. Oh, you. Ning Qingci, feeling emboldened, seized Chen Yunxian's waist. How dare you ambush me? Today, you shall learn the meaning of familial discipline. Chen Yunxian countered, effortlessly flipping Ning Qingci beneath her. I was mistaken. Ning Qingci exclaimed, her face paling. The spirited skirmish in the lounge continued until dusk. When Chen Yunxian emerged, supporting the slightly unsteady Ning Qingci, the intoxicating atmosphere of the room dissipated with the opening of the window. Let me find you a place nearby. Living here all the time is rather uncomfortable, Chen Yunxian suggested. All right, Ning Qingci nodded, understanding that this was Chen Yunxian's way of expressing her inability to always be by her side. Upon exiting the office, Ning Qingxi donned her usual icy demeanor as the beautiful CEO, yet her hand remained tightly clasped with Chen Yunxian's. Good day, boss. Good day, President Ning. Chen Yunxian greeted as she descended to the next floor, heading into Sun Kai's office. Sun Kai immediately offered his greetings to the two. Chen Yunxian acknowledged with a nod. Manager Sun, are there any upscale neighborhoods nearby that are quite comfortable? Chen Yunxian inquired. Upscale neighborhoods? Let me think, Sun Kai replied. Deep in thought. Unfortunately, there are no upscale neighborhoods nearby, only high-end apartments. The nearest upscale neighborhood is Hongjing, about 10 kilometers from here, he added. Chen Yunxian nodded. Realizing that although Jiangdu is a new first-tier city, there are only about 8 neighborhoods that can be classified as upscale. There is also a villa district nearby. But I am unsure if it meets your expectations, Sun Kai continued. A villa district? What is it called? Chen Yunxian asked. It seems to be called Xiangwan Villa. Sun Kai replied. All right, I understand, Chen Yunxian said, leading Ning Qingxi out. Yunxian, are we going to see the house now? Ning Qingxi asked. Of course. The sooner we buy, the sooner we can settle it, Chen Yunxian replied, driving her Pagani Huayra towards the Xiangwan Villa district. Good day, sir, madam. Welcome to the Xiangwan Villa sales office. A young saleswoman greeted them warmly, her face radiant with enthusiasm. She had noticed that Chen Yunxian and her companion had arrived in a supercar, indicating they were likely quite affluent, although she would not adopt a dismissive attitude towards customers. There is a marked difference between earning a commission and not. The thought invigorated her smile, making it more genuine. Do you have any properties that are move-in ready without the need for renovation? Chen Yunxian asked directly. The saleswoman's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It appeared she was close to securing a commission. Just one more invitation, and she could cash in. Yes, sir. Not only do we have them, but we have a total of 9. The saleswoman exclaimed happily. Please, do elaborate, Chen Yunxian urged. They are units number 1, 7, 9, and 12. The saleswoman began her explanation. Units 1 and 9 are particularly special, as they were both originally furnished. The others were returned due to the buyer's financial constraints. Let us hear more about these 2 units. Money is not an issue, Chen Yunxian stated. Certainly, sir. Unit 1 boasts over 3,600 square meters, featuring a swimming pool, numerous parking spaces, and 3 stories covering over 900 square meters, the saleswoman explained. The interior design is a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western styles. Unit 9, while occupying the same area as Unit 1, has an additional fountain in its yard. And its decor is entirely Western, she continued enthusiastically. Which one would you like to view? Chen Yunxian asked Ning Qingxi. Let us go with Unit 9. I am not particularly fond of Eastern decor, as it often conveys a sense of familial oppression, Ning Qingxi replied. Very well, Unit 9 it is, Chen Yunxian concurred. All right. Sir, madam, I will fetch the keys, please wait a moment. In under 2 minutes, the saleswoman returned with the keys for Unit 9, guiding Chen Yunxian and Ning Qingxi towards the villa. Welcome to Unit 9, she proclaimed as she ushered them inside, resuming her detailed explanation. Let us take a look around first, Chen Yunxian interjected. Of course, sir. After touring the bedrooms, Chen Yunxian and Ning Qingxi examined the living room, ultimately feeling quite satisfied. What do you think? The saleswoman asked eagerly, soon receiving the response she desired. Overall, I am quite satisfied. What is the final price? Chen Yunxian inquired. Sir, the asking price is 89,500,000. The saleswoman managed to suppress her excitement as she spoke. All right, let us proceed with the payment, Chen Yunxian declared, producing a black card. Very well, sir. The saleswoman quickly retrieved her portable card reader, her excitement mounting as the transaction was completed successfully. Though the clientele is not large in the villa sales industry, the commissions are substantial. With a stroke of luck, one could even forge connections with wealthy individuals, ensuring a life free of financial worry. Yet, the dashing, affluent youth had a strikingly beautiful and aloof girlfriend, which made her feel somewhat inferior. Let us reside here from now on. It is not too far from the company. Tomorrow, I will arrange a vehicle for you, so you need not stay at the office frequently. Chen Yunxian spoke gently to Ning Qingxi. All right, Ning Qingxi nodded, feeling a surge of emotion. When she had first graduated from university and arrived in the unfamiliar Jiangdu to forge her own path, she had lived in a cramped, dilapidated rental. Day in and day out, she toiled tirelessly for meager wages. However, since joining Wanyang, everything had improved. As one of the founding members, she had risen to the position of general manager, earning a monthly salary of 50,000, with additional bonuses for significant stock market gains. Despite having saved over $1 million, she still lacked a small home in Jiangdu, feeling somewhat lost about her future. The villa that Chen Yunxian had purchased for her served as a balm for her lonely heart. I truly love it, Ning Qingxi whispered. As long as you are pleased. That is what matters. Should you find anything lacking, simply let me know. I will never allow you to feel deprived, Chen Yunxian assured her. All right. Ning Qingzi gazed tenderly at Chen Yunxian, rising on her tiptoes to kiss him. Moments later, breathless, she pulled away. Honestly, living alone in this house feels a bit desolate. You must come by often, Ning Qingzi said, her cheeks flushed. I promise to visit frequently, Chen Yunxian replied earnestly. After returning Ning Qingzi to the company, Chen Yunxian and she shared a tender moment before hastening back to Hongjing. Humph, you are guilty, Jiang Yun declared. Indeed, I was wrong, Chen Yunxian replied. What about you? Ming Ming? No punishment for the junior? Jiang Yun inquired, glancing at Su Ming beside her. Let's spare him. The junior has a tough time managing the company every day. Su Ming responded. Very well then, Jiang Yun nodded, then leaped into Chen Yunxian's embrace. Junior, I've been thinking about you in such a naughty way. Tonight you. Jiang Yun whispered into Chen Yunxian's ear, her face growing redder with each word. Su Ming stared in astonishment at Jiang Yun's changing complexion, realizing that the punishment of the junior was merely a ruse. Hee. Jiang Yun turned back and stuck out her tongue at Su Ming. Su Ming's expression suddenly turned melancholic. After all, she had suffered greatly last night when Chen Yunxian did not return, and she couldn't understand how Jiang Yun had learned such antics. Noticing Su Ming's forlorn gaze, Chen Yunxian pulled her into his arms and took a deep breath of her fragrant hair. Why do you smell so delightful, senior sister? Chen Yunxian teased. What a lecher. Su Ming pouted. Haha, you just realized? Chen Yunxian grinned wickedly, wrapping his arms around both Jiang Yun and Su Ming as they entered the master bedroom. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun, blushing, ran out. Within the bedroom, sounds resembling suppressed sobs echoed, causing a tantalizing itch in the ears of those who listened. Unable to resist, Jiang Yun leaned against the door, eavesdropping, her cheeks aflame from the sounds emanating from within. Click! The door swung open, and before Jiang Yun could react, she was pulled directly into the master bedroom. The next morning, Chen Yunxian awoke with one arm around Jiang Yun and the other around Su Ming, both of whom were still in slumber. Su Ming's lips curled into a gentle smile. The phone rang, and Chen Yunxian gently withdrew his arms from their bodies to answer the call. Hello? Boss, this is Wang Peiwen. The steady voice of Wang Peiwen greeted him. What is it? Chen Yunxian inquired. Boss, our Huashi media has moved to Jinjiang building, and there will be a celebration. Would you like to come? Wang Peiwen asked. When is it? Chen Yunxian queried. Tomorrow evening at 6, Wang Peiwen replied. All right, I'll make time, Chen Yunxian confirmed before hanging up. Wang Peiwen was a figure he had investigated. He was one of the pioneers of Huashi media, possessing an exceptional innovative spirit and a knack for pinpointing the right direction for new anchors. Moreover, he had a strong sense of boundaries and rules, which made Chen Yunxian comfortable in trusting the management of Huashi media to him. What is it, darling? Jiang Yun sleepily asked. There's an event at the company tomorrow. Do you want to come? Chen Yunxian proposed. No, tomorrow is Monday, and I have classes. She replied. Very well then. Chapter 70, Blackwater Security Group. System, check-in. Chen Yunxian lay between Jiang Yun and Su Ming, silently uttering in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 shares of Blackwater Security Group. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Jiangdu Linjiang Commercial Street. Chen Yunxian looked at the system's rewards with some confusion. What exactly was Blackwater Security Group? Blackwater Security Group is the foremost security group internationally, primarily operating in Africa and the Americas, with hard power comparable to that of a small nation's armed forces. Chen Yunxian's eyes widened. He was a law-abiding citizen. If the host does not wish to retain it, it can be retracted. The system's cold mechanical voice resonated in Chen Yunxian's mind. No, it sounds quite enticing, Chen Yunxian quickly thought. He looked at the contact information of the operator, Anton, displayed on the system, and promptly dialed the number. Hello? Boss, you finally called us. A rugged male voice greeted him on the other end. Yes, Longwood Jiangdu. Do you have a branch there? Chen Yunxian inquired. Yes, boss. We have branches in all major cities in Longhua. Good. Arrange for covert protection. I'll send you the information shortly, Chen Yunxian instructed. Understood, boss. At that moment, Huo Linfeng was seated in the office of his dwindling assets, eyes closed. Lost in thought, he had just sold this commercial street to a mysterious nobleman, with the money arriving shortly, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He opened his eyes and booked a flight to the beautiful country. With his current balance, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life there. However, that nagging feeling urged him to leave quickly. Take me to the airport, Huo Linfeng said softly as he made a call. Shortly after, a bodyguard entered, escorting Huo Linfeng to the airport. The previous bodyguard had been dismissed, and Huo Linfeng, having employed him for 10 years, had settled his wages and let him go. Just as Huo Linfeng was about to leave, Bai Song received the news. By the time Huo Linfeng arrived at the airport, he realized something was amiss. Previously, Chen Yunxian had mentioned wanting to deal with Huo Linfeng decisively, and Bai Song had underestimated the threat, assuming Chen Yunxian would strike a fatal blow on the way. However, it seemed that was not the case. Huolinfeng had already reached the airport, and no matter how powerful Chen Yunxian's backing was, they would not openly act against Huolinfeng. Ding ding ding. Chen Yunxian's phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Bai Song. He felt a twinge of confusion. Did Bai Song have something urgent to discuss? Hello? What's wrong, Uncle Bai? Chen Yunxian asked, puzzled. Huolinfeng has arrived at the airport. He booked a flight to the beautiful country today. Bai Song's tone was particularly anxious. He did not want Huolinfeng to peacefully enjoy his later years. The beautiful country? He asked, moving so quickly. No worries, once he lands, I'll ensure he knows his final fate. Chen Yunxian responded, slightly surprised, then spoke slowly. How fortuitous. Just as he became the behind-the-scenes boss of Blackwater Security Group, Huolinfeng was off to the beautiful country. I was contemplating what means to use against you domestically, but you've unwittingly provided the opportunity by heading to the beautiful country. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Yunxian silently mused. He immediately sent a message to Anton, instructing him to take care of Huolinfeng upon his arrival in the beautiful country. Anton promptly replied that he received the message. Jiang Yun and Su Ming obediently gazed at Chen Yunxian's profile, refraining from speaking during his call, understanding that the remarkable man before them was engaged in matters of his career. Why are you all staring at me? I know I'm handsome, but being looked at like this makes it hard for me to resist. Chen Yunxian joked. Huh, you're such a joker. Jiang Yun retorted. Humph, such a braggart. Su Ming huffed. Chen Yunxian laughed and playfully pinned Su Ming down, intending to teach her a lesson. Help, Yun Yun, Su Ming exclaimed, her face turning pale. Let me show you what family discipline is. Chen Yunxian declared with mock severity, beginning his playful antics under Su Ming's pleading gaze. And don't just stand there looking. Chen Yunxian forcefully pulled the intrigued Jiang Yun into the fray, compelling her to join the battle. This confrontation proved to be quite intense, ultimately leaving only Chen Yunxian standing, radiating a vibrant energy. Just before succumbing, Jiang Yun uttered a single word, pervert. Before closing her eyes, Chen Yunxian promptly rose, took a refreshing shower, and began preparing dinner for the three of them, which included a nourishing soup meant for the beleaguered Jiang Yun and Su Ming. Dinner is ready, Chen Yunxian announced as she entered the master bedroom. The two, still groggy, descended from their beds, and upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, their weary eyes widened with delight. It smells amazing, they exclaimed in unison, immediately taking their seats at the dinner table. Wash your hands, Chen Yunxian said with a hint of exasperation. No need, I don't mind you. Su Ming giggled. I won't mind you either, Junior. Jiang Yun chimed in, joining in the banter. Chen Yunxian, shaking her head in amusement, sat down with them to enjoy the meal. After dining, she carried both women back to their room, urging them to rest well for the night before heading downstairs. Having satisfied their appetites, the two women encouraged Chen Yunxian to leave, insisting that they couldn't let others go without their share of the soup after feasting on the meat. Before departing, Chen Yunxian changed into casual attire, purposely allowing Jiang Yun and Su Ming to admire her look. Got it. You look quite handsome, Jiang Yun remarked. Chen Yunxian donned a black short shirt devoid of any labels, save for a golden emblem at the collar depicting a serpent entwined around a staff. This garment had been sent by her father a couple of days prior, and upon feeling its exquisite fabric, she was convinced it surpassed even the finest luxury brands, prompting her to try it on. The effect was indeed striking, bestowing upon Chen Yunxian a unique aura that straightened her posture. Working late today, huh? Chen Yunxian greeted Jiang Wanxing with a smile as they met in the underground parking lot. Indeed, there were more scenes than expected, and before I knew it, I was working overtime, Jiang Wanxing replied. Truly a model employee, Chen Yunxian praised, giving a thumbs up. What can I say? If we don't finish today, tomorrow will be even busier, Jiang Wanxing shrugged. Oh, I see, Chen Yunxian nodded. Goodbye. Farewell. Chen Yunxian glanced at the three parked cars, contemplated for a moment, and climbed into the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chapter 71, Dinner with Zhang Ning and Others. Ong. Apologies for the interruption. The Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly carried Chen Yunxian away from the underground parking lot, heading towards the Jiangdu Art Academy. Hey, darling, Han Yu and the others are here too. Zhang Ning's call came in, evidently just learning that Li Han Yu and her friends wished to interrupt Chen Yunxian's date. Oh, that is fine. I'm in another car that can accommodate everyone, Chen Yunxian replied. Great. Chen Yunxian soon arrived at the entrance of the Art Academy, bustling with students on this weekend evening. Upon seeing the elongated Rolls-Royce, many pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Stepping out of the car with poise, Chen Yunxian surveyed the entrance, but regrettably, he did not spot Zhang Ning and her friends. Hey, handsome, can I get your contact info? A girl, somewhat innocent in appearance, approached him, reminiscent of a previous encounter. Upon using his insightful eye, He was astonished to find her special attributes rated a staggering 16. No, thank you. I have a girlfriend, he replied after a brief glance. All right then, the girl forced a smile and sashayed away. See, P.S. waiting for his girlfriend. So what if he has a girlfriend? Ever heard the saying, a home flower is not as fragrant as a wild flower? Well, at least it has to be a flower. What are you, a dead sissy? Rambling on about. Who are you calling a dead sissy? I'm talking about you, what is it to you? Just wait. I'll call my boyfriend to deal with you. Chen Yunxian leaned against the car, observing the entrance of the art academy. Moments later, Zhang Ning emerged with Li Hanyu and the others. The moment Zhang Ning spotted Chen Yunxian, she gleefully sprinted towards him, leaping into his arms and wrapping her long legs around his waist. Darling, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. Chen Yunxian responded warmly. Li Hanyu's eyes sparkled as she watched the affectionate display between the two, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Shi, who appeared somewhat uneasy. Although she was aware that the boy she fancied was with her roommate, witnessing their intimacy firsthand stirred feelings of discomfort. Hello, everyone. After dismounting from Chen Yunxian, Zhang Ning greeted Li Hanyu and the others. Mr. Chen, I hope you haven't forgotten our names. Li Hanyu teased with a smile. Of course not. You are Hanyu, the fairest is Yun Shi, and the gentlest is Ro-Xin, Chen Yunxian replied. TSK, don't I have any merits? Li Hanyu raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Haha, certainly you do, but I'll leave it unsaid. Everyone already knows, Chen Yunxian chuckled. Li Hanyu's expression faltered momentarily before she regained her composure. All right, let us get in the car, Zhang Ning interjected. Li Hanyu, Yun Shi, and Ro-Xin took their seats in the back, while Zhang Ning occupied the front passenger seat. There are fruits, snacks, and drinks in the car fridge. Feel free to help yourselves, Chen Yunxian said. Then we want tea hold back with you, Mr. Chen. Li Hanyu laughed. Is there anything you all particularly want to eat? Chen Yunxian suddenly asked. I'm not sure. Let Ning Ning decide, Li Hanyu suggested. I'm not sure either. Zhang Ning admitted, shaking her head. All right, since you're unsure, I'll choose a place, Chen Yunxian declared, steering the car towards Sanjiich. Although the cuisine there could not compare to his own culinary creations, it was among the finest in Jiangdu. With his godly cooking skills, no one could rival him. The extended Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a smooth stop at the entrance of Sanjiich. The welcoming staff was different from the familiar Wenwen and Shir. Welcome. Two beautiful women in kipeos bowed slightly to Chen Yunxian. He nodded in acknowledgement and led Zhang Ning and her friends inside. As soon as he entered, Manager Zhou approached him promptly. Mr. Chen, good to see you. He greeted respectfully. Where are Wenwen and Shir? I didn't see them today, Chen Yunxian inquired, recalling his satisfaction with their previous service. Mr. Chen, they have been assigned to your exclusive private room, Manager Zhou replied. Oh, that is fine, Chen Yunxian nodded. In the private room of the Immortal Pavilion, Chen Yunxian and his companions had already settled in. Zhang Ning and her three friends surveyed the exquisite decor within the chamber, as well as the artificial mountains and lush bamboo visible through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. Mr. Chen, may I inquire what you would like to eat? Wenwen approached gracefully, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had just overheard that Mr. Chen was inquiring about her whereabouts, which naturally filled her with joy. Even the usually reticent Shir wore a smile of elation. A serving of each signature dish, and 2 bottles of red wine. Please, Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. Certainly. Mr. Chen. Wenwen responded cheerfully as she exited, while Shir stepped forward to pour tea. Shir, what has transpired today? You seem exceptionally cheerful, Chen Yunxian teased, noticing the joy radiating from her face. Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Chen. Shir blushed slightly, her voice sweet. At that moment, Chen Yunxian felt a gentle twist at his waist and glanced at Zhang Ning beside him, who was still clinging to his arm. Turning his gaze to Li Hanyu, he caught her provocative glance and immediately understood her mischief. Shir, her eyes glimmering, shot a knowing look at Li Hanyu before stepping out to leave. Ning Ning is still here. How dare you tease the server? Chen Yunxian's phone buzzed with a message from Li Hanyu. What's wrong with that? He replied, only to see the chat box display typing, without any further messages forthcoming. Li Hanyu shot him a fierce glare before putting her phone down. Enjoy your meal. Mr. Chen. Once the dishes were served, Wenwen and Shir bowed and stepped outside. This tastes absolutely divine, Zhang Ning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she picked up her chopsticks. Indeed, it is quite delicious. Li Hanyu concurred after finishing her meal. Yunkai and Wen Ruxin nodded in agreement, both sharing the sentiment. Would you like some wine? Chen Yunxian inquired, holding a bottle opener. I think I'll abstain, Li Hanyu and Wen Ruxin chimed in unison. I'll have a little, Yunkai said softly. What about you, Ning Ning? Chen Yunxian looked toward Zhang Ning. I'll have a bit too. Soon. Yunkai was teetering on the brink of intoxication. Chen Yunxian gazed at her in astonishment, unable to contain his curiosity. Is her tolerance truly so low? I recall her handling it better last time. Last time, Yunkai hardly drank anything, and it was beer. Li Hanyu rolled her eyes. Zhang Ning's cheeks flushed as she too began to feel the effects of the drink. Wen Ruxin looked at Yunkai with a mix of concern and helplessness, realizing that the situation might lead to complications for her. Chapter 72. For individuals with hidden thoughts. Zhang Ning, her cheeks rosy, rested her head on Chen Yunxian's shoulder, gazing dreamily at his profile. Yunkai, with a dazed expression, focused solely on Chen Yunxian, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Li Hanyu, her eyes flickering, glanced at Yunkai's state before taking a sip from her drink. Ning Ning and Xiao Shi are getting tipsy, while you seem quite bored drinking alone. How about I join you? Li Hanyu casually suggested, though her gaze subtly monitored Zhang Ning's demeanor. Zhang Ning remained oblivious, nestled against Chen Yunxian's shoulder, unperturbed by Li Hanyu's words. That sounds good, Chen Yunxian replied, pouring half a glass for Li Hanyu. She took a small sip, the rich flavor captivating her senses. I want some too, Yunkai chimed, playfully tossing her hair. You really shouldn't drink anymore. You'll end up completely inebriated, Chen Yunxian cautioned, shaking his head. No way. I just want to drink. Yunkai insisted, her face flushed. Be good now. Chen Yunxian's voice softened. Humph. Then I one tea drink. Yunkai relented, swayed by his gentle tone. When Ruxin observed her dear friend's behavior, feeling somewhat exasperated, the usually astute Yunkai seemed utterly lost in Chen Yunxian's presence. Could this be what they call the ultimate love-struck state? When Ruxin mused, reflecting that if Zhang Ning weren't leaning on Chen Yunxian, she might dare to make a bold move herself. Zhang Ning, at some point, shifted her attention to Yunkai, her expression tinged with resignation, fully aware of Chen Yunxian's numerous romantic entanglements. This was a truth Chen Yunxian never concealed from his partners, and Zhang Ning understood well that she could not capture his heart. Moreover, she was acutely aware that she could not withstand his allure. If Yunkai were to approach him directly, it seemed likely that Chen Yunxian's character would lead him to accept her advances. Let us call it a night. It's getting late. But it seems Yunkai won't be able to leave, Chen Yunxian announced. We should be able to help Xiao Shi back to the dorm, Wen Ruxin suggested. I can't do it. I feel so weak right now, Zhang Ning admitted, casting Chen Yunxian a knowing glance. I'm on my period, so I'm not feeling well, Li Hanyu bluntly stated, using her condition as an excuse. Wen Ruxin felt a pang of exasperation, knowing full well that Li Hanyu was indeed on her period. Yet she too was not in a position to assist Yunkai. Given that Zhang Ning often exercised, she too was feeling a bit weak, indicating that Yunkai would likely need to stay the night with Chen Yunxian. Don't worry, Roshin. There are accommodations here. I can arrange for it, Chen Yunxian reassured her. All right, Wen Ruxin nodded, albeit reluctantly. She cast a glance at her close friend Yunkai, pondering whether this was all a deliberate ploy. I'll have someone drive you two home. I can't drive after drinking, Chen Yunxian smiled. I'll pass. I'll take care of Yunkai tonight, Li Hanyu suddenly declared. What about you, Roshin? Chen Yunxian turned to Wen Ruxin after Li Hanyu's refusal. Wen Ruxin's smile faltered. She had anticipated Li Hanyu's response. Although their dorm had good camaraderie, Li Hanyu was closer to Zhang Ning while she shared a bond with Yunkai. What could be her motive? Wen Ruxin frowned, questioning if Li Hanyu genuinely wished to care for Yunkai. Then I won't trouble you. I'll join Hanyu in looking after Yunkai, Wen Ruxin said slowly, unable to decipher her friend's intentions. That's fine, Chen Yunxian replied with a slight nod. He pressed a small bell on the table, and Wenwen promptly entered. Mr. Chen, how may I assist you? She inquired sweetly. Please arrange 3 rooms for these 3 friends, Chen Yunxian instructed. Certainly, Mr. Chen, Wenwen responded, nodding before exiting to make arrangements. At that moment, Shi re-entered and performed a courteous bow. Mr. Chen, would you like some hangover tea? She asked. Yes, please bring it in, Chen Yunxian replied, glancing at Yunkai's tipsy state. Certainly, Mr. Chen. Shi exited promptly. Once the hangover tea arrived, it was first served to Yunkai. Zhang Ning took a sip, followed by Chen Yunxian finishing his cup. As evening descended, Chen Yunxian escorted Zhang Ning to a room, while Yunkai and Li Hanyu were situated next door. And when Ruxin ultimately chose to share a room with Yunkai, genuinely intent on caring for her friend, Chen Yunxian and Zhang Ning were in the room, their passion igniting like dry tinder, and 2 hours later, Zhang Ning succumbed to sleep, drenched in perspiration. In the adjacent room, Li Hanyu leaned against the wall, engrossed in her phone, though her attention was far from the screen, having replayed the video countless times. As the faint sounds from next door finally subsided, she opened the chat window for Chen Yunxian, hesitating over whether to send a message. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanyu dispatched her meticulously crafted text, Chen Yunxian. It seems the toilet in my room is clogged. Could you come take a look? Just as Chen Yunxian lit a cigarette, the notification from his phone drew his attention. To his surprise, it was a message from Li Hanyu. Sure, he replied, his eyes glinting with intrigue. After finishing his cigarette and discarding it in the ashtray, Chen Yunxian donned a bathrobe and stepped out. Yunxi and Wen Roxin had unknowingly fallen asleep, but just as Chen Yunxian concluded his business, Yunxi opened her eyes. Possessing keen hearing since childhood, she could discern subtle sounds despite the strong privacy of the rooms. Cautiously, she rose from beside Wen Roxin, careful not to make a sound. Fully aware that this was a rare opportunity, if she failed to seize this moment, she knew there might not be another. Gently opening the door, she glanced back at the peacefully sleeping Wen Roxin, sighed in relief, and stepped outside. Chen Yunxian noticed the sound of the door opening behind him but did not turn around. He was certain it was Yunxi, given her cautious approach. As she emerged, she caught sight of Chen Yunxian, bare-chested, wrapped in a bathrobe, entering Li Hanyu's room. Could it be that Hanyu and Chen Yunxian are involved? Yunxi's heart raced with shock. After seeing Chen Yunxian enter, she stealthily approached the door, intent on eavesdropping. "You see, my toilet is clogged," Li Hanyu's clear voice rang out. "TSK, indeed it is, but I can't do much about it," Chen Yunxian replied with an air of resignation. Chapter 73. Caught. "Actually, I have another method," Li Hanyu suggested. "What is it?" Chen Yunxian inquired. A strange slurping sound of noodles echoed within the room, leaving Yunxi bewildered outside. "Is this your method?" Chen Yunxian asked, his voice trembling. "Yes, what do you think?" Li Hanyu asked with a playful tone. "Impressive. But why do you seem so adept at this?" Chen Yunxian questioned. "Don't worry. I've only practiced by myself. I haven't shared this with anyone," Li Hanyu assured him. "Wow, such talent. But why pursue this? Isn't Sun Hao still after you?" Chen Yunxian suddenly queried. "Why bring him up now? But rest assured, it won't ruin your brotherly bond. We haven't spoken in ages. We already clarified things." "He said he wouldn't pursue me anymore, and I naturally agreed," Li Hanyu said with ease. Chen Yunxian nodded, engaging in further conversation with her. "What are they up to? Are they genuinely unclogging the toilet? Yet, something feels off," Yunxi mused to herself while eavesdropping. Chen Yunxian cast a glance at the door, then found his attention drawn back to Li Hanyu. The door hadn't been shut tightly. He had intentionally left a gap when he entered. Just as he suspected, Yunxi was indeed eavesdropping outside. Chen Yunxian gently lifted Li Hanyu and laid her on the bed, and under her slightly anxious gaze, he joined her. "I really got my period today," Li Hanyu said with a hint of resignation. "It's all right," Chen Yunxian replied softly. Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed through the room, causing Yunxi to blush furiously. They truly have something going on," Yunxi exclaimed in disbelief. As Yunxi was captivated by the sounds from within, an unexpected silence fell. The door swung open, and in a daze, she was swept into the room by Chen Yunxian. "You didn't get your period today, did you?" he whispered, nibbling on Yunxi's earlobe. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Yunxi turned a deep shade of pink. "No," she murmured shyly. "All right then." The room was soon filled with sounds that were neither cries nor sobs. The following midday, when Roxin awoke, glancing at the empty space beside her with a sigh. As expected, Yunxi had taken the opportunity to seek out Chen Yunxian in the dead of night. Meanwhile, in Li Hanyu's room, Chen Yunxian lay sprawled on the bed, one arm wrapped around Li Hanyu and the other around Yunxi. The thrilling events of the previous night had left him quite satisfied. These two inexperienced newcomers had been thoroughly schooled by him, the seasoned veteran. "Beep. You have 3 unclaimed rewards. Would you like to claim them?" "Claim." "Beep. Congratulations. You have received the dignity of the ancient clan." "Beep. Congratulations. You have received 1 beauty pill." "Beep. Congratulations. You have received 1 body enhancement pill." "Beep. Congratulations. You have received 1 bad luck talisman." "Beep. Congratulations. You have received 1 unknown wooden plaque." "Beep. Congratulations. You have received ancient etiquette." Chen Yunxian felt a wave of confusion. Among the rewards given by the system, he was unfamiliar with 3 of them. "System, could you explain the 3 I've never encountered?" Chen Yunxian silently thought. The dignity of the ancient clan. Throughout the 5,000 years of Longwei's history, there have always been prodigies who established invincible powers during their eras. Each prodigy emerging from this lineage possesses a certain awe-inspiring dignity and charisma. Unknown wooden plaque. A plaque crafted from precious materials through 100 complex processes. It is impervious to fire and water, perhaps known only to a select few in the world. Ancient etiquette. As a billionaire tycoon, you shouldn't be ignorant of basic social etiquette, right? Ancient etiquette. You deserve to possess it. What on earth is this? Chen Yunxian rolled his eyes, muttering to himself. The system's descriptions felt rather vague. Observing the 2 women still lost in slumber beside him, Chen Yunxian suddenly felt intrigued. "What are you doing?" Li Hanyu murmured as she opened her eyes, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Keep sleeping," Chen Yunxian urged excitedly. "How can I continue with you acting this way?" Li Hanyu shot him an exasperated glance. Beside them, Yunxi slowly opened her eyes, joining the fray. when Roisin had already risen and stepped out of her room, only to encounter Zhang Ning exiting from the adjacent room, their eyes locking momentarily. Ning, where's Xiaoxi? Isn't she inside? When Roisin gestured towards the room behind Zhang Ning. Not here. Zhang Ning shook her head, equally unaware of Chen Yunxian's whereabouts. Could she be having a meal? Let us go look for her. All right. Zhang Ning and when Roisin searched around, but found no sign of Chen Yunxian, Li Hanyu, or Yunxi. Ladies, is there anything you require assistance with? Wenwen and Shishir approached and inquired. Is everything all right? Zhang Ning replied. Oh, it's nothing. We're merely searching for Chen Yunxian. Oh, we haven't seen Mr. Chen either, Wenwen and Shishir responded. Very well then. Zhang Ning and Wen Ruxin nodded and departed. Isn't Mr. Chen still in his room? Shishir whispered after the two had vanished from sight. Sister, you still don't grasp it. Those two ladies are unaware of the connection between Mr. Chen and them, Wenwen explained. Oh, I see. Shishir nodded, understanding her sister's implication. They needed Zhang Ning and the other to discover this on their own. It was not something they could disclose. After a thorough search, Zhang Ning and Wen Ruxin found themselves standing at the door of Li Hanyu's room. They had sent messages to the three of them, yet not one had responded. It appeared they were all gathered in Li Hanyu's quarters. However, a look of astonishment crossed Zhang Ning's face. When had Hanyu become involved with Chen Yunxian? Wen Ruxin, too, was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Chen Yunxian would have any ties to Li Hanyu. It seemed that Hanyu's words from the previous night were aimed directly at Chen Yunxian. What astonished her further was Zhang Ning's rather subdued reaction, merely a hint of surprise. Ning, please don't become too upset. Wen Ruxin said with concern, sensing that Zhang Ning might be profoundly disillusioned with Chen Yunxian. Huh? I'm not angry at all. Zhang Ning blinked, responding, huh? Wen Ruxin's jaw dropped in disbelief. With Chen Yunxian behaving this way, it's all right. Honestly, without Hanyu and Xiaoxi, Chen Yunxian has other women. If I were to get angry, I wouldn't know when it would end. Moreover, I don't wish to part ways with him, so let it be. It's quite fine as it is, Zhang Ning asserted. Then what shall we do moving forward? Wen Ruxin asked timidly. Let me tell you quietly, Chen Yunxian is exceptionally capable. Every time it feels as though he transcends humanity. Zhang Ning confessed, her cheeks flushing. What? Chapter 74. How am I to forgive you? What? When Ruxin was left in a stunned silence by Zhang Ning's words, going forward, Yunxian said that as long as we don't leave, he will not abandon us. I believe in him, Zhang Ning said, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Oh, I see. When Ruxin nodded absently, feeling as though the world around her had gone mad. Everything was unfamiliar to her. If that's the case, could I too? Ugh, what are you thinking? Wen Ruxin. The thought suddenly flickered in her mind, but was quickly quelled. Zhang Ning and Wen Ruxin lingered at the door for a while, realizing that Chen Yunxian and the others had yet to emerge, confirming that the trio was indeed preoccupied. Upon returning to Zhang Ning's room, Wen Ruxin remained incredulous. Roisin, in truth, such occurrences abound in this world. It is merely that Chen Yunxian takes it upon himself to cherish each of us, Zhang Ning said softly. Lowering her voice, the luxury cars parked outside our school are a testament to this, are they not? She continued. Wen Ruxin gently nodded, aware of the true nature of those opulent vehicles. So, Chen Yunxian is truly formidable in that regard. Wen Ruxin asked, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Indeed, he is almost monstrous. I reckon even our entire dormitory combined could not rival him. Zhang Ning laughed. So powerful. Wen Ruxin exclaimed, astonished. This is precisely why we can accept it. Everyone is well fed. And we need not worry about future sustenance or travel. It merely indicates his capability, Zhang Ning explained. Oh, I see. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Chen Yunxian concluded yet another encounter amidst the conversation between Zhang Ning and Wen Ruxin. Yunxi had once again fallen asleep, while Li Hanyu gazed at him with a dazed expression. How did it go? Chen Yunxian asked with a smile. What a monster. Thankfully, I have my period, otherwise, I would be just like Yunxi. Li Hanyu playfully shot a glance at Chen Yunxian. Once your period concludes, we shall continue our battle. Chen Yunxian chuckled. No, I can't handle it alone. Li Hanyu quickly shook her head. At that point, it will be beyond your control, he said gently, caressing Li Hanyu's shoulder. Should I bring Wen Ruxin in to fulfill your desire for a shared bed? Li Hanyu whispered into Chen Yunxian's ear. Really? You are quite the considerate roommate. Chen Yunxian exclaimed in surprise. Just admit whether you want it or not. We'll see about her. Ugh. I knew you were that kind of person. Li Hanyu fell silent, resting her head against Chen Yunxian's chest. If only you were mine. Alas. You are destined to be elusive, she murmured within his embrace. Chen Yunxian heard her words, but remained silent, simply holding her delicate shoulder. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 59% of Cia Media's shares. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received flexible fingers. Not again. What is this second reward? Chen Yunxian scoffed inwardly. Who has more dexterous fingers? What a joke. He possesses the physique of a true man with perfect form. His fingers are world-class in agility. However, the next moment, Chen Yunxian's eyes widened. His fingers seemed indeed more nimble than before. To test this newfound ability, Chen Yunxian promptly began experimenting on Li Hanyu, who was draped across him. What are you doing? Li Hanyu playfully scolded. I am just trying it out, Chen Yunxian replied. The room echoed with Li Hanyu's half-crying, half-laughing voice. With a blush on her face, she got up and donned her clothes alongside Yunxi. Chen Yunxian scratched his head, suddenly realizing he had come over-wrapped in a bathrobe. Without any clothes on. Now you see why I was stunned. I went to your room to fetch your clothes. Li Hanyu laughed. Forget it. Let it be. No one else is reacting. Chen Yunxian shrugged. Men's indifference doesn't affect him, and he bears no loss from women's remarks. Yunxi's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yunxian, filled with affection. Chen Yunxian smiled and ruffled Yunxi's hair, having discovered her adorable side the previous night. Clad in a bathrobe, Chen Yunxian entered Zhang Ning's room, followed closely by Li Hanyu and Yunxi. However, the sight that greeted him made him feel as though he had donned an absurd green hat. At that moment, Zhang Ning and Wen Ruxin were on the bed, comforting one another. What are you two up to? Chen Yunxian inquired. We were just. Nothing, Wen Ruxin squeaked, quickly covering her bare body with the blanket. Ning, you truly disappoint me, Chen Yunxian said. However, Zhang Ning, already well acquainted with Chen Yunxian, understood he wasn't genuinely angry with their comforting, but was merely upset that they hadn't included him. Hubby, I was wrong, Zhang Ning promptly admitted. Then how shall you make amends to me? Chen Yunxian questioned. Hubby, you will find out soon enough, Zhang Ning spoke in a soft voice. Then discreetly cast a glance at Wen Ruxin. Li Hanyu, with her beautiful eyes, observed Zhang Ning's every move. Poor Wen Ruxin had unwittingly fallen into the trap set by Chen Yunxian and Zhang Ning. However, I quite like it. All right, you two get dressed and go grab a bite to eat first, Chen Yunxian declared before turning to leave the room. Now she has an irresistible reason to comply. Li Hanyu whispered while wrapping her arms around Chen Yunxian. You truly understand me, Chen Yunxian replied appreciatively with a glance at Li Hanyu. Just as Zhang Ning had surmised, his irritation stemmed from being excluded from their game. How infuriating. Yunxian, don't be angry with Ruxin. I'll make sure she compensates you later, Yunxi said, tugging at Chen Yunxian's other hand. All right, I'm not upset, Chen Yunxian replied, affectionately ruffling Yunxi's hair. Zhang Ning and Wen Ruxin quickly donned their clothes and stepped out. Hubby, don't be mad. I can always play games with Hanyu and the others tonight, Zhang Ning said as she approached him. That one do. I have plans tonight. Perhaps next time, Chen Yunxian replied. Then I'll surprise you next time, Zhang Ning said. Chen Yunxian understood her implication and nodded. Wen Ruxin ate dinner awkwardly, stealing glances at Chen Yunxian from time to time. He said little, merely escorting them home after their meal. At the school gate, Li Hanyu was the first to alight from the stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom. The girls at the entrance cast envious, jealous glances at Zhang Ning's group. Wen Ruxin felt the weight of their stares, glanced at Chen Yunxian, and quickly averted her gaze. She understood that both the envy of others and the comforts of Song Yage were tied to the striking young man before her, Chen Yunxian. Chapter 75, The Flower Stream Media Gala. Hubby. Bye-bye. Zhang Ning kissed Chen Yunxian on the cheek as she spoke. Goodbye. Chen Yunxian nodded, also bidding farewell to Li Hanyu and Yunxi. Under Chen Yunxian's gaze, Zhang Ning's group entered the school gate together. However, this time, the relationship between Zhang Ning, Li Hanyu, and Yunxi evidently deepened. Wen Ruxin silently trailed beside them, listening to their cheerful chatter. Ruxin, don't overthink it, Li Hanyu said, noticing Wen Ruxin's silence and downcast demeanor. After all, they were to be sisters in the future, and it wouldn't do to strain their relationship. Although Chen Yunxian remained silent, they all understood that he certainly disapproved of their scheming. If he were to become upset, it would be an unpleasant situation to resolve. Chen Yunxian lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, obscuring his features. Many girls nearby were stealing glances at him, some eager to approach him. Yet they were held back by their companions. I despise the wealthy. What do you have to hate about them? Your own lack of ability is the issue. Pathetic loser. Dynasty Code. Garlic Bird. Garlic Bird. Not even in swimwear. Glancing at the time, it was already 7 o'clock, and the Flower Stream Media Gala was set to commence at 7:30. Chen Yunxian promptly entered his vehicle. The stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom glided through the evening rush hour with no hindrance. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the foot of the Golden River Building. Good evening, boss. The two security guards at the entrance greeted respectfully. Hello to you both, Chen Yunxian replied with a smile as he entered the building. The boss is so approachable. No wonder he can be a boss. With a personality like that, Success is inevitable. The elevator went straight to Flower Stream Media, and upon realizing it was one of Chen Yunxian's companies, Howard installed a new elevator exclusively for Flower Stream Media. As soon as Chen Yunxian entered the company, Wang Peiwen hurried over. If it weren't for the need to oversee the gala's preparations, he would have rushed downstairs to await Chen Yunxian's arrival. Manager Wang. Thank you for your hard work, Chen Yunxian said with a smile. It's no trouble at all, boss. We're just grateful to have moved to the Golden River building. We can still use the items left behind by Sia Media, Wang Peiwen added with a grin. That's good to hear. If anything is damaged, don't hesitate to discard it and buy something new. Our company isn't short on funds, Chen Yunxian stated. Confident in the future of Flower Stream Media, not only because it was his company, but also due to the invaluable talent of Wang Peiwen. An exceptional individual in nurturing streamers. Boss, manager, the gala is about to start. Come quickly. The female streamer Lai called out, waving at the two still lingering by the door. Lai, you've become even more vivacious since I last saw you. Chen Yunxian remarked with a laugh. I've always been like this, you know, Lai replied with a smile. At 7:30, the Flower Stream Gala officially commenced. Puff, the performer, took the stage for a pole dance, igniting an exhilarating atmosphere for the evening. Following her, a group of male streamers collaborated to present a few classic magic tricks, which captivated Chen Yunxian, prompting him to cast an appreciative glance at Wang Peiwen. The subsequent interactive segments provided immense emotional value for Chen Yunxian, who sat in the audience, thoroughly entertained. The eloquent streamers performed comedic skits and dialogues, all meticulously crafted by Wang Peiwen and the other managers. Simultaneously, the gala was streamed live on Flower Stream Media's official account. Puff is truly stunning. I'm absolutely enamored. Honestly, the Flower Stream Gala is exceptional. It surpasses some current skits that have become monotonous. Can we learn something from this? By the way, who is that young man sitting in the front? The one in his 30s beside him must be Wang Peiwen. P.S. Surely the boss. Right. Is there even a boss this young? You'd be surprised. The owner of Wanyang Capital in Jiangdu is rumored to be a young man. Wanyang Capital? What is that? I only know Sequoia, Meishu, and Shido. You re a bit out of the loop. Wanyang is the rising star in the venture capital world, overshadowing even Meishu. You must be joking. Meishu is a trillion-dollar capital group. How could a small group like Wanyang, which I've never even heard of, compete? Enough already. This is the Flower Stream Media Gala. Why are we discussing capital? Right. Puff's appearance is making me restless. I need to switch software. I'll accompany you. Doesn't anyone else think the female streamer Lai is gorgeous? Bro, don't even think about Lai. The previous owner of Flower Stream Media supported her. She's probably taken. I only like Rome. Let us talk about something less popular. The barrage of comments from the audience flowed rapidly, with the live stream's popularity soaring, catapulting it to the top of today's trending charts. The gala continued until 11 o'clock, as the vibrant atmosphere began to wane. The audience was well taken care of, with an array of snacks and beverages placed before each attendee. Indeed, it's truly creative. This is what a genuine gala should be about. Everyone enjoying themselves is the best part. Chen Yunxian smiled at Wang Peiwen. Lai, you performed splendidly today. Your singing was truly remarkable. Chen Yunxian remarked upon noticing Lai passing by. Of course. I am a singing beauty. Lai responded with a radiant smile. You speak the truth. You are indeed correct. By the way, where has Sia Media relocated to? Chen Yunxian suddenly inquired of Wang Peiwen, who was standing nearby. I'm not entirely sure. Just a couple of days ago, a new internet regulation was announced, and Sia Media was specifically named, causing their stock to plummet. I have no idea where they are hiding these days, Wang Peiwen replied, shaking his head. Named? That sounds disastrous for them, Chen Yunxian said nonchalantly, feeling somewhat queasy as though he had swallowed a fly. He had just acquired shares in Sia Media, and now he was being told they had been singled out. Moreover, their value had depreciated by at least half. What a futile endeavor. Chen Yunxian muttered, furrowing his brow. Boss. I have an idea, Wang Peiwen said. Just say it outright, Chen Yunxian encouraged. I was thinking of poaching someone from Sia Media, but she is bound by a contract. Which complicates matters, Wang Peiwen stammered. A female? Yes. However, boss, it's not as you might think. I genuinely feel that this girl has taken a wrong turn at Sia. If she were to join us, she could very well become a new star for Huaxi. Wang Peiwen asserted confidently. All right, the contract is not a problem. But if she comes over and fails to become the new star, I will have to deduct from your salary, Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. I guarantee I will accomplish the task, Wang Peiwen declared, prompting the remaining streamers present to stifle their laughter. Manager, you are quite amusing. Lai chimed in, still lingering. Lai? No chicken legs for you this month, Wang Peiwen retorted angrily. Look at him, boss. Lai made a funny face. Fear not. I shall provide for you. I adore you, boss. Chapter 76. Three little rascals. Speaking of which, what is going on with CM Media? Shouldn't they have anticipated this situation? Chen Yunxian asked Wang Peiwen as he stepped into the office. From the day we declined their collaboration, CM began its tightening measures. But most of their profits stemmed from the gray areas, Wang Peiwen explained, chuckling. So, CM has not undergone significant restructuring. They merely made slight adjustments. Ultimately, they lacked the resolve to make substantial changes, Wang Peiwen added. I see. Chen Yunxian nodded. After a brief chat, Chen Yunxian took his leave. He had merely come to observe the evening gala and inquire about the current status of CM. As the largest shareholder of CM, he needed to keep himself informed. If CM's current situation remains as it is, I might consider acquiring the remaining shares and merging with Huaxi. Chen Yunxian mused to himself in the car, viewing CM as a mere burden now. Since Wang Peiwen had identified potential in one of their streamers, he could arrange for her accordingly. Driving towards the Xiangwan Villa district, he found Ning Qingxi lounging on the sofa in her pajamas, engrossed in a television series while holding a grape. Her long, fair legs were partially visible beneath the silk nightwear, and her ample bosom was captivating, making it difficult for Chen Yunxian to divert his gaze. I thought I would come and keep you company. Chen Yunxian smiled as he sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist. Ning Qingxi leaned into his shoulder, offering him a grape. Chen Yunxian's hand began to wander restlessly over her body. Don't be naughty. I have my period today. Ning Qingxi blushed and said, all right, but I must take advantage of what I can. Chen Yunxian replied. You are such a lecher. Ning Qingxi blushed and shot him a glare, yet allowed him to continue his playful antics. Stop watching. It's getting late, Chen Yunxian urged. Sigh. I have to work tomorrow. It's hard to come by this little free time. Ning Qingxi lamented. I'll arrange for you to have a secretary to help you manage, Chen Yunxian suggested. Sounds good. Ning Qingxi nodded. As a young professional, she too wished for more rest, but the company's affairs kept her quite occupied, leaving little time for herself. Chen Yunxian picked up Ning Qingxi and carried her to the master bedroom. They embraced and fell asleep without any specific agenda. The next morning, Ning Qingxi awoke early to begin her morning routine. Chen Yunxian also stirred and followed her to wash up. I am heading to the office now, Ning Qingxi said gently. Go ahead. Just return early today, Chen Yunxian replied with a nod. He had gifted her a car, a Bentley Mulsanne, perfectly suiting her icy demeanor as a CEO. Goodbye. Ning Qingxi approached and left a kiss on Chen Yunxian's cheek, flashing a bright smile before driving away. Chen Yunxian touched the imprint of her lips on his face, chuckling softly, choosing not to wipe it away. Perhaps I should check on the school and see how the boys are doing. Chen Yunxian stretched lazily, initially considering driving a sports car, only to realize he had arrived in a Rolls-Royce yesterday. Never mind, I'll take this one, he decided, driving the Phantom towards Jianghai University. What a splendid day. It all begins at dawn. Chen Yunxian mused aloud as he entered the campus. Early in the morning, only the weary first-year students trudged toward the playground, still half asleep. Almost there. Almost finished, Sun Hao yawned, speaking to Wang Fan and Wu Xiaolei. These past few days have truly exhausted me. My feet are blistered from all the marching, Wang Fan complained. Tell me about it. My shoes are nearly worn out, Wu Xiaolei sighed. Hey, I SNT that car Chen S. Sun Hao remarked, spotting a Rolls-Royce approaching. Not sure, but it looks similar. Wu Xiaolei scratched his head. It should be. I recall Chen's license plate was a sequence of leopards. And this one is too, Wang Fan said, craning his neck to see if the occupant was indeed Chen Yunxian. Chen Yunxian spotted Sun Hao and his friends walking and smiled broadly. What a coincidence to encounter his three sons again. Boys. Your daddy has returned. Chen Yunxian called out as he lowered the car window. Get lost. I'm the real elder here. You little rascal. You're a rascal too. Sun Hao and his friends laughed and teased. So, how does it feel to be in military training? Chen Yunxian provocatively asked. Old Chen, why ask? You've done 2 days of it too. Have you forgotten already? Sun Hao chuckled. You got that wrong. I actually enjoyed those 2 days. The exercise was nothing for me. Chen Yunxian replied. Well, that's true. You're a freak, running so many laps and not even breaking a sweat. Truly a beast. Sun Hao exclaimed. What can I say? It's just talent. Chen Yunxian shrugged, displaying a helpless expression. Seriously, that's just showing off. Old Chen, you've really crossed the line. Ha ha ha. You all go ahead for military training, and I'll come by to check on you later. Chen Yunxian burst into laughter. You're not being a good son. Let's go? Sun Hao replied, half amused, half exasperated. Chen Yunxian parked the car in front of the faculty dormitory, and just as he stepped out, he spotted a hurried figure emerging from the building. Oh, isn't that our senior? Why are you up so late today? It's already 8 o'clock. Chen Yunxian teased Su Qing, glancing at the time. I didn't hear my alarm this morning. I slept too soundly, Su Qing said, stopping when she recognized Chen Yunxian. Senior, it's already late. You might as well have breakfast first and then head over, Chen Yunxian suggested with a grin. Oh dear, I can't compete with you, the wealthy heir. It's my job to be there on time, Su Qing replied helplessly. Come on, what's the big deal about being a bit late? You're still going, Chen Yunxian countered. TSK. You little sly one. I can already predict that you'll skip class later, Su Qing remarked, shaking her head. Senior, that's not fair. I'm not a child. Besides, my academic obligations have been exempted, remember? Chen Yunxian laughed. Uffed. In my eyes, you're still a kid, Su Qing said, blushing slightly, understanding the implications of his words. Senior. That's unreasonable. You wouldn't know unless you experience it yourself, Chen Yunxian asserted, confident that no one could say such a thing after having seen it. Wow. What are you thinking all day? Su Qing said, her eyes wide, cheeks flushed. Senior, please, I was wrong, Chen Yunxian stammered as Su Qing twisted his ear, silencing him before he could finish. Such a little lecher. Su Qing teased, still holding on to Chen Yunxian's ear. Senior, you can't, Chen Yunxian attempted to protest. But a large hand suddenly grasped his waist, cutting him off. All right, that's enough, Su Qing said through clenched teeth, applying pressure to his side. Okay. I won't say anything more, Chen Yunxian conceded. Ouch, what is up with your waist? It's so hard, Su Qing exclaimed, rubbing her hand. When she twisted Chen Yunxian's side earlier, it felt as if she were twisting iron, impossible to budge. Hee, that's a secret I cannot divulge, Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. All right, let us go eat. I'm really hungry, Su Qing said, eager to change the subject. Okay, Chen Yunxian and Su Qing made their way to the dining hall, each holding a basket of soup dumplings, and found an empty table to sit at. You've had it easy these past few days away from school. I wonder when I can live so carefree without worrying about work, Su Qing sighed. She genuinely envied Chen Yunxian's life. Waking up every day from a vast bed of 800,000 square kilometers, attended to by 9,999 maids. Ahem, I digress. TSK, senior. You can't say that. If everyone thought like you, who would work to build society? Chen Yunxian replied. Can you actually live up to what you say? Su Qing asked quietly. Ahem, but let us not digress. Oh come on, Boss Chen is different. He doesn't even have to sit in an office every day. Living in leisure, Su Qing said with a hint of envy. Of course, our company no longer requires my direct oversight. I merely need to make a few decisions while delegating the rest to my subordinates, he explained. If I had to solve all the problems myself, what would be the point of hiring them? I can't be a charity organization, can I? Chen Yunxian shrugged. You have a point, but work is just so tough. I'm always busy with this and that, leaving no time to breathe, Su Qing lamented, resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes reflecting her worries. Senior, why not come work at my company? We need someone with your top-tier 985 university finance expertise, Chen Yunxian suggested. Your company? But I only have theoretical knowledge and no real experience, Su Qing replied. Experience comes with time. Nobody starts out with a wealth of knowledge, Chen Yunxian reassured her. Well, I'll think about it, Su Qing said tentatively. Absolutely. My doors are always open for you, senior, Chen Yunxian smiled. Great. I'll give it some serious thought when I get back, Su Qing said, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. She found Chen Yunxian's proposition quite appealing. From what she knew, his Wanyang capital offered some of the best salaries in the finance sector, with even the most ordinary employee earning at least 10,000 a month. That was a far cry from her current few thousand, even with the benefits of social insurance. She had previously chosen to return to Jianghai University as a counselor for the job stability and comparatively better pay than most finance firms. Yet, now she had a more secure fallback, thanks to Chen Yunxian. She understood that his offer was likely intended to strengthen their bond, and she didn't mind, as she harbored feelings for him. After all, people are creatures of sensation, especially when someone as wealthy as Chen Yunxian is involved. After finishing their meal, Chen Yunxian and Su Qing strolled toward the playground, and it was evident that Su Qing's mood had improved significantly. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. The sound of instructors calling out commands filled the air. Chen Yunxian and Su Qing stood together, observing the finance major's training squad. Isn't that Lao Chun and the counselor? Sun Hao, ever observant, caught sight of the two figures. Oh really? Wu Xiaolei turned to look. Let me take a peek. Wang Fan began to scan the area. Sun Hao, Wu Xiaolei, Wang Fan, fall out. Yu Bo's keen eyes quickly spotted the trio engaged in conversation. Sun Hao and his companions shuffled out like quail. What were you just discussing? Yu Bo asked loudly. Report. I saw two people. Sun Hao exclaimed. Sun Hao. What kind of people could elicit such a reaction from you? Yu Bo teased. Report. It's Chen Yunxian and the counselor. Chen Yunxian? Yu Bo turned his head, spotting Chen Yunxian and Su Qing smiling back at them. Oh, isn't this the busy man himself? What brings you back to check on us? Yu Bo's stern expression instantly transformed into a grin. Just came to see you, instructor, and also you, General Wang, Chen Yunxian replied with a smile. You're quite thoughtful, Yu Bo said, cautiously scanning the area. After noticing that Wang Su was absent, he accepted the cigarette Chen Yunxian offered, carefully pulling out a pack to tuck inside. Instructor, what are you doing? Chen Yunxian asked, amused. I was just worried the class monitor would see. I only dared to accept it after confirming there was no class monitor around. Yu Bo chuckled. Instructor, what about behind you? Sun Hao chimed in. Yu Bo froze, then mechanically turned around to find Wang Su standing right behind him, wearing a knowing smile. Monitor, please let me explain. Yu Bo managed a strained grin. Get out of here. You can't even handle the basics. Just wait until I get back and see how I punish you. Wang Su kicked Yu Bo lightly and remarked, Chun, you really shouldn't have given him that. Your vigilance is waning, and yet you still wish to share your cigarettes. Wang Su chided with a laugh. I understand. I understand. Chen Yunxian extracted a cigarette and handed it to Wang Su. Ah, you truly know me. Wang Su accepted it with a grin and said, Hey, squad leader. What are you doing? Mind your own business. Oh, Chen Yunxian, Yu Bo, and Wang Su made their way to a secluded corner of the playground and lit their cigarettes, TSK, without you around. I find it considerably less entertaining, Wang Su remarked. Indeed. I've lost my opportunity to show off in front of the other instructors. Yu Bo chuckled. If I were to genuinely compete with you in other squads, wouldn't that be akin to a dimensional reduction blow? How utterly dull that would be. Truly, it's lonely at the top. Chen Yunxian laughed. Goodness. You really aren't being modest at all. I'm not one to play the fool. A misstep would merely make me a pig eating feed. Haha. Your words are indeed amusing. Absolutely. In the squad, Lu Xiaoxiao and Song Yuan observed Chen Yunxian chatting idly with Wang Su and Yu Bo in the corner. That Chen Yunxian, after such a long absence, shows up and doesn't even bother to greet us. It's infuriating. Song Yuan fumed. Lu Xiaoxiao remained silent, harboring her own grievances about Chen Yunxian not visiting her. It was truly disheartening, especially after he had been so flirtatious with her previously.